Ergo's greatest aspiration in life was to amass a few acres of land, become a modest landlord, and marry a robust and sturdy wife that would render his existence perfect. However, an unexpected encounter with a gourd, coupled with the deception of an old trickster, inadvertently led him onto the path of immortality, embroiling him in conflicts. Nevertheless, his original intention remained steadfast, merely wished to cultivate the land. Chapter 1. The Yellow Gourd. As the year drew to a close, the north wind howled, enveloping the world in a blanket of white. Ergo donned an ancestral tattered jacket, patched over and over, yet could not prevent the weeds and fluff stuffed within from escaping. His upper body fared slightly better, as he at least had the warmth of the family heirloom, but his trousers were merely remnants, barely reaching his knees, one leg longer than the other, and the fabric at the rear worn to threads, exposing a half-frozen, purplish cheek. On his feet were ragged straw sandals, one of which had gone missing, leaving a trail of uneven footprints in the snow. At this moment, Ergo had bundled a small pile of firewood, weighing approximately 30 pounds, which he hoped would suffice for his efforts. Gathering firewood was no easy task. Every household required it, leaving little room for trees to grow. After trudging 7 or 8 miles and toiling for most of the day, he finally unearthed this wood from the snow. Once secured, he plopped down on the firewood, exhaled warm breath into his hands before tucking them under his armpits for warmth. After catching his breath, he retrieved a lump of coarse cake from his tattered jacket and bit down hard, chewing vigorously. The cake was a mixture of copious amounts of bran and wild vegetables, with a smattering of acorns and grass seeds, scraping painfully down his throat as he swallowed. This object, referred to as a cake, was in fact pilfered from swine fodder. Despite its humble nature, he seldom found himself satiated by such a meager fare. After consuming the coarse cake, he licked the remnants from his fingers and hastily scooped a handful of snow into his mouth, swallowing it whole. After sitting for a while and feeling his strength gradually return, he rose to shoulder the firewood and prepare for his journey home. However, in his haste, burdened by the weight of several dozen pounds of wood, he lost his footing and tumbled down the slope, both he and the firewood cascading into the depths below. Ergo lay prostrate on the ground, his back pained to the point of immobility. During the fall, a hard object had struck against his lower back, tearing a large hole in his clothing and leaving a gash that oozed blood. Groping through the snow, he soon unearthed a sizable object from beneath the accumulation of white. It was an unassuming yellow gourd, approximately a foot tall, with a diameter at its widest point comparable to that of a human head. The lid of the gourd bore traces of his blood, which seemed to seep into its surface, vanishing into the depths of the gourd. Upon lifting the lid, he discovered a murky interior, obscuring all visibility. Ergo pondered the potential of this vessel for carrying water, as he often toiled outdoors without access to a drink. However, he mused that the gourd was somewhat too large. A smaller size would have been preferable. Just as this thought crossed his mind, the gourd astonishingly shrank considerably in size. Ergo could scarcely believe his eyes, rubbing them in disbelief, confirming that the gourd now stood at a mere 7 or 8 inches tall. Smaller. This time, Ergo's eyes widened as he fixated on the gourd in his hand. Indeed, right before his very eyes, the gourd diminished further, now standing at a mere 5 inches tall. Smaller. Accompanied by a wave of dizziness and confusion, the yellow gourd shrank to about an inch. However, he now felt lightheaded, nauseous, and his fingers trembled slightly. The state of his body was likely linked to the gourd, and he dared not continue his attempts. Should he faint in this icy wilderness, he would not have to wait until the morning. He would become a lifeless, cold corpse. After toying with the shrunken gourd for a while, he could only stow it temporarily within the layers of his clothing. Then, shivering, he hoisted the firewood and began his descent down the mountain. During the 7 or 8 miles back, he slipped several times in the snow. The remaining ragged straw sandal was completely disassembled, leaving him to tread barefoot through the snow. After circumventing 2 small hills, he finally glimpsed Shushi village at the foot of the mountain. In the center of the quaint village flowed a small stream, with numerous earthen houses made of thatch lining its banks. A few larger houses, adorned with green tiles, stood out prominently amidst the cluster of thatched cottages, belonging to the village's rare affluent families. As dusk approached, Ergo reached the entrance of one of the tiled houses, where the door stood ajar. Yet he paused at the threshold, hesitating as if lacking the courage to step inside. Why dawdle at your doorstep? Hurry and fetch water to feed the pigs. A gruff female voice called from within the house. At the entrance stood a stout woman, her hair greasy and clad in a set of soiled cotton attire, glaring fiercely at Ergo. All you do is eat. You're so lazy that you barely gathered this little firewood all day. Ergo hurriedly forced a smile upon his frostbitten face, bowed his head, shook off the snowflakes clinging to him, and finally shouldered the firewood as he stepped through the door. Your worthless parents departed this world long ago. If it weren't for me scraping together some food, you would have starved long ago. Always looking so sickly, one might think I'm mistreating you. Yes, I am eternally grateful to you, Aunt, for saving my life, Ergo said, offering a sheepish grin in gratitude, and deftly placed the firewood in the woodshed. He then seized the yoke and water bucket from behind the door, not even pausing to change his shoes, and stepped out barefoot once more. He fetched 3 buckets of water, filling the large vat to the brim. Next, he swept the house, prepared a basin of hot water for his aunt to soak her feet, and fed the pig. While feeding the pig, his stomach ached with hunger, and he could not resist stealing a generous handful of pig feed, just enough to stave off his hunger. The pig feed contained plenty of wild vegetables and a sprinkling of grains, making it no less nourishing than what Ergo himself consumed. Over the years, rising early and toiling late, with such a heavy workload, had it not been for his occasional pilfering of pig feed, he might not have survived to this day. After all, the meat that the pig grew from its feed was ultimately destined for human consumption. It seemed only sensible to indulge in a bit of pig feed, as it was nearly akin to consuming pork. As long as he could survive, what did it matter if he partook of pig feed and endured a modicum of humiliation? After finishing all the household chores, the night had fully descended, and my aunt's family had already nestled into their warm blankets. At that moment, Ergo entered the dining hall, holding a burning pine knot. Lighting the lamp consumed too much oil, except when his cousin studied at night. His aunt forbade anyone else from lighting the oil lamp. In the center of the hall stood an immortal table, adorned with a few leftover bowls and chopsticks. By the dim light of the burning pine knot, he noticed remnants of food in the bowls. This would serve as his dinner. He typically had 2 meals a day, breakfast before heading out to gather firewood, and dinner after completing all his chores. Once, overwhelmed by hunger, he had returned for a meal before finishing his tasks, only to be fiercely scolded by his aunt, who struck him with a fire tong, leaving a long scar on his arm as a reminder of that day. On the table, 5-course earthenware bowls contained a small amount of cold porridge, but one small bowl still held a generous portion. Ergo lifted this half bowl of cold porridge and quickly consumed it with a few eager slurps. To his surprise, beneath the porridge lay a few strands of pickled vegetables. The flavor of the pickles was delightful. He savored them without chewing, gently sucking them in his mouth. With the taste of the pickles lingering, he meticulously licked the bowl clean of the remaining cold porridge. The other bowls, too, held traces of porridge, all of which he diligently scraped clean. After finishing what was in the bowl, he used a spoon to gather the last remnants from the pot, ensuring not a morsel went to waste. Though the remnants were meager, they were far more palatable than pig feed, even if the portions were scant. After finishing his meal and scrubbing the dishes clean, he finally retreated to his sleeping quarters. His room was quite austere, containing only a rickety bed topped with a thick layer of straw. On the walls hung 2 pairs of newly woven straw sandals, crafted during his spare time in the evenings, which could fetch a few coins. Beneath the wooden bed lay a small pile of copper coins, the entirety of his clandestinely amassed wealth. Having toiled from dawn until now, Ergo was thoroughly exhausted, every muscle in his body aching. As he reclined into the straw, a profound sense of comfort enveloped him. From within his garment, he produced a diminutive yellow gourd, no larger than his thumb. The origins of this gourd remained a mystery, but its remarkable properties suggested it was indeed a treasure. At the very least, it could hold a substantial amount of water. He had spent considerable time filling it from the stream, yet it had not reached capacity. Ergo opened the lid and tilted the gourd to his lips, taking a sip. To his astonishment, the water within was not bitter. The surrounding area of Sheshi village was plagued by brackish water, both acrid and astringent. Only those with means would add a few tea leaves to mask the taste. He took several more sips, and assured himself it was not merely a figment of his imagination. The water inside the gourd was indeed devoid of bitterness, carrying a hint of sweetness. Chapter 2. Aspiring to be a landlord. As the rooster crowed for the second time, just as dawn began to break, Ergo had already risen from his bed. He cast a glance at the 3 pairs of new straw sandals hanging on the wall, reluctantly taking down a pair to slip onto his feet. Although the materials for crafting straw sandals were inexpensive, the process was quite time-consuming. The 3 pairs hanging on the wall were the result of his late-night toil. intended for sale in town when he found the opportunity. At the age of 13, he realized that living under someone else's roof was untenable. His existence was more wretched than that of a dog, toiling harder than an ox, and feasting less than a pig. His greatest aspiration over the years had been to save up a modest sum to rent a few acres of meager land for self-sufficiency. However, becoming a tenant farmer also demanded capital. One must first acquire farming tools and purchase seeds, all of which required a substantial amount of money. Furthermore, it was essential to cultivate a good relationship with the landlord, for in a world teeming with the impoverished, there was no guarantee that one would be granted the privilege to rent land. After donning his sandals, Ergo grabbed a handful of straw from his bedding to stuff into his clothing, compensating for the inadequacy of his attire. Just then, amidst the straw, he noticed a hint of green. Upon closer inspection, in the dim light, he discovered a shriveled seed nestled within the straw, remarkably sprouting with tender shoots measuring 2 to 3 inches in length. What could this possibly mean? In the dead of winter, when all green foliage lay frozen, the idea of a seed germinating was perplexing. His hand brushed against the straw, which felt somewhat damp. After pondering for a while, Ergo recalled that he had been sipping water from a small gourd the previous night, and some had likely spilled. He had not given it much thought at the time. Could it be that the stream water, once contained in the gourd, had begun to exhibit some miraculous effect? With this thought, he carefully concealed the sprouting seed in an inconspicuous spot behind the bed and poured a little more water from the gourd onto it. He rummaged through the straw once more, hoping to discover a few more seeds to experiment with. However, the seeds he could find had long since been consumed, leaving him with only 3 shriveled grains of rice. He placed these 3 decrepit grains behind the bed and watered them. Ergo, the sun is already shining on your backside, and you're still lying there like a corpse. During the brief moment Ergo lingered in the room, his aunt had already begun her tirade outside. He hastily stuffed a yellow gourd into his cotton clothes and swiftly exited the room, only to find that dawn had barely broken. Every day, Ergo had to rise early to prepare pig feed and help his cousin with the water for washing his face. His uncle's household consisted of 5 members, 2 adults and 3 children. His older cousin, Zhang Yuyang, had trained in martial arts at the Zhengwu Hall in the county for many years. Capable of consuming 10 pounds of meat in one sitting and possessing the strength to fell a bull with a single punch, leaping 6 feet into the air with ease. His younger cousin, Zhang Yoxin, was slightly younger than him and attended a private school where he struggled to recognize even a basketful of characters, merely adopting the bad habits of literate individuals. In the bitter cold, every morning he insisted on washing his face. The Ergo saw little merit in such a ritual. While the sun was already bright, he would still be waking up, enduring the daily ordeal of heating water for his cousin's face washing. Since childhood, the 2 brothers had found amusement in bullying Ergo. Zhang Yoxin's favorite pastime was to make Ergo crawl on the ground while he rode on his back, pretending to be a great general. There was also a 7-year-old cousin, the only one in the family who retained a semblance of humanity, who reserved half a bowl of cold porridge from the dining table for Ergo each day. Yet, due to her gender, she held little status in her uncle's household and was often scolded by her aunt as a burden. Ergo sat by the earthen stove, tending to the fire, cooking pig feed, and preparing water for washing faces. Casually extending his frostbitten hands and feet toward the fire, he felt the warmth seep into the afflicted areas, akin to a myriad of tiny insects crawling beneath his skin. His hands ceaselessly rubbed over the frostbite, an intense itch permeating to the very marrow of his bones, yet strangely pleasurable, an odd comfort amidst the discomfort. Why the delay? Hurry up and tend to the pigs. How much firewood are you wasting by lingering here? His aunt scolded, preparing breakfast and shooing away Ergo, consuming my food and wasting my firewood. Amidst his aunt's reprimands, Ergo trudged toward the pig pen, carrying feed. To thwart his thievery, she personally prepared his meals twice daily, leaving him no opportunity to pilfer. Thus, he could only extend a furtive hand toward the feed. Glancing around to ensure no one was watching, he seized a large handful and shoved it into his mouth, the heat causing him to wince. He even selected a particularly grain-rich portion to mold and conceal within his padded coat. The pig feed primarily consisted of sun-dried grass, which needed soaking and softening before being served. The large black pig in the pen had been raised for 2 years, now weighing at least 70 to 80 pounds, slightly plumper than Ergo himself. His uncle planned to slaughter the pig for the new year, hence had recently instructed an increase in its feed, particularly rice and bran. Yet, the majority of this additional sustenance found its way into Ergo's mouth. The black pig, oblivious to the fact that for 2 years it had been nourished on grass, would meet its end unaware that its final meal had been pilfered. No matter how vigilant one might be, a thief within the household is the hardest to guard against. After feeding the pigs and consuming some leftovers, he still had to venture into the mountains to gather firewood. Since the autumn harvest, he had traversed the hills daily, perpetually faced with an unending array of tasks. As long as he exerts himself diligently, his cousin may find an extra piece of meat in his bowl, and his younger brother could discover an additional pin in his backpack. However, ever since he acquired the yellow gourd and made a remarkable discovery this morning, his imagination regarding the future has expanded significantly. Previously, his aspiration was merely to save enough money to rent land and become a tenant farmer, hoping to marry a woman with ample proportions, believing that would suffice for a fulfilling life. Yet now, the prospect of being a tenant farmer no longer satisfies his ambitions. He believes he is destined to become a landowner. Just like the wealthiest man in the village, Huang Laokai, who possesses hundreds of acres, has 5 wives and 10 children, indulging in meat feasts from time to time. Immersed in these lofty daydreams, Ergo unwittingly quickens his pace today, feeling the cold wind less harshly. Over the following days, for seedlings sprouted in the small room where he sleeps, crops that should only thrive in the spring in the sunlit rice fields. Defying all logic, they survived and flourished remarkably well. In just a few days, they have already grown to about a foot tall. He roughly estimates their growth rate to be around 10 times that of ordinary seedlings. To prevent his aunt and her family from discovering the seedlings in his room, he has been particularly industrious these past few days, collecting dog feces outside to the point where the dogs at Huang Laocai's house are nearly unable to keep up. Inevitably, collecting dog waste leaves him with an unpleasant odor, saturating both his body and the sleeping quarters with a foul stench. Now, when his aunt scolds him, she keeps her distance, never daring to venture into his malodorous room. Observing the healthy growth of these seedlings, he begins to contemplate whether he should expand his endeavors further. Now, with the planting of various seeds, perhaps by the onset of spring next year, he will have accumulated enough capital. Yesterday, his aunt instructed him to thresh rice, and while she was momentarily distracted, he surreptitiously took a handful of unhulled grains. With such a multitude of seeds, it is impossible to cultivate them all indoors. Since the gourd has demonstrated the ability to nurture seedlings in a dim and frigid environment, he decided to experiment by planting them on the mountain. Outside, the landscape lay blanketed in ice and snow, with few daring to ascend the slopes. After wandering through the mountains for some time, he finally cleared a small patch of land in a secluded area. This location was quite remote. Upon removing the snow, he found only scattered stones, with scarcely any soil beneath. Uncertain if anything could thrive there, he planted the seeds, watering them with some of the liquid from the gourd, hoping for a miracle. The following morning, he ventured back into the mountain to inspect his work. To his astonishment, the rice seeds had indeed begun to sprout amidst the icy terrain and rocky debris. Over the next few days, he diligently returned each day to water the seedlings with the gourd's contents. In just a few days, they grew to over a foot in height. Amidst the frozen landscape, a vibrant cluster of seedlings emerged, proving that the gourd could indeed work wonders. Meanwhile, the 4 seedlings in his room had also begun to produce robust ears. At this rate, he would be ready for harvest in just 2 days. Everything seemed to be progressing favorably. Once the new year had passed, he was determined to find a way to rent a few acres of marginal land. Witnessing the healthy growth of the seedlings, he quietly resolved to pursue this goal. Furthermore, during these past few days, he had been attempting to fill the yellow gourd with water, yet he had been unable to fill it completely, unsure of its true capacity. Regardless of how much water he added, the weight of the yellow gourd remained unchanged. He further experimented and discovered that through sheer willpower, he could not only shrink the gourd but also enlarge it. At its smallest, he could reduce the yellow-skinned gourd to the size of a hair, while the maximum size it could attain remains unknown. Although he could alter the gourd's dimensions with a single thought, such exertion took a significant toll on his mental faculties. After 3 consecutive transformations, he would need to rest for a day or 2. Shrinking was manageable, but if it grew too large, it would be impossible to conceal. Chapter 3. Slaughtering pigs for the new year. With but 1 day remaining until the new year, perhaps to enhance the festive atmosphere, a heavy snowfall descended, freezing droplets in midair. Amidst the biting cold, those bedridden and awaiting death in the village were spared from wasting their meager rations, with 3 succumbing in a single day. The families of the deceased merely offered a perfunctory wail before hastily wrapping the bodies in straw mats for burial in a communal grave. The lives of the impoverished are as cheap as wild grass. Each winter, a new wave perishes, and the populace has long grown numb to such tragedies. However, the home of Ergo's uncle was filled with warmth and joy today. His cousin, who had been studying martial arts in the county town, had returned, and his younger brother's private school had already closed for the holidays. Today marked the end of life for the large black pig that Ergo had raised for 2 years, destined for the New Year feast. This pig weighed a hefty 83 gene, and after being thoroughly cleaned and prepared, Its carcass along with the internal organs would yield 50 gene of meat, ample for the family to enjoy a prosperous celebration. Ergo did not venture out to gather firewood today. Instead, he busied himself with tasks, boiling water, scraping the pig's hair, gutting, and shoveling manure. He pondered that after rising early and laboring tirelessly for 2 years to raise the pig, his uncle would surely, if not out of familial affection, at least recognize his efforts and grant him a couple of choice cuts to satisfy his cravings. Today, Ergo found himself in high spirits. It was destined to be a day of bountiful harvest, as the few rice seedlings in the room had matured beautifully, their golden ears heavy and plump with grains. Ergo meticulously harvested the grains, laying them out to dry in the room, intending to reserve them for seeds. Additionally, the secret patch of seedlings he had planted in the mountains had also begun to bear ears, ready for imminent gathering. At that moment, Ergo squatted by the earthen stove, tending to the fire. The pot bubbled with steam, releasing an irresistible aroma of meat that made his mouth water. Just then, his cousin brought over a large platter, while his aunt skillfully retrieved chunks of meat from the pot with chopsticks, placing them onto the dish. The succulent, tender fat glistened like silken tofu, oozing with savory juices that tantalized his senses. "That's enough," his cousin exclaimed, observing the mound of meat towering on the wooden platter. "Child, eat your fill. You need substantial nourishment for your martial training." His aunt chimed in, adding several more generous pieces of fatty meat to the platter, causing the juices to flow even more profusely. "You two brothers are the hopes of our family. If you could achieve success as scholars, our family would surely prosper." After filling his cousin's plate with a heaping portion of fatty meat, she began to scoop generous pieces into Ergo's plate. "Mother, I wish for lean meat." Ergo protested, gazing at the oily pile before him, yearning for something less rich. "What do you know, child? Fatty meat is the most delectable. It is the finest kind of meat, while lean meat is the least desirable, tough, and devoid of flavor, not to mention it gets stuck in your teeth. You appear slender and frail, resembling a sprout. Thus, consuming fatty meat is essential for nourishment." Without a second thought, Annie prepared a large platter of rich, succulent pork belly for her nephew. This pork belly represented her utmost concession. Once she had divided the meat between the two brothers, only some ribs, tubular bones, and lean cuts remained in the pot. These lesser pieces were reserved for the elderly couple and their daughter. Ergo gazed at the remaining bones and lean meat in the pot, his dream of savoring a piece of fatty meat now shattered. However, the prospect of tasting a piece of lean meat or gnawing on a bone to satisfy his cravings was still somewhat gratifying. Auntie extracted all the remnants of bones and meat from the pot, observing the broth that still shimmered with floating droplets of fat. "Ergo, yes, Auntie." As he looked at the pork in Annie's hands, his response was exuberantly loud, his face adorned with a radiant smile. The festive spirit of the new year was palpable. "Please add some water to the pot and prepare a large batch of dried wild vegetables. Moreover, you ought to clean up the pig manure scattered across the ground." Ergo watched longingly as Auntie took away all the meat, leaving him with not even a single bone, only a multitude of chores. Alas, those who dwell under the roof of others shall forever be deprived of meat. Resigned to his fate, Ergo complied, adding water to the broth and tossing in several bundles of sun-dried wild vegetables to cook. The vegetables, infused with the flavor of the broth, turned out quite fragrant. After completing his tasks, he ventured into the living room with a glimmer of hope. Yet, it was evident that Auntie had left him with not even a solitary bone. He could only consume some wild vegetables to cope with the extravagant feast. In the evening, he returned to his sleeping quarters and closed the door behind him. He took out the dried rice grains and meticulously counted them, grain by grain, relying on oneself rather than others. These seeds and the yellow gourd in his possession were his hopes for a future where he could savor meat. This time, he had harvested a total of 355 grains of rice. Farmers require 1 to 2 dough of seeds for an acre of land, and even in a bountiful year, they can only yield 2 shur of grain. 1 shur equals 10 dough, and 1 dough equals 10 liters. With just 4 shriveled grains of rice, he had managed to collect over 300 grains, a return far exceeding that of normal farming practices. In addition to these rice grains, he possessed 2 new pairs of straw sandals hanging on the wall and a small stash of coins tucked beneath the foot of his bed. He gently moved the bed's foot and retrieved a small cloth bag that had been pressed underneath. Opening the bag, he discovered a handful of copper coins. 1, 2, 3, 16. His fingers caressed each coin. This was the entirety of his savings, painstakingly accumulated from selling handmade straw sandals. Every so often, he would take them out to feel and count, which brought him great comfort. Suddenly, a faint knocking interrupted his thoughts. "Dogsy go. Quickly, open the door." It was the voice of his cousin. Hurriedly, he pulled over the straw mat, covering the money and rice grains. Upon opening the door, He found his cousin shivering in the snow, wrapped in a thin coat, her teeth chattering from the cold. "Xiao Easy Eye, why are you here so late?" he asked. "Dogsy Go, look," his cousin exclaimed, rummaging through her clothing until she finally produced a small bundle tightly wrapped in paulownia leaves, extending it toward him. From a distance of 2 or 3 feet, Ergo caught a whiff of a rich and enticing aroma of meat. "Hurry and eat. I must return to sleep." "Don't let my mother find out," he urged. "Thank you." Ergo expressed his gratitude as he received the small package, but by the time he said it, his cousin had already turned to leave. Among all the years spent at his uncle's house, only this cousin regarded him as family, often providing him with secret care. The warmth lingered in the package he held, and as he unwrapped several layers of leaves, he revealed the already squashed and deformed pork within. He tore off a thin strip of meat and placed it into his mouth, savoring each bite. How delicious. Pork was truly delightful. If only he could indulge in pork just twice a month, he would willingly toil like a beast of burden. Suddenly, as he reveled in the taste of the pork, the door was kicked open. His aunt stormed in, furious, brandishing a stick of firewood. "You scoundrel! How dare you steal food?" She charged towards him, swinging the stick mercilessly. At the same time, she reached out to snatch the pork from his grasp. Ergo clutched the meat tightly, turning his back to her, desperately shoving the morsels into his mouth. There was no way to escape the impending beating, so he resolved to consume the meat he had acquired before it was taken from him. Bang, bang, bang. "You scoundrel, return that meat to me." Ergo endured the pain, finally managing to cram a large chunk of meat into his mouth, choking and gasping for air. Luckily, as his aunt struck his back with the firewood, he managed to swallow the hefty piece. Though he felt a moment of relief, his actions had thoroughly enraged his aunt. "You wretched thief. Today you dare to steal meat, and tomorrow you will dare to pilfer the gold and silver from our home." As she scolded him, Aunt continued to chase and strike. Ergo, unable to retort or retaliate, could only evade and silently endure the blows. From childhood to adulthood, he had grown accustomed to this. He believed that if he just bore it, it would eventually pass. If he dared to speak back or fight back, the punishment would be even harsher, leaving him without even the scraps from the table. At that moment, Ergo found himself cornered at the edge of the bed, with no escape. Yet Aunt remained relentless, pushing him down onto the bed and continuing her assault. She was determined to instill in him a lasting lesson, that he must never again dare to take what was not rightfully his. Suddenly, Aunt halted her actions, her gaze fixed upon a corner of the straw mat. Beneath the mat lay several copper coins. A sense of foreboding washed over Ergo. He instinctively reached out to protect his treasure, but it was too late. Aunt yanked the mat away, revealing the coins and rice hidden beneath. "Ah, I have provided for you, fed you, and raised you for over a decade, only for you to steal from me, you ungrateful wretch. This is mine," Ergo shouted, shielding the scattered coins and rice on the bed with his hands. This was the fruit of his labor, a long-cherished hope. In his attempt to protect his possessions, he unwittingly pushed Aunt away, causing her to stumble and fall to the ground, her face scraping against the wall and drawing a trickle of blood. "Oh, how dare you strike me?" Aunt cried out, her wails echoing through the house, surpassing even the ferocity of the black pig they had slaughtered earlier that day. The commotion had already roused the household, and upon hearing Aunt's shrieks, the entire family rushed to the scene. The first to arrive was my cousin, who, upon entering, delivered a swift kick that sent Ergo sprawling to the ground. As a practitioner of martial arts, he possessed extraordinary strength. The impact of that kick left Ergo momentarily blinded, clutching his stomach, utterly drained of energy. To his dismay, a wave of nausea surged through him, forcing him to regurgitate the meat he had just consumed after the beating. Yet, my cousin showed no intention of relenting, as he placed a heavy foot upon Ergo's head, making him feel as though his skull might shatter. At that moment, my erudite younger brother rushed forward, seizing the opportunity to unleash a barrage of kicks upon Ergo. "Eldest brother, second brother, stop hitting him, the meat was stolen by me." My sister attempted to intervene, hoping to restrain her two brothers, but was forcibly yanked aside by our aunt, who cast her away. "Kill this ungrateful wretch. If it weren't for my benevolence in taking you in all those years ago, you would have perished from hunger long ago. You ungrateful scoundrel. Strike him." At this point, our aunt ceased her wails, placing her hands on her hips and unleashing a torrent of curses. Ergo felt an overwhelming dizziness envelop him. His mind clouded as memories from his tumultuous past flooded back. Orphaned at the tender age of 5, he lost his only brother a year later. From the age of 6 onward, he toiled under the weight of labor far too burdensome for a child, living a life worse than that of a dog. Starving, inadequately clothed, subsisting on scraps and pilfered pig feed, he had never owned a single complete pair of trousers. A surge of indignation and sorrow welled up within him. "It is you who are ungrateful. You who have usurped my parents' inheritance." In a moment of fury, Ergo found an inexplicable strength rising within him, and he roared with all his might. Following his outburst, the room was engulfed in an eerie silence. Aunt, cousins, all gazed silently at Ergo. After he shouted those few words, he realized that trouble was brewing. This had been a secret he had harbored deep within, never daring to utter a single word. For years, he had feigned ignorance, drifting through life, laboring diligently without complaint, enduring blows and insults in silence. Ah, the ungrateful wretch. I have nurtured you for 10 years. And now you repay kindness with malice. Bang, bang, bang. Aunt's wails seemed to serve as a command. And the cousins unleashed another flurry of brutal punches and kicks upon Ergo. This time, they showed no mercy, striking with lethal intent. Ergo felt his ribs crack, struggling to breathe as his head throbbed incessantly. He thought this might very well be the end. Stop. Enough. A robust male voice cut through the chaos, and the cousins immediately ceased their assault. Through his blurred vision, Ergo saw his uncle enter the room. Everyone, stand down. If this continues, someone may very well lose their life. However, the cousins attempted to protest, only to be silenced by their uncle. We are all family. If someone dies, it will inevitably lead to gossip, and given our ties to this community, it would be a disgrace to our honor, not to mention potential legal troubles. It became clear that the uncle's concern for Ergo's life was merely a facade. He was more worried about the repercussions of a death on their reputation and the financial burden it would impose in dealing with the authorities. Ergo, I have raised you from the age of 5 to your current 13 years, a full 8 years. As your uncle, I have done my utmost. The elder uncle squatted on the ground, imparting some grandiloquent words to Ergo, before gesturing to his cousins to lift him and carry him outside. Father. The cousin grasped the uncle's sleeve. Father, it's freezing outside. If Guzzy goes out alone, he will surely freeze to death. A sharp slap resounded as the aunt struck the cousin's face, pulling her aside. Family matters are for your father and brothers to decide. When has it become your place to speak, as a mere girl? Father and mother, could we wait until spring? Another slap echoed against the cousin's cheek, and the aunt forcibly dragged her away, confining her to a room. Ergo, restrained, turned to glance at the imprisoned cousin before being thrust outside. Ergo, from this moment forth, you shall walk your own path, and your life or death is of no concern to my family. With a creaking bang, the door was slammed shut. In the icy wilderness, only Ergo remained, trembling on the ground. Chapter 4. Hysteria. Ergo lay on the ground, gasping for breath, until he finally gathered the strength to rise. His entire body was in agony, and it felt as though his ribs were fractured. He checked his cloak and was relieved to find the yellow gourd still in his possession. He opened the lid and gulped down several mouthfuls of water, feeling slightly rejuvenated. Perhaps it was merely an illusion, but he sensed that each time he drank from the gourd, vitality surged within him. With this mysterious gourd in hand, if he could just endure the present trials, a future of prosperity and becoming a wealthy landowner would not be a mere dream. Yet, how was he to persevere through the immediate challenges that lay ahead? Standing amidst a vast expanse of snow, with the heavens and earth enveloped in darkness, one might ponder the path ahead. The thoughts of his uncle's family were all too apparent, easily discernible even to him. To cast him into the snow was tantamount to sealing his fate. It was not merely the absence of sustenance that plagued him. Now, as the water froze, he found himself bereft of shelter against the biting wind and snow. Even the specter of death by freezing loomed large. For each winter brought tales of beggars succumbing to the cold, and he was no more resilient than they. Moreover, his body bore the marks of injury, rendering survival almost impossible. His uncle's family harbored devious intentions, wishing to avoid the ignominy of having killed their own nephew. They intended to push him outside to perish in the cold, then feign sorrow with a few tears and bury him in a hastily dug grave, thus erasing their culpability. After 8 years of servitude like a faithful dog, he was now fated to die like one. His only glimmer of hope lay in a small patch of rice growing on the mountainside. There, at least, he might find something to eat and gather firewood to stave off the chill. With a resolute decision made, he set forth, guided by the faint light of the snowy night, trudging along the creek toward the mountain. Each step was a struggle, the snow both deep and treacherous. And soon he found himself collapsing to the ground. Pain surged through his body, especially in his ribs. He could not tell if they were broken, and breath eluded him. Lying there in the snow, he felt utterly powerless, tempted to surrender to the cold embrace of death. Yet, with a final surge of will, he struggled to rise and pressed on, unwilling to succumb to fate. Thus, he moved forward, faltering and falling with each few steps. Whenever he felt the urge to surrender, he would caress the yellow gourd, envisioning a future where he possessed vast fields of fertile land, resided in a grand tiled house, donned thick cotton garments, feasted on sumptuous meats at every meal, and rinsed his mouth with honeyed water. He would then take a hearty sip from the gourd, feeling a surge of vitality coursing through him. At dawn, driven by a hopeful longing for the future, he finally ascended the mountain. Against the stark, white expanse of the icy landscape, a vibrant patch of seedlings stood out in stark contrast. The seedlings had already begun to spike and fill, their weight causing the rice heads to bow low. He plucked a few grains from the rice heads, chewing them whole, husk and all. The still immature grains burst with juice, releasing a hint of fragrant sweetness. Although the husks were somewhat coarse, scraping his throat painfully, they were infinitely more delectable than pig feed. After consuming several rice heads, he felt a semblance of nourishment and a gradual resurgence of strength. Resisting the urge to rest, he cleared a patch in the snow, pulling some fresh rice grains from the heads and scattering them on the ground. He drenched them with the water from his gourd. The previous crop would not suffice for many days. It was imperative to plant more rice promptly. Fortunately, with the heavy snowfall and the new year approaching, no one ventured up the mountain, alleviating his fears of being discovered. While the issue of sustenance had been momentarily addressed, the harsh, frigid conditions posed a formidable challenge. Thankfully, having spent years gathering firewood in these mountains, he was well acquainted with the terrain, and not far from his location lay a wind-sheltered spot. It was a rocky nook, flanked by towering boulders, which could shield him from the brunt of the cold winds. In the vicinity, a small heap of firewood was gathered, from which some easily ignitable dry grass and leaves were carefully selected and crumpled together into a modest pile. Then, from beneath his clothing, he procured 2 stones, each about the size of a finger. These stones, a deep crimson hue, were commonly referred to as flint. When struck against one another, they would emit sparks, serving as a means to ignite fire. Numerous such stones could be found on a nearby desolate hill, and the locals frequently employed these flints to kindle flames. With both hands gripping a piece of flint, Ergo struck them together, eliciting a few sparks. After a relentless series of strikes, the sparks finally ignited the leaves, conjuring a small fire that warmed his frostbitten hands and feet, enveloping him in a comforting warmth. In that moment, he deemed this rocky enclave quite agreeable, even more so than residing at his uncle's home. Seated beside the fire, he finally found the time to unfasten his clothing and assess his injuries. His face was swollen grotesquely, resembling that of a pig, and his body bore numerous bruises. The most severe injury was to his ribs. Any touch elicited sharp pain, and even breathing was a struggle, leaving him uncertain if any fractures had occurred. Nonetheless, aside from the pain, there seemed to be no immediate symptoms of grave danger. He had heard that if a rib were to puncture the heart or lungs, one would swiftly meet their demise. His injuries, he hoped, had not escalated to such a critical state. While seated by the fire, he gathered the straw from which the rice grains had been stripped and placed it near the flames to dry and soften. He then draped the warmed straw over himself as a makeshift blanket, albeit insufficient in quantity. Just as he began to feel a bit warmer, his stomach growled with hunger. A most vexing predicament, his belly demanded sustenance twice daily. He had heard tales of certain cattle and horses that labored daily without the need for fodder. Moreover, he had been informed that in this world, numerous deities existed who also required no food. How delightful it would be to possess the abilities of a celestial being, eliminating any worries of hunger in the future. Indeed, if one were endowed with such divine powers, why would one ever suffer from hunger? Every meal would consist of sumptuous meats and sweet honeyed water, served in golden bowls with golden chopsticks. I would take 10 wives and be blessed with a multitude of children. At such a time, even the wealthy Huang Laokai would surely drool at the sight. In the limited understanding of Ergo, the wealthiest individual is Huang Laokai. The opulent lifestyle of a celestial being is beyond his imagination. It is said that the county magistrate is a figure of divine status, possessing incredible powers, capable of conjuring white rice, pork, eggs, fish, and exquisite wine out of thin air. Lost in such fanciful thoughts, he took a hearty gulp from his gourd. This yellow-skinned gourd is so remarkable. Perhaps it is indeed a treasure of the deities. For dinner, he plucked a few ears of rice and roasted them directly in the fire. As the grains toasted, they crackled and popped, transforming into delicate, fragrant rice puffs. The art of creating these rice puffs requires gentle heat and swift hands. With 2 sticks in hand, one must extract the puffs at the very moment they burst forth. Otherwise, they would quickly char in the flames, turning into inedible blackened remnants, waste that one cannot afford. After successfully roasting a bunch of rice ears without burning a single grain, he blew away the ash and tossed a handful into his mouth. How delightful! The puffs crackled joyously in his mouth, both fragrant and crisp, far surpassing the taste of the pork from his uncle's household. Alas, supplies are limited, and for dinner, he could only afford to eat 4 ears of rice, refraining from indulging further. The winter stretches long ahead, and he must reserve some seeds for the future. Having not eaten his fill, he resolved to drink more water to deceive his stomach, for he was not a wealthy landlord. and consuming such quantities would be a waste of precious grain. That night, he leaned against the fire, clutching a handful of straw, and managed to endure a fitful sleep. Several times, just as he succumbed to slumber, the fire extinguished, rousing him from the cold. He would add more firewood and drift back into a restless sleep, oscillating between wakefulness and dreams until dawn's light finally broke. Stretching his limbs, he discovered that the pain from his wounds seemed to have lessened, particularly in his chest, where he felt a noticeable improvement. Chapter 5. Sankaisi Town. On the 15th day of the first month, the Lantern Festival was upon them. The fire crackled and popped, releasing a cacophony as the grains of rice exploded into fluffy, white popcorn. Arguzi squatted by the flames, swiftly rummaging through the ashes with a stick to uncover the delectable morsels, blowing on them before shoving them into his mouth. The crunch was delightful. After weeks of labor, he had constructed a modest thatched hut, measuring over 5 feet wide, providing shelter from the wind and rain. He had sown half an acre of seedlings in the snowy terrain, diligently watering them with a gourd. In just over 10 days, they would mature for harvest. The earliest batches had already yielded a bountiful crop. Now, he could finally indulge, relishing a hearty meal. As he roasted and consumed the rice, he lost track of time, devouring over 60 ears of grain. After finishing, he drank more water, feeling the popcorn expand in his stomach, finally satiated. Yet, a twinge of regret followed. As he deemed it an extravagant feast, he vowed never to be so wasteful again. Even a wealthy landlord would not dare squander food in such a manner. Uncle's family possesses several dozen acres of land, except for the cousin who must consume a hearty meal after each training session. The others typically subsist on thin rice porridge accompanied by a few strands of pickled vegetables. At present, he is not even considered a tenant farmer. How could he expect to enjoy a full meal at every sitting? Henceforth, he must supplement his diet with wild vegetables to stave off hunger. The stomach should not be too finicky. Merely filling it with coarse fare is adequate. After satisfying his hunger and thirst, he emerged from the thatched cottage to stretch his limbs. Following a fortnight of recuperation, all his injuries had healed, and he felt as though he had grown slightly taller and become more robust. Was it possible that he was naturally predisposed to grow stronger with each beating? Shaking his head, he dismissed the notion. He had endured quite a number of beatings over the years. While his uncle indulged in merriment outside, his aunt would vent her frustrations by chastising Ergo when his cousin faced bullying at the martial arts school. Returning home to thrash Ergo helped him regain his confidence. During his younger brother's weeping fits, his cousin would display various creative ways to beat Ergo, evoking laughter from his brother. He was the family's source of joy, making invaluable contributions to lightening the atmosphere and alleviating familial discord. However, despite enduring countless beatings in the past, he had not witnessed any growth in stature. He speculated that perhaps it was due to his current good fortune of ample food and restful sleep. Standing in the snow, he stretched luxuriously and made his way toward the patch of seedlings. Due to staggered planting times, some crops had already ripened to golden perfection, while others had yet to bloom. The stubble from yesterday's harvest had already sprouted tender shoots today. He discovered that after watering with gourd water, the seedlings emerging from the stubble thrived remarkably well, eliminating the need for sowing in the future. He took out the gourd and watered the seedlings. Beside the rice field, there was a cluster of vibrant green wild vegetables. The leaves of this wild vegetable are green on the front and white on the back, adorned with fine hairs. The root stems are as large as a finger, crisp and sweet when eaten raw, both delicious and filling, due to their resemblance to chicken legs. This wild vegetable is affectionately dubbed yao jile. Recently, while clearing land to cultivate rice, he fortuitously unearthed a plant. At that moment, he could not bear to consume it and chose to continue nurturing it in the ground, watering it daily. After several days of growth, it has blossomed and produced seeds, which have fallen to the ground, sprouting into a lush expanse of seedlings. After watering, he returned to his thatched cottage, shouldering a straw-woven sack filled with over half a bag of rice grains. Today marks the Lantern Festival. After this day, everyone will begin planning for the spring plowing. He intends to sell this grain and seek out Huang Laokai to rent a plot of land. Time waits for no one. If he delays, all the land will be leased by others. He cannot linger on this mountain. Just yesterday, he witnessed 2 individuals gathering firewood at the foot of the opposite hill, leaving him in a state of anxiety for quite some time. Fortunately, the location he chose is elevated, with treacherous icy slopes and strewn with jagged stones, devoid of trees, thus deterring firewood gatherers. If discovered, with such a bountiful crop of rice thriving in the icy stone mountains, he would undoubtedly face dire consequences. Moreover, although these mountains appear barren, they are indeed privately owned. One cannot simply claim what they desire. The descent down the mountain was fraught with thick ice and snow, resulting in several falls that left him bruised and battered. Yet he felt fortunate that none of the grains had spilled from his sack. Instead of returning to Shishi village, he opted for a narrow path that circumvented the village, heading towards Sanchazi town. Sanchazi town lies 20 miles from Shishi village, marking the farthest expanse that Ergo has traversed throughout his life. In his recollections, Sanchazi town appears vast and bustling, adorned with numerous houses of green bricks and tiles, alongside dozens of shops where throngs of people bustle about, creating an atmosphere of lively excitement. After toiling for half a day, with one of his straw sandals worn to tatters, Ergo finally arrived at Sanchazi town. With a burlap sack slung over his shoulder, he wandered the streets, his eyes wide with curiosity amidst the vibrant hustle and bustle, though a trace of anxiety crept in. As he meandered, he spotted a tailor's shop along the roadside, filled with an array of fabrics in various styles. The patrons entering and exiting the shop were immaculately dressed, donning well-fitted garments that only accentuated his own ragged appearance. Glancing down at his tattered trousers, now reduced to mere shreds, he felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. They had been torn during his last scuffle and were further ravaged by the branches and stones of the mountains, leaving him clad in strips of cloth. Overwhelmed by self-doubt, he averted his gaze and hastened past the tailor's shop. Continuing his journey, he soon encountered a butcher's stall, where neatly cut pieces of pork lay upon the counter. The layers of fat glistening with a thickness of 2 or 3 fingers, exuding a mouth-watering allure. Steamed buns for sale. Large, round meat buns. 1 bite. And they use with juice. Candied hawthorn for sale. Fried pancakes for sale. As Ergo strolled along, the cacophony of various vendors calling out their wares captivated his attention. The scent of the meat buns wafted toward him from a distance, tantalizing his senses. He recalled the delightful taste of meat buns and candied hawthorn, which he had savored once or twice before the age of 5, a flavor so rich and sweet, it remained etched in his memory for eternity. Ergo swallowed several mouthfuls of saliva and resolutely stepped into the bustling marketplace. The market was already teeming with local villagers, each occupying their own space to sell various trinkets. The wares on display included jars and containers, bamboo baskets, eggs, straw sandals, old clothes, straw mats, children, and women. Ergo, carrying a burlap sack, first inquired about the market prices. The cost of grain fluctuated throughout the year. It was at its lowest during the autumn harvest, only to begin rising after the new year. By the time spring plowing arrived, when seeds were needed, grain prices often surged. Those who had succumbed to hunger or illness and consumed their seeds now found themselves forced to borrow money to purchase seeds at exorbitant prices. Thus, selling rice at this moment would yield a handsome profit. Ergo squeezed into his small vacant spot, dropped his burlap sack onto the ground, and untied the opening to reveal the golden rice within, instantly attracting numerous curious gazes from the surrounding crowd. For the majority of families, after the new year, their supplies had dwindled, leaving them to subsist on meager rations until the autumn harvest brought new grain. Young man, how much do you sell this rice for? This rice is quite good, suitable for seed. 25 won per sheng. A throng of unfamiliar elderly men gathered around the stall, offering their opinions. Ergo had never encountered such a large crowd and felt a bit anxious, his face flushed as he responded. Ordinary families could not afford to purchase a scale, nor was it particularly convenient to use one. Thus, most transactions were measured in sheng and do. A sheng of rice weighed approximately 16 liang, though rice was somewhat lighter. And variations existed among different types, in addition to the differing sizes of sheng and do. A group of elderly men lifted the rice to inspect it. The grains were plump and of exceptional quality, without a single empty husk in sight. Immediately, some expressed their intention to purchase a quantity to use as seed. Ergo, lacking a container suitable for measuring, was fortunate to find one readily available for borrowing at the market. Such containers are simple to make, merely requiring a bamboo tube to be sawed to the correct dimensions. Grain, as a form of hard currency, sells well, and his rice was particularly attractive. As Ergo counted his coins, he filled the container with rice, swiftly depleting it into a large sack. His pockets grew heavy with the weight of copper coins, the sound of clinking accompanying his every step. Each individual coin was etched into his memory, totaling an impressive 775 coins. In anyone's hands, this sum represented a significant fortune. Upon exiting the market, Ergo, passing by the meat bun shop once more, was once again ensnared by the alluring aroma. He stood in the street, lips pursed, fingers tightly grasping the copper coins in his pockets, wrestling with his indecision for a considerable time. Ultimately, with a determined bite of his lip and a swallow of resolve, he turned away, opting instead to venture towards the adjacent pork jerky shop. After inquiring about the prices, he learned that fatty and streaky pork cost 80 coins per pound, lean meat 60 coins, and ribs a mere 40 coins per pound. Steeling himself, Ergo spent 80 coins to acquire a pound of fatty pork. The unscrupulous butcher took advantage of his youth, adding a piece of less desirable lean meat to the purchase. Subsequently, he purchased an old hoe for 300 coins and a chopping knife for 250 coins. Such iron tools were quite costly, but essential for his future endeavors in farming. Thus, he deemed the purchases necessary. Moreover, aside from agricultural pursuits, there exists a defensive utility. Should one encounter a highwayman, wielding a hatchet could serve as a deterrent. Beyond these essential purchases, he refrained from acquiring anything else, even as his trousers had become so tattered that they could no longer conceal his flesh. The 775 when he had recently acquired dwindled to a mere 145 when. Nonetheless, he gritted his teeth and purchased a small piece of black bitter salt. One may forego meat for a decade, yet abstaining from salt is simply untenable. The piece of salt, no larger than an egg, was dark and cost him 101. Thus, he was left with a mere 45 one. As he exited the Sankaizi town, Ergo had a hatchet secured at his waist, a hoe slung over his shoulder, and a string of pork in his hand. Chapter 6. Huang Laokai. Since being cast out by his uncle's family, Ergo had been wandering for over half a month. In the eyes of the villagers, he might as well have perished amidst a snowdrift. When Ergo knocked on Huang Laokai's door, Huang Laokai nearly mistook him for a ghost. Only upon confirming his vitality did he allow him entry. I heard from your uncle that you have been clamoring for independence, leaving home in a fit of anger. In this biting winter, a solitary departure, without food or drink, is likely a recipe for death by freezing or starvation. Although this was left unsaid, you simply arrive unannounced and bring along pork. Huang Laokai spoke with feigned brusqueness, yet warmly accepted the string of fatty meat handed over by Ergo. It's cold outside. Come in and sit. Ergo tugged at his clothing and trousers at the threshold, attempting to cover the gaping hole in his backside before finally stepping into Huang Laokai's abode. Huang Laokai's home consisted of 3 mud brick houses with azure tiles, arranged in a semicircle, enclosing a spacious courtyard in the center. Compared to my uncle's home, it is far more opulent. Mr. Huang, I wish to lease several acres of land from you. After entering the house, Ergo hesitated for a moment, unable to conjure any polite pleasantries, and thus opted for a straightforward approach. Oh, how old are you this year? Upon seeing Ergo arrive with pork in hand, Mr. Huang had already surmised the purpose of his visit, which, after the new year, was likely to either rent land or seek a loan. However, the young lad before him appeared to be still in his adolescence, not yet having reached the height of an adult's shoulder. If he were to mismanage the land, he might not even be able to pay the rent. I am 14 years old. Ergo puffed out his slender chest, attempting to assert his capabilities. Mr. Huang, rest assured, I have been laboring in the fields daily for years. I am well acquainted with the intricacies of farming. You have arrived at an unfortunate time. The land that was returned last year has already been leased out in these past few days. Upon hearing this, Ergo felt a chill in his heart. Without land, he possessed but a precious gourd, yet lacked the means to utilize it. Though it appeared that barren hills and wastelands were abundant, each plot of land had an owner. Without the ability to rent a field, he would have nowhere to stand. Is there truly nothing left? Even an acre would suffice. As Ergo spoke, his gaze fell upon the fatty meat in Mr. Huang's hand. If he could not secure land, that piece of meat would be a significant loss. He pondered whether he could contrive an excuse to reclaim it. Mr. Huang also glanced at the meat in his hand, reluctant to part with it, yet aware that accepting gifts could lead to complications. After a moment of contemplation, he suddenly smacked his forehead in realization. How could I forget? Indeed, there is still a piece of land available. However, this piece of land is rather barren, having only recently been cleared for cultivation, and its location is quite remote. Would you be interested? Upon hearing this, Ergo was overjoyed. He possessed the precious yellow gourd, which could thrive even atop icy mountains, rendering the fertility of the soil irrelevant. The remote location suited him perfectly, as it would conceal the secret of his gourd from prying eyes. All he needed was a patch of land, though its whereabouts remained uncertain. Shiko Mountain. The old stubborn donkey passed away a few days ago, Lao Jikai remarked with significance. The locals surrounding Shikuxia village were well aware of Shiko Mountain. It is the origin of the Shi stream, where a mountain rises, beneath which lies a cave resembling the open mouth of a snake. From this mouth flows a spring, nurturing a vast expanse of farmland surrounding Shi stream and its village. Yet, there exists a legend within the village, stating that a serpent spirit resides on Shiko Mountain, and anyone who encounters it is destined to perish. The villagers, fearful of this tale, typically avoid venturing in that direction. Moreover, Shiko Mountain is situated above the source of the Shi stream, devoid of water. The rocky terrain is more abundant than soil, making cultivation impossible, and it has remained a desolate wasteland. However, last year, an irreverent individual, known as the Old Stubborn Donkey, was undeterred by the superstitions and insisted on clearing land on Shiko Mountain. His determination became the talk of the village. regardless of the existence of the serpent spirit. Cultivating land was inherently a daunting task, especially in such a harsh and inhospitable environment. Indeed, after just a year of toil, the obstinate donkey worked himself to death. He managed to clear an acre of wasteland but had not sown any seeds before his demise. Now, this land is available for rent to you, requiring merely 5 measures of grain per year for the first 3 years. If you are able to cultivate new wasteland on Shiko Mountain, the first 3 years will be rent-free. Huang Laokai gazed at Erguzi's frail figure, resembling that of a chick, and realized that it was merely a formality. He had no real expectation that Erguzi could manage the reclamation. The two reached an agreement and immediately recorded it. Erguzi rented an acre of wasteland on Shiko Mountain, agreeing to pay 5 dough of rice as rent for the first 3 years, after which it would revert to the standard 1 shur. Should Erguzi succeed in cultivating new fields, the rent would be waived for the initial 3 years. The contract was inscribed in black and white, and Erguzi could manage to recognize a significant portion of it, while he could roughly infer the rest. Fortunately, his parents had sent him to a private school for a year before their passing, where he learned to recognize a few characters, laying a foundation for his literacy. After their demise, Dage had relentlessly pushed him to learn many more characters. Following Dage's death, he had to seize opportunities to learn a few more while his cousin studied. Upon examining the document, Erguzi found it consistent with their discussion, and thus took up the pen to awkwardly inscribe the 3 characters Zhang Ergu. He had a name and a surname. Zhang was his surname, and Ergu, meaning to struggle for survival, or to exist in a state of mere subsistence. After signing, each party retained a copy for safekeeping, to serve as evidence in case of future disputes. As the hour was late, they decided to have dinner before parting ways. Huang Laokai neatly folded the lease and tucked it into his bosom, smiling as he invited Erguzi to stay for dinner. Erguzi had been enduring hunger since the morning's meal, and upon receiving Huang Laokai's gracious invitation, he quickly expressed his gratitude. "Thank you, kind host." Huang Laokai promptly instructed his concubine to take a piece of fat meat to the kitchen for stir-frying. Before long, Huang Laocai's concubine brought forth a platter of dishes. The dishes were laid out on the table, still steaming, and the savory aroma of meat wafted through the air. Erguzi struggled to resist the urge to swallow, but it felt as though a spring of saliva had formed in his mouth, accumulating more and more until it became unbearable. Ultimately, he had to lower his head, discreetly swallowing several times, striving to minimize any sound. Once he managed to swallow, he lifted his gaze, hoping he hadn't been noticed. To his dismay, he found Huang Laokai observing him with a broad smile. Erguzi's face flushed crimson, feeling utterly humiliated and lacking dignity. "Erguzi, come and sit down to eat. Your rice is already served," Huang Laokai called out. At that moment, Huang Laokai and his several eldest sons were already seated at the table, each with a bowl of white rice before them. In the center of the table lay a dish of stir-fried pork with dried radish. Erguzi picked up his bowl of rice, intending to move aside to eat. After spending 8 years at his uncle's home, ever since Dago passed away, he had never been allowed to dine at the same table. He felt unworthy to share a meal with Huang Laokai, fearing it would reflect a lack of propriety. "Sit. You should comfortably enjoy your meal here. What kind of guest doesn't sit at the table?" Erguzi could not refuse and ultimately sat on the same bench as Huang Laokai's eldest son, Huang Fuguwei. He took a large mouthful of rice. This was probably the privilege of the wealthiest man in Shishi village, having plain white rice for every meal. "Erguzi, eat your vegetables. Don't just fill up on rice. Go ahead, eat to your heart's content. There's plenty of white rice." Erguzi picked up a piece of fatty pork along with 2 pieces of dried radish. The dried radish, having soaked up the pork fat, was delightfully crispy and sweet. The pig, plump and tender, exuded a delectable juiciness that made one crave for more, as if one could almost swallow their own tongue in delight. At this feast, he consumed 3 large bowls of rice and 5 pieces of fatty pork. After the meal, a substantial portion of the stir-fried pork with radish remained on the table. In truth, Erguzi felt capable of devouring at least 10 bowls of rice. Grateful to the host, he took his leave. As he stepped out of the Huang residence, twilight had begun to descend. A few sparse villagers were making their way home. Upon turning a corner, he nearly collided with someone coming from the opposite direction. It was none other than the second son of his uncle's family. Upon seeing Erguzi, the boy was momentarily stunned, unable to articulate his thoughts. "What is wrong with me? Are you curious that I am still alive?" Erguzi glared at his cousin, who often relied on adult protection to bully him. One evening, he had kicked Erguzi in the face with great glee. Casting a glance around to ensure no one else was present, Erguzi suddenly seized his cousin by the collar. With swift motions, he delivered a resounding slap to the boy's face, followed by another, alternating blows until he had struck him 10 times, leaving his cousin's cheeks slightly swollen. "Today, I shall collect some interest." After the beating, he pushed the boy to the ground and dashed away. Chapter 7. abundant harvest the following morning. Ergo shouldered a hoe and a machete, making his way to the foot of Snake Mouth Mountain. The mountain was strewn with large stones, small stones, and pebbles, while a couple of crooked little trees stubbornly thrived in the crevices. At the foot of the mountain lies a stone cave, resembling the gaping maw of a serpent, from which a crystal-clear spring flows, cascading down amidst the jagged rocks to form a gentle stream. Beside this stream, a narrow path winds its way upward, scarcely a foot or two in width, at its narrowest point barely allowing passage sideways through the crevices. The ascent is steep and treacherous, far more challenging than climbing the hill where he cultivates his crops, and after much stumbling and effort, he finally reaches the summit. From the top, he gazes down to find a scattering of slightly flattened stone hollows, dotting both the peak and the slopes. These hollows, encircled by rocks, possess a central depression capable of collecting rainwater and soil, and are locally referred to as stone pits. Among them, one particularly large pit is surrounded by massive boulders, with a flat expanse in the center, approximately 3 acres in size, where the old stubborn donkey had cultivated a new plot of land. To venture into such rocky terrain for farming, the old donkey was indeed a man of audacious thought and action, aptly embodying his name. Regrettably, this old donkey, consumed by his toil, working tirelessly from dawn until dusk, managed to cultivate only a small portion before he passed away. Entering this stone pit, he digs through the thick layers of ice and snow, revealing the rich black soil beneath. The fertility of the earth is undeniable, which explains the old donkey's keen interest. The young man, known as Ergo, first clears away the snow covering the acre of land, then sows rice seeds and waters them. In the following days, Ergo makes daily trips to Snake Mouth Mountain, transporting firewood and straw, his family's wealth, back to the pit. Meanwhile, the seedlings over there are gradually maturing and once harvested, he plans to uproot all the stubble and set it ablaze, leaving no trace behind. After a fortnight of toil, the seedlings atop the mountain have been fully harvested, and even the wild vegetables have been relocated. This harvest yielded over 10 dough of rice, filling 3 large sacks to the brim. Ergo reclined upon the grains, counting on his fingers. If he consumed 1 liter daily, this bounty would sustain him for nearly half a year. Moreover, the acre of land on the SHKU mountain is nearing its harvest, promising at least another 4 sure of rice, as long as he refrains from indulgence. His provisions for the entire year would be secured. With sustenance in hand, his mind began to wander into frivolous thoughts. Glancing down, he noticed the tattered remnants of his trousers, frayed and inadequate, failing to cover him properly despite several hastily tied ropes. He yearned for a new pair. He also wished for an iron pot. Without one, he had to resort to frying rice with tiles, leaving his throat parched and his mouth aflame, while causing constipation. He sometimes reflected on his predicament, realizing he had become overly finicky. Previously, he had endured a diet of swine feed without complaint, yet now, with ample food and drink, he found himself beset by grievances. One ought not to live too comfortably. Should he decide to reside here long-term, a larger thatched cottage would need to be constructed. If fortune allowed, he envisioned acquiring several wooden boards to fashion a bed. Sleeping on the ground with a thick layer of straw was cold and damp. Ergo shook his head, casting aside these impractical musings. Having only enjoyed 2 hearty meals, he found himself lost in aspirations of extravagance, even entertaining the notion of meat at every meal. 5 days later, the acre of rice in the stone pit ripened and was harvested, yielding over 4 sure. However, just as he planned to sell his grain in town to purchase trousers, an unforeseen dilemma arose, leaving him in a quandary. So many grains of rice are laid out here. What if someone steals them? Even if no one takes them, the mice and sparrows in the mountains will undoubtedly feast upon a considerable amount. He pondered whether he could also store these grains in a gourd for easy transport. The gourd was already filled with a substantial amount of water. Would the rice spoil if placed inside? Yet, such doubts could only be resolved through experimentation. He first attempted to place a small quantity of rice into the gourd, planning to pour it out the following day. He discovered that sometimes what poured out was water, while at other times it was rice. The two did not intermingle within the gourd. As long as he focused on the rice, what emerged would undoubtedly be rice, with not a drop of water. Conversely, if he thought of water, only water would flow out, without a single grain of rice. He devoted 3 days to enlarging the gourd, making it taller than himself, and widening its mouth to be larger than a bowl, successfully storing the majority of the rice within. He left behind 2 sacks, intending to take them to Sankaizi town to sell for money to sew a pair of trousers. After another 3 days, he finally returned the gourd to its original size, and then he hoisted the 2 sacks of rice and set off towards Sankaizi town. Carrying a load of rice for 20 li left him utterly exhausted, necessitating several rests along the way. At last, he staggered into the market, and with a thud, he hastily dropped his burden and took a hearty gulp of water from the gourd. After stowing the gourd back into his clothing, he surveyed the market. It seemed that, Having passed the new year, most households were depleted of resources, only able to sell off some of their meager possessions. The number of people selling their children had also increased, with buyers among the crowd picking and choosing as if selecting livestock. In the future, when wealth graces us, we shall procure a robust young lady to serve as a wife. By night, she may bear our children, and by day, toil in the fields, washing clothes and preparing meals. Beside his stall, an elderly man wore a furrowed brow, his table adorned with a few antiquated possessions and a solitary old hen. Ergo picked up a glossy bamboo tube from the old man's stall. "How much for this bamboo tube?" he inquired. "1 won." The young man fished a copper coin from his clothing and purchased the tube. Crafting such an item is not arduous, with bamboo and a saw. One can easily produce it at a modest cost. "Young lad, how about I trade you this hen for your rice?" the old man asked, his gaze lustfully fixed on the sack of rice. Ergo glanced at the decrepit hen in the old man's embrace, its feathers sparse and likely unproductive, and promptly shook his head in refusal. Just then, a customer approached seeking grain, and Ergo turned his attention solely to selling rice. With the thawing of ice and snow, the time for spring sowing had arrived, making seeds increasingly sought after. In the span of half a day, both sacks of grain were sold entirely, yielding a total of 601. The weight of the copper coins he carried was nearly 20 pounds. The numerous scattered coins filled his tattered jacket to the brim, yet the garment was so worn that it could hardly contain them, as they continually slipped through its many holes. Ultimately, with no other recourse, he plucked a few strands of rice straw, squatted down, and strung all the coins together, securing them around his waist and covering them with his clothing. Upon exiting the market, Ergo felt the weight of the coins at his waist, occasionally reaching to touch them, experiencing a sensation akin to being immensely wealthy. This was the first time in his life he had ever personally handled such a substantial sum of money. Having money in his pocket, even with a hole in his trousers, instilled a newfound confidence in him. He hurried directly from the market to the tailor's shop, where ready-made garments were absent, and he could only purchase fabric to have something custom-made. "Do you wish to have clothing sewn?" The tailor, a woman of a similar age to his own, clad in a faded floral cotton jacket with neatly stitched patches on the sleeves, regarded him. He glanced down at his own tattered attire, a wave of self-consciousness washing over him, causing him to instinctively lower his head, his cheeks flushing as he tugged down his shirt and drew his legs closer together. I would like to have a cotton coat and a pair of cotton trousers made. How much will that cost?" "The labor fee is a total of 15 won, and cotton is priced at 100 won per jean. There are various types of fabric available. It depends on what you choose," she replied, proceeding to introduce him to several kinds of material in the shop. The most economical options were hemp and linen, priced at just 30 won per chi. A slightly more expensive choice would be cotton, costing 40 won per chi. These were all in their natural color without any dyeing, and if he desired dyed fabric, the price would increase by an additional 10 to 21. Moreover, there was a fabric that purportedly resembled satin, shimmering with a lustrous sheen, immediately setting itself apart. The woman did not disclose the price of this exquisite fabric, and he, being perceptive, did not inquire further, opting instead for the most affordable material. "I will take the linen, then." She then retrieved a measuring tape to take his measurements, shoulders, arms, legs, and waist, all of which left him feeling quite embarrassed, his face turning crimson. Ultimately, a total of 9 chi of fabric and 3 jean of cotton would be required. Adding the labor fee, the total came to 585 won. "Very well. That sounds good." With a crimson face, Ergo unfastened a hefty string of copper coins from his waist, counting out precisely 585 coins and presenting them before the woman. "Could you tell me how long it might take to sew this?" he inquired. "With 585 coins, just right. My sister, mother, and I will work together. It should take about half a day," she replied. "Very well. I shall return shortly," Ergo said, clenching his legs as he stepped out of the tailor's shop, taking a deep breath once outside. He touched the coins at his waist and strode purposefully toward the blacksmith's workshop. There, he purchased an iron pot for 600 won and spent an additional 200 won on a small knife. The blade of this knife measured only 5 inches in length and 1 inch in width, single-edged and quite convenient for slicing small items. Furthermore, it could serve as a means of self-defense when carried on his person. Earning money proved challenging, yet spending it flowed effortlessly, particularly for iron goods and fabrics, which were perpetually costly. Having spent 800 won at the blacksmith's, combined with the earlier 585 won, he found that more than half of his funds had already vanished. After acquiring the necessary items, as he passed by the pork stall, he hesitated for a moment, gazing at the succulent pieces of fatty meat, before arriving at a firm decision to purchase half a jean of it. He resolutely resisted the tantalizing aroma of meat buns wafting from the adjacent stall. As a mere tenant farmer, he knew that even the wealthiest landowners should not indulge excessively. With his clothing still pending completion and nothing pressing to attend to, He wandered aimlessly through the streets, clutching his string of pork. Having grown up, he had seldom visited Sanchazi town, and everything in the streets felt remarkably novel and intriguing to him. Chapter 8. Libanzi and Ergo found everything in the town captivating and filled with a sense of freshness. At that moment, he wandered before a fortune-telling stall. There sat an elderly man with a white beard, squinting as he scrutinized the passers-by. Beside the stall stood a banner inscribed with 3 prominent characters. Ergo softly read the words on the banner. "Young man, I perceive that your innate qualities are extraordinary. You shall undoubtedly achieve greatness in the future," the elder proclaimed. His eyes still narrowed, maintaining a composure as steadfast as a mountain. "Are you speaking to me, sir?" Ergo surveyed the surroundings and confirmed he was alone. "Of course. It is you. However, despite your exceptional nature, you ultimately lack guidance from a master, and I fear you may accomplish nothing." Upon hearing the elder's eloquent speech, reminiscent of a learned teacher, Ergo felt a surge of respect. "Please, esteemed elder, enlighten me. Today, I shall first guide you in recognizing 2 characters. Observe. On this banner, the first character, beneath the wood is child, pronounced Li. The last one, person atop mountain, is pronounced Cien." The elder pointed to each character on the banner, explaining them to Ergo. "Libanzian," Ergo murmured, his face flushing as he realized he had misread 2 of the 3 characters. "So, you are the renowned Libanzian." Libanzian, skilled in both writing and divination, possessed profound knowledge, and his reputation was known far and wide throughout the surrounding villages. Whenever locals experienced minor ailments, or when children cried at night, or during matters of marriage and bereavement, they would seek his counsel, for he was said to possess remarkable abilities. Such a trivial fame, it is hardly worth mentioning. "Young lad, I observe that your forehead is ample and your stature is well proportioned. You are destined for a life of great wealth and nobility." Alas. Libantian's words trailed off, as he stroked his beard and sighed, adopting an enigmatic demeanor. Ergo, feeling a deep resonance with his words, acknowledged the accuracy of the prediction, understanding why the townsfolk regarded him as an esteemed sage. Had it not been for the untimely demise of his parents and the loss of their substantial landholdings, he would have at least belonged to a family of modest affluence. Sigh. Just as Ergo was about to seek further counsel from Libanzian, the distant sound of gongs and drums reverberated through the air. Bang, bang, bang. The noise grew increasingly closer, and ahead, the clamor of drums and the lively chatter of the crowd reached a crescendo, as throngs of people rushed forth to join the excitement. With the exuberance of youth, Ergo cast aside thoughts of fate, and curiosity propelled him forward to witness the spectacle. The throng swelled, filling the street to capacity, with even Libanzian standing on his stall, straining to catch a glimpse. From the conversations of those around him, Ergo gleaned the essence of the commotion. It turned out that the results of the current martial scholar examinations were being announced today, and someone from the nearby Sanchazi town had successfully achieved the title of martial scholar. Ergo, with limited experience, understood that a scholar was a figure of considerable importance, far removed from the ordinary, and that their village had not produced a martial scholar in a century. As for the specifics, he, a humble pig feeder and wood chopper, had yet to encounter one. It remained a mystery whose ancestral grave had belched forth smoke, signifying the success of their offspring. Scholars do not bow before officials, they are exempt from corvée labor, enjoy reduced taxes, and bring glory to their families. At this moment, the onlookers stood on tiptoe, their faces alight with envy. Among them were those who, in their ignorance, harbored aspirations of participating in the martial scholar examinations. I too aspire to master martial arts and partake in the examinations, to fulfill your grand ambitions. The first task for the martial scholar is to lift a colossal stone weighing 500 pounds. Do you possess such extraordinary talent? Ergo, standing by, felt a surge of envy and longing within him. After all, he struggled to carry just a single stone of rice and could hardly fathom who might possess such remarkable prowess. Out of curiosity, he squeezed into the crowd, straining to catch a glimpse. Clang, clang, clang. The sound of the gong reverberated, and soon a throng of people surrounded a young man approaching. The youth had a broad face and wore a large red flower on his chest, exuding vigor and vitality. It was none other than his cousin, Zhang Yuyang. At that moment, Zhang Yuyang radiated charm, surrounded by a dozen or so gentlemen of the village, exchanging pleasantries. He engaged in small talk with the local gentry, treating them as if they were kin, when suddenly his gaze fell upon Ergo, who was squeezed within the crowd. Having endured countless beatings since childhood and having recently retaliated against Zhang Yoshin, Ergo instinctively wanted to shrink back upon meeting his cousin's gaze. However, in the midst of the public gathering, Zhang Yuyang clearly had no intention of holding a grudge. He merely glanced over Ergo and resumed his amiable chatter. Yet, Ergo could unmistakably sense the disdain in Zhang Yuyang's eyes, as if he were unworthy of being acknowledged. Standing amidst the crowd, he watched as Zhang Yuyang was celebrated by the gentlemen, parading through the town with gongs and drums, before they all made their way toward Shishi village. Mr. Lee, I too wish to become a martial scholar. Is there a way? On his way home, Ergo balanced a large iron pot atop his head. Clad in a brand new cotton outfit, he felt warm and comfortable, with over 1,000 coins hidden at his waist. Having grown up, he had never experienced such affluence. Ordinarily, he would have been elated to the point of leaping 3 feet high. Yet today, he found himself utterly unable to feel joy. Perhaps it was jealousy. Perhaps it was bitterness. Regardless, witnessing his cousin's success and passing the martial examination left him thoroughly discontented. His uncle had seized the land bequeathed by his parents. And with the mysterious death of Big Dog, he was left to survive in his uncle's household, subsisting on scraps. Now, with his cousin becoming a martial scholar, and thus an official, he felt even more insignificant as a mere tenant farmer. However, since his cousin had succeeded, he thought, why should he not aspire as well? He had just consulted the fortune-teller Li Banzian in town, who informed him that the government held examinations annually, which one could enter by paying a fee. Ergo had even spent 10 coins to have his fortune read. Li Banzian, upon assessing Ergo's fate, was so taken aback that he nearly returned the 10 coins, claiming that such celestial secrets must not be divulged and he would rather forego the earnings. After much persuasion and an additional offering of 20 coins, Li Banzian, taking a considerable risk, reluctantly revealed a fragment of wisdom contrary to his ancestral teachings. According to Li Banzian, Ergo's fate was extraordinarily auspicious. Should he find a distinguished mentor, his future prospects would be boundless, far surpassing the mere status of a martial scholar. Yet, to qualify for the martial examination, one must master martial arts, and at present, he had no means to pursue this path. Zhang Yuyang had trained at the Zhengwu Hall, spending a significant sum and requiring recommendations to gain entry. Thus, Ergo could only implore Li Banzian time and again, even offering some of the pork he had on hand, in hopes of coaxing out more insight. It turns out that Li Banzian is, in fact, a reclusive sage, possessing profound abilities, including celestial magic, while the mundane martial arts are mere trifles to him. However, Li Banzian did not readily acquiesce to impart his skills, declaring that celestial secrets must not be divulged lightly. Nor should the teachings of the Tao be transmitted without due consideration. He insisted on testing the sincerity of his intentions, asserting that true dedication could yield remarkable results. As for the means of expressing such sincerity, the naive experiences of Ergo rendered him initially oblivious. Fortunately, Li Banzian exhibited remarkable patience, subtly guiding him with persistent hints until enlightenment struck Ergo. Although Li Banzian was indeed a being of celestial stature, he held no regard for worldly possessions, viewing them as mere refuse. Nevertheless, Ergo, being an ordinary man, recognized that the most effective way to convey sincerity was through monetary offerings. Initially, a token of respect for his master was required, alongside a formal apprenticeship ceremony. Subsequently, an annual tribute was expected, comprising 10 taels of silver, 10 pounds of premium pork, 2 jars of fine wine, a bushel of pristine rice, a plump chicken, and a large goose. Li Banzian's intentions were not driven by greed for material wealth. Rather, he sought to gauge the depth of Ergo's sincerity. Yet, the financial demands of this tribute alone exceeded Ergo's current means. Furthermore, the daily expenses of martial training were substantial. For instance, Zhang Yuyang consumed 3 meals of white rice daily, often indulging in several bowls per sitting, and occasionally relishing a meat dish, leaving him impoverished without a substantial income. Upon returning to Shiko Mountain, Ergo realized the urgency of accelerating his farming efforts to cultivate more grain, thereby demonstrating his sincerity to Li Banzian. With this thought in mind, he quickened his pace. Chapter 9. An increase in strength. By the time Ergo returned to Shiko Mountain, twilight had descended, signaling the hour for dinner. One might be fated to a life devoid of meat. Today, after much effort and expense, I finally acquired a piece of pork, only to present it to Li Banzian. Fortunately, I managed to procure an iron pot today, allowing me to forego the consumption of stir-fried grains. I poured some rice from the gourd onto a stone slab and gently pounded it to crack the husks, then casually blew away the chaff before placing the grains into the pot with water to cook. These grains had been stored in the gourd for over 3 days. I pondered whether they would undergo some miraculous transformation akin to water. Once the rice was cooked, it dawned on Ergo that he should have purchased a few bowls and chopsticks. However, he was not one to indulge in frivolity. With 2 twigs and a piece of broken tile, he managed quite well. As long as there was sustenance, the finer details held little significance. He scooped a generous mouthful of rice, still bearing some husk, yet it was far more delectable than the stir-fried grains, fragrant, soft, and delightfully chewy. He retrieved his cherished block of bitter salt, savoring 3 hearty bites of rice before delicately licking the salt, which enhanced the flavor remarkably. That evening, he cooked a liter of rice, consuming every last morsel, leaving his belly round and full. After feasting, he reclined amid the straw, feeling a comforting warmth radiate within. Gradually, this warmth spread throughout his body, akin to soaking in a warm bath, bringing immense comfort. He maintained this state, sleeping soundly in the straw until dawn. Upon awakening, he felt invigorated, brimming with boundless energy. Such vitality seemed a waste if not directed toward tilling the land. Thus, he seized a hoe and a machete and ventured towards the uncultivated terrain. Within this stone hollow lay approximately 3 acres of land, yet it was uneven, scattered with various stones and interspersed with thorns and wild trees. To cultivate the land, one must first clear away the underbrush and thorns. A few days ago, he managed to remove a portion of it. The most arduous task lies in leveling the terrain, as the wasteland is strewn with stones, some as large as a foot in diameter and weighing several hundred pounds, others as small as a fist or an egg. It is imperative to remove all these stones. During the subsequent years of cultivation, he will have to continuously gather the smaller pebbles. However, Ergo, with his resilience and adaptability, finds little fuss in the process, only needing to move the larger boulders aside. At that moment, he exerted effort to roll a stone weighing over 300 pounds to the side. The old stubborn donkey had already cleared a significant number of stones, accumulating quite a pile. Ergo intends to use the large stones unearthed during the clearing to construct a stone house for himself. Perhaps the rice stored in the gourd truly possesses remarkable efficacy. After a morning of moving stones, he felt little fatigue. In the following days, his suspicions were confirmed. Consuming the rice from the gourd indeed provided him with boundless energy, significantly enhancing his strength. Each day, he felt an unending reservoir of vigor, accelerating his efforts in land reclamation. By merely shifting the larger stones, uprooting the underbrush, sowing rice, and irrigating the crops, he found that seedlings would sprout by the next day. As days turned into weeks, the expanse of rice paddy gradually widened, and after 6 or 7 months, nearly all 3 acres were blanketed in seedlings. During this half year, alongside the reclamation, he also constructed a stone house from the large boulders. The house measures 20 feet in length, 10 feet in width, and 10 feet in height, crowned with a thatched roof. The gaps between the stones, as well as the layers of straw, were plastered with mud to provide shelter from rain and cold. Within the confines of his dwelling, he constructed a stone bed using rough-hewn rocks, meticulously filling in the uneven areas with soil and compacting it firmly. A generous layer of straw was then spread atop the bed, rendering it exceptionally comfortable for repose. Along the wall in front of the bed, he stacked several burlap sacks brimming with rice grains. In truth, he had stored an even greater quantity of rice within his gourd, with the total amount on both sides reaching at least 80 bushels. This represented the fruits of his labor over the past 6 months. By ensuring that the seedlings received ample water, he was able to harvest every 15 days. Each acre yielded approximately 4 bushels. Immediately after harvesting, he watered the stubble, allowing it to sprout anew, which not only conserved seed costs but also reduced the time required for cultivation. Now, with 3 acres cleared and planted with rice, he could reap a harvest every half month, yielding about 12 bushels per cycle. Over the course of a month, this resulted in a total of 24 bushels. When the price of rice dipped to its lowest at 10 won per liter, a bushel equivalent to 100 liters could be sold for 1,000 won. During times of higher prices, it could rise to nearly 3,000 won per bushel. 1,000 copper coins equated to 1 guan, or 1 tael of silver. Even at the lowest price, the monthly yield of grain would net him 24 taels of silver. Converting this wealth into silver, he had ample means to express his sincerity to Master Li and to pursue his martial studies. Transporting the grain to Sanchazi town for sale would, however, require some time. On this particular day, after finishing his breakfast, Ergo shouldered a heavy load of rice and descended the mountain. Before his departure, he gathered a substantial amount of thorny brambles to obstruct the path leading uphill. For the past 6 months, he had exerted every effort to sabotage this route, determined to keep the secret of his gourd water farming hidden from prying eyes. The path has become exceedingly arduous, with certain areas completely obstructed. He ascends and descends the mountain, relying on several lengthy ropes in various places. Fortunately, his strength has significantly increased, enabling him to endure such exertion. He has been contemplating that once he accumulates sufficient funds, he will seek out Huang Laokai, hoping to purchase the land on Shiko Mountain. If he succeeds in acquiring it, it will become his private domain, allowing him to legitimately enclose the mountain and prevent outsiders from trespassing. This time, Ergo carried 2 large sacks of rice over a distance of 20 miles. Yet he felt little fatigue. Despite the sweltering summer heat, he wore a single pair of cotton trousers. Even with his upper body bare, the heat was quite oppressive. Alas, this was his only outfit, and after selling the grain today, he intended to have a summer set of clothing tailored. Upon entering Sanchazi town, He made his way directly to the Zhou family grain store, the only establishment in town capable of large-scale grain purchasing and sales. Reputedly owned by the wealthiest family in Sanchotsi. The purchase price here was slightly lower than the retail prices at the market stalls. With a substantial quantity of grain to sell, efficiency took precedence over minor price differences. As the autumn harvest approached, grain prices had begun to decline. Today's purchasing price was merely 1,600 coins per stone, equivalent to 16 won per liter. With his 2 large sacks amounting to a total of 12 dough and 6 liters, he received 2,016 won. Armed with this money, he visited a tailor to have a summer outfit custom made. He also procured some bowls and chopsticks, along with various other household items. In the days that followed, he made daily trips to Sanchotsi town, selling a load of rice each time. As the autumn harvest approaches, and with this year's favorable weather ensuring an abundance of grain, the purchasing price at the Zhou family grain store continues to decline day by day. After selling for over 10 consecutive days, Ergo finds that the current price for a stone of rice has plummeted to merely 1,081. Having saved enough to pay for his apprenticeship, he is reluctant to sell at such a low price. After all, his gourd can store a significant amount of grain without spoiling, so there is no urgency to sell. Chapter 10, Apprenticeship and Cultivation Now. With a total of 24,000 coins, equivalent to 24 guan, Ergo considers a pawn shop in Sancha town, which also offers currency exchange services, allowing him to convert copper coins into silver. The standard rate is 1 guan of copper for 1 tael of silver. However, the pawnshop owner is reluctant to work for free and charges a fee for each transaction. When Ergo exchanged for 10 taels of silver, he was charged 500 won, revealing that this venture is even more profitable than farming. Subsequently, he purchased an old hen, 10 jin of pork, incense, and 2 jars of fine wine. As the wine is brewed from grain, its price exceeds that of rice. 1 jar contains 10 liters and costs 600 won, totaling 200 won for the 2 jars. The cost of learning under a master proves to be quite steep, quickly depleting over 10 guan. Furthermore, during festivals and holidays, gifts and tributes must be given, making it an expense few can bear. Having prepared all the necessary items, Li Banzian leads him to a modest courtyard in town. This small courtyard features a jujube tree, laden with jujubes the size of fingers, still ripening. Come in. Inside the main hall facing the courtyard, several spirit tablets and an offering table are arranged. Ergo carries the pork and other items into the hall, placing them neatly on the offering table. At that moment, Li Banzian washed his face in a basin, cleaned his hands, and then lit incense candles to pay his respects before the ancestral tablet. He then expressed a multitude of his filial transgressions and how he had violated the ancestral rules. Ergo, who listened intently from the side, was deeply moved. Following Li Banshan's guidance, he performed a series of intricate rituals, ultimately presenting a cup of tea to his mentor. From that day forth, Ergo became a disciple of Li Banzian. From today onward, I shall impart to you the unparalleled martial arts of our lineage. But I do not delight in vain renown. You must not disclose your training with me to others. Understood. I shall certainly heed your words, master. Ergo replied with utmost respect. How many characters can you recognize? Ergo scratched his head, contemplating for a moment. Perhaps a few hundred. Literacy is the foundation for learning all things. It must be approached gradually. Li Banzian lightly tapped his fingers on the table, lost in thought for a while, before rising to rummage through a chest, retrieving a crumpled book. The pages of this tome had yellowed with age, and many sections were damaged. Even the cover was missing. This book is the treasured martial arts of my family, handed down through generations. Let this serve as your textbook for learning characters. Today, I will teach you 50 characters. Once you have thoroughly mastered them, return to me for another 50. When you have learned the characters within this book, you will be able to practice alongside your studies. Achieving 2 goals with 1 effort. Li Banzian gazed thoughtfully at the tattered book for a moment before arranging his writing implements and, with brush in hand, began to write while reciting the characters aloud. The lady, in her entirety, encompasses the 5 viscera and 6 bowels within, while externally she embodies the limbs and skeletal structure. Internally, she harbors essence and spirit. Externally, sinews, bones, and flesh. After composing an extensive passage and counting, it turned out to be 58 characters long. Master Li instructed Ergo to memorize this text proficiently and then allowed him to return home for further practice. Clutching the paper with trepidation of forgetting, Ergo recited the words repeatedly on his way home. Upon reaching Shiko Mountain, he began to practice writing in the earth using a branch as his pen. After 2 days of diligent effort, he had thoroughly mastered the 58 characters, able to write, recognize, and read them. He then sought Master Li again to learn more characters. Noticing Ergo's swift progress, Master Li imparted an additional 85 characters. In the days that followed, Ergo was able to acquire dozens of new characters every few days. Having invested over 10 strings of cash to secure this opportunity for learning, whenever fatigue set in, he would think of the 10 pounds of pork and the glistening silver, reinvigorating his spirit. Each new character learned felt like reclaiming a copper coin. Thus, he approached his studies with utmost seriousness, for any lapse would mean a loss of his investment. 2 months passed, and he had completed the first chapter of that book. However, despite recognizing the characters, he still struggled to grasp the overall meaning of the text. Master Li, having accepted his fees, exhibited a commendable sense of responsibility, elucidating the significance of the text, which was, in essence, a method of cultivation. The practice begins with the tangible, viscera, sinews, bones, and flesh, utilizing the subtle essence of the corporeal to nurture the intangible primordial energy. As Master Li spoke, his lips foamed with fervor, finally enabling Ergo to comprehend the rudimentary principles of this cultivation method. In summary, it involves nurturing the tangible body while cultivating the intangible vital energy, allowing this energy to flourish and transform into a form of martial essence within. Upon returning to Shiko Mountain, Ergo diligently practiced daily according to the teachings of Li Banxian. His regimen consisted of assuming several peculiar postures, exerting himself awkwardly, claiming it was a means to guide the vital energy within. Following this, he would meditate to further cultivate the energy. While the strange postures were somewhat manageable, the act of meditation proved to be considerably more challenging. His mind was constantly besieged by distracting thoughts. As soon as one notion dissipated, another would swiftly emerge. The very intention to suppress these distractions became a distraction in itself. The more he endeavored to quell these thoughts, the more they proliferated, leading to a state of agitation and discomfort, accompanied by a sense of suffocation and nausea. Yet, considering the substantial investment he had made, he felt compelled to persist, forcing himself to continue. However, it became evident that some endeavors, when pursued with the wrong methods, only lead one further astray. After several days, he found himself increasingly distressed and weary in appearance. With no other recourse, he sought counsel from Li Banxian. The sage retrieved a tattered, unnamed tome, flipping through its pages for an extended period before finally closing it. To attain unparalleled martial prowess, one must surmount all obstacles, harboring no fear or hesitation. If mastery eludes one after a few days, then one must practice for 3 to 5 months. Li Banxian imparted many insights, emphasizing the necessity of perseverance and diligence to conquer all arduous challenges. Ergo, having never practiced martial arts before, was utterly ignorant of this domain. He surmised that all martial practitioners must endure such tribulations and resolved to return and double his efforts. On one particular day, while meditating, he found himself engaged in a fierce struggle against his myriad distractions, when suddenly he felt a tumultuous surge within his chest. With a violent retch, crimson blood spewed forth from his mouth, and his mind swam in a haze as he collapsed to the ground. Dajizi lay there, blood continuously oozing from his lips, his consciousness fading in and out. Yet, he could not shake the thought of the significant sum of money he had spent. His martial arts training remained incomplete, and the aspiration to become a martial scholar felt ever more distant. Despite the fog clouding his mind, the desire to cultivate his skills lingered, and in a dazed state, he instinctively resumed the flow of his technique. Unbeknownst to him, as his mind wavered in and out of clarity, all distracting thoughts dissipated, free from mental clutter. The martial arts technique flowed smoothly, and a faint stream of energy began to coalesce within his meridians. Thus, he lay there in a state of half-consciousness, motionless. As the technique continued its course, leading him into an enigmatic state of being, hours passed in this manner, and a gnawing hunger eventually pulled him back from his profound reverie. Dajizi sprang to his feet, feeling an exhilarating lightness throughout his body. The earlier discomfort had vanished entirely. As he closed his eyes to sense his inner self, he perceived a subtle warmth meandering through his meridians, providing comfort wherever it traveled. Indeed, my master was right. Diligent practice surely leads to mastery, he exclaimed joyfully. Little did he know that in the initial stages of cultivation, the effort to eliminate distracting thoughts could yield counterproductive results. This serendipitous occurrence had ushered his consciousness into a delicate balance between existence and oblivion, aligning him with the profound truths of martial arts. Without the guidance of a wise mentor, he might have spent his life unable to enter the realm of cultivation, and reckless attempts could have even led to his demise. Chapter 11. Grinding stone into powder. In the quaint town of Sankaizi, Li Banxian sat behind his fortune-telling stall, his keen eyes scrutinizing the passers-by. In his line of work, one must possess the acumen to observe and fathom human nature. gathering insights from myriad details, proactively identifying potential clients, and subsequently luring them in. Occasionally, capturing a lucrative patron could sustain him for years, if not provide lifelong benefits. Yet, Sankaisi remained impoverished, with most inhabitants loath to part with even a single copper coin. They would think twice before relinquishing a morsel, even from a mosquito. Earning their money proved an arduous task, and as a result, Li Banzian found himself perpetually oscillating between hunger and satiety. Those unaware of his circumstances often remarked on his gaunt appearance, attributing to him an ethereal quality. However, deep down, he yearned for sumptuous feasts, dreaming of indulgent meals that would fill him to the brim. This year, fortune finally smiled upon him when he encountered a Na'vi young lad, unversed in the ways of the world, who not only provided him with ample food, but also with meat and wine. As he surveyed the street for potential patrons, he spotted a youth approaching from the end of the road, clad in coarse linen and wearing straw sandals, carrying a piece of succulent pork. A plump target had arrived. Li Banzian promptly adjusted his robe, sat up straight, and adopted an air of mystical composure. All the while his mind raced with schemes on how to bamboozle this unsuspecting apprentice. The so-called unparalleled martial arts he had once practiced for an extensive period were nothing but a sham, utterly ineffective, a mere ruse. Regardless, having taught it, if the apprentice failed to master the art, it could only be attributed to a lack of diligence or perhaps a deficiency in talent. The blame could not rest upon the shoulders of the master. Master! From a distance, Ergo greeted enthusiastically, while Li Banzian modestly stroked his beard. Ah, you have arrived. Have there been any advancements in your cultivation recently? Li Banzian recalled that during their last encounter, Ergo had sought his guidance regarding a troubling issue, which he had managed to console after much persuasion. Contemplating, he realized he would need to amplify his persuasive efforts today. Indeed, there has been progress. I have finally embarked on the path of cultivation. Ergo nodded vigorously, expressing his satisfaction with his current advancements. Of course, apart from his own diligence. He was also grateful for his master's teachings. Thus, he had generously spent a considerable sum to procure a piece of exquisite fatty meat for his mentor. Embarked on the path of cultivation, Li Banzian was somewhat skeptical, suspecting that the youth, eager to save face, had exaggerated his achievements. He had previously practiced this technique and found it utterly ineffective. It seemed necessary to administer a lesson. Pondering this, he casually picked up a stone from the ground and placed it on the table. Now, take the stone and crush it into powder for me to see. Ergo quickly shook his head. Although he possessed considerable strength, shattering a stone was still beyond his capabilities. To be unable to accomplish such a simple task yet claim to have commenced his cultivation was rather audacious. Li Banzian shook his head, displaying a look of disappointment as if lamenting Ergo's lack of progress. He then discarded the small stone and picked up a larger one, crushing it effortlessly with a single hand. Observing the astonished and admiring expression on Ergo's face, Li Banzian felt a deep sense of satisfaction. Casually brushing off the dust from his hands, he maintained an unperturbed demeanor, as if it were merely a trivial task. Practitioners of martial arts must eschew arrogance and impatience, ever mindful that there are those more skilled beyond themselves, and realms beyond this one. Master, I was wrong. The reprimand from Li Banzian struck like a thunderclap, leaving Ergo engulfed in shame, his face, the color of soy sauce, flushing deeply to his ears. Acknowledging one's mistakes and amending them is the highest virtue. When the day arrives that you can crush stones and leap a height of 10 feet with a mere flick, you shall be deemed to have entered the realm of cultivation. Li Banzian understood while the principle of administering a reprimand followed by encouragement. Now stroking his beard to console Ergo, he also retrieved a tattered tome from his bosom. Do not be disheartened. With perseverance, you shall one day enter the path of cultivation and become a martial scholar. Today, continue the practice of transcribing texts and learning characters. First, master the words in this book. The two conversed for a considerable time before Ergo took his leave. Since the admonition from his master, Ergo had become acutely aware of the wisdom in humility and patience, returning to the mountain to diligently cultivate each day. Henceforth, apart from occasional trips to the town to study under his master, Ergo refrained from boasting about his progress in front of his teacher. Such a meager level of skill, in the presence of someone as extraordinary as his master, could be seen through in an instant, and uttering it would only serve to irritate his master's ears. Having acquired but a modicum of ability, he felt a sense of pride, unaware that he had yet to even scratch the surface. His master, possessing immense capabilities, never flaunted them. This exemplifies the true essence of humility. There remains an abundance of knowledge for him to acquire. Nevertheless, he firmly believes that one day he will possess strength akin to that of his master, effortlessly grinding stones into powder. Following an unexpected breakthrough during his previous practice, he successfully cultivated the first trace of energy within his meridians, making subsequent training a smooth endeavor. As long as he diligently practices, this vital energy within him gradually strengthens, allowing him to progress incrementally each day. Wherever this energy flows, he experiences a soothing warmth, a most comforting sensation. Perhaps due to this vital energy, he has recently seen a remarkable increase in strength. He can now lift stones weighing over 100 pounds with ease. This newfound power should not be squandered, for there are still many barren stone pits atop Snake Mouth Mountain, perfectly suited for cultivation. Whenever he tires from moving stones, his arms too weary to lift, he simply channels his energy into them, and soon fatigue dissipates. However, he has also noted a particular issue. Since practicing this technique, his appetite has significantly increased. Previously, he could satiate himself with 3 large bowls of rice per meal, yet now he finds 5 bowls insufficient, feeling hungry again in no time. Previously, he only needed 2 meals a day, but now he requires at least 3, often needing 4 to feel adequately nourished. On days when he consumes less, his training progress slows considerably. Fortunately, he no longer worries about food. Otherwise, continuing his martial practice would prove quite challenging. Additionally, he has discovered that grains stored in his gourd not only become more delectable but also enhance his vital energy. Ordinary rice offers little in this regard. While the rice stored in the gourd exhibits a stark contrast to regular grains, once tasted, the difference is unmistakable. This brings forth a dilemma. Having stored his rice conveniently within gourds, how shall he proceed to sell it externally? Should inquiries arise concerning the origin of this rice, what explanations could he provide? Sankaizi town is not particularly distant from Shishi village. If attention were to be drawn, it would not be difficult to trace the rice back to Shiku Mountain. Until a solution presents itself, he is disinclined to market this stored rice. One day, Ergo reminisced about his years of feeding pigs, and suddenly an idea struck him. If he were to cook the food until it was soft and mushy, resembling pig feed, who could possibly discern its true nature? However, selling pig feed outright would not fetch a reasonable price and might not be conducive to sales, for the number of individuals fond of such fare is likely minimal. Perhaps it could be marketed as a medicinal remedy. He recalled that in the town, there once were street performers who sold a potent pill. Perhaps he could experiment with a similar concept. Chapter 12. The potent pill. Ergo reflected on his past experiences in cooking pig feed, contemplating the formulation of this potent pill. Utilizing solely white rice would undoubtedly prove ineffective. Having consumed rice their entire lives, others would recognize it immediately. It was essential to incorporate some wild vegetables into the mix. He took up a hoe and approached the edge of the rice field, where he had cultivated a small patch of wild greens specifically. The yaojile he had transplanted in the past. Now that he had food to eat, he had merely watered it daily without harvesting any. At this moment, as he plunged the hoe into the earth, he discovered that the yaojile had grown thicker than his fist, with each stalk exceeding a foot in length. He picked one, peeled away its outer skin, revealing a pure, glistening white interior. A bite revealed its crisp sweetness. What was once an ordinary wild vegetable had flourished remarkably, nurtured by the water from the gourds, yielding such size and delightful flavor. Based on the growth of these rare chicken legs, he estimated that the yield would surpass that of rice cultivation by a significant margin. He planned to cultivate additional wasteland next time to experiment with planting more of these rare chicken legs. At this moment, Ergo unearthed several rare chicken legs, washed them thoroughly, chopped them together with the leafy greens, and cooked them with rice. He then poured this mixture onto a smooth stone slab and repeatedly pounded it with a stone until it transformed into a large lump of light yellow-green paste. Ergo took a handful and stuffed it into his mouth, discovering that, despite its unappetizing appearance, it was quite delectable, soft and glutinous with a hint of sweetness. He then rolled the paste into thumb-sized balls and set them out to dry. After drying, he sampled a few. They were hard and chewy, yet the more he chewed, the more flavorful they became. To be frank, Ergo was not entirely satisfied with the final product, as it lacked any medicinal taste and was perhaps too palatable. Given its appearance, it would be hard for anyone to believe it could be sold as a strength-enhancing pill. For the time being, he could only proceed as is, contemplating ways to incorporate some harmless herbal ingredients to darken the product and make it less appetizing. He intended to store it in a gourd, so he could easily consume a few pieces whenever he wished. In a few days, he planned to sell it at the market, confident that no one would recognize the ingredients he had used. Over the course of several days, he hand-rolled a substantial quantity of strength-enhancing pills and stored them in the gourd. After 3 days of storage in the gourd, these pills proved to have effects similar to rice, boosting strength and revitalizing one's inner energy. On this particular day, he accompanied Li Banzi to the town, where he transcribed dozens of characters. After concluding his writing, he set up a stall at the market to sell the strength-enhancing pills for 10 coins each. As a result, He not only failed to sell a single item but also endured relentless ridicule. Others mocked him for his youth, suggesting that he was a mere child attempting to deceive with trivial antics. Some ruffians even insisted that since others performed feats of strength, he should entertain them by smashing bricks atop his head. The onlookers joined in the jeering, leaving him utterly humiliated and disheveled. Ultimately, he had no choice but to hastily pack up his stall and leave the market, his face flushed with embarrassment. On his way home, a profound sense of despondency enveloped him. While charlatans could peddle their fake remedies, he, with genuine medicine, found no one willing to believe him. As he passed through Snake Creek Village, a girl with twin pigtails tied with crimson ribbons bounced towards him. "Brother Dog, Little Easy Eye. It's been over half a year since we last met, and my cousin has grown so tall that I almost didn't recognize her. Yet, they remained as familiar as ever. Brother Dog, have you had anything to eat? Are you hungry? Wait here for me. I have some leftover food at home, and I'll fetch it right away." Little Easy Eye said, turning to leave, but was promptly stopped by Ergo. "Little Easy Eye, I've rented a few acres of land on Snake Mouth Mountain. I have food now." "Oh, that is wonderful. As long as you have food." Little Easy Eye seemed to finally relax the worry that had weighed heavily on her. However, she then recalled the various legends surrounding Snake Mouth Mountain. "Brother Dog, I heard there are snake demons on Snake Mouth Mountain. Have you seen any?" Children often felt a mix of fear and curiosity regarding such tales of snake demons. "No. Those are likely just stories concocted by the elders to frighten children," he replied. Arguzi shook his head, having discovered no abnormalities. "Oh, by the way, you hit my second brother last time. He cried at home all day and didn't even attend school." Zioeasy recalled how her second brother's face had swelled up like a pig's head after the beating and couldn't help but laugh heartily. "You should be cautious as well. My elder brother has threatened to beat you and declared that he would strike you every time he sees you." The two stood by the roadside, chatting for quite a while, thoroughly enjoying each other's company. As they prepared to part ways, Erguzi remembered the large quantity of pills that remained unsold. Since they couldn't be sold, it would be nice to give some to Zioeasy as a snack, so he immediately pulled out a packet. "What is this?" "These are powerful pills I bought at the market. They say consuming them can allow one to break bricks with their head and crush large stones with their chest." Erguzi felt embarrassed to reveal his own folly and sought an excuse instead. "Oh dear, you've been deceived. This clearly doesn't resemble any kind of pill. The color is wrong, and it has no medicinal scent whatsoever. Let us go confront him and demand our money back." Zioeasy insisted, pulling Erguzi along. But he dared not go, fearing that it would expose his blunder. "No, that person has long since departed. I've tried them, and they taste rather good. Let us keep them as snacks. What if they prove effective?" "Very well then." Zioeasy still felt a twinge of reluctance, yet she had no choice. She picked one up, popped it into her mouth, and began to chew slowly, discovering that it indeed tasted delightful, quite chewy, and increasingly fragrant. After bidding farewell to Zioeasy, Erguzi made his way to Huang Laocai's house. Rent was due soon, so he thought it prudent to stop by and take a look. Upon entering the home of old Huang, one is immediately struck by the sight of his yard, hall, and rooms brimming with golden rice. Aside from the portion of land rented out, he cultivates over 100 acres himself, and now, during the autumn harvest, his household is overwhelmed with grain. Therefore, he must first manage his own supplies to create some space before collecting rents. Ergo, you have arrived at an opportune moment. In 5 days, accompany me to the county town. "Certainly, master. What is it that you require?" Ergo readily agreed. With the autumn harvest underway, I must go to the county office to pay taxes, and I require assistance as my manpower is insufficient. Rest assured, I shall be there when the time comes. The prospect of visiting the county town excited Ergo considerably, having only ventured as far as Sanchatsi town in his life. He had heard tales of the multi-story buildings in the county town, the horse-drawn carriages, and the performers reciting stories and entertaining with their antics. He had learned that the highest official in the county was the county magistrate, who, it was said, dined on meat at every meal and traveled in a grand flower sedan chair, attended by servants clad in fine garments. In Sanchatsi town, he had only glimpsed brides from affluent families being carried in flower chairs, and had never encountered a horse-drawn carriage. In his childhood imagination, the county magistrate sat regally in a grand sedan chair, a chicken leg in one hand and a bottle of honey water in the other, exuding an aura of authority. Reflecting on this now, he realizes how naive his childhood perceptions were. Moreover, the people of Sanchatsi town lacked experience and did not recognize his powerful pills. Perhaps in the county town, he could sell them without issue. The considerable distance to the county town also afforded him the freedom to sell his wares without the worry of being confronted by anyone from Shiko Mountain. He must hasten to accumulate funds to acquire the land atop Snake Mouth Mountain from Huang Laokai, for only then will his heart find peace. Chapter 13. The talented young man Ergo returned to Snake Mouth Mountain and began preparing for his journey. He first moved some stones and thorns, making the already treacherous path even more difficult to traverse. He had to rely on ropes to ascend and descend the mountain. He packed all the valuable items from the mountain, such as hoes, hatchets, and iron pots, into a gourd. He also took the opportunity to tally the rice and copper coins stored within it. Currently, he possessed over 150 stones of rice and a measure of powerful pills. However, what he desperately lacked were copper coins and silver, amounting to a meager total of merely 5 guan. Given the current market price, 1 mu of land could fetch 20 guan, meaning that for the 3 mu he was currently farming, he would require at least 60 guan. Moreover, it was uncertain whether Huang Laokai would be willing to sell. Ergo planned to seize the opportunity to inquire if Huang Laokai might consider selling him the land on Snake Mouth Mountain. After all, the area was predominantly rocky, the mountain path increasingly arduous, and irrigation was inconvenient. For others, the land on Snake Mouth Mountain held little value, but for Ergo, it was the most suitable option. He could only hope that his trip to the city would lead him to someone discerning, allowing him to sell the powerful pills at a good price, thus enabling him to purchase the land. In preparation for his journey, Ergo washed the only thin linen outfit he possessed a day in advance. He meticulously stitched the openings at the cuffs and underarms. He also immersed himself in the Snake Creek for a refreshing bath, scrubbing away all the dirt from his body. After meticulously combing his hair and donning a pair of brand new straw sandals, the youth appeared invigorated, resembling a newlywed groom in his elegance. As Ergo carried 5 dough of rice to Huang Laotsai's residence to pay rent, he sensed a spark in the gaze of Huang Laotsai's second daughter as it fell upon him. At that moment, their eyes met, causing Ergo's face to flush crimson. Extending down to his neck, he lowered his head, no longer daring to meet her eyes. Huang Laotsai's second daughter was round-faced, with a curvaceous waist and ample hips. Renowned as one of the village's most beautiful women, captivating the attention of many idle young men. Such a woman, whether toiling in the fields or nurturing children at home, was exceptionally skilled. However, she was the daughter of the village's wealthiest man, far beyond the reach of the tenants who could only dream of being with her. "Oh, it's Ergo," someone exclaimed. At first glance, I thought a groom had arrived. The young man is growing more handsome by the day. At this height, it's time for you to marry. A gathering of strong men, tenants of Huang Laokai, had already assembled, idly passing the time. Upon seeing Ergo, they seized the opportunity to tease him. "Look at him, blushing." One tenant, called Lai Fu, clapped Ergo on the shoulder. "Next time you head to the city, brother, let me take you to the hidden spots. For just a few coins, you can indulge in the pleasures of manhood. A few visits, and I assure you, you'll never blush again." "Uncles, I am still young. I have not yet reached the age for marriage," Ergo thought to himself. Reflecting on his tender age of just 14, realizing that it was still a tad premature for such commitments. "What do you know, young man? As the old adage goes, when one is bound by a wife, one's fortunes grow. Marrying a spouse brings further prosperity." Amidst the raucous laughter and jovial banter of the rugged men, a door creaked open. Ergo turned to see his cousin, Zhang Yuliang, emerging from the back room of Huang Laotsai's residence, his face a deep shade of displeasure. Zhang Yuliang noticed Ergo but merely shot him a disdainful glance before turning away. A few tenants, upon spotting the scholar Wu, hurried forward, eager to flatter him with a few kind words. Master Zhang. Master Zhang." Yet, their cousin merely grunted dismissively from his nostrils and continued on his way, hardly sparing a glance for the crowd. After he had departed, one of the tenants murmured his dissatisfaction. "Why the airs? We're all from the same village." His companion quickly hushed him. "Hush. Do not speak so carelessly. He is now a scholar, and we cannot afford to offend him." At that moment, Huang Laokai also emerged from the back room. "Thank you all for your patience. Let us have breakfast first. A hearty meal will give us the strength to labor." Huang Laokai was a man of propriety, graciously treating everyone to a warm breakfast of steaming white rice accompanied by pickled vegetables. Normally, they would not have the luxury of such a feast, even during the new year. Now, they dug in heartily, relishing the ample meal. The prospect of a full belly was one of the reasons the tenants were fond of working at Huang Laotsai's home. After they had eaten their fill, Huang Laokai directed everyone to bag the grain and load it onto the wheelbarrow. Each cart was laden with 3 stones of rice, and they prepared over 30 carts. It was only then that Ergo realized that nearly half of the rent collected by Huang Laokai had to be paid as taxes. Moreover, what lay before him was merely a fraction of the total tax burden. He would also have to select the finest grains and dutifully deliver them to the county office. Failure to do so within the stipulated time would result in the dispatch of a team of officials to impose punitive measures. When officials came knocking, negotiations would be far from amicable. One would need to tread carefully, as any hint of dissatisfaction could lead to violence, property destruction, or even confiscation of assets, with repercussions that could be quite severe. Together with Huang Laokai, their group comprised 50 individuals, maneuvering over 30 carts, with a few remaining to assist. They traversed a narrow path, first arriving at Sanchotsi town before veering onto a main road. Over the past 6 months, Ergo had not only significantly increased his strength but had also grown taller. With over 300 pounds of rice, he now pushed a cart alone. Having walked over 10 miles yet still feeling at ease, whenever he sensed fatigue or numbness in his arms, he would secretly channel his vital energy to alleviate the discomfort almost instantaneously. The strength in his arms surged remarkably in that moment. The same applied to his legs. As long as he allowed his energy to flow through his meridians, fatigue would dissipate, enabling him to continue at a brisk pace. Along the journey, others had changed hands several times, yet he remained steadfast, leading his cart without respite. Fellow tenants believed him to be brimming with youthful vigor and eager to display his strength. In truth, he seized the opportunity to practice channeling his energy while walking, a technique his master had never taught him, compelling him to explore and comprehend it on his own. Throughout the journey, he remained focused on his practice, increasingly attuned to the nuances of his technique. Rather than feeling exhausted, he found himself growing more invigorated with each step. Suddenly, the sound of a gong resonated, and a group of individuals emerged from either side of the official road, brandishing knives and clubs with an intimidating demeanor, effectively blocking the path. Ergo had never encountered such a spectacle. He hastily abandoned his unicycle and stepped into the throng, discreetly grasping the short knife concealed within his bosom. However, the accompanying tenants seemed remarkably unfazed, maintaining their composure. At that moment, Huang Laokai approached with a jovial demeanor, bowing respectfully to a middle-aged man with a face resembling a pig's kidney. It turned out to be Zhao the Great, and Huang Laokai expressed his apologies for the oversight. "This mountain is mine to cultivate, and this tree is mine to plant." The man with the pig's kidney face appeared quite fixated on the rhetoric of robbery, emphasizing the need for ceremonial formality as he recited the lines verbatim with a stern countenance. He then swung the butcher's knife in his hand, delivering a decisive blow to a tree by the roadside. The surrounding trees bore numerous deep cuts, undoubtedly the handiwork of this pig-faced man. "Do you understand the rules?" "Yes." "Indeed." Huang Laokai, with a beaming smile, bowed again and produced a silver coin from his sleeve, presenting it with both hands to the pig-faced man. Zhao the Great upholds local stability. Enduring the hardships of mountain life is no easy feat. Please accept this token of goodwill. No need for such flowery words. I am merely a highwayman. The pig-faced man snatched the coin, weighing it in his hand, and showed no appreciation for Huang Laokai's flattering remarks. "Brothers, disperse." With that, the pig-faced man yanked the butcher's knife from the tree and called out, leading the band of bandits as they quickly retreated into the thicket. The robbers arrived swiftly and departed even faster, allowing the group to continue pushing their unicycle toward the county town. The crowd had just endured an encounter with bandits. Although they were not particularly fearful at the time, a lingering sense of trepidation now remained. This Zhao the Great, despite his role as a bandit, was known to possess a certain code of conduct. "I have accompanied my master along this road for over a decade," Lai Fu remarked. "As long as one willingly offers up their riches, he never harms anyone. Moreover, it is said that this stretch of road is under his domain. Once he accepts payment to allow passage, no other bandits dare to ambush us." From the tone of the tenants' discourse, it seemed that this bandit had earned quite a reputation, and the tenants appeared rather envious of the life of a bandit. Chapter 14. The Apothecary. The journey from Shishi village to the county seat was long. They set off early in the morning and encountered a bandit once along the way, stopping to rest twice before finally arriving at the county seat by evening. Ergo finally beheld the fabled county town, his eyes wide with curiosity as he took in the sights. Outside the county, a sturdy earthen wall stood at least 10 feet high, far surpassing the walls of Huang Laotsai's courtyard. It was even more magnificent than he had imagined. Peering over the wall, he caught sight of several tall buildings within the town, each at least 5 or 6 stories high. Ergo was astonished to learn that structures could rise to such heights and be so exquisitely crafted. The city gate was at least 6 or 7 yards wide, bustling with people coming and going. Many, like them, pushed wheelbarrows to pay their taxes. After entering the city, they had not walked far when a ragged group of beggars suddenly rushed towards them, startling Ergo. "Begone!" Lai Fu and Ergo shouted, wielding branches to drive the beggars away. These beggars, who thrive on the timid and fear the bold, particularly target newcomers from the countryside. "Lai Fu, let us seek refuge in our old haunt for the night and visit the county office in the morning." Huang Laokai instructed Lai Fu to lead the way. and they proceeded along a cobblestone street. Flanked by shops, tailors, confectionaries, bun stalls, and general stores, the vibrant array of colorful establishments captivated Ergo, who, encountering such novelty for the first time, found himself at a loss for direction. As they passed a partially ajar wooden door, he peeked inside to discern the wares on offer. Just then, a woman emerged, of similar age to his aunt. Adorned in a flamboyant garment with lips painted a vivid red, reminiscent of one who had recently savored blood. "Come in and play," she beckoned, reaching out to grasp Ergo, who, startled, hastily retreated a few steps. "Thank you, Auntie, I shall return another time," he stammered, his cheeks flushed as he hurried away. The warmth of the county town's women was quite striking, extending such fervent invitations despite their unfamiliarity. The awkwardness of Ergo elicited hearty laughter from the assembled tenants. "Ergo, why did you not go in? It's quite entertaining inside. Who would have thought you possessed such cunning?" Amidst the laughter, Ergo began to grasp the concept of the clandestine allure he had heard spoken of before, his face burning with embarrassment as he dared not raise his eyes. "Do not fret, I shall take you there tonight. For merely 5 copper coins, you may indulge in some revelry," said Ergo, slapping Ergo's shoulder with a conspiratorial wink, prompting another round of laughter from the tenants. Meals could be reduced to just 2. It would be a pity to have come all this way for nothing. Observing their animated conversation, it appears they are indeed contemplating spending 5 copper coins here. These individuals, who labor tirelessly in the fields, are typically miserly even when it comes to a pinch of salt for their vegetables. Yet now, they seem willing to part with 5 coins for such a frivolous endeavor. At the tender age of 14, he is unable to comprehend such behavior. With those 5 coins, he could easily indulge in a meat bun instead. As he continues along the path, he encounters several partially ajar doors, where some women lean against the frames, warmly beckoning to passers-by. The tenants, laughing and joking, engage in light-hearted banter with them. Ergo, feeling shy, dares not linger to observe further and hastily walks past, his cheeks flushed. However, when he occasionally glances up, he notices a herbal shop by the roadside, prompting a flicker of interest as he mentally notes the location. Recently, he has been contemplating the idea of infusing his potent pills with herbal ingredients to impart a medicinal flavor. Moreover, it is imperative that these herbs are harmless, for he has no intention of engaging in any business that endangers life for profit. Should these herbs also possess nourishing and restorative properties, it would be even better. To this end, he has sought guidance from Master Lee Banzian regarding herbal knowledge. Master Lee, a polymath versed in both literature and martial arts, possesses an encyclopedic understanding of the world. He introduced Ergo to various herbs known for their health benefits, such as ginseng, polygonatum, and reishi. However, these herbs require extensive growth periods and come at a steep price. Ergo muses that it would be ideal to acquire seeds for personal cultivation. Yet, in the entirety of Sanchatsi town, there exists only one herbalist, who unfortunately lacks both the herbs and the seeds he seeks. For a long time, I had yearned to visit the county town, yet I had never ventured so far from home. Unfamiliar with the journey and having heard tales of bandits along the way, I had postponed my trip until now. At the end of this street, there lies an open space where several groups have gathered to rest. Most of them are itinerant merchants or landlords from distant lands come to pay their taxes. Perhaps due to the overwhelming number of travelers, finding accommodation was impractical. Thus they had to make do with an outdoor stay for the night. Lai Fu brought a large bundle of firewood and soon ignited a bonfire. Huang Laokai produced a substantial bag of dry rations to share among the group. Everyone used sticks to roast the provisions over the flames while they dined. This evening, they would take turns keeping watch, forming teams of 4, each group assigned to guard for 1 watch of the night. Lai Fu and Ergo, as trusted aides of Huang Laokai, frequently accompanied him to the county town, ensuring that all arrangements were meticulously organized. After the tasks were assigned and everyone had their fill, several tenants huddled together, whispering conspiratorially. "Ergo, let us go. I'll take you for a spin," Lai Fu said, playfully slapping Ergo on the shoulder. "I want to go," Ergo replied, his face flushed. Though curiosity tugged at him, he dared not openly partake in such escapades. The others, witnessing Ergo's embarrassment, erupted into laughter before linking arms and departing. However, not long after Lai Fu and the others had left, Ergo bid farewell to Huang Laokai and set off on his own. He certainly was not seeking clandestine adventures, as he passed by several such doorways. Where figures beckoned him from within, he averted his gaze and hurried past. Before long, he found himself at the previous apothecary. The interior was exceedingly sparse, featuring merely a table, and he noticed there was no medicine cabinet in sight. An elderly man sat behind a table, hunched over as he fiddled with the herbs in his hands. Upon hearing the footsteps of a young lad, he did not raise his head but inquired, Are you seeking an abortion or treatment for venereal disease? I am not seeking an abortion. I merely wish to purchase some medicine. The young boy, known as Ergo, hastily explained. Yet, the old man seemed oblivious to his words and reiterated, Are you seeking an abortion or treatment for venereal disease? I neither seek an abortion nor am I ill. At last, the old man lifted his gaze and noticed that before him stood a mere child. If you are not ill, what brings you here? At such a tender age, neglecting your studies and succumbing to venereal disease, yet too ashamed to admit it. I am not ill. Ergo's cheeks flushed with embarrassment, and he attempted to stubbornly clarify his position, but to the old man's eyes, it likely appeared as though the boy was simply too bashful to confess. The elder then reached beneath the table and produced a dozen small paper packets, tossing them onto the table. 2 packets a day, for internal and external use, at 21 per packet. I am not ill. I merely wish to inquire if you have ginseng, Ergo replied, sensing that the old man was rather unreliable, who prescribes medicine without an understanding of the ailment. Ginseng? The old man regarded Ergo with a look of surprise before shaking his head. We have none. Not only do I lack ginseng here, but most of it in Anchang County is under the control of the county magistrate. At best, a few roots remain, and those have likely been acquired by Hong and Tang. You might want to check there. Subsequently, Ergo inquired about several other herbs that could be cultivated, but none were available. Ultimately, he left with a small packet of what was purported to be the seeds of sistanch, having spent 100 won. The old man cryptically informed him that this item originated from the desolate wilderness beyond the Great Wall, renowned for its remarkable ability to invigorate kidney yang. Those who consume it would be well aware of its effects. However, the varieties found in the arid desert were uncertain, and Ergo had no confidence in his ability to cultivate them, so he decided to experiment. After some dialogue, Ergo discerned that the old man was rather limited in his expertise, primarily focusing on performing abortions, treating venereal diseases, and dispensing dubious kidney tonics, which seemed rather unreliable. I possess a potent pill that can enhance strength. Would you be interested? Ergo proposed, reaching for the pill. No. The old man, though untrustworthy, was surprisingly resolute at that moment, even displaying a hint of mockery. Disheartened, Ergo carefully stowed away the seeds of the meat wormwood and inquired about Hong and Hall before making his way in that direction. Upon emerging from the narrow stone alley, he found himself on a broader street, just as twilight began to envelop the sky. The shops lining both sides of the street were illuminated. As he passed a meat bun shop, he could not resist the temptation and purchased 2 buns, savoring them as he walked. The meat filling was exquisitely fragrant and generously oily. With each bite, his mouth overflowed with richness. After finishing the buns, he licked his fingers clean of grease. Hong and Hall was the largest herbal apothecary in the entire Anchang County. Inside, the main hall spanned 5 to 6 zhang in width, adorned with numerous medicine cabinets, and the floor was laid with gleaming marble. Ergo stood at the entrance, vigorously scraping the mud off his grass shoes and wiping the grease from his hands onto his clothing before finally stepping inside. Within the establishment, 2 physicians were consulting patients, while several apprentices busily attended to various tasks. In this establishment, one can not only seek medical treatment but also procure a variety of medicinal herbs. The shop is stocked with numerous pre-prepared pills and plasters, readily available for anyone to take home and use. As Ergo entered Hong and Tang, an apprentice approached him to offer assistance. Are you here for treatment or to purchase medicine? I wish to buy some herbs. Ergo responded, his curiosity leading him toward the rows of cabinets adorned with the names of various herbal remedies. At that moment, he caught sight of a man in a green robe entering through the door. It was Zhang Yuliang. They had crossed paths that very morning at Huang Laocai's residence. What could have brought him to the county town? Ergo, reluctant to encounter his cousin, swiftly turned away. Do you have the Peiyuan pill in stock? His cousin, evidently well acquainted with Hong and Tang, inquired directly upon entering. Indeed, we received a new batch a few days ago, but there are only a dozen or so. Excellent. I shall take 2. His cousin retrieved 2 silver ingots from his sleeve, tossed them to an apprentice, and then accepted a small porcelain vial, tucking it into his garment before departing. Ergo feigned interest in the inscriptions on the cabinets until his cousin had exited, then turned to the nearby apprentice to inquire. What precisely is this Peiyuan pill? It is a proprietary formulation of our establishment, designed to enhance physical strength and replenish vital energy, particularly beneficial for martial artists. What is the price? How much for each pill? This medicine is rather costly, priced at 10 taels of silver per pill. He had initially considered purchasing one to try, but was taken aback by the steep cost. At 10 taels per pill, his entire fortune amounted to merely 5 guan. To conceal the embarrassment of his financial inadequacy, he casually glanced around the medicine cabinet. At last, he noticed a drawer labeled with the words ginseng, ginseng flower, ginseng seed, and ginseng leaf. May I take a look at that drawer? He inquired. The apprentice climbed onto a stool, and pulled out the entire drawer for him to inspect. Inside, the drawer was divided into 4 compartments, housing ginseng leaves, ginseng flowers, ginseng seeds, and a single ginseng root. "What is the price for this ginseng root?" he asked. This particular root is a wild mountain ginseng, over a decade old, priced at 20 taels of silver. Initially, there were 2 roots, but just a few days ago, one had been used in the preparation of the Guban pill. The mountain ginseng has all been monopolized by the county magistrate, and only through our strong connections at Hong and Hall could we acquire a couple of roots. As the apprentice spoke, a look of pride illuminated his face. The man felt a pang in his heart. Such exorbitant prices only reinforced his determination to cultivate ginseng himself. Perhaps, with a year's dedication, he could nurture ginseng that was 10 years old. "And how much for the ginseng seeds?" he inquired. "These are quite affordable, at 61 per chien." He instructed the apprentice to pour out all the ginseng seeds from the compartment for weighing. The total came to 3.5 chien, amounting to 210 won. In addition to the ginseng, he also purchased some huanjing seeds for 150 won. These seeds, being medicinal materials, would not raise suspicions when bought in small quantities, but acquiring too many would be inappropriate. At last, having successfully obtained the medicinal seeds, he felt a surge of joy within, having fulfilled a long-held aspiration. In a casual inquiry, he asked whether Hong and Hall would accept the powerful pills, only to be met with a firm rejection. They regarded him as a charlatan, merely engaging in business while valuing harmony, choosing not to confront him directly. What began as a hopeful venture to profit from the powerful pills resulted in him being unable to sell even a single one. Chapter 15. The youth. When Ergo returned to the temporary camp, he found that Lai Fu and the others had already returned. Upon seeing him act alone, they could not help but tease him. Everyone mistakenly believed that he was too shy to join them. Thus he had ventured secretly to the hidden entrance by himself. Unable to provide a detailed explanation for his actions, he could only concede to their assumptions. He sat beside Huang Laokai, pondering for a long while before finally speaking up. "Boss, are you selling the land on Snakemouth Mountain?" "What? You want to buy it?" "That mountain is nothing but stones, with not even a drop of water." "Why would you want it?" Huang Laokai looked at Ergo with confusion. Just months ago, this lad could hardly afford a meal and wore trousers that revealed his backside. Now he entertained thoughts of purchasing land. "Boss, since that piece of land is filled with stones and is not suitable for farming, why not sell it to me?" "Absolutely not. No matter how poor the land is, it remains a treasured inheritance for future generations." Huang Laokai waved his hand, resolutely refusing with no room for negotiation. Though Ergo felt disheartened by the rejection, he could not blame Huang Laokai. If he possessed a piece of land himself, he would not part with it lightly, provided he was not facing starvation. Ergo's heart grew increasingly restless, uncertain of where to seek a place to establish himself. Despite the presence of many desolate areas, each was, in fact, owned by someone. Left to lie in neglect, overgrown with weeds, it may seem inconsequential, yet should anyone dare to cultivate the land without permission, the owner would swiftly appear. Even with a precious gourd in hand, one finds it impossible to utilize it, unable to claim even a fragment of land as their own. At present, the only course seems to be to diligently follow the master, striving to pass the examination for a martial scholar, with the hope that the future may hold unforeseen opportunities. On the following morning, as dawn broke, Huang Laokai gathered everyone to push the cart towards the county office. Upon arriving at a side door of the official building, they found the gates still closed, with the magistrates yet to rise. The entrance was already teeming with laborers eager to pay their taxes, all clamoring to advance and secure a better position. In previous years, this fierce competition had led to bones being broken and even fatalities. Why the shoving? Form an orderly queue. At that moment, a constable appeared, a large blade at his waist and a whip in hand, striking those who were not patiently waiting in line. Huang Laokai and his companions had no choice but to obediently take their place at the back of the line. After enduring a long half-hour, the doors of the office finally swung open, and the queue began to inch forward. After an additional 3 hours, they at last reached the entrance. Lai Fu, carrying a sack of rice, was about to rush inside when, bang, a foot flew out, sending him sprawling onto the ground. Today was over. They would have to return tomorrow. With a resounding thud, the side door slammed shut once more. Lai Fu picked himself up, wincing in pain as he rubbed his sore backside. Feeling a mix of indignation and helplessness, glancing at the sky, the sun still hung high, granting them at least a few more moments to till the land before darkness fell. There is no choice. The officials have their rules, and they are obliged to adhere to them. After enduring a long wait, they can only rest overnight at the entrance. However, Ergo is rather pleased with this arrangement, seizing the opportunity to enjoy an extra day in the county town. Undeterred, he wishes to further promote his powerful pills. After exchanging pleasantries with Huang Laokai, he departs alone. The street where Hong and Tang is located is not far from the county government office. It is indeed the most bustling area of the town. 3 apothecaries line this street. At the end of the street is a modest shop called Hui Chun Tang, which is the smallest and least frequented, with its door barely ajar. In broad daylight, a young man is sprawled over the counter, asleep. Ergo enters the shop and clears his throat a couple of times to rouse the young man. Rubbing his eyes, the young man asks, "Are you here to seek treatment or to purchase medicine? Are you the doctor here?" Ergo examines the youth before him, whose complexion is fair and clean, and who appears only a few years older than himself, not quite fitting the image of a physician. It is no wonder business is poor. Who would dare allow a youth with barely any facial hair to attend to their ailments? Indeed, I am the doctor at Hui Chun Tang. Do not be deceived by my youth. I learned to read at 3, studied medicine at 5, practiced healing at 7, mastered pulse diagnosis at 9, and at 18, I have thoroughly read the medical classics. This young doctor seems aware of his own youthfulness and strives to justify his capabilities, asserting that he is indeed qualified to provide medical care. Could you please take a look at this? Ergo alters his approach, opting not to mention the promotion of the pills just yet, and hands a powerful pill to the young man. The youth accepts the pill, squinting to examine it closely, perhaps in an effort to validate his expertise. He scrutinizes the pill for an extended period, displaying utmost seriousness and diligence. Subsequently, he scraped a bit of powder from the pill and tasted it with his tongue, squinting his eyes to savor the flavor. Initially, his brow furrowed in concentration, but soon it relaxed, and his eyes sparkled with delight. This substance possessed a sweet flavor and a warm nature, capable of invigorating the spirit, strengthening the spleen, replenishing energy, and fortifying the body. Truly a fine treasure. In a bid to showcase his expertise, the young man expounded at length, though Ergo struggled to comprehend, as he had merely boiled the concoction. "I possess a few of these pills and wish to sell them to you. I wonder if you would be interested?" Ergo then produced a large handful of pills, carefully placing them on the counter as he inquired. "Of course, I am interested. I'll take as many as you have." The youth's response was unexpectedly bold and forthright. Ergo was overjoyed, hastily unburdening himself of the hefty sack on his back. He had crafted a substantial quantity of powerful pills. Yet this sack could only contain 5 or 6 liters. The remainder was stored in a gourd, which was inconvenient to access. Upon unwrapping the burlap sack, he revealed hundreds of pills nestled within. Ergo casually selected one and popped it into his mouth, chewing slowly. "You should try one. The more you chew, the more flavorful it becomes." The young man, not wishing to be impolite, also took a pill and savored it. Indeed, the flavor intensified with each chew, evoking memories of a rare delicacy he had once tasted. "This is truly remarkable. What do you intend to charge per pill?" Ergo pondered the pricing in his mind. Initially, he had thought to sell them for 10 coins each, a rather ambitious notion. After facing several setbacks, his thoughts had become considerably more pragmatic. The price of a liter of grain ranged from 20 to 30 coins, and a liter could yield approximately 50 pills. Even if he sold each pill for a mere penny, he would still profit. Now, considering its value as a medicinal herb, he could at least charge 2 pennies per pill. With this thought, he extended 2 fingers. However, witnessing the young man's urgent demeanor, he felt he could raise the price. Thus, he cautiously extended a 3rd finger. 3 pennies per pill, approximately 150 pennies per liter, undoubtedly a substantial profit. Ergo felt a twinge of anxiety, fearing that the young man might scold him for his greed and outright reject the offer. "All right, no problem." To his surprise, the young man, without a moment's hesitation, accepted the offer. Ergo inexplicably felt a pang of regret, wishing he had tested the waters with a price of 4 pennies. Yet, one should not be overly greedy. Slow and steady wins the race. The young man unfurled his bag, and together they meticulously counted the number of pills, taking quite some time to finish. In total, there were 285 pills. 30 pennies each, the young man said, his fingers deftly clicking the counting beads of the abacus to tally the total price. 30 pennies each? Ergo questioned, a hint of disbelief in his voice, wondering if he had misheard. He had offered 3 pennies. At that moment, his heart raced, and his fingers intertwined as he silently calculated how much this would cost. Such a steep price was beyond his wildest dreams, especially considering he still had over 100 stones of grain in his possession. If this continued, he might surpass Huang Laokai and become the wealthiest man in Shishi village. "Did you not say 30 pennies each?" The young man paused, his hand halting on the abacus, his expression revealing a hint of discomfort. "Charging 300 pennies each would be exorbitant. While your pills are indeed remarkable, they are not worth that price." He believed that Ergo intended to sell each pill for 301 and now regretted not having clarified the matter earlier, having committed himself too readily. Currently, The most expensive Peiyuan Gubin pills in Anchang County are priced at 10,000 coins. Despite the quality of your pills, they still pale in comparison to the Peiyuan Gubin pills. I can offer you a maximum of 51 per pill. Would that suffice? Ergo was still astonished by the high price of 31 and did not realize that the young man had proactively raised the price to 51. That works. He agreed. Thus, they settled on the price of 51. The crisp sound of the abacus beads resumed. With a total of 285 pills at 51 each, the total amounted to 14,250 coins. Once the young man calculated the sum, he weighed out 14 taels of silver and 250 copper coins, handing them over to Ergo. Upon receiving the gleaming silver, Ergo carefully wrapped it up, securing it with several tight knots before tucking it away in his bosom. Even after walking a considerable distance from the Huichun Hall, Ergo remained somewhat dazed. Overwhelmed by this sudden influx of wealth, his mind raced with calculations of how much more the remaining grain in the gourd could fetch. How much could he earn each year? If he were to cultivate the barren land of Shiko Mountain, what profits could be reaped? With these thoughts, he felt a swell of anticipation about acquiring Shiko Mountain. If he could marry the second daughter of the Huang family, the wealthiest in the village, perhaps he could indeed buy the mountain. Yet, she was the village beauty and the daughter of a tycoon. He, a mere tenant farmer, could only indulge in fanciful dreams. For now, he resolved to diligently farm and save money, and to earnestly study martial arts. Chapter 16. Flight in the dark. On the following morning, the gates of the county office swung open. Lai Fu and Ague led the way, shouldering burlap sacks as they squeezed inside, finally joining the queue. Ergo followed closely behind, carrying his own sack of grain. Inside the main hall, a plethora of large grain measures stood side by side. Lai Fu and his companions were diligently pouring the contents of their sacks into the measures. To achieve a standard measure, one must fill it to the brim and level it off. However, many small merchants, in an effort to attract customers, would heap an extra mound atop a filled measure, considering the surplus as a gift. Thus, it is commonly said that no merchant is without a peak. Ergo unfastened his sack and began to pour grain into a measure, filling it generously and even forming a small peak on top before proceeding to the next measure. Suddenly, he felt a sharp pain in his shoulder as a bailiff struck him with a whip from behind. Confused, he turned to see the bailiff, with a brutish visage and a fierce expression, administering a lash to each person in line. Even the wealthy Huang Laokai was not spared. "You unruly peasants! The measures are not even full," the bailiff bellowed. Intimidated, several tenants hurriedly clutched their sacks and continued pouring grain into each measure until they could add no more. At that moment, the bailiff raised his leg and kicked one of the measures. With this forceful kick, the grain spilled onto the ground in a cascade. Bang, bang, bang. One by one, the bailiff kicked each measure, golden rice scattering across the floor. "Fill it," he commanded. The tenants hastily poured more grain into the measures, creating substantial peaks once again. Bang, bang, bang. The bailiff repeated his cruel method, forcing everyone to refill the measures yet again. Huang Laokai clutched his chest, trembling with fear. Yet he dared not utter a single word. Fortunately, the constables only kicked him twice and refrained from further punishment, allowing him to fulfill this year's tax obligations and receive the official receipt. Subsequently, the group procured various items in the county town, as it was a considerable journey, and returning empty-handed was not an option. Those with children typically bought a few coins worth of snacks to appease them, while those with wives would purchase a yard or two of floral fabric, ensuring their spouses would remain compliant for months. For those without wives, acquiring some oil and salt to offer to the widows of the village would also serve the purpose of benevolence. Leifus bought 2 twisted dough sticks for his 2 children, while Aguo purchased a chunk of black salt, which was cheaper here than in Sanchazi town. Ergo, having made a fortune selling vitality pills, went to the bun shop and purchased 10 large meat buns in one go. Ergo, are you out of your mind? Spending so lavishly like this? Be cautious lest you find yourself starving by year's end, unable even to drink Fingruel, Leifus kindly advised, believing Ergo to be a child unaware of the consequences of his actions. While the buns are still warm, take them back to the shop for a refund. Indulging in 1 or 2 will suffice. If you feel too embarrassed, I will accompany you to return them. We can always sweet-talk our way through. Faced with Leifus' goodwill, Ergo could not admit to his newfound wealth, so he awkwardly explained that he had stockpiled plenty of dried wild vegetables to last through the winter. The others in the company merely shook their heads in silence, perceiving that this child, ultimately without parental guidance, was quite reckless with money. They had encountered many such individuals. In times of peace, they could barely scrape by, but in years of calamity, they would be among the first to perish from hunger. However, when it does not concern oneself, speaking too much may breed enmity. As this group of tenants jovially exited the county gate, it was already noon. The journey from the county to Sheshi village was exceedingly long. Having set out at midday, they had only traversed half the distance when darkness enveloped them. They could only gather some dry twigs and withered grass from the roadside to fashion a few rudimentary torches for illumination. Are we nearing the spot where we were last waylaid? One mused. Fear not, for Zhao the Great is a man of principles. He only robs once per journey. As the conversation unfolded, a dark silhouette loomed ahead, obstructing the path. The shadow wielded a gleaming knife, its chilling reflection accentuated by the flickering torchlight. Could that be Zhao the Great? Huang Laokai sensed something amiss. Though Zhao was a bandit, he was known for his straightforwardness, never masked, and always with a gong to announce his presence. Thus, despite his respectful demeanor, Huang Laokai hesitated to step forward from the crowd. The shadow remained silent, advancing menacingly with the sword raised. In a flash, a glint of cold steel pierced the air, and with a swift motion, a tenant's head fell to the ground, warm blood splattering across Ergo's face. Ah, a murder. He's but one man. Let us unite and bring him down. Having witnessed much in his life, Lai Fu shouted, pushing a wheelbarrow towards the cloaked figure. In the face of life and death, the latent bravery within all was ignited. And together they propelled the wheelbarrow towards the shadow. Ergo seized a pole, striking at the advancing figure. They were 50 strong against a solitary foe. Initially believing that sheer numbers would guarantee victory, the shadow proved remarkably agile, deftly evading all unicycles with a series of leaps, not even grazing the hem of its garment. In the same instant, a glint of cold light flashed, and the head of the foremost man, Lai Fu, was sent soaring. 2 others fell to the ground, knives embedded in their bellies. These individuals, mere tenants, had never witnessed such a gruesome scene. They dropped their weapons in terror and fled. Ergo also sought to escape, only to find the shadow lunging at him with a blade. Hastily, he seized a unicycle and hurled it at the shadow. Although he had yet to learn the arts of combat, his rigorous training had significantly augmented his strength and agility. The unicycle, sturdy and measuring 4 to 5 feet in length, weighed several dozen pounds. Wielded by him, it became a formidable weapon, compelling the shadow to retreat by 2 paces. Surprised by Ergo's unexpected strength, the shadow gasped. Seizing the moment, Ergo continued to swing the unicycle wildly, his blows powerful and swift, lacking any formal technique or adherence to martial arts. Despite the shadow's commendable skill, it found itself momentarily unable to counter Ergo's unorthodox assault. With a resounding crash, the shadow's blade struck the unicycle repeatedly, but ultimately, the unicycle succumbed to the onslaught, splintering into pieces, leaving Ergo with only a hefty wooden stick. The shadow pressed too closely, denying him the opportunity to retrieve another unicycle as a weapon. A glance behind revealed that, seizing the moment, the others had vanished without a trace. With everyone else gone, there was no reason for him to linger. Thus, he fled as well, now endowed with newfound strength. His sprint was swift, the rush of wind roaring in his ears. Yet the shadow pursued relentlessly, its speed not to be underestimated. From the sound of footsteps, it was evident that the distance between the two was minimal. The shadow appeared to be a martial artist as well, possessing strength far superior to his own. In a state of desperation, Ergo found himself unable to fight back or escape. Resolving to harness a small amount of his internal energy, he directed it towards his legs. Indeed, with this surge of energy, his power surged. As he kicked down, the solid road surface was indented, propelling him forward with remarkable force. The pursuing shadow, having already raised its weapon to strike, anticipated that this blow would surely end Ergo's life, only to be taken aback by the sudden increase in his speed. When the shadow retracted its weapon, it found the gap between them widening, and with each moment, it grew ever greater. During this time, Ergo had been diligently training daily, yet his understanding of the application of internal energy was limited, as his master had not imparted such knowledge. Initially, when attempting to assist his running with this energy, he struggled to adapt, nearly stumbling. However, as he continued, his movements became increasingly fluid. Soon, he caught up to the elderly Huang Laokai, who was panting heavily, unable to match the speed of the tenants. These tenants, who usually flattered him, had vanished at this crucial moment, leaving him gasping alone. Upon seeing Ergo and the shadow closing in, he cried out in terror, "Ergo, save me!" Having just distanced himself from the shadow, Ergo lacked the strength to assist others and surged past Huang Laokai. Although the latter had once treated him to a meal, for which he felt grateful, it was not enough to compel him to risk his own life in return. "Save me!" The land of Shiko Mountain. As Ergo sprinted, he abruptly halted and resolutely turned back. For the sake of a meal, coupled with the 3 acres of land atop Shiko Mountain, it was worth risking his life. When he raced back to Huang Laocai's side, a shadow pursued closely, brandishing a knife aimed at Huang Laocai's neck. Fortunately, Ergo arrived just in time to intervene, causing the blade to veer off course, merely inflicting a gash upon Huang Laocai's back. Ergo hoisted Huang Laokai onto his back and fled. Carrying another person proved to be quite taxing. He initially moved swiftly, but gradually the distance between him and the shadow began to narrow once more. Hurry! It's coming again! At that moment, the most anxious one was Huang Laokai, who felt the shadow's knife slice perilously close to his back, sending a chill down his spine. Startled by the near miss, Huang Laokai experienced an involuntary warmth in his trousers, a stream of hot urine cascading onto Ergo's back. Luckily, in this critical moment, Ergo summoned an extra surge of strength, slightly increasing the distance between them. However, there were several instances where the shadow caught up, causing Huang Laokai to scream in terror, his limbs trembling uncontrollably. Ergo was not being reckless. Rather, his training had been brief, and the energy flow was inherently weak. After a short while, he found himself nearly depleted. Fortunately, a small amount of energy continued to seep from his muscles, barely compensating for the loss. Simultaneously, he fished out a handful of strength pills from his pocket, hastily swallowing them. The pills would digest slowly in his stomach, generating a modicum of vitality, albeit minimal. At least it would allow him to endure for a bit longer. As Ergo's speed diminished, so too did the shadow's pace, likely fatigued and struggling to persist. Gradually, the distance between them widened once more. When Ergo returned to Shishi village, carrying Huang Laokai on his back, the sky had already brightened, and he had run tirelessly for most of the night. Chapter 17. The Choice. Huang Laokai lay bare-chested on the bed, his back marred by several intersecting gashes. Flesh torn and exposed, presenting a gruesome sight. Each time the shadowy figure had pursued him, it had struck him with 1 or 2 blows. At this moment, Huang Laotsai's complexion was ashen, surrounded by his grieving wife, concubine, son, daughter, and the entire family, all weeping at his bedside. "Father, you're still alive. Oh dear, master, please hold on. The doctor will be here soon." Huang Laokai turned to look at Ergo, who had exhausted himself after a night of relentless running, now leaning against the door to recuperate. Although he had been shielding himself from danger, he had suffered nothing more than a splash of yellow urine on his back. Deep within, he was anxious, pondering whether Huang Laokai might change his mind, for after all, that was 3 acres of land worth 60 taels of silver. Furthermore, Huang Laokai was in a precarious state, and the task of saving him could only be deemed half accomplished. What if he passed before he had the chance to discuss the land? Ergo's heart was heavy with unease and uncertainty. "Ergo, you saved my life. The 3 acres of land in the stone pit will henceforth belong to you." At last, Huang Laotsai's words brought Ergo immense joy, prompting him to rise from the ground. Thank you, master. From this moment onward, he would no longer be a mere tenant. He would possess a piece of land. It was his own, and he could cultivate it as he pleased. Free from rent and the fear of eviction, and he could even build a tiled house on his very own plot. Alas, one cannot discern whether Huang Laokai is suffering from physical pain or heartache, as he has been murmuring for quite some time. "You have saved my life. Thus these 3 acres of land are of little consequence. I can bestow upon you an additional grand gift." As he spoke, Huang Laokai cast a glance at his several children, ultimately fixing his gaze upon his second daughter. "I can present you with 2 choices, from which you may select one. The first option is to marry my second daughter, along with a dowry of 20 acres of fertile land." "Dad." The second daughter felt her face flush with embarrassment upon hearing her father's proposal, lowering her head to discreetly observe Ergo. In turn, Ergo, caught off guard, felt a heat rise to his cheeks as he shyly averted his gaze. Their eyes met for a fleeting moment before quickly retreating. Ergo's heart raced. The village beauty, whom he had deemed unattainable just yesterday, was now to be promised to him, accompanied by a generous dowry of 20 acres. What, he wondered, could the second option possibly offer that would compare to this? "The second option is that I can sell you the entire Shako mountain for the sum of 800 taels of silver. This amount does not need to be repaid in one go. You would only need to repay 40 taels each year over the course of 20 years. You may choose one of these 2 options." Upon concluding his proposal, Huang Laokai and all the members of the Huang family fixed their eyes upon Ergo, eager to see which path he would choose. Ergo found himself in a quandary. In truth, he desired both. To marry the village beauty, coveted by all in Shexi village, and to receive 20 acres of fertile land as a dowry would mean acquiring both wealth and status, elevating him to the esteemed position of son-in-law to the wealthiest family in the village. In times past, within the depths of his subconscious, he perceived the pinnacle of existence to be akin to that of Huang Laokai. However, this recent venture into the city unveiled to him a far broader horizon. As the wealthiest individual in Shishi village, Huang Laokai was nonetheless obliged to dutifully pay his taxes, enduring beatings at the hands of the officials while cautiously issuing apologies. When confronted by the obstructive Zhao Wang, he was compelled to don a smile and willingly offer silver, in the face of shadowy figures pursuing him for robbery. Had it not been for Dejizi's timely intervention, he might never have returned. When Dejizi turned his gaze upon his second daughter, his resolve intensified significantly. Her round face, curvaceous waist, and ample form rendered her utterly unique within the entire Shishi village. Under the weight of his steadfast gaze, the second daughter lowered her head. Her cheeks flushed to the roots of her neck, fingers nervously clutching the hem of her garment, awaiting the inevitable moment. After surveying her a number of times, Dejizi reluctantly shifted his gaze and spoke softly, "I wish to acquire Shiko Mountain." You. The second daughter stamped her foot in frustration, covering her face as she fled the room. Huang Lakai cast a glance at his irate daughter but refrained from further comment. "Very well, from this day forth. Shiko Mountain is yours, but you must repay 40 taels of silver each year. No more, no less, and no early repayment allowed." Alas, how painful this is. Should you fail to clear the 40 taels by year-end, I shall reclaim Shiko Mountain. Once I recover from my injuries, we shall go to the county office together to formalize the contract. Dejizi, still in a daze from the overwhelming surprise, stepped out of Huang Laocai's residence. Struggling to comprehend the magnitude of the moment, he could not fathom why Huang Laocai would establish such a peculiar contract, considering his current financial plight. The inability to present the entirety of 800 taels of silver at once and the arrangement to repay it over 20 years was something he could comprehend. However, the stipulation that he could not repay more each year or settle the debt prematurely left him utterly perplexed. He felt a twinge of guilt towards his second daughter, hoping she would not harbor resentment against him and instead find a suitable match elsewhere. Lost in a labyrinth of thoughts, he unwittingly found himself at the foot of Shikup Mountain. Gazing at the rugged terrain strewn with rocks, he was completely enveloped in the exhilaration of possessing an entire mountain. From this day forth, he would be a landowner. Although the area was replete with stones, the soil sparse and barren, and water scarce, it did possess the advantage of seclusion, with few visitors. Previously, he had hesitated to cultivate the land, but now that it belonged to him, he could cordon off sections to deter outsiders. On his very first day back, he moved some large boulders to block the main access path up the mountain. Henceforth, entry and exit from Shikup Mountain would require climbing. In any case, he was now strong and agile. Such obstacles were no challenge to him. He envisioned erecting a grand house on the mountain, cultivating all the arable wasteland, planting an abundance of crops, rare medicinal herbs, and various delectable fruit trees. He also intended to raise chickens, ducks, and geese, recalling the taste of chicken legs he had savored on his 5th birthday. Alas, the mountain would not permit fishing, though he found fish to be quite delicious. At this moment, Ergo was brimming with vigor, shouldering his hoe, and setting out to reclaim the land. Currently, the only cleared land on the mountain consists of 3 acres of rocky terrain, where rice and a small quantity of wild vegetables known as YOJ2 have been cultivated. Recently, I successfully procured 3 varieties of medicinal herb seeds in the county: sistanch, ginseng, and huangjing. It is imperative to clear an additional plot of land for planting these herbs. Should I succeed, I intend to cultivate these medicinal plants in substantial quantities in the future. While grains are indeed a valuable commodity and sell well, their overwhelming yield is impractical for personal consumption, and transporting them for sale in bulk is rather inconvenient. Presently, I still have over 100 stones of rice stored in the gourd, and even with 3 to 4 meals daily, I cannot consume it all. Thus, my only recourse is to process it into potent pills for gradual sale. I possess a robust physique, perfectly suited for land clearing. I can effortlessly lift and toss stones weighing around 100 pounds. With just a few strokes of the hoe, I have uprooted the weeds and tree roots. In a matter of days, I have cleared a substantial area, planting ginseng, huangjing, and sistanch in separate plots, and then irrigating them with water from the gourd. Just a day or 2 after planting, both the ginseng and huangjing have already sprouted and developed into seedlings. However, the area designated for sistanch shows no signs of growth whatsoever. In the following days, aside from diligently practicing my skills, I have been monitoring the growth of the herbs. The ginseng and huangjing are thriving, yet the sistanch remains dormant. Perhaps I have been deceived by that unreliable old man, or perhaps my planting methods are flawed. Having never cultivated medicinal herbs before, I am entirely ignorant of their cultivation, relying solely on the miraculous properties of the gourd. All I can do is water them daily. The ginseng and huangjing seedlings continue to flourish, while the sistanch remains conspicuously absent. The cultivation of sistanch seems to have met with failure. Chapter 18. Spiritual Energy. Ergo has returned to Shiko Mountain for 2 months. During this period, he has been filled with fervor, akin to an indefatigable ox, spending each day either refining his martial skills or clearing land. He has worn out several hoes and machetes in the process. Nevertheless, his efforts have borne fruit. as he has successfully cultivated an additional 2 acres of barren land. In this newly cleared area, he has planted polygonatum. Currently, only polygonatum is flowering and bearing seeds, and he possesses only its seeds. One day, he decided to turn over the land designated for steadfast cultivation and sow some polygonatum seeds. As he struck the ground with his hoe, he unearthed an object, a pure white item resembling jade amidst the soil. What could this be? He crouched down to examine it closely. The object was cylindrical in shape, somewhat unrefined, evoking thoughts of other, more embarrassing forms. Could this be steadfast? With this thought in mind, he picked up his hoe and began to excavate, extracting the entire cylindrical object, which measured over 2 feet in length. Continuing to turn over the soil in the area designated for steadfast, he indeed discovered numerous additional cylindrical items. Each one was pristine and glistening, thick and elongated, adorned with scales. Curiously, he took one and bit into it. It was sweet initially, followed by a hint of bitterness. It was edible, though not particularly delightful. After unearthing a dozen or so, he felt confident that these were the steadfast he had planted 2 months prior. There was no need to excavate the rest. He intended to leave them in the ground to continue their growth. Previously, he had heard from an unreliable old doctor that this substance was highly nourishing, though he remained uncertain about its exact benefits. He contemplated trying it for himself. However, fearing the potency of the medicinal herbs might be insufficient, he first placed the flesh of the steadfast into a gourd, intending to store it for a few days before consumption. Additionally, the initial batch of cultivated polygonatum had thrived remarkably well, prompting him to dig up a few roots and add them to the gourd, opting to experiment with both simultaneously. After 3 days, he retrieved the 2 herbs, washed them thoroughly, and simmered them into a generous pot. Once cooked, both herbs exhibited a subtle bitterness, accompanied by a hint of sweetness, resulting in a delightful flavor. Just like during his usual meals, he savored a mouthful of polygonatum followed by a chew of steadfast, relishing the taste. After finishing, he reclined on his bed, feeling a warm sensation in his stomach and a slight heat enveloping his body. Yet, despite lying down, sleep eluded him. Instead, he felt increasingly invigorated, as though an inexhaustible energy surged within him. In the dead of night, he decided to rise, took a hoe, and ventured into the fields to clear a substantial patch of land before returning to continue his rest. Still feeling far from fatigued, he lay in bed, his mind flooded with a myriad of whimsical thoughts. At 14, he was no longer a child. Should he perhaps spend some money to hire a matchmaker to find a wife? There were 12 young women in the village around his age. Which one would be most suitable? Xinghua, Hehua, Suehua. He recalled Suehua, who had married, with whom he had once foraged for wild vegetables and gathered pig fodder. Memories of their carefree days spent together, bare-chested in the Snake Creek catching crabs, resurfaced. The food at the Hu family was exquisite. He had never seen a girl so plump anywhere else, swaying gracefully as she walked. Alas, what a pity! Lost in these rambling thoughts, he finally drifted off to sleep, dreaming that he had married the second daughter. On the night of the wedding, the second daughter's cheeks were flushed, adorned in a splendidly embroidered crimson dress. He began to remove her garments. However, with each layer he unveiled, her attire seemed inexhaustible. The entire night passed in his futile endeavor, leaving him in a state of desperation, scratching his head with sweat pouring down. Yet he had not glimpsed even a sliver of her skin. Upon awakening, he discovered a large patch of his bedding soaked, not with perspiration, but with blood from his nose. Was it due to an overzealous exertion during the night, or perhaps an urgency in a dream? No, something felt amiss the moment he rose from the bed. Today's sensations were profoundly distinct from any previous day. Upon closer examination, he realized his senses had sharpened, his limbs felt more agile, and his strength had significantly increased. As he settled into a cross-legged position for his morning practices, he discerned an even greater anomaly. He could perceive vibrant specks of light dancing in the surrounding air, animated and drifting about. As he engaged in his breathing exercises, some of these luminous points entered his being with the inhaled air. Most, however, escaped through respiration or the skin, leaving only a few to be refined and assimilated into his body. Could this be the ethereal energy spoken of in the texts? I can sense the spiritual energy. Over the past 6 months, Li Banzian had regarded that tattered book as a foundational guide, compelling Ergo to transcribe it thoroughly. The advantage was that, besides acquiring literacy, Ergo had become intimately familiar with the contents of that tome. The book states that between heaven and earth exists a vital energy. Any living being that can absorb this energy into their body can strengthen their physique, prolong life, and even attain immortality. However, ordinary individuals, despite residing in an environment rich in this vital energy, are unable to perceive it without undergoing a period of cultivation to reach a certain level of enlightenment. Once one successfully senses the celestial energy, they are referred to as having perceived the energy. Ergo stepped outside, diligently attuning himself to his surroundings. he discovered that everything possessed a form of vital energy, albeit in varying degrees of thinness, among the common soil and stones. He found that one could only detect a few faint energy points after a separation of 1 or 2 feet, which was scarcely significant. In the fields, however, the soil that had been watered with water from a gourd exhibited a noticeably higher concentration of energy points, with one appearing roughly every inch or so, gradually dissipating into the atmosphere. He then compared ordinary items with those that had been stored in the gourd for over 3 days. It was evident that the energy content of the items from the gourd was several times greater. He speculated that the objects within the gourd possessed some divine efficacy, likely due to the denser concentration of vital energy. The breakthrough in his cultivation allowed him to sense the energy of heaven and earth, as if a new world had suddenly opened before him. From the moment he perceived the energy, he was able to begin practicing the first level of an unnamed technique. Ergo remained puzzled. If this was indeed the first level, then what could be said of the techniques he had practiced previously? Regardless, the book was rather disjointed, and his master often remained enigmatic, rarely bothering with trivial matters. Nevertheless, it would be prudent to consult his master regarding this breakthrough. The last time I was pursued by a shadowy figure, I still feel a lingering dread. I nearly lost my life. I wonder if I could seek my master's guidance on some swordsmanship techniques. Furthermore, having unearthed such an abundance of sistanch, I might present a piece to my master, seeking advice on its preparation and application, for I am quite uninformed in these matters. Last night, I likely overindulged in tonic herbs, leading to a fiery discomfort. Yet, had I not consumed so much, I might not have achieved a breakthrough this morning. Ergo descended the mountain, carrying a sack, and with winter approaching, everyone is preparing for the season. In the fields, numerous children are wandering about with baskets, foraging for wild vegetables, gathering wild fruits, and harvesting grass seeds. They spare no edible morsel. Even a handful of wild grass seeds could prove life-saving during the harshness of winter. Among the children foraging for wild vegetables, I spotted 2 familiar figures. It was Xiao Yizai and Zhang Yoxin, both engaged in their own search for greens. Dogogo, Xiao Yizai exclaimed joyfully, clutching a handful of foxtail grass as she dashed towards me. Zhang Yoxin trailed behind her, wielding a hoe and casting a watchful glare at Ergo, ever ready to engage in a scuffle. My uncle's family inherited several dozen acres from Ergo's parents, thus they need not rely on foxtail grass. However, due to the financial burden of supporting Zhang Youliang's martial training, their living expenses are quite strained. Gathering some grass seeds and wild vegetables to feed the chickens and pigs could alleviate their food costs. Ergo used to consume foxtail grass seeds and pig feed. Though rough and scratchy on the throat, they are quite filling. In comparison, barnyard grass seeds are notably more palatable. Dogogo, are you also here to forage for wild vegetables? I shall confide in you a secret. Behind the winding brook lies a treasure trove of tender wild vegetables. Xiao Yizai leaned in closely, whispering this revelation. Ah, splendid, thank you. I shall make a trip to the town first, and later I will explore that area, replied Ergo. Though he no longer required wild vegetables, and likely would not in the future, he still expressed his heartfelt gratitude to Xiao Yizai. I am heading to the town. Is there anything you desire? I shall procure it for you. I wish for nothing. Do not squander your money, lest you find yourself hungry later, Xiao Yizai insisted, shaking her head vigorously as if in a frenzy, fearful that Ergo might waste his funds. Very well. I shall not be frivolous with my spending. Ergo playfully flicked her forehead. In this world, it seemed Xiao Yizai was his sole kin. As for Zhang Yoxin, who stood behind Xiao Yizai, glaring at him with disdain, today, out of consideration for Xiao Yizai, he chose to refrain from hostility. After bidding farewell to Xiao Yizai, Ergo gazed at the ragged children of the tenant farmers scattered across the fields. Just a few years prior, he had shared in their plight. Now, he owned a mountain and possessed a mysterious gourd. Surely, he would not face hunger again. He patted the warm cotton jacket upon his back and made his way toward the town of Sanchatsi. Chapter 19. True Chi, my dear youth. I perceive that you possess remarkable potential. You bear the semblance of a dragon among men. Before Li Banjian could finish his sentence, the young lad had vanished from sight. Alas, the world has indeed declined, and the hearts of men have grown weary. How is it that I had not completed my words before you departed? Li Banjian lamented. It had been more than 10 days since his last fortune-telling session, and the populace had become increasingly impoverished and miserly, making it ever more challenging to deceive them. Having endured the harsh realities of society, he came to a profound realization that Ergo, that boy, is indeed a good child, one who reveres his teachers and values tradition while being easily deceived. As he pondered the merits of Ergo, he noticed the lad approaching his stall, a piece of pork in hand. Li Bianxian promptly straightened himself, adopting an air of dignified composure, his gaze unwavering. Master, Ergo exclaimed. "Ah, you have arrived." Li Bianxian took the fatty piece of meat from Ergo's hand with an impassive demeanor, neither sorrowful nor joyful, embodying a tranquil disposition. "How has your cultivation progressed recently? I can sense the qi now." Ergo's face radiated joy, while Li Bianxian paused, momentarily taken aback, recalling that the ability to sense qi was indeed mentioned in the teachings. However, having never even managed to grasp the basics of the technique himself, he had long harbored doubts about its authenticity and paid little heed to the subsequent details. Now, as Ergo proclaimed his ability to sense qi, Li Bianxian remained skeptical. Could it be possible that this foolhardy boy had truly achieved what he himself could not, through a method he believed to be a mere fabrication? "How did you come to sense the qi? Pray, share your experience with me." "I had a dream last night wherein I was marrying a wife." "Such trifles need not be elaborated upon," Li Bianxian interjected, devoid of interest in the youthful dreams of romance, steering the conversation back to the essence. "This morning, I discovered that I could perceive the spiritual energy of the world. There were countless tiny specks of light floating in the air." Ergo recounted his sensations of spiritual energy, omitting any mention of the yellow gourd. Li Bianxian, tugging at his beard, descended into a labyrinth of inner turmoil and self-doubt. Perhaps overwhelmed by his emotions, he had inadvertently pulled out several hairs, completely oblivious to the act. After a while, his emotions calmed, and he spoke with serene composure. "Indeed. Indeed. However, you must remain humble and cautious, avoiding arrogance and complacency, for there are always those who surpass you, in realms beyond your own existence." Regardless of the truth in what Ergo claims, Li Bianxian resolved to temper his enthusiasm, otherwise it would become increasingly challenging to deceive him in the future. "Take this small stone and attempt to crush it." Ergo grasped the stone from the table, using all his might, his face turning crimson, yet the stone remained unmoved. "Master, I cannot break it." Ergo shook his head in defeat. "Thus, you must strive harder." As Li Bianxian spoke, he seized a stone the size of a fist, and with a gentle rub of his hands, reduced it to powder. Once again witnessing Li Bianxian's extraordinary power, Ergo's face reflected envy and admiration. He pondered how long it would take him to attain such abilities as his master's. "Do not be disheartened. As long as you can grasp even a fraction of my teachings, achieving the rank of a martial scholar is far from impossible." The disciple understood. Ergo's admiration for his master's prowess deepened, and he now listened attentively to Li Bianxian's guidance. "Master, I wish to learn the art of the blade." He recalled that fateful night when the cloaked assailant wielded a knife, heads rolling and blood splattering. The blade techniques were crude, far inferior to the elegance of the sword. "Teaching you some sword techniques is certainly feasible." Li Bianxian then produced a tattered, coverless book from seemingly nowhere, opening it to transcribe. After copying an entire page, he handed it to Ergo to learn the path of the sword. "You must begin with the most fundamental sword movements. Take this back and practice it 1,000 times daily." Ergo accepted the instruction, glancing at the document which detailed the fundamental sword techniques and the essential points for thrusting practice. "Thank you, master. By the way, I just purchased something like this at the market. The vendor claimed it is called Rotsong Rong. Could you please verify?" Ergo recalled another purpose for his visit. Yet to protect the secret of the gourd, he merely mentioned it was acquired at the market. After all, the bustling crowd would leave no trace for anyone to follow. "Ah, it truly is Rotsong Rong. How peculiar." Li Bianxian possessed a certain discernment. He could undoubtedly identify this item as the one recorded in the texts. However, this herb thrived solely in deserts and required specific plants to flourish alongside it. Anchang County lacked an appropriate environment for its growth. He could only speculate that it might have been transported by a traveling merchant from afar. "I have been researching medicinal properties lately, and this Rotsong Rong is quite suitable. However, I still need a jar of wine as a catalyst." Li Bianxian concocted an excuse to take the Rotsong Rong. According to the texts, this herb was highly nourishing. He intended to test its potency with an old acquaintance in a couple of days. The two conversed for quite some time, with Ergo inquiring about various medicinal herbs. According to Li Bianxian, this potent remedy, known as Rotsong Rong, was incredibly strong and should not be consumed in excess at once. When Ergo eventually took his leave, both individuals had gained valuable insights, leaving them both content. As he departed, Ergo promised to remember to bring wine for his master on his next visit. Upon witnessing the departing figure of Ergo, Li Bianxian found himself ensnared once more in a web of self-doubt, as if the very meat in his hands had lost its savor. Meanwhile, Ergo, having acquired a treasured sword technique, was in high spirits and, in his newfound generosity, spent lavishly. At the market, he encountered a vendor selling geese and purchased 2 fine white geese, 1 male and 1 female. Due to the overgrowth of weeds from the land he had cleared on the mountain, he had an abundance of leaves from the chicken legs he cultivated, which could also serve as feed for the geese. By the next year, he anticipated hatching a new batch of goslings. Geese, grazing on grass, could lay eggs, guard the homestead, yield succulent goose legs for feasting, and their feathers could be fashioned into warm bedding. Even the droppings could enrich the soil. In essence, raising geese was a venture that left no part wasted. Moreover, he generously purchased a piece of pork to indulge his palate, though he refrained from splurging on fatty cuts, opting instead for a large chunk of unwanted spare ribs. Upon returning to Shiko Mountain, he first settled the geese before preparing to cook, chopping the ribs into sizable pieces, adding fresh water and a pinch of black salt, and simmering them gently for half an hour. Even while the meat was cooking, he found himself salivating in anticipation. Now, as he retrieved a piece of rib, the meat had become so tender it fell from the bone, and with a bite, the juices burst forth, flooding his mouth with rich flavor. How delightful it was! After savoring the meat, he extracted the rich broth from the bones, chewing them until they crumbled, swallowing every morsel. Such an expensive purchase could not be discarded. This also explained his preference for geese as guardians over dogs. Following this hearty meal, he noticed that his hunger seemed less pressing. Previously, he required 4 meals a day, yet today, he felt satisfied with just 3. Considering this, consuming some meat could allow for the savings of an entire meal. In the future, one might even sustain oneself on just 1 meal every 10 days or half a month. It feels somewhat indulgent, yet one must be pragmatic to achieve martial prowess. One must partake in ample meat for expedited progress. Furthermore, he has already begun to sense the spiritual energy, and from this moment onward, he shall practice the first tier of the nameless technique, necessitating greater daily consumption. After several consecutive days of cultivation, the tangible energy within him has transformed into a slender strand of true energy. Although the total amount of energy has diminished by over 100-fold, its quality has vastly improved, becoming more refined and potent. Once he channels this strand of true energy into his arms, he can effortlessly lift boulders weighing 200 to 300 pounds. Upon entering the first tier of the technique, he can consume copious amounts of food during cultivation, which will then convert into tangible energy, subsequently transforming into true energy. This method, while the slowest in progression, is still marginally superior to none. Additionally, he can absorb the spiritual energy present in the heavens and the earth, which can be directly converted into true energy through the technique. However, due to the scarcity of spiritual energy in the environment, even after cultivating for half a day, he can barely gather a few specks of spiritual light, resulting in minimal progress, slightly better than the first method. Another approach involves directly consuming food and medicinal herbs rich in spiritual energy. This method is the most efficient, yet such food is scarce and expensive. For instance, ginseng can absorb the ambient spiritual energy and store it within its being. Thus, the longer it has grown, the more spiritual energy it contains. Fortunately, Ergo possesses a yellow gourd that can enhance the spiritual energy concentration of various items. Otherwise, even with the wealth of a figure like Huang Laokai, the cost would be untenable. In the days that followed, Ergo diligently practiced his martial arts twice daily, morning and evening. With the assistance of abundant spiritual energy and nourishing ingredients, his progress was remarkably swift, and the thread of true energy within his meridians gradually grew stronger. At noon, he would repeat the basic sword techniques provided by his master 1,000 times. During the intervals, he engaged in farming, clearing land, and tending to geese. Chapter 20. Enhanced strength pill with a grunt and a heave. Ergo's veins bulged as he hoisted a massive stone overhead, circling his 3 acres several times. Finally, he exhaled deeply, bringing the stone down with a resounding thud, stirring a cloud of dust. The stone weighed at least 300 to 400 pounds, yet he could now lift it with relative ease. Consuming the grains from the gourd daily, his strength and cultivation advanced swiftly. The once delicate thread of true energy had multiplied several times. However, he remained unable to crush the stone into powder, even when it was the size of a pigeon egg. Each time he recalled his master's effortless demeanor while crushing stones, a deep yearning welled up within him. He pondered how many years he would have to train to attain such mastery. After discarding the stone, Ergo picked up a wooden sword and resumed his practice of the basic sword techniques. He had already learned several fundamental moves, such as thrusting, cutting, flicking, hanging, and pointing. According to the sword techniques transcribed by his master, one could practice with a heavy sword, gradually increasing the weight from 10 to 500 pounds. In combat, one would then wield a lighter sword, naturally enhancing its power. Upon reading this, Ergo wondered if he had misread the instructions. Although he possesses the strength to lift several hundred pounds with both hands, wielding a sword with a single hand presents a challenge. He finds that even a sword weighing merely 10 or so pounds is cumbersome. To effectively handle a sword weighing 100 pounds, one must possess a strength of at least 1,000 pounds. Currently, Ergo lacks a suitable heavy sword and can only affix a few stones, totaling about 5 or 6 pounds, to a wooden sword. Before him stands a scarecrow, roughly the size of a typical person, adorned with numerous copper coins. With a single hand, he steadily thrusts the sword toward the scarecrow. Whoosh! The blade strikes true at the center of the coins. He then withdraws the sword and thrusts again. The thrust is one of the most fundamental and frequently employed techniques in swordsmanship, demanding stability and precision. Swiftness and force, with the power reaching the tip of the blade. He dedicates the majority of his practice to this technique. As the sun gradually descends, Ergo continues to thrust his sword in the fading light of dusk, repeating the motion again and again. Time passes swiftly, and soon it is the season of heavy snow as the new year approaches, transforming the world into a vast expanse of white. Yet, atop Snakemouth Mountain, in areas unseen by outsiders, life flourishes in vibrant green. With the new year drawing near, Ergo still owes Huang Laokai 40 taels of silver, a debt agreed to be repaid at the year's end. Previously, he earned 14 taels from selling powerful pills, but his expenses during this time have been considerable. Aside from indulging in occasional meat, he often buys wine and meat to honor his master. Now, he is left with merely 6 taels of silver. However, he possesses an abundance of grain, having stored over 200 stones in his gourd. The ginseng he planted earlier has finally blossomed and borne seeds, which he has used to cultivate an additional 2 acres of ginseng. He has cultivated a total of 10 acres of land, comprising 3 acres of rice paddies, 4 acres of huangjing, 1 acre of sistanch, and 2 acres of ginseng. Additionally, his stone house, goose shelter, and training ground collectively occupy 1 acre. The growth period for ginseng is notably lengthy, often spanning 1 to 2 decades, with some varieties taking as long as 50 to 100 years to mature. Consequently, he intends to gather some ginseng seeds to further expand his planting area. He plans to convert the 3 acres of rice paddies into ginseng cultivation, as the granary holds enough provisions for him to last 20 years. Even in the event of producing and selling powerful pills, he believes he will not require such an abundance. Recently, during his leisure time, he has been crafting some powerful pills. He has already amassed over a stone of these pills in his gourd and plans to venture into the county town for sale in a few days. However, before he departs, he harbors another idea that he wishes to test. His previous cultivation of ginseng and huangjing was aimed at incorporating these medicinal herbs into the powerful pills, adding a hint of medicinal flavor to enhance their appearance and potentially increase their marketability. Now that he has secured a sales channel, he is eager to experiment with infusing the pills with additional herbs. He has unearthed 5 stalks of huangjing, each exceeding half a foot in length. These huangjing are golden and robust, boasting 3 to 4 nodes, indicative of approximately 3 to 4 years of growth. In truth, he has only been cultivating them for a mere 3 to 4 months. He cooks the huangjing, mixes it with rice, mashes it into a fine paste, and then forms it into pills to dry. Furthermore, he employs the same method to create a variant of the powerful pills infused with sistanch. Once completed, he stores them in the gourd to enhance their spiritual essence. Through his extensive experimentation, he has concluded that anything stored within the gourd undergoes a refinement in quality, yielding remarkable effects. However, the enhancements within the gourd are not infinite. The first day yields the most significant advancements, with slight progress on the second day. And after 3 days, it reaches its limit, ceasing any further enhancement, perhaps due to the elevation of his cultivation. He can now make the gourd transform consecutively 7 or 8 times. At its maximum, the gourd can expand to 2 or 3 zhang in height, capable of accommodating most items. At its minimum, he can reduce the gourd to a size smaller than a hair, akin to a minuscule needle, which he could insert into his skin, rendering it undetectable. 3 days later, Ergo cautiously descended the mountain, carrying a sack along a rope. The heavy snowfall had encased the mountain, and a layer of ice clung to the rocks and trees, making the terrain perilously slippery. Even on level ground, one could easily slip, let alone the treacherous landscape he navigated, where a moment's inattention could lead to a fall from the cliff. By the time he reached the foot of the mountain, his straw sandals had long since worn out. He tossed aside the tattered sandals and walked barefoot through the snow, intending to purchase a pair of cotton shoes in the city this time. During his last visit to town, he observed the affluent gentry of the county, all clad in cotton shoes, walking with their heads held high and striding with a distinct swagger, exuding an air of grandeur. He had heard that the county magistrate wore a type of elongated footwear, seemingly called boots, crafted from cowhide and adorned with gold and silver thread. Since childhood, Ergo had grown accustomed to walking barefoot or in straw sandals, developing thick calluses on his soles. However, now that he had earned some money, he yearned to acquire a pair of cotton shoes to experience the sensation of wearing them. As he daydreamed about the delightful prospect of purchasing new cotton shoes, he noticed a small, curled figure by the roadside, seemingly lifeless. Each winter, such unfortunate souls often lay abandoned by the wayside. It is not uncommon to encounter lifeless bodies by the roadside, victims of starvation or the merciless cold, a sight that has become all too familiar to Ergo. After all, life is deemed cheap for the likes of them. Unlike those privileged officials, when weariness sets in, they simply collapse at the roadside. Indifferent to the specter of death, they have long cultivated hearts colder than the very ice and snow surrounding them, having been cast out by his uncle last year. Ergo reflects that, without the gourd, he too might have met a similar fate. Today, however, Ergo's gaze fell upon a small figure, perhaps no older than 6 or 7. Strangely, he felt a pang of empathy. He recalled that he and Ergo were also orphaned at such a tender age, toiling away in their uncle's household, struggling to survive. Gently, he pushed aside the tattered rags that obscured the child's face. The little one's pallid complexion and matted hair, which covered much of his visage and teemed with fleas, painted a grim picture. Yet, there was still a breath of life. The child had not succumbed. Scooping him up, Ergo offered him some water and then produced a handful of energy pills, pressing one into the child's mouth. Perhaps the little one was starved to the brink of desperation, for despite his dazed state, he eagerly swallowed whatever was provided. After consuming a dozen pills, the child gradually opened his eyes, attempting to focus on Ergo. "Child, it is good that you have awakened," Ergo exclaimed. "Here, take this bag of food. Consume it at your own pace. Whether you survive or not depends on your fortune." With that, he rummaged through his sack and retrieved a large pouch filled with the energy pills he had painstakingly prepared. "Conserve your intake. Perhaps this will see you through to the spring of next year. Or perhaps you may succumb to the bitter cold of this night." Having left behind a portion of sustenance, Ergo turned away and departed. The child clutched the grain tightly against his chest, pulling aside the hair from his forehead as he gazed at the retreating figure of Ergo. His expression was a tapestry of emotions. Even the dark red mole on his forehead seemed to glow with a newfound brightness. Chapter 21. Striking it rich, Ergo strode briskly, arriving in the county town as evening descended. Upon entering the city, he felt a flicker of smug satisfaction at having outsmarted his circumstances. Earlier on the road, he had been taken aback to find that, despite the biting cold, the bandits were not resting at home but had instead emerged to rob travelers. Although this band of brigands was known for their reliability, Ergo had no desire to part with several coins without cause. He was accustomed to pinching pennies, knowing that a mere handful of coins could procure him a pound of pork. Seizing the moment when the bandits were unprepared, he suddenly quickened his pace and fled. After his last encounter with the shadowy figure, he had gained considerable confidence in his ability to escape. Recently, his training had yielded significant progress, with the energy within him surging to several times its former strength, enhancing both his speed and endurance. He sprinted with fervor, leaving the bandits only to shout in vain behind him, unable to catch up. The thought of confronting them never crossed his mind. The danger of a careless blow from a blade was too great. As Ergo stepped through the city gates, he noticed an increase in the number of beggars in the county town. They swarmed around him, encircling him in a frenzy. Initially, he hesitated, contemplating whether to lash out with a whip like Lifu. Yet, these beggars, sensing his rural naivety, began to strip him of his garments, tugging at his sack, and even loosening the ties on his trousers. "Get away," he exclaimed. With a thunderous roar, Ergo unleashed his strength, using both hands and feet, sending the beggars surrounding him tumbling several steps away. In that moment, no one dared to approach him for alms any longer. He adjusted his belt, straightened his attire, and strode forward confidently. It seemed that one must not show leniency towards these beggars. Otherwise, even one's clothing could be stripped away. The business at the rejuvenation hall remained as desolate as ever, with a young man engrossed in his reading. Upon hearing the footsteps and glancing up to see Ergo, he sprang from his chair as if bitten by a dog. "You have finally arrived. I have been waiting with great impatience." The youth grasped Ergo's hands tightly, visibly elated. Seeing this reaction, Ergo surmised that the previous supply of strength-enhancing pills had likely been exhausted. "Do you still have that potency pill you gave me last time? How many did you bring this time?" The youth did not conceal his yearning for those tablets. He had initially intended to reserve the last batch for medicinal purposes, but a martial artist brother of his had discovered them and consumed them as if they were mere candies. This brother incessantly pestered him for more, claiming they had miraculous effects that greatly benefited martial artists. Frustrated and unable to locate Ergo, he lamented, "You see, I've even turned gray with worry over your absence," tugging at one of his white hairs to illustrate his plight. "I brought some," Ergo replied, nodding. Yet he couldn't help but feel that this young man seemed a few years older than himself, lacking in discernment. He was unafraid to reveal his eagerness to purchase, risking the possibility of exorbitant prices later on. From a young age, he understood that when one wished to purchase items at the market, one must feign disinterest and be selective in order to negotiate a better price. Perhaps others had always been well provided for, not having to tread as cautiously as he did. He unfastened the burlap sack from his back and opened its mouth, revealing it to be brimming with strength-enhancing pills, easily weighing 4 or 5 dough. Such an abundance. Very well, I shall take them all. Typically, precious medicinal herbs are quite scarce, yet he was astonished to find that Ergo had filled a sack with them. This sizable package contained no fewer than 5,000 pills. Without delay, the two began to count each pill meticulously, and after much effort, they totaled 5,695. Shall we adhere to the previous price? The young man had already commenced to manipulate the abacus beads on the counter, only to realize that they had yet to discuss the price. Ergo nodded in agreement, recalling that the last sale fetched 51 per pill, which had already exceeded his expectations. Furthermore, he sensed that this cheerful youth was straightforward and lacked guile, prompting him to consider a long-term partnership. Splendid. A total of 5,695 pills at 50 when each amounts to 284,751. The sound of the abacus beads clattering filled the air, and the young man promptly announced the total price. Having learned some arithmetic from following Li Banzian, Ergo calculated for a while before arriving at a conclusion. I shall offer you a whole number, 285 taels of silver. What do you think? That is agreeable, but let us not rush. I have 2 more types of pills for you to examine. As he spoke, Ergo retrieved 2 small bundles from his back and laid them open on the counter, revealing enhanced versions of the strength pills. Ergo had also sampled the 2 types of potent pills himself. He found that their spiritual essence was notably richer, significantly aiding in the enhancement of one's cultivation. However, he felt that the variant infused with cistanche was somewhat problematic, as each time he consumed it, he could not help but indulge in fanciful thoughts, often dreaming of marrying a wife, albeit in a state of anxious longing. The young man gazed down for an extended period, carefully comparing the 3 types of pills in his hands. He sensed that the efficacy of these 2 varieties had been greatly amplified, yet the specific outcomes remained uncertain and would require several trials for confirmation. If you don't mind, I would like to purchase these pills at the price of 60 coins each, and should they prove extraordinarily effective after my experiments, I shall pay you more. He proposed earnestly. Ergo, perceiving the sincerity in the young man's words, had no objections. Each of these 2 types contained 50 pills, totaling 100, which amounted to 6 taels of silver. After calculating the amount, the young man entered the back room of the apothecary. Moments later, he emerged, cradling a small wooden box. When the box was opened before Ergo, it revealed a bounty of gleaming silver, which elicited a sense of delight within him. The young man extracted each silver ingot and weighed them before Ergo. Each ingot was a standard 10 taels, and he took 29 of them, along with an additional tael of broken silver. In total, it amounted to 291 taels of pure silver. You may verify it, he added. My name is Simani, and in the future, I would like to procure more of the potent pills from you. Ah, very well. I am Jean Ergo, and I shall sell to you again. Ergo wrapped the silver ingots in layers of cloth, securing them tightly with knots. As he embraced over 200 taels of silver while exiting the Huachuntang, he realized this was the first time in his life he had ever witnessed such a fortune. This sum of money is sufficient to purchase 10 acres of fertile land, enough to sustain an ordinary tenant farmer's household for over a decade. If taken to the market, it could procure a dozen beautiful young maidens, suitable to be wives, concubines, or handmaidens without any hesitation. As dusk descended, the streets were filled with a motley crowd, each individual appearing rather suspicious, akin to thieves. Every passerby triggered a heightened sense of vigilance in Ergo, who felt an unusual pride in his posture, bolstered by the weight of his fortune. Upon passing a bun shop, he waved his hand grandly and purchased 10 of the largest meat buns without engaging in any haggling. Clutching his bounty, he walked and nibbled, savoring the exquisite flavors, much to the envy of a beggar by the roadside, who watched with drool cascading. By the time he finished all 10 buns, night had thoroughly enveloped the surroundings. He sought a place to rest for the night, planning to visit the blacksmith the following day to acquire a sword. Deciding to indulge once more, he sought a tavern for lodging. Conveniently, he spotted the Hong Inn Tower, a grand 5-story establishment adorned with a large lantern at its entrance, exuding an air of magnificence. Hesitating at the entrance, he brushed the mud off his feet in the snow before approaching the tower, eager to discover what lay within. As he reached the door, a young attendant in a blue outfit approached him with a courteous bow. However, upon noticing the mud on Ergo's feet, the attendant's smile vanished, replaced by a cold, scrutinizing gaze that assessed him from head to toe. A rustic bumpkin from the countryside. Leave, the attendant commanded sharply. Taken aback, Ergo assumed there had been a misunderstanding, likely mistaking him for a beggar, and quickly replied, I am here to seek lodging. Lodging. The young servant scrutinized Ergo anew. His hair was disheveled. His skin dark and rough, clad in a tattered cotton coat, exuding an air of rusticity. His hands were calloused and cracked, and he lacked even a pair of shoes. How absurd. Did he not realize where he stood? 2 taels of silver for a night's stay, could he afford that? If he were to be accommodated here, how would the other esteemed gentlemen maintain their dignity? As the servant spoke, he attempted to shove Ergo away. However, despite his modest stature, Ergo possessed a formidable strength, akin to pushing against a stone mountain, rendering the young servant immovable. With a mere flick of his arm, the servant found himself sprawling on the ground. Such insolence. With that, Ergo turned on his heel and exited the Hongyan building. The mere thought of spending 2 taels of silver for a single night was enough to dissuade him. He would rather purchase a dozen or so jean of pork for himself. Having learned from the lesson of the Hongyan building, he wisely refrained from inquiring prices at establishments that appeared exorbitant, lest he invite further humiliation. Ultimately, he discovered a somewhat dilapidated inn, where a night's lodging cost only 31. The guest room boasted neither bed nor quilt. An additional 10 was required for bedding. Fortunately, there was a kitchen available for self-catering. Surprisingly, this modest establishment thrived, frequented by a diverse array of travelers. However, the inn was not without its share of thieves, who visited him thrice throughout the night, leaving him nearly sleepless. Thankfully, not a single coin was lost. Chapter 22. The Refined Copper Essence in Anchang County. There exists a street lined with an array of vibrant fabric and tailoring shops, a sight that is truly delightful. Last night, Ergo secured most of his silver coins into a gourd, taking only a few copper coins to place in his bundle. Now, as he strolls along the street, he feels a sense of peace, no longer burdened by the fear of theft. Early in the morning, he perused the shops for quite some time before finally entering a modest tailor's establishment. Inside, an elderly woman was diligently crafting a shoe sole. Upon noticing Ergo's entrance, she promptly set aside her work. "Young man, are you in search of fabric or perhaps a garment?" she inquired. "I seek a pair of shoes," replied Ergo, eyeing the assortment of black cloth shoes on the shelves, varying in size and style. Some of the more delicate designs were adorned with embroidered plum blossoms or lotuses. "Would you prefer to have them custom fitted, or would you rather select a ready-made pair?" "I shall choose a ready-made pair. Custom fitting would certainly provide a better fit, but the weight would be considerable. Besides, he was barefoot. Such details seemed trivial." Noticing his bare feet, the elderly woman recognized that this might be his first experience purchasing shoes, and thus took the time to explain the various options available. Ergo soon learned that there were many intricacies to shoe wearing in the city. There were simple cloth shoes, cotton shoes, and even waterproof boots. His interest was particularly piqued by the waterproof boots. The soles and uppers were meticulously treated with multiple layers of tung oil and allowed to dry, then fastened together with iron nails, followed by additional layers of tung oil. The completed boots were rigid and weighty, akin to stone, yet remarkably, they remained impervious to water. Moreover, there is one notable advantage. The shoes produced in this manner are remarkably durable, capable of lasting a decade or more. The elderly woman glanced at Ergo's feet and selected a pair from the shelf for him to try on. As he slipped his foot into the shoe, he discovered it fit perfectly, warm and comfortable. However, he soon realized that this pair was too small. Reluctantly, he removed the shoes and opted for a larger size. At only 14 years of age, he was experiencing a growth spurt. What fit him this year would likely be too tight by the next, making it prudent to purchase a size or two larger. Each pair of tung oil boots weighs around 4 to 5 pounds and requires an immense amount of tung oil, fabric, and iron nails to create, taking a full month to complete. The price is not insignificant, costing 1 to 2 taels of silver, several times the price of ordinary cotton shoes. If they could only be worn for a year, it would be a tremendous waste. Ergo requested some scraps of cloth from the old woman, stuffing them into the shoes to reduce their size and provide warmth. Before he departed, she gifted him a pair of socks. This was the first time his feet, which had endured many hardships, would wear socks. The affluent gentlemen in the city truly knew how to indulge. Having shoes was not enough. They also required a pair of socks within. As Ergo stepped out of the tailor's shop, he walked with newfound caution, wary of soiling his new footwear. In Anchang County, there are several blacksmith shops, primarily crafting everyday items like iron pots and kitchen knives. However, one shop stood out, adorned with gleaming swords and blades. This was the one. "Esteemed customer, our shop specializes in the creation of various weapons. What style do you require?" A short, stout boy inquired in a deep voice. "I seek a heavier sword, one weighing at least 10 pounds. Given his current strength, he could only practice with a sword weighing 6 or 7 pounds. However, akin to purchasing shoes, he contemplated the prospect of future strength gains, realizing that replacing the sword later would entail additional expenses. Swords exceeding 8 pounds were classified as heavy swords. Following the chubby lad, he arrived at a section where the shelves displayed only a few swords, all above 8 pounds. Among them, only 2 met Ergo's standards. One was crafted from high-quality steel, exuding an intimidating aura, with gemstones embedded in the hilt. The price for such a sword was a staggering 50 taels of silver. Evidently not to Ergo's taste. The other sword, forged from ordinary steel, weighed 11 pounds and 2 ounces, appearing dull and lacking sharpness. Yet, it was affordable, priced at merely 4 taels of silver. This one, he decided. Would you like a scabbard? The wooden scabbard was offered for just 201. The chubby lad sensibly recommended only the most economical option, neglecting the ornate scabbards adorned with gold and jade. No need. Ergo promptly shook his head, deeming it unnecessary. He retrieved 4 strings of copper coins from his belongings, completed the purchase, and exited the weapon shop with his sword. He then proceeded to the elderly woman selling shoes, where he bought 3 feet of burlap. Wrapping the sword in the fabric proved convenient. The 3 feet of cloth cost a mere 100 won, and he could later unpick it to sew a pair of shorts, with both shoes and sword acquired. He also bought a block of black salt and 10 meat buns in the county town. It was time to return home. Yet he felt an unsettling sense that he had overlooked something essential. Only when he arrived at a stall adorned with a plethora of hairpins and hair ties for little girls did he experience a sudden epiphany. Having been frequently cared for by the young girl, and now having earned a substantial sum, he felt compelled to purchase some small trinkets for her. Thus, he acquired a pair of hairpins, a piece of malt candy, a candied hawthorn, and a pound of osmanthus cake. The osmanthus cake was particularly pricey, costing 300 won per pound. It was a delicacy he had never tasted before. After sampling a small piece, he found it to be fragrant, sweet, and utterly delightful. Once he had procured these items, he strode purposefully out of the county town. In the county's weapons shop, a middle-aged man was tallying the day's earnings when he suddenly exclaimed and began sifting through a large box of copper coins with both hands. After a while, he selected 4 substantial strings of coins and placed them on the table, scrutinizing them for an extended period, still uncertain. Father, father, father. The middle-aged man rushed into the back room, clutching the 4 strings of coins. What a fuss over nothing, scolded an elderly man in the back room, his hair already graying. Father, please take a look at these coins. The elder took the coins, examining them meticulously for a long time. Indeed, this is refined copper. The once scolding elder was now visibly excited, his beard trembling. Refined copper is created from ordinary copper through a specialized process. However, from 100 pounds of copper, after a laborious and time-consuming refining process, only 1 pound remains. Refined copper is exceedingly valuable, with its quality enhanced manifold. When forging swords and blades, a small amount of refined copper is mixed in, rendering the weapons resistant to rust, remarkably hard, sharp, and less prone to chipping. It is perplexing that someone has utilized refined copper to mint coins. Who could it be? I am unaware. Today, I collected an excessive amount of money. And only during the counting did I realize this. Let us keep this matter discreet and refrain from taking hasty actions. Both father and son are currently overwhelmed with excitement. Yet the elder remains composed, for experience tempers youthful exuberance. This windfall could indeed be a fortune, but it may also attract peril. Chapter 23. The Huang family's turmoil upon returning to Shishi village. Ergo first meandered near his uncle's home in search of Xiao. He wished to avoid entering his uncle's abode, not wanting to witness his aunt's disdainful demeanor, so he opted to wait outside. However, it wasn't long before he encountered Xiao. Xiao, look what I have brought you. They crouched in a discreet corner by a wall, and Ergo presented a pair of hairpins. Wow, how beautiful. Are they for me? Xiaozi's eyes sparkled with delight upon seeing the exquisite hairpins, her dimples appearing as she smiled broadly. Of course, they are for you. I have no need for them. Thank you, Guzi. Xiao accepted the hairpins and, without the need for a mirror, promptly adorned her hair, nodding in satisfaction. But wait, there's more. Look. Ergo then revealed an assortment of treats, candied hawthorn, malt sugar, and osmanthus cake. Initially, Xiao was overjoyed, her eyes shining at the sight of such delectable offerings. Yet, it soon dawned on her that purchasing these items must have cost a considerable sum. Guzi, please don't buy so many things next time. What if we run out of money and go hungry? Just yesterday, Sanduzi from the west of the village passed away, succumbing to starvation. A fate brought on by his indolence and lack of provisions at home. Xiao, with a tinge of reluctance, carefully rewrapped the osmanthus cake. You can take it back. It's not tasty, she declared with resolute conviction, though her tongue could not resist the temptation and discreetly licked the remnants at the corner of her mouth. Don't worry, Xiao, I won't go hungry anymore. Ergo stuffed the pastries into Xiaozi's embrace. Huang Laokai has sold me the land at Chico Mountain. And he has even permitted me to repay him gradually. Really? Xiao Ezi's eyes widened in disbelief. Of course, it's true. My elder brother has long sought to purchase that parcel of land. I heard Huang Laokai was adamant about not selling, yet he unexpectedly agreed to sell it to you. Now, it was Ergo's turn to be surprised. Your family possesses dozens of acres of fertile land. Why would your brother insist on acquiring that barren mountain? You might be unaware, but my brother has recently purchased additional farmland. Our family now boasts over 100 acres of arable land. As the two engaged in their aimless chatter, the door of Uncle's house creaked open. Ergo quickly recoiled, wishing to avoid an encounter with the others from Uncle's family. As the door swung open, a constable stepped out first, followed by Zhang Yuliang. The two exchanged pleasantries at the threshold before the constable took his leave. What brought the constable to your home? Ergo inquired with curiosity, for typically, ordinary folk regard officials with the same trepidation as a mouse perceives a cat, fearing to engage with them. The headman Wang is a friend of the elder brother, visiting the village to apprehend someone, and coincidentally catching up with the elder brother. Apprehending someone? Which family has incurred the wrath of the authorities? Shishi village is too distant from the county seat. It takes a full day to make the journey. Generally, unless the matter is particularly significant, the officials will not intervene. Local gentry and headmen gather to discuss matters, resolving issues without the need to disturb the county office. I recall the last incident when Wang the Bald stole Li the Deaf's wife. The gentry punished Wang with a bushel of grain and dunked Li's wife in a pig cage. Everyone praised the gentry for their sense of justice and fair dealings. On the day of the dunking, the entire village, young and old, flocked to the riverside to witness the spectacle, which was more boisterous than the Lantern Festival. Oh, I forgot to mention, Huang Laocai's eldest son has killed someone, and the family has reported it to the county office. Zhao Easy recalled today's major news in the village and added this detail. Something has happened at Huang Laocai's house. I must go take a look, for I owe him several hundred taels of silver. As Ergo spoke, he had already risen and was hastening towards Huang Laocai's residence. The officials had long departed. Yet a large crowd of tenants still gathered at Huang Laocai's doorstep, chattering and pointing, though none dared to approach. Ergo squeezed through the crowd and entered. The interior was in disarray, with chests and cabinets overturned, clothing and belongings strewn across the floor. The second daughter sat at the entrance, weeping, with several footprints marking her clothes. Huang Laocai sat on a stone, his gaze vacant, as the women of the household wailed in despair. This is also the reason why ordinary folk dread the officials so deeply. The officials do not simply seize an individual without reason. Their visits are often motivated by the desire to reap substantial rewards. They frequently take the opportunity to ransack the homes of those they apprehend, leaving nothing of value behind. Consequently, villagers often frighten their children with tales of the official's arrival, and merely mentioning it causes the little ones to cease their cries, too terrified to move a muscle. Master Huang. Upon hearing his name, Huang Laocai took a moment to gather himself. Ergo, oh. At that moment, Huang Laocai resembled a child, embracing Ergo and sobbing uncontrollably. Do not fret, Master Huang, let us devise a plan, Ergo reassured him. I owe you 800 taels. I came today to repay the debt. Since the officials have already visited, there is likely nothing of worth left in the house. The notion that Ergo was there to settle his debt seemed to stir something within Huang Laocai, gradually calming him. Shall I find a way to return all 800 taels to you in advance? Ergo pondered, considering the possibility of selling some potent pills to quickly amass the necessary funds. No, that is absolutely out of the question. Huang Laocai, despite his dire circumstances, displayed an uncommon stubbornness. Let us adhere to our original agreement, 40 taels each year, to be settled over 20 years. Tomorrow, we shall visit the county office to affix the official seal. Typically, land sale contracts among the common folk must be stamped at the official office to be recognized legally. As Huang Laocai insisted on his course of action, Ergo chose not to protest further. He promptly produced 40 taels of silver and handed them over to Huang Laocai. I must visit the county office tomorrow to establish connections, and this silver is just what I require. The two agreed to set off the following morning, after which Ergo bade farewell and returned to his abode on Snakemouth Mountain. Upon reaching the mountain, he was greeted by 2 large geese accompanied by a gaggle of goslings, all clamoring for food. These geese, purchased by him and nurtured on nutrient-rich fodder imbued with vitality, had grown remarkably robust. Recently, they had laid eggs, resulting in several goslings. Ergo took out a gourd, poured some feed from within, and scattered it into the trough. Instantly, the geese flocked to the trough, voraciously consuming the food. After tending to the geese, he watered all the crops on the mountain and then toiled through the night crafting strength pills. This time, he managed to sell around 200 taels of silver worth of strength pills, yielding a sweet reward. He devised a plan to convert the 200 share of grain in his gourd entirely into strength pills for sale. After laboring through the night, he produced merely a dough of strength pills. At dawn the next day, Ergo accompanied Huang Laokai to the county office. At the entrance, Huang Laokai bent slightly at the waist, his face adorned with a radiant and obsequious smile, as he presented 2 bags of silver coins with both hands. The 2 gatekeepers received the coins with stern expressions, weighing them briefly before pocketing them. "You may enter." "Thank you. Thank you." Huang Laokai bowed repeatedly, expressing gratitude as if the gatekeepers had rendered him an immense favor. Subsequently, at each encounter, Huang Laokai donned a beaming smile, bowed respectfully, and offered silver. Even when faced with cold words, ridicule, and scorn from those within the office, Huang Laokai maintained his cheerful demeanor in response. Ergo quietly trailed behind Huang Laokai, observing as he delivered silver 16 times and expressed his gratitude 106 times. After navigating through all the necessary connections, he finally encountered Huang Fuguwei in the dungeon. In just a day, Huang Fuguwei's leg had been broken, his cheeks were swollen, and blood lingered at the corners of his mouth, clearly indicating the torment he had endured. Father, I did not kill anyone. I merely pushed that beggar." Huang Laokai remained unaware of the full details of the incident, but upon hearing Huang Fuguwei's account, he found the circumstances rather peculiar. On that fateful day, Huang Fuguwei had been savoring a bowl of wontons at a stall in town when a beggar spat a mouthful of yellow phlegm into his bowl. Incensed, Huang Fuguwei shouted angrily and shoved the beggar several times, causing him to fall to the ground. The beggar, however, did not retaliate. Instead, he laughed heartily as he picked up Huang Fuguwei's bowl of wontons and devoured it entirely before Huang Fuguwei departed. Little did he know, the beggar's family had lodged a complaint with the county office, alleging that he had killed the beggar. In truth, the death of 1 or 2 beggars would hardly raise an eyebrow. There were several frozen beggars spotted along the way. Who would even bother to dig a grave for them, considering it an act of kindness? Not to mention, even when ordinary villagers occasionally brawled to the point of death, as long as no one reported it to the county office, the magistrate would hardly concern himself with such trivial matters. Yet, in this instance, due to a single beggar's demise, Captain Wang, accompanied by his subordinates, braved the snowstorm and traveled a great distance to Snake Creek Village to apprehend him. "Father, I am innocent. Save me, I cannot endure this any longer. They beat me, deny me food, and force me to drink urine." Huang Laokai once again pleaded with the jailers and the head of the prison, showering them with flattery while offering a handful of silver. The prison warden accepted bribes, promising to provide Huang Fuguwei with 2 meals a day while incarcerated. Upon his release, Huang Laokai accompanied Ergo to finalize the transaction for Shikuchen. The procedure was relatively straightforward, yet it required a semblance of cordiality, necessitating 3 payments of silver before completion. In the bureaucratic realm, without greasing palms with silver, no matter of business could be accomplished. Ergo held the deed to Shikuchen, emblazoned with the crimson seal of the county office, signifying that he was now the legitimate owner of the land. However, Shikuchen demanded an annual tax of 20 stones of grain to be paid to the county, a price reflective only of the barren hillside. Should he cultivate the land, the taxes would inevitably rise. On the return journey, Huang Laokai remained uncharacteristically silent. "Huang Laoi, should you find yourself short on funds, I still have some silver I could lend you," Ergo offered, noting that Huang Laokai had already expended 20 to 30 taels merely for the visit. To extricate Huang Fuguwei from his predicament would require an even heftier sum. Huang Laokai managed a wry smile. "Please refrain from calling me Laoi. I am of the same generation as your father. If you must, simply refer to me as Uncle Huang. As for borrowing, there's no need. Should I find myself with surplus funds, I could also sell you the fields at the foot of Shikuchen." "Why?" Ergo queried, taken aback. Huang Laokai had always regarded land as more precious than life itself, for it was the foundation upon which one could root and thrive. Possession of land offered the opportunity for resurgence. "It appears the legacy my family has painstakingly built over generations may be beyond preservation. Had I foreseen this, I would have sold everything back then to ensure Fuguwei could cultivate martial skills and attain a scholar's title." Huang Laokai sighed deeply, for although he was immensely wealthy, he remained as insignificant as an ant in the eyes of the officials, whose mere whims could lead to his ruin. "Ergo, when you acquire your fortune, I urge you to invest in martial arts and pursue a scholarly title. Reading proves futile. A martial scholar's status far surpasses that of a literary one." As he spoke, regret filled his heart for not having taken this path earlier. It is widely acknowledged that the pursuit of martial arts demands substantial resources, requiring not only ample sustenance but also meat, eggs, and even expensive medicinal aids. A single Piyuan Gubin pill costs the equivalent of 6 or 7 stones of grain. Even as the wealthiest man in Shishi village, he could scarcely bear such expenses. Chapter 24. Shattered stones once again. It was New Year's Eve. Ergo sat alone by the earthen stove, tending the fire as a large pot of pork simmered, releasing a tantalizing aroma. On this very day last year, his life had hung by a thread as he roasted a handful of rice amid the biting cold, barely clinging to existence. Now, he could finally indulge in hearty portions of meat. Known for his frugality and meticulous calculations, Ergo unexpectedly splurged on half a pig for the festivities. After tonight, he would turn 15. At 15, he was the proud owner of Shako Mountain and possessed 50 acres of prime farmland at its base. Huang Laokai had sold all 50 acres of this valuable land, situated close to a water source, to Ergo. Typically, such land would command a price of 30 taels of silver. However, Huang Laokai sold it to him for only 28 taels per acre. In total, it amounted to 1,400 taels of silver, with a repayment plan stretched over 20 years, requiring 70 taels annually, with no option for early repayment, in addition to the annual sum of 40 taels from previous years for the next 2 decades. Ergo must repay 110 taels of silver each year to Huang Laokai. This year, Huang Laokai, with the 70 taels he received, endeavored to curry favor with the county magistrate, yet all his efforts were in vain, leaving him unable to extricate anyone from captivity. It is said that in the end, Huang Laokai, with a heavy heart, beseeched Zhang Yuyang to intervene. Zhang Yuyang, being well acquainted with the county officials, successfully managed to release Huang Fuguwei from the prison. However, in enlisting Zhang Yuyang's assistance, Huang Laokai paid a hefty price, selling off all the remaining fields of the Huang family at a meager price to Zhang Yuyang. Consequently, the majority of the arable land in Shishi village came under Zhang Yuyang's ownership. Now, the tenants of the village flocked to the elder's home, incessantly flattering and presenting gifts, trampling the threshold in their eagerness to secure better land for cultivation. Witnessing Huang Laokai's plight instilled in Ergo a profound sense of crisis. He realized that without sufficient strength for self-preservation, no amount of wealth could be safeguarded. Thus, he resolved to dedicate his future efforts and resources to martial arts training, aspiring to pass the martial scholar examination. Attaining the title of martial scholar would enable him to stand on equal footing with the county officials. Even if the county magistrate sought to punish him, he would need to report to the provincial government. Nevertheless, mastering martial arts would require not only rigorous daily practice but also a significant financial investment. At the year's end, he sold a batch of powerful pills, earning over 200 taels of silver, ensuring he had sufficient funds for the time being. Recognizing the benefits of a meat-rich diet for martial training, he decided that from now on, he would indulge in meat at least once a day. If one consumes a pound of fatty meat daily, it would amount to 2 or 3 taels of silver in a month, a cost that, while manageable for Ergo, still feels rather extravagant. Yet, in pursuit of enhancing his prowess and aspiring to become a distinguished martial scholar, Ergo resolved to strike a balance. The price of fatty meat was exorbitant. However, lean meat and bones, lacking in richness, were considerably more affordable. He contemplated purchasing the leftover spare ribs and knuckle bones, which would allow him to save some silver each month. He believed that spare ribs could indeed suffice. There was no pressing need to indulge in fatty cuts. Given that this winter, over a dozen souls had perished in Shishi village, he felt fortunate merely to have meat to consume. At that moment, Ergo lifted the pot lid and prodded the contents with his chopsticks, deeming them nearly ready. He extracted a rib, blew away the steam, and began to bite into it. The meat had been simmered to the point where it easily separated from the bone with a gentle tug. He could tear away a substantial piece. Although the spare ribs lacked considerable fat, their texture was tender and delightfully savory. Prior to stewing, he had stored the meat in a gourd for several days, enhancing its flavor beyond that of ordinary pork. Particularly, the usual gamey scent had dissipated, replaced by a fragrant aroma that mingled the essence of the meat with herbal notes. After savoring the meat, he meticulously chewed the remaining bones into fine fragments, washing them down with the rich broth. The bones, after all, had been purchased and were not to be discarded. Once he finished the spare ribs, he found a ginseng root and a few remnants of meat left in the pot. He made sure to consume every last bit. The ginseng cultivated on the mountain was still relatively young, roughly equating to 5 or 6 years of medicinal age. Yet, after being infused with spiritual energy from the gourd and cooked alongside the pork, it provided a modicum of assistance in his cultivation endeavors. After a satisfying meal, he commenced his meditation practice in accordance with the first layer of his cultivation technique. The sustenance he had just consumed gradually transformed within him, yielding strands of subtle vital energy. This energy circulated through the 12 meridians for a total of 49 cycles before converging into the Ren meridian. The Ren and Du meridians, often referred to as the Sea of Yin and Yang, possess the capacity to store the vital energy he has cultivated. These two principal meridians are situated along the central axis of the body, significantly broader than the 12 meridians, allowing for the accommodation of a substantial amount of vital energy. Having sensed the flow of energy for several months, he had been consuming the grains from the gourd daily, resulting in commendable progress in his training. At present, his due meridian remains unopened, with only about one-third of the Ren meridian filled. According to the texts, he must completely fill the Ren meridian with vital energy and subsequently open the due meridian to advance to the second layer of his cultivation technique. As for the third layer, it necessitates fully opening and filling the due meridian and then establishing the lower dantian before he can progress further. After 2 hours of meditation, the food he had consumed had been refined into vital energy, now fully integrated into the Ren meridian. He then rose, retrieved the sword beside him, and began practicing basic sword forms. With the recent enhancement of his cultivation and a notable increase in physical strength, the 11-pound sword he had initially purchased now felt somewhat lighter. He contemplated acquiring a heavier sword during his next visit to the county town. The following morning marked the first day of the new year, a time for familial and friendly visits to exchange New Year greetings. Ergo had no relatives to visit, save for his master. He brought along a piece of pork, a packet of preserved fruits, and a jar of wine to pay his respects to Libanzian. Libanzian, also a solitary figure, was pleasantly surprised, as it was the first time in many years that someone had come to wish him well for the new year. He had also taken the time to stew some pork, allowing this apprentice to enjoy a meal. In the process, he demonstrated his remarkable skill of turning stone into powder once more. Although Ergo had witnessed this spectacle countless times, he remained profoundly impressed and secretly vowed to double his efforts, aspiring to attain even a fraction of his master's prowess, sufficient to qualify for the title of a martial scholar. As he departed, Libanzian gifted Ergo a bag of red dates, harvested from the jujube tree in his courtyard. On his way home, Ergo also paid a visit to Huang Laokai to extend New Year's greetings. In previous years, during this time, all the tenants in the village would flock to Huang Laokai's door, making it impossible for Ergo to enter. However, this year, the place was desolate, starkly silent, with not a single visitor in sight. Huang Fuguei had suffered a broken leg. Although he had sought the help of a doctor from the county to set the bone and apply medicine, he remained unable to walk. Ergo presented him with a packet of invigorating pills, which should aid in his recovery. As he was about to leave, Huang Laokai instructed his second daughter to fetch a large bag of persimmon cakes as a token of gratitude. When she handed the cakes to Ergo, her lips quivered as if she wished to speak, yet in the end, silence prevailed. Ergo uttered no words either, taking the persimmon cakes and bidding farewell. Upon returning to Shikushin, he extracted the seeds from both the red dates and the persimmon cakes, planting them in the crevices of the rocky terrain that were unsuitable for cultivation. After the new year, everyone would be preoccupied with the spring plowing, strategizing for the year's livelihood. Ergo rented out the 50 acres of land at the foot of Shikushin, adhering to the traditional practice of collecting 50% of the rent. Of this 50%, 30% would be allocated for taxes at the county office, leaving him with a modest 20% of the harvest. During this period, however, an incident transpired in Snake Creek Village. The majority of the land is now under the control of Zhang Yuyang, leaving the village tenants with no choice but to lease land from him for cultivation. In his inaugural year of management, Zhang Yuyang raised the rent from 50% to 60%. The tenants were, of course, discontented, but they could only grumble amongst themselves, as there were plenty of others eager to cultivate the land if they chose not to. Ergo had no intention of amassing wealth through the exploitation of tenants. His primary focus was on his cultivation. Recently, he had been consuming a pound of pork stewed with ginseng each day, which had yielded satisfactory progress in his training and significantly increased his strength. He had also affixed stones to his sword, raising its weight to over 20 pounds. Yet he still found himself unable to crush the stones. Ergo felt that his cultivation was progressing too slowly. Consequently, after the arrival of spring, he made a trip to the county town. There, he sold a stone of powerful pills for over 200 taels of silver. To his surprise, the two enhanced versions of the pills were quite popular. Sima from the Rejuvenation Hall offered 81 per pill and ordered a stone's worth. With the over 200 taels of silver in hand, Ergo proceeded directly to Hongan Hall. Regrettably, they only had 8 pills of the Essence Reinforcement pill available. He spent 80 taels to purchase all 8 remaining pills. Subsequently, he visited a swordsmith to custom order a 30-pound heavy sword. In conjunction with this sword, he also had fabricated 140 long iron plates, each weighing 5 pounds, to be affixed to the sword to augment its weight. This endeavor, due to the substantial amount of iron used and the custom nature of the order, incurred a significant expense, costing him 100 taels of silver. Thus, the money he had just acquired dwindled to a mere few dozen taels. The path of martial arts is truly not something an ordinary person can afford to undertake. Moreover, Having only acquired 8 Peiyuan Gubin pills, if he consumes one daily, they would be exhausted in merely 8 days. Upon returning to Shiko Mountain, 3 days passed before he finally extracted a single Peiyuan Gubin pill from the gourd for consumption. Holding the pill in his palm, he meticulously sensed its essence. Indeed, from the richness of its spiritual energy alone, it far surpassed his Dali pills and was superior to the ginseng he had in hand, which had been aged for 5 to 6 years. As the pill melted in his mouth, a harmonious blend of medicinal and honeyed fragrances enveloped him, proving quite delectable, devoid of any bitterness. After swallowing the Peiyuan Gubin pill, he commenced the cultivation process to refine its energy. Approximately 4 hours later, all the spiritual energy contained within the pill had been thoroughly assimilated, adding a new strand of true energy to his Ren meridian. Ergo assessed that the increase in true energy from refining this single pill was equivalent to consuming pork stew with ginseng for half a month. Of course, this remarkable effect could only be achieved after enhancing the spiritual energy with the gourd. Following this, he ingested 1 Peiyuan Gubin pill each day, experiencing rapid advancements in his cultivation, transforming remarkably each day. The true energy within his Ren meridian swelled increasingly, and finally, after refining the 7th Peiyuan Gubin pill, a surge of energy coursed through the Tian-2, traversed the Lian Quan, bridged the Ke-Chiao, ascended to the pinnacle, and then descended along the Du meridian down the spine, passing through the Ming-Min, traversing the Changchang, and entering the Huiyin. In that moment, his Ren and Du meridians were completely unobstructed, marking a breakthrough into the second layer of the nameless martial arts technique. The true energy surged from Huiyin upwards, connecting to the Du meridian, then descending back to Huiyin, creating a cyclical flow. With each cycle, the true energy increased incrementally, imparting a sense of growing strength within his being. After years of diligent practice, Ergo leaped into the air, effortlessly soaring over a height of more than 10 feet. He felt as though he had entered an entirely new realm, a moment of unprecedented strength. Picking up a stone from the ground, he grasped it tightly and exerted all his might, straining, his face reddening, yet the stone remained unyielding, steadfast. Was this still insufficient? A surge of determination welled up within Ergo, and he channeled the vital energy from his Ren and Du meridians into his fingers, suddenly unleashing a powerful burst of force. With a resounding crack, the stone shattered in his grasp, though it did not crumble into dust as his master could. It marked a significant advancement for Ergo. Haha, I have finally succeeded. Chapter 25, continuing the deception every time Ergo visited Li Banxian. He dutifully brought a piece of fatty pork to honor his master. Though he hesitated and felt a pang of regret over spending his coins, having never indulged in such rich meat himself, his master, a reclusive sage of extraordinary stature, had shown him immense kindness, making the offering worthwhile. Master, I can crush stones now. As soon as the master and disciple reunited, Ergo eagerly shared his joy of success. His achievements were solely due to his master's wise teachings. Is that even possible? Li Banxian instinctively doubted the claim. How could a person's fingers crush stone? He was well aware of the inadequacy of the various rudimentary techniques he had practiced, which had only served to whet his appetite and waste more rice. He was somewhat aware of the reality behind the demonstrations of turning stone to powder. Yet, he soon recognized his own speechlessness and continued. How could it possibly be so swift? Li Banxian remarked, picking up a stone from the ground and placing it upon the table for Ergo to crush. Break this stone for me to witness. Ergo grasped the stone, secretly channeling his inner energy. With a resounding crack, fragments scattered as he shattered the fist-sized blue stone into several pieces. Li Banxian, trembling as he tugged at his sparse beard, could hardly conceal the excitement swelling within him. He had confirmed the stone's authenticity when he picked it up. It was no mere prop. Had he mistakenly selected a prop stone? Unwilling to relent, he picked up a small shard broken by Ergo and, retracting his hand into his sleeve, exerted all his strength to crush it. Squeeze. Press harder. Gritting his teeth with fervor, his face reddened, yet the tiny stone remained unmoved. Once more, Li Banxian found himself ensnared in profound self-doubt and inner turmoil. Nevertheless, his years of professional composure steeled him against the tempest of uncertainty, his countenance unwavering. Indeed, quite remarkable, he exclaimed. To crush a stone is no small feat, yet it relies solely on brute force, lacking finesse. Li Banxian felt increasingly challenged to maintain his facade, a weight of pressure settling in his heart. His master's admonitions echoed true. His meager abilities paled in comparison, akin to the flickering glow of a firefly vying for prominence against the brilliance of the sun and moon. Although Ergo had made rapid strides in his cultivation, his foundational teachings were a disjointed manuscript of techniques. At this moment, In an attempt to sound cultured and humble, he stumbled over his words. His progress was commendable, yet there remained much room for improvement. Li Banzian, being a seasoned veteran, quickly emerged from his mental turmoil, exuding an air of serenity and mastery. "How is your foundational sword technique progressing?" he inquired. "I can now practice with a sword weighing 60 pounds, responded Ergo candidly. He was now effortlessly lifting a massive 500-pound stone with both arms. However, practicing the fundamental sword techniques with one hand still proved more suitable with a 60-pound sword. Of course, should he channel his vital energy into the arm wielding the sword, the situation would be different. Well done, but there is room for improvement. Once you can wield a 100-pound sword, I shall impart a set of sword techniques to you," Li Banzian added, offering further encouragement before sending Ergo on his way. Once Ergo departed, Li Banzian retrieved an ancient tome on sword techniques, laying it open on the table to begin transcribing. The original text stated that one could commence practicing sword techniques with a 10-pound sword. However, he deliberately altered it to 100 pounds to increase the challenge for Ergo. As he began to copy the techniques, he modified various parameters several times over to prevent Ergo from mastering them too swiftly. He had only a limited repertoire of teachings to offer. Should all of them be mastered, he would be left with nothing to impart. Upon returning to the mountain, Ergo dedicated himself to arduous training, gradually filling his meridians with vital energy and growing stronger by the day. Having tasted the benefits of the Puan pill, he made another trip to the county town's Hongan Hall, only to find the coveted pills were sold out, as these expensive elixirs were in high demand. Without the nourishing essence of the Puan pill, he could only toil like a beast each day, subsisting on a diet of ginseng stewed with pork. Perhaps due to the lack of synergistic medicinal properties, overindulgence in ginseng often led to internal heat, causing nosebleeds. During this period, although his strength did not surge dramatically, it steadily improved, acquiring a particularly solid foundation. The heavy sword he practiced with gradually increased in weight, 65 pounds, 70 pounds, 85 pounds. Half a year passed, and Ergo had affixed all the iron plates he initially forged onto the sword. In Sancha town, he approached his master. "Master, I can wield a 100-pound sword now," Ergo announced joyfully while hoisting the heavy sword. Li Banzian's facial muscles twitched violently. He instinctively wanted to exclaim that it was impossible, but he managed to restrain the words before they escaped his lips. After all, a few months prior, he had witnessed Ergo's prowess in breaking stones with his bare hands. "Can you truly wield a 100-pound sword?" Li Banzian asked, still somewhat skeptical as he eyed the sword-like object laden with iron plates on Ergo's back. "Yes, it's manageable," Ergo replied, drawing the sword from his back with a flourish, gripping it confidently as he performed a few basic movements, thrusts, slashes, and flicks with an air of effortless grace. The sword appeared deceptively light, at times seeming to rest lightly on just a few fingers. "Let me have a look at your sword." Li Banzian, having spent a lifetime gauging others by his own standards, instinctively suspected that perhaps the sword was flawed. "All right." Ergo readily handed the sword over, and Li Banzian reached out to grasp it without hesitation. However, once the sword was in his hands, its extraordinary weight nearly caused it to plummet to the ground. Li Banzian could only clutch tightly with both hands, his old face flushed with embarrassment. The sound of clanging echoed. Ultimately, Li Banzian failed to hold onto the large sword, which fell to the ground, nearly crushing his foot and causing a twinge in his back. He pressed a hand against his waist, taking several deep breaths, secretly relieved that Ergo had turned around moments earlier and did not witness his predicament. The sword emitted a crisp sound and was of decent quality. He thought to himself, "You may as well pick it up." Having navigated through the myriad of experiences in the martial world, Li Banzian quickly suppressed his inner astonishment, stroking his beard with one hand to mask his moment of embarrassment. Ergo, ever honest, picked up the hefty sword and casually wielded it, causing Li Banzian to gasp in astonishment. This lad, who appeared so unassuming, was indeed exceptionally gifted. He had underestimated him earlier. Had he known that Ergo could cultivate such raw strength, he would have refrained from underestimating him. If the ruse were ever uncovered, a 100-pound sword crashing down would surely be unbearable for his frail body. However, now he found himself caught in a web of his own making, compelled to continue the charade. Unbeknownst to Ergo, Li Banzian's mind was racing with convoluted thoughts. Since embarking on his martial journey under his master's guidance, Ergo had made remarkable progress, acquiring tangible skills that were undeniably real. He held his master in utmost reverence, regarding his prowess as almost divine. "Master, do you think this direct thrust is correct?" Ergo inquired, brandishing the heavy sword forward in several thrusts, yet feeling a sense of disquiet. He then presented the 100-pound sword to Li Banzian, asking, "Could you demonstrate it for me?" Li Banzian was secretly astonished, for this was a 100-pound heavy sword. effortlessly wielded by Ergo as if it were merely a wooden stick. Yet, having just suffered a setback, he dared not extend his hand to accept it. Casually waving his sleeve to indicate his disinterest. There is no need for you to demonstrate, for you have already practiced exceedingly well. How else could Li Banxian express his sentiments? If he were to say the practice was incorrect, he would have to illustrate it himself. Upon hearing his master's approval, Ergo was naturally elated, though he had long grappled with a lack of confidence, bordering on self-doubt. Is it truly all right for me to thrust like this? Perhaps, master? You could still showcase your skills for your disciple to witness. At this, Li Banxian waved his hands repeatedly, urging him to proceed with his demonstration, which felt akin to thrusting him into the flames. As a seasoned wanderer of the martial world, he understood well that the fewer times one revealed their skills, the more enigmatic and profound they appeared. Moreover, he genuinely lacked the strength to lift such a hefty iron object. No need for that. I have cultivated to a higher realm, where I possess the ability to wield the sword without one. With a mere gesture, I can inflict harm. Plucking flowers or gathering leaves from a distance of 10 paces as easily as if reaching into a pocket. Such foundational sword techniques would be a disgrace to these hands of mine. Li Banxian licked his lips, gathering his thoughts. Your foundational sword techniques have been perfected. And now I shall impart to you a set of sword techniques. At this revelation, Ergo was filled with joy, watching as Li Banxian produced a handwritten manuscript from his sleeve. This is the ancestral sword technique passed down by my master, vast and profound, shrouded in mystery. You must study and practice it diligently without negligence. Thank you, master. Ergo joyfully accepted the sword manual, repeatedly expressing his gratitude, feeling that his master was truly benevolent, imparting both ancestral techniques and the sword manual to him. Each time he presented his master with a piece of fatty meat or a jar of aged wine, he felt a pang of regret over the few copper coins spent. Now, reflecting upon it, he felt an overwhelming sense of unworthiness. With the manual tucked away and a hint of remorse for his master in his heart, Ergo finally departed from Sankaizi town. Li Banxian watched Ergo's retreating figure, finally exhaling a sigh of relief. The sword manual had been altered beyond recognition, surely rendering it impossible for him to master. Chapter 26. Do not move recklessly. Ever since Ergo obtained his master's nameless sword manual, he treated it as a treasure, diligently practicing each day with meticulous attention. However, the complexity of the techniques proved to be quite formidable. Despite his prolonged efforts, he struggled to grasp them. For instance, certain sword moves required a leap reaching 2 or 3 zhang in height. Yet, despite exerting all his strength, he could barely manage to jump just over 1 zhang. The thought of soaring to such heights felt almost like flying. Furthermore, some techniques demanded striking a target over a zhang away, which seemed nearly impossible. His arm and sword together measured only about 5 feet. How could one possibly reach such distances? Nevertheless, his master had never deceived him. Every skill taught had ultimately been mastered. The more challenging the practice, the more it attested to the extraordinary nature of the technique, promising unparalleled power upon mastery. His master often imparted wisdom. One must endure hardship to attain supreme martial prowess. He firmly believed that with unwavering perseverance, success would inevitably follow. Previously, he had deemed it more challenging than ascending to the heavens to crush stones with bare hands. However, after his cultivation progressed, the problem unraveled effortlessly. Perhaps once he reaches the 3rd or 4th level, it will be achievable. Currently, his daily routine consists of practicing swordsmanship, savoring a dish of pork ribs stewed with ginseng, and then meditating to refine his 2nd-level technique. As the age of the ginseng increases, its medicinal properties intensify, and the true energy circulating through his meridians becomes increasingly abundant. Yet, with the enhancement of ginseng's potency, it also tends to generate heat within the body. Consuming 1 root daily has resulted in him experiencing nosebleeds and swollen gums. And he often dreams of marrying a wife. He sometimes contemplates whether he should indeed take a wife. Moreover, the initial batch of ginseng he planted was not abundant. Having consumed nearly half an acre by devouring 1 root each day, he is reluctant to use the remaining ones. He wishes to cultivate them to a higher age, perhaps 50 years or even 100 years. Upon reflection, it seems more cost-effective to purchase the nourishing pills instead. One day, after practicing his sword technique, Ergo felt that each movement was rather awkward. At that moment, the flock of geese suddenly erupted into a frenzy. All the geese rushed out of their shelter, stretching their necks and spreading their wings, directed towards one particular point, honking loudly. In the direction indicated by the geese, a dark figure was scaling up from the cliff below. This figure, shrouded in a black scarf and wielding a gleaming waste knife, appeared momentarily stunned by the commotion of the geese. Ergo, upon seeing this figure, recalled that fateful night on the official road when he was pursued relentlessly. The attire and even the knife were strikingly similar. He suspected it was indeed the same individual. recalling the terror of that entire night spent in pursuit. Ergo instinctively yearned to flee. Yet, at that very moment, the shadow brandished a large blade, severing the heads of 2 geese, which fell to the ground. "You have slain my geese." Ergo, who had initially contemplated escape, was struck with disbelief upon witnessing the shadow's swift execution of his 2 prized geese. The geese were his livelihood, each fetching several hundred coins or even a couple of silver pieces. If he were to abandon them, would the remaining geese on the mountain not meet a similar fate? And what of the vast expanse of medicinal herbs spanning over a dozen acres? Clinging to the principle of valuing life over wealth, Ergo grasped his heavy sword and lunged towards the shadow. His strike was executed with precision, adhering flawlessly to the techniques prescribed in the texts. However, just as his sword was about to find its mark, the shadow deftly sidestepped, leaving him with nothing but empty air. Ergo, dutifully retracting his blade to his chest, thrust again, only to witness the shadow evade once more. Strike after strike, horizontal sweeps, diagonal thrusts, vertical slashes, each move was executed with impeccable form, yet the shadow's agility rendered him untouchable. "Damn it, why do you keep moving? What a nuisance." After numerous failed attempts, a surge of frustration welled up within Ergo, prompting him to curse just as the other tenants did. The shadow, taken aback by Ergo's exclamation, momentarily faltered. In a fit of rage, Ergo forgot all the teachings of his master. Wielding his sword like a mere firewood poker, launching a chaotic barrage of swings at the shadow, this disordered and unrefined swordplay bore no semblance of strategy. The shadow, once elusive, had now become decidedly more formidable, leaving him utterly unable to predict the trajectory of the next strike. After evading several blows, he abandoned his intentions of taunting Ergo and swiftly executed a single-blade parry. The moment the blade met the sword, a tremendous force surged through the contact, shattering his weapon into fragments. He had never anticipated such immense strength from Ergo. Gazing at the remnants of his blade, now nothing more than a hilt, and feeling the searing pain in his lacerated palm, he was overcome with a sense of dread. Without allowing the shadow a moment's hesitation, Ergo swung his makeshift club with renewed vigor. Having realized the gravity of the situation, the shadow dared not linger. He retreated and fled. With such overwhelming power, even the slightest brush could result in a shattered limb. Ergo pursued him to the edge of a precipice. Witnessing the shadow scramble up the rocky cliff with desperate agility, swiftly disappearing into the darkness. In frustration, he picked up a few stones and hurled them into the abyss. But no cries were heard. Presumably, he had failed to strike his target. Behind him, a flock of geese wailed mournfully around the lifeless bodies of 2 headless fowl. These unfortunate creatures were the very first he had purchased, a male and a female. They had served him well, successfully hatching 15 goslings over the course of a year. Thanks to his nourishing them with magically infused fodder, these geese had grown to be more than twice the size of ordinary ones. Embracing the bodies of his loyal geese, he entered the kitchen and quietly set about boiling water, enduring a sleepless night. By the following morning, Ergo held a succulent goose leg in his mouth. How delectable it was, more flavorful than pork ribs, and he had yet to store it in his gourd, for the meat was imbued with rich spiritual essence. Creaking, Ergo gnawed on a bone, swallowing it down along with some goose meat, his gaze scanning the remaining flock of geese. He then added a handful of rice to the feeding trough. Eat more. That is how you grow quickly. These 15 geese, perhaps sensing impending doom or still enveloped in the sorrow of losing their parents, bowed their heads in silence, diligently consuming their meal. After a hearty feast, Ergo descended from Shiko Mountain. Although he had not suffered any loss from last night's events, he had gained nothing either. Reflecting on the matter, he realized that his swordsmanship was still rudimentary. He only knew some basic sword forms, and if the enemy moved even slightly, he could not land a hit. He resolved to accelerate his training and decided to make another trip to the county town to see if he could procure some essence-replenishing pills. To thwart any potential thieves taking advantage of his absence, he avoided the main road on his way down, ensuring no one knew he had returned. Chapter 27. The Flesh of the Fish Demon. After trekking for most of the day, Ergo finally entered the Huichun Hall at dusk, burdened with a sack of powerful pills. "Brother Ergo, you have finally arrived." Sima, he exclaimed, his eyes glistening with emotion upon seeing him. He appeared almost impatient, embodying the essence of a long-awaited reunion. "Why have you taken so long to come back? Look, I have several more gray hairs." Sima tugged at 2 strands of his white hair, showcasing them to Ergo. "Apologies, I've been preoccupied with some matters," Ergo replied, somewhat apologetically. Recalling that Sima had placed an order for 2 stones of enhanced powerful pills, which had yet to be delivered. In recent months, he has been engrossed in his cultivation practices, and now, having made no progress in his swordsmanship, he reluctantly finds himself compelled to sell a few items to procure some Peiyuan Guban pills. Setting that aside, how many of the enhanced strength pills do you possess? Previously, Sima sold a number of the enhanced versions of these pills, and to his surprise, their effects proved remarkably beneficial. In the county town, many affluent families, lacking in financial concerns and possessing no sophisticated taste in life, idly take to marrying numerous wives and concubines. Yet, even the finest delicacies can lead to indigestion if consumed excessively, adversely affecting one's digestive health. Moreover, these wives and concubines are as ravenous as wolves, akin to a steel knife scraping bone. Over time, the wealthy become gaunt and listless, their vitality waning. However, regardless of one's shortcomings, one must dutifully attend to the wives and concubines brought into the home, lest one unwittingly benefit another. When others partake in your provisions and then spit into them, it is a profound insult. Recently, Ergo inadvertently concocted 2 varieties of the enhanced strength pills, which fortuitously cured the hidden ailments of these affluent gentlemen in the county town. One of these pills strengthens the spleen and nourishes the kidneys, addressing the root cause, while the other bolsters kidney function and enhances vitality with immediate results known only to those who consume them. When taken together, these 2 pills have allowed the nobility to rediscover their confidence. The wealthy, having savored the benefits, pursue Sima fervently to acquire more pills. With stock running low, they frequently inquire, much to Sima's annoyance. Now, upon seeing that Ergo has finally delivered a stone of enhanced strength pills, Sima feels a profound sense of relief. After they tally the quantity, it amounts to a total of 100 pills, calculated at 81 each, equating to 488,000 cash or 488 taels of silver. Sima readily produced 49 taels of silver, which Ergo carefully wrapped up. You have truly assisted me greatly. Allow me to treat you to a meal shortly. Ergo, feeling somewhat peckish, had initially planned to purchase a couple of meat buns, but with Sima's generous invitation, he was more than delighted to partake in a meal. The two had known each other for over half a year, and Ergo held a favorable impression of Sima. Coming from a wealthy family, Sima was free from the arrogance typically associated with affluent young masters and exhibited no ulterior motives. As they exited the apothecary, a young beggar, scarcely 6 or 7 years old, hurriedly approached, extending a grimy hand towards Sima. Instead of shooing the child away, Sima smiled gently and retrieved a few copper coins from his pocket, placing them into the beggar's hand. Gather your little friends, he instructed. Thank you, kind sir. The young beggar expressed his gratitude and waved towards a distant corner, prompting dozens of other beggar children to emerge, surrounding the 2 men. While Ergo pondered how to handle the situation, he observed Sima, who had already thrown a handful of coins into the air. The children scrambled to collect the scattered money, creating a delightful chaos. Let us go. The money we save by skipping a dish will sustain them for several days, Sima remarked, guiding Ergo down the street. Do you seem to know those children quite well? Ergo inquired. Sima appeared to be a person of distinction from the county town, his complexion fair and unblemished, evidently untouched by the sun's harsh rays. His fingers were long and slender, indicative of someone who had never engaged in arduous labor, and his garments were of luxurious satin, a testament to their considerable expense. Ergo was somewhat intrigued by how such a young gentleman could become acquainted with those beggars, who were as desolate as weeds. They were all children abandoned by their parents. He recounted that every time he refrained from ordering a dish, he would donate the saved money to these beggars, and through this exchange, familiarity blossomed. Sima spoke of this with an ease that seemed entirely natural, devoid of any pretense, and he did not perceive his actions as charitable. In that moment, Ergo felt a surge of respect for Sima. Although he had never been inclined to spare a dime for the relief of others, he admired those who did. Sima dismissed these trifles from his mind and continued to lead the way. He mentioned that Hongyan Tower had recently procured a piece of century-old fish demon meat, suggesting they should go savor its flavor. Ergo had expected to merely find a roadside eatery for a casual meal, but Sima unexpectedly guided him to the entrance of Hongyan Tower. Recalling the humiliation of being expelled by the tower's attendant during their last visit, he felt a twinge of reluctance. However, since Sima was treating, he refrained from voicing his discomfort. Casting a glance at his new shoes, he discreetly followed Sima towards the establishment. At the entrance stood the same attendant who had previously chased Ergo away, yet upon spotting Sima, he quickly bent at the waist, his face adorned with a sycophantic smile. Ah, it is Master Sima, please come in. As Ergo passed by the attendant, the latter hesitated for a moment but soon resumed his beaming expression. Hongyan Tower, reputed to be the most opulent tavern in the county, boasted 5 stories, with main beams and columns crafted from trees that required 2 or 3 people to encircle. The floor was covered with a thick carpet, yielding softly beneath their feet, leaving Ergo utterly astonished. On the earthen bed at Shiko Mountain, Only a layer of straw has been laid, while here, a blanket is used as a footrest. The Hongyan Tower comprises 5 stories, with the 4th floor accessible solely to esteemed guests of high status. It is said that from the 5th floor of Hongyan Tower, one can overlook the entirety of Anchang County. However, this level is reserved exclusively for the county magistrate, and without his permission, no one is entitled to ascend. With Sima Yi's status, he can only dine on the 3rd floor. Yet, even reaching the 3rd floor is a privilege envied by many wealthy merchants. A servant guided the 2 gentlemen to push open a carved wooden door, revealing an interior adorned with opulence, a sight that Ergo had never before encountered. Incense wafted from a burner, emanating a fragrance that invigorated every pore of the body. Moreover, the room housed 2 youthful maidens, rendering Ergo momentarily speechless. He could hardly comprehend how they appeared so enchanting, their faces pale and tender, smooth as freshly shelled eggs. Having lived over a decade in Shushi village and Sanchatsi town, he had never seen such fair and delicate beings. It dawned on him that people could be so strikingly beautiful. Feeling a twinge of self-consciousness, Ergo's face flushed slightly. He lowered his head and discreetly withdrew his hand into his sleeve, concealing the intricate black lines of his skin. "We humbly greet the 2 gentlemen." The 2 maidens then respectfully bowed to them, with a wave of his sleeve. Sima Yi acknowledged them with a grunt and led Ergo to sit beside a round table. The 2 maidens promptly approached, pouring tea for the 2 men. Their skirts flowed like mist, shimmering with light, and their fair skin, partially revealed, resembled ethereal beings from a painting. Ergo felt a twinge of embarrassment as he furtively glanced at the enchanting woman before him. Such beauty! It was a pity that such a stunning lady served merely as a maid for patrons. The affluent gentlemen of the city truly squandered their treasures. Simultaneously, his mind wandered to the considerable sum this meal would demand, likely amounting to several thousand won. Reflecting on the exorbitance, he mused that it would be far more prudent to indulge in meat buns, which could satiate 2 appetites for merely a handful of coins. "I have heard that you possess the flesh of a century-old fish demon. Bring me 2 portions, commanded Sima Yi. He then turned to Ergo and inquired, "My dear brother, what do you fancy?" After a moment's contemplation, Ergo, who had lived for over a decade, recalled that the most delectable dishes he had ever savored were none other than succulent pork belly and meat buns. "I shall have braised pork," he declared. The 2 women exchanged subtle glances, their lips twitching slightly at his choice. "Very well, 1 portion of braised pork," Sima Yi echoed, before proceeding to order several dishes with peculiar names. In but a brief moment, the 2 women began to serve an array of exquisite dishes. Each presented in elegantly crafted white porcelain, unmistakably of considerable worth. The assortment of culinary delights appeared utterly divine, yet Ergo found himself unable to recognize a single item. It was not until the arrival of a large bowl that he finally discerned the contents: braised pork. "Do you take a taste?" The chefs of Hongyan Tower traced their lineage back to the imperial kitchens, Sima Yi encouraged. With a nod of assent, Ergo lifted a morsel of pork from the generously filled bowl. The meat, marbled with just the right balance of fat and lean, was cut into perfect cubes, glistening with a rich, red broth. As he bit into it, the savory aroma melded with the succulent juices, bursting forth in his mouth, devoid of any unpleasant gamey flavor. In terms of flavor and taste alone, it surpassed the haphazardly cooked pork he had prepared himself by 1,000-fold. He then indulged in several other dishes, all of which were exquisitely delicious, truly the finest he had ever tasted in his life. The only drawback was that after being stored in the gourd for some time, his pork had developed a certain vitality, leaving him invigorated after consumption. In contrast, the dishes on the table evidently lacked such effects. At that moment, 2 women entered, carrying 2 grand platters. These platters were astonishingly carved entirely from white jade, and their mere worth could purchase all the land in Shushi village. Yet, at the center of the platters, rather stingily, lay a small piece of meat no larger than a thumb. This was the meat of a century-old fish demon, a rare delicacy, inviting one to savor its taste. Sima Yi proclaimed, as he deftly picked up a small morsel of fish flesh with his chopsticks and savored it, seemingly lost in a delightful reminiscence. Ergo also poked a small piece of fish with the tip of his chopsticks and brought it to his mouth. The fish meat was tender and delectable, elevating the flavors to several new heights compared to the previous dishes. Moreover, Ergo sensed that the fish flesh, much like the pork he had stored in the gourd, was imbued with rich spiritual energy. So this was the meat of the century-old fish demon. Perhaps the pork he usually consumed was akin to the flesh of a pig demon? Did you know that this fish demon weighed over 300 pounds? With the choicest parts offered to the county magistrate, the remaining meat was to be shared among others, and the 2 pieces we were enjoying could be considered mere scraps. Even the scales and bones of this fish were purchased by Hong and Hall to be used in the concoction of various medicinal elixirs. In any case, not a single part of this 300-pound fish demon was wasted, not even the contents of its belly. By the way, are you well acquainted with Hongan Hall? Upon hearing Sima Yi mention Hongan Hall, Ergo recalled the purpose of his visit. Being a local influential figure, he might possess a solution. He knew the young master of their family, though their interactions were limited. Is there something you need? I wish to purchase Peiyuan Gubin pills. Yet I have visited several times without success. Oh, this matter. How many do you require? I can assist you in procuring them. Sima Yi replied with a sense of ease, suggesting that acquiring Peiyuan Gubin pills was not particularly challenging. Ergo produced a bundle containing 490 taels of silver. If it is indeed available, I am prepared to purchase it all. No problem. However, upon hearing Sima Yi's enthusiastic agreement, Ergo felt a twinge of unease. After all, Hongan Hall typically had only a handful of pills available, fiercely contested by all martial artists. Securing even a few would require considerable fortune. Is it truly possible to acquire such a quantity? Was it not said that ginseng was monopolized by the county magistrate, with minimal circulation outside? While that may be the case, Anshan County, aside from the magistrate, is home to several families with centuries of heritage, deeply entrenched in the community. Regarding certain underground transactions, the magistrate can merely turn a blind eye. Sima Yi, indeed a local expert, seemed to know everything. Rest assured. Simply come to my pharmacy tomorrow morning to collect the pills. I am most grateful. As the two conversed over their meal, Ergo was left astonished when the bill arrived. They had spent a staggering 18 taels of silver. Such an amount could purchase several pigs. Merely the small piece of fish he had consumed cost 5 taels of silver. Chapter 28. The sword trial at the break of dawn the following day. Ergo made his way to the Huachuntang. Without a moment's hesitation, Sima Yi produced 5 porcelain vials, each containing the precious Peiyuan Gubin pills, totaling 49 in number. Thank you. Thank you. It is but a trivial matter. No need for such gratitude. Sima Yi replied nonchalantly, seemingly unfazed by the exchange. As for your Dali pills, you could send a few more my way. If you possess any other rare medicinal herbs that you find inconvenient to part with, I would be interested in purchasing them. I can certainly find a market. Ergo carefully wrapped the porcelain vials and tucked them into his coat, his belly bulging as if he were in the final stages of pregnancy. Very well, but at present, I do not have any precious herbs on hand. I do, however, have some Dali pills left. I shall bring them to you in due time, and we can exchange them for more Peiyuan Gubin pills. After departing from the Huachuntang, he proceeded to the sword shop he had visited last time. He was now capable of wielding a sword weighing 100 jin, as opposed to the previous one which was laden with iron pieces, resembling a mere fire poker. This time, he intended to forge a heavy sword anew. Inside the shop, the same chubby attendant was there to greet him. Welcome, esteemed customer. What type of weapon do you wish to forge this time? Having visited the sword shop for the 3rd time, Ergo was immediately recognized by the chubby attendant. I wish to forge a heavy sword weighing 120 jin. Not a problem. What material do you require? In addition to the usual steel and iron, we also offer a refined material known as 100 refinements copper essence. By incorporating a small amount into the weapon, its performance can be significantly enhanced. The chubby attendant began to elucidate the various materials available for weapon crafting. What exactly is 100 refinements copper essence? Upon hearing the extraordinary descriptions of this material from the rotund boy, Ergo, filled with curiosity, inquired further. The substance known as refined copper essence is crafted by celestial masters through extraordinary means, whereby 100 pounds of copper is meticulously hammered down until only 1 pound remains. This material, born from the hands of a celestial being, is imbued with an ethereal aura. How could one not be enchanted? After listening to the chubby boy's explanation, even Ergo felt a yearning within. Legends speak of celestial masters possessing immense powers, capable of soaring through the skies, traversing the earth, and commanding the elements, seemingly omnipotent. It is said that the county magistrate is one such master. Throughout his years, Ergo has encountered few individuals, with only his master, Li Banxian. Rumored to be an immortal, he resolved to inquire with Sima Yi about the celestial masters residing in the county. Given that the refined copper essence originates from a celestial hand, he contemplated acquiring some, hoping to bask in its otherworldly essence, provided it was not prohibitively expensive. However, upon learning the price, he abandoned the thought. 1 pound of refined copper essence required a staggering 200 taels of silver. He would be better off purchasing 20 pills of Peiyuan Gubin for his consumption. Ultimately, he decided to forge a simple iron sword for his use instead. After all, his sword was sufficiently large and heavy to deliver fatal blows, rendering sharpness seemingly insignificant. A standard iron sword weighs 120 pounds, priced at 100 taels of silver, and requires half a day's labor to complete. With little else to occupy his time, Ergo settled in the smithy to observe the forging process. This establishment had been family-run for 3 generations. with an elderly man wielding tongs to grasp a glowing iron block, while a middle-aged man hammered it rhythmically. A chubby boy, roughly the same age as Ergo, diligently operated the bellows. Occasionally, the elder would offer guidance to his son and grandson. Witnessing this harmonious family dynamic among the three generations stirred a sense of envy within Ergo. Around noon, a 120-pound heavy sword was completed. The sword, entirely black, measured 3 feet 6 inches in length and 3 inches 2/10 in width. Ergo took it in hand to test its weight. It felt slightly heavy, but with time, his strength would increase, making it more manageable. Dear guest, are you satisfied with this sword? Observing Ergo effortlessly wield the sword that weighed over 100 pounds, I couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. Yes, very good. Ergo paid 100 taels of silver and exited the sword shop with the blade in hand. He then purchased 10 large meat buns from a nearby stall, eating as he walked, and set off towards Sanchazi town. Today, he had successfully acquired the Payuan Gubin pill and had reforged a heavy sword. Upon returning, he merely needed to consume the pills and diligently practice to reach the 3rd level of his martial arts, bringing him closer to mastering the formidable sword technique. At that point, he could take the examination to become a martial scholar. The examination comprised 4 components. First, a basic understanding of written language, which was not a high requirement. One merely needed to recognize a few characters and not be completely illiterate. Second, the candidate was to lift a 500-pound boulder and walk a lap around the examination area, a task that might challenge others but posed no difficulty for him. He could even attempt to lift 1,000 pounds. The third component involved martial skills, where one must master at least one weapon from the 18 categories. Yet Ergo's swordsmanship had yet to be perfected, leaving him stalled at this stage. The fourth assessment was practical combat, where a highly skilled examiner would spar with different candidates, and merely lasting 10 exchanges against the examiner would earn full marks. Regarding this final assessment, Ergo was not entirely confident. Having grown up, he has undeniably amassed an extensive repertoire of experience in enduring beatings, even possessing unique insights in certain aspects. For instance, when facing such a situation, he knows to shield his head with his hands, crouch down, and bend his knees to protect his chest and abdomen. This posture proves to be the most effective in withstanding blows. However, in terms of direct confrontations, apart from 2 encounters with a shadowy figure, where life and death were at stake, he has never engaged in combat with another person. As Ergo hefted his heavy sword, he pondered whether enduring beatings could be considered actual combat. Suddenly, a group of burly men charged down the mountain path from both ends, blocking his way. This path is mine, and this tree is also mine. One man, with a face resembling a pig's kidney, earnestly recited a line before bringing his cleaver down forcefully onto a scarred tree at the side of the road. The battered sapling bore the brunt of an unwarranted assault, adding yet another scar to its already wounded trunk. Today, Ergo did not hasten his retreat. Instead, he stood firm with his makeshift sword, awaiting the completion of Zhao Wang's monologue. Boy, why aren't you challenging me today? I wish to see the metal of your sword. Just moments ago, Ergo had been contemplating his inexperience in fighting. Yet now Zhao Wang had presented him with the perfect opportunity to engage in a duel and hone his combat skills. Still, he surveyed his surroundings, having already devised an escape route in his mind. In a chaotic melee, swords and knives wielded by numerous men could easily inflict grievous wounds upon him. Better safe than sorry. Should the need arise, he would not hesitate to flee. Oh, it seems you are unwilling to yield. Zhao Wang sensed a provocation to his reputation and immediately withdrew the cleaver from the tree. None of you are permitted to intervene. Today, I shall engage him in a fierce battle of 300 rounds. This fellow exhibits considerable skill to have ascended to the position of leader. With a butcher's knife in hand, he strikes with the ferocity of a tiger, relentlessly thrusting towards Ergo with increasing speed and intensity. Fortunately, after cultivating an unnamed technique, Ergo's mind has become clearer and his reflexes sharper. Otherwise, he would have been pierced through with 18 holes by now. Initially inexperienced, he found himself flustered and overwhelmed. But gradually, he began to adapt to the rhythm set by King Zhao. At last, an opportunity presented itself, and he swept his sword horizontally. Bang! The butcher's knife in King Zhao's hand shattered into several pieces, producing a crisp sound, while a large sword rested against his neck. This doesn't count. It was my knife that broke. With so many subordinates watching, King Zhao refused to concede easily, stubbornly holding his ground, as his pride outweighed his life. Get another knife and return. Eager for another round, Ergo welcomed the challenge, as he needed the practice. King Zhao bandaged the gash on his palm and took a hefty, 8-kilogram broadsword from one of his subordinates, gripping it with both hands and striking at Ergo. Bang! 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 This time, Ergo maneuvered with ease, deliberately holding back his strength. Yet, within a few exchanges, King Zhao's blade was once again severed. Now, he was panting heavily, his arms trembling uncontrollably from exertion. Shall we continue? I'm hungry. I must return home for dinner. We can continue our duel tomorrow. King Zhao found himself a somewhat acceptable excuse and called out before leading a group of his underlings away. Ergo, witnessing the retreating figures of the bandits, felt a lingering sense of dissatisfaction. He had just begun to grasp a hint of understanding, yet now he was left alone, forced to return with his sword in hand. Meanwhile, shortly after Ergo exited the weapon shop, the establishment promptly lowered its shutters, ceasing operations for the day. The blacksmith and his two grandsons huddled around a pile of silver, their eyes gleaming with fervor. Refined silver of 100 forges. Indeed, it was unmistakably the legendary 100-forged silver. It appeared no different from ordinary silver ingots. What a substantial windfall. The 100 taels given by that recent customer turned out to be 100-forged silver, worth at least 10 times that of equal weight in regular silver. Father, grandfather. That person has not gone far, should we? The chubby boy, tempted by the sight of wealth, began to entertain thoughts of robbery. Silence. Yet, before the boy could finish his sentence, he was promptly silenced by his grandfather's admonition. Do you not realize that our family has maintained a stable existence here as blacksmiths for 8 generations, solely by adhering to our principles? How many of those who purchase swords and knives are of good character? Do you think they are easily bullied just because they do not recognize 100-forged silver? They may very well be disciples of some reclusive master. Did you not see that man wielding a sword weighing 100 pounds? Handling it with greater ease than you do a fire poker? I warn you, you are to remain indoors today, should you dare to step outside. I will break your legs to spare our family from calamity. After being jointly reprimanded by his grandfather and father, the chubby boy had no choice but to relent. However, the youthful spirit often embodies a fearless audacity, unaware of the vastness of the world. He believed himself to be invincible, with the sky above and the earth beneath, exuding an almost intoxicating confidence. In his mind, he had already taken note of a customer of similar age. You are no longer a child. Starting tomorrow, I shall impart to you the secrets of weapon forging. Here is a tome, the Compendium of Arms. Take it and study it. To soothe the young man's restless heart, the elder retrieved a leather-bound ancient book from beneath the cabinet and entrusted it to the youth. This is a treasured heirloom of our family. Handle it with care and do not misplace it. The boy accepted the leather tome, casually flipping through its pages before tucking it into his bosom. Unbeknownst to him, the copper coins and silver he had taken would incite considerable trouble. He had never anticipated that the costly refined copper he deemed unaffordable was, in fact, the very sum he had spent at the sword shop on his last visit. Fortuitously, his frugal nature had spared him from becoming an unwitting fool. It was no fault of his. The coins and silver bore an indistinguishable appearance, lacking any discernible difference. Only upon reaching a certain level of cultivation could he detect the richer spiritual energy within them. Previously, he had utilized these coins without issue, and no one had discerned any discrepancy. At that moment, he had returned to Snake Mouth Mountain and found everything to be in order, with no outsiders having intruded, which brought him relief. The path to Snake Mouth Mountain had been effectively blocked by him, yet there were still skilled martial artists capable of scaling the cliffs. He pondered that, if time permitted in the future, he would flatten all the protruding stones along the precipice. In the slightly gentler areas, thorns must also be planted, ensuring that no one can easily ascend in the future. However, the priority now remains on cultivation. He stored the yuan-preserving pills he had purchased in a yellow gourd, only retrieving them for consumption after 3 days. Enriched by the gourd's spiritual energy, the efficacy of the pills was greatly enhanced. Each pill, once refined, infused a strand of true energy into his meridians, equivalent to nearly 10 days of his usual practice. In the days that followed, he consumed 1 yuan-preserving pill daily, experiencing rapid progress in his cultivation. Occasionally, he would stealthily descend the mountain to seek out King Zhao for a confrontation. Yet, King Zhao, somewhat unable to accept defeat, had retreated into the mountains after losing a mere 10 times. After wandering the official road for quite some time, he found King Zhao unwilling to show himself, leaving Ergo feeling quite disheartened. As for the sword technique taught by his master, progress remained elusive. This martial art was indeed profound and inscrutable, proving exceedingly difficult. Chapter 29, Taxes and Corvée on Snake Mouth Mountain. A dozen large geese, accompanied by over 20 goslings, were happily pecking at the vegetable leaves scattered on the ground. These geese were significantly larger than typical ones, exhibiting an insatiable appetite. Perhaps due to their long-term diet of spiritually enriched fodder, they had become quite discerning, refusing to eat anything devoid of spiritual essence. Ergo himself was not so particular about food, were it not for his cultivation. He would consume anything that could satisfy his hunger. He indulged them only because they served as guardians, provided meat, and their feathers could be fashioned into clothing and bedding. He fed the geese some fodder and poured water into their trough. Then, he irrigated all the crops planted on the mountain. Although he had not cultivated much land in the past 6 months, he still managed to clear some space for growing ginseng during his spare time. Currently, on Snakemouth Mountain, there are a total of 10 acres of ginseng, 3 acres of yellow essence, 2 acres of flesh and fat, and 1 acre of wild chicken legs. In total, he has cultivated 16 acres of arable land. The earliest batch of ginseng, yellow essence, and flesh and fat has now matured for over 10 years. The value of these medicinal herbs increases with age, which is why he has been reluctant to harvest them. He prepares an enhanced version of the powerful pill, using materials with a maximum medicinal age of only 4 to 5 years. As for the 1 acre of wild chicken legs, he discovered that this wild vegetable, after his cultivation, yields remarkably high. Both the leaves and the rhizomes are edible, particularly the thick rhizome that can grow as robust as an arm and reach lengths of 1 or 2 feet. Whether eaten raw or cooked, it offers a delightful flavor. Most of the 1 acre of wild chicken legs is used to feed geese, with only a small portion reserved for making powerful pills. In addition to these 16 acres, he also planted some persimmon and jujube trees in areas unsuitable for farming this past January. Through his nurturing, they have flourished and begun to bear fruit for the first time. After finishing the irrigation, he looked up at the sky. The sun had already emerged halfway above the eastern horizon. It was time to descend the mountain. It was that season again for tenants to pay their rents and landlords to submit their taxes. However, this year, he had transitioned from tenant to landlord. He had leased the 50 acres of land at the foot of Snakemouth Mountain to the Ergo family for cultivation. In a good year, this 50 acres could yield approximately 200 stones of grain, and with a rental agreement of 50%, he would receive 100 stones of grain as rent each year. However, the 50 acres of land he possesses still require him to pay a tax of 60 stone to the authorities, while Shiko Mountain is classified by the government as wasteland, necessitating only a payment of 20 stone. In total, he must contribute 80 stone of grain as tax. Should he succeed in the future to pass the military examination, he would be exempt from taxes on 100 acres of arable land, and uncultivated wasteland would incur no tax. This is a benevolent grace bestowed by the court upon those who hold official titles, aimed at encouraging loyalty to the state. The master is already prepared. Ergo arrived at Ague's home, where his family, comprising 5 or 6 able-bodied men, had long since packaged 100 stone of grain and secured it onto a wheelbarrow. Additionally, they had enlisted the assistance of a dozen robust tenants to help push the cart. Emulating Huang Laokai, Ergo, using Ague's hospitality, treated everyone to a hearty meal, which even included a few slices of pork. After feasting, the tenants were invigorated and swiftly propelled the wheelbarrow forward. Ague, having been an old tenant of Huang Laokai, was well acquainted with such matters and managed everything smoothly along the way, requiring no concern from Ergo. Master, we are approaching the domain of King Zhao. We must prepare some silver to smooth things over, Ague remarked, observing the youthful countenance of Ergo, feeling a twinge of nostalgia for the unpredictability of life. Last year, both he and Ergo were tenants of Huang Laokai, camaraderie evident as they shared jovial banter. Now, the tables had turned, and Ergo had transformed into his master. Upon hearing they were nearing King Zhao's territory, Ergo instantly perked up, concealing his sword within his garments and lowering his head to blend into the crowd of tenants. King Zhao had become more astute, opting to hide in the mountains whenever he spotted Ergo, refusing to show himself. As long as one is prepared with silver, the master will not harm anyone. King Zhao is more trustworthy than the government itself. Ague believed that Ergo was frightened and hastened to offer comfort. I understand. I fear he may hide and not emerge. Ague did not fully grasp Ergo's intentions and thought he was merely making excuses. They had not walked far when the sound of gongs resonated ahead, and indeed, King Zhao appeared as promised. This road is mine. This tree is mine. Before the lines could be fully recited, Ergo, wielding a massive sword resembling a door plank, smiled at him. King Zhao, let us have a duel. Oh dear, my stomach aches. I seem to have eaten something bad and am about to suffer from diarrhea. King Zhao unexpectedly clutched his belly and retreated into the woods, with a band of mountain bandits vanishing in an instant. Don't run away. I assure you, this time I will go easy on you. King Zhao, hiding in the forest, saw Ergo still standing on the official road, sword in hand, awaiting his return. However, he had resolved that no matter how sweetly Ergo spoke, he would not venture out to seek punishment again. This fellow was like a raging bull, brimming with brute strength. Each clash of blades left his hands and feet numb. After several exchanges, he felt utterly drained, his waist ached, his legs weakened, and blood tinged his urine. needing assistance to walk. Should he engage in a battle with him, the entire day would be lost to highway robbery. With so many brothers relying on him, so many mouths to feed, the burden of life was already overwhelming. He had no leisure to wrestle with a bull. King Zhao remained concealed in the woods, watching as Ergo and his companions departed. To avert a sudden ambush, he concealed himself for an additional half-hour before resuming operations. This time, he encountered a larger caravan of unicycles. King Zhao, after reciting his lines, steeled himself, determined to recover the losses incurred during the previous half-hour. Do we dare to obstruct the scholar's caravan? One tenant stepped forward, emboldened by the scholar's influence. His demeanor somewhat smug. A mountain bandit spat disdainfully. What is a scholar to us? Our King Zhao was once a martial scholar himself. He merely sought to avoid the contempt of those ineffectual officials. Coughing several times, King Zhao interrupted the bandit before he could continue. Regardless, everyone traversing this path must pay a toll. Observing the resolute stance of the armed bandits blocking the way, Zhang Yuliang could only emerge with a scowl and hand over a piece of broken silver. Although the martial scholar was exempt from taxes on 100 acres of land, his holdings far exceeded that amount. If he were alone, he could have charged through. However, with so many grains and tenants at stake, he had no choice but to comply with the toll. King Zhao weighed the silver in his hand, shaking his head. With so many unicycles, this paltry sum is scarcely enough to beg for alms. Do not presume too much upon us. Zhang Yuliang, hand resting on his blade, seethed internally. After all, he was a martial scholar, yet these bandits showed him no respect whatsoever. I warn you, our King Zhao is in a foul mood today. It would be wise to pay the toll and depart promptly. At last, under mounting pressure, Zhang Yuliang reluctantly retrieved a piece of broken silver from his pocket and handed it over. After paying the silver, he vowed to himself that he would eventually eradicate the band of mountain thieves who were far too audacious. Meanwhile, Ergo remained blissfully unaware that his actions had compelled Zhang Yuliang to pay twice the toll for passage. He had settled down to camp with his tenants in an open space within the county town. After a night of uneventful rest, fortune smiled upon him the next day as he found himself in line for the day's grain tax submission. Armed with newfound experience, he filled each measure to the brim, creating a lofty peak atop. Yet, despite his diligence, he still received a lash from the constable. The constable swung his whip, striking Ergo and all those who accompanied him. He then kicked the measures, spilling the grain, only to refill and kick again, repeating this 3 times. It was not until all the 100 stones of grain he had brought were emptied, leaving not a single grain behind, that the constable finally ceased his tirade, cursing him as a troublesome peasant. Little did he know what the officials considered a good citizen to be like. Having settled the taxes, he was required to obtain a receipt from the county clerk. In broad daylight, the clerk dozed at his desk with squinted eyes, leaving Ergo no choice but to part with a small piece of broken silver to secure the stamped document, along with the tax receipt. He received a notice for conscription labor. Given the scale of Ergo's land holdings, he was required to send one person to serve in labor this winter. The destination for this labor was to the southwestern border, where they were to bring some provisions and assist in the construction of defensive walls for a duration of 1 year. Having just settled my taxes, I am now faced with the obligation of corvée labor. Each year, the authorities conscript laborers for tasks ranging from the construction of river embankments and serving as porters during wartime, to menial chores such as building houses for officials or cleaning latrines. Most of these laborers do not receive any sustenance and must bring their own provisions from home, which disrupts agricultural activities. The burden of carrying food supplies is but a trifling concern compared to the grim reality that many of these arduous tasks result in fatalities, with countless individuals perishing in the field, their bodies often unrecoverable. Anchang County lies not far from the southwestern frontier, rumored to be a realm inhabited by demons and ghosts, fraught with peril. Historically, out of every 10 individuals conscripted for labor at the southwestern border, only 3 would return alive. And those fortunate enough to survive often came back barely clinging to life. Such a dreadful duty is one that Ergo is reluctant to undertake. He must therefore resort to hiring someone to take his place. In previous years, many wealthy landlords have opted for similar measures. And as long as one can secure a substitute, the authorities are indifferent. However, the cost of this nearly certain death sentence is exorbitant, nearly equivalent to purchasing a life. It appears that this winter, the price of labor will soar. After successfully paying his taxes, Ergo treated the tenants to a lavish meal, where 30 individuals enjoyed 2 dishes, a side of savory pickled vegetables and stir-fried fatty pork with dried radish. The rice was plentiful, allowing them to eat to their heart's content. Some consumed as many as 7 bowls. The tenants, with full bellies, praised their landlord's benevolence while simultaneously cursing Zhang Yuliang for his miserly ways, akin to cutting iron with a needle, as he cheated the tenants. After the meal, Ergo approached Ague, showing him the official document regarding the conscription of labor. Ague, could you assist me in locating someone to substitute for my corvée service? In the harsh labor of the Southwest, the likelihood of return is nearly non-existent. One cannot ascertain what price the employer is willing to offer. As long as the employer's bid is sufficiently enticing, there will always be those eager to take the perilous plunge. Upon hearing this, Ague felt no trepidation. He merely inquired about the price. Ergo pondered for a moment, lacking experience and unsure of the appropriate amount, and therefore asked, "What is the current price for a human life?" The cost varies with age. A young and robust man commands the highest price, roughly 20 stones of premium rice, while the elderly or weak, age 50 and above, may be had for merely 2 stones. The value of a woman also fluctuates based on her age and beauty, with the highest price not exceeding 20 stones, while those less desirable can be acquired for just a few dough of grain. In years of calamity, the price can plummet dramatically. Many tenants have experience in selling their sons and daughters, thus Ague was well versed in the market. "I shall offer 20 stones. You assist me in hiring someone to serve in my stead for the labor." Concerning a matter of life and death, Ergo was unusually generous, presenting the highest possible bid of 20 stones. Was the employer truly willing to tender such a sum? Ague sought confirmation, noting that typically, for such labor, 10 stones would attract numerous willing hands. Indeed, it is 20 stones. Ergo, known for his meticulousness, appeared somewhat imprudent this time. "Employer, there is no need to seek others. Allow me to undertake this task." Ague gazed at Ergo with eager anticipation, awaiting the employer's response. "Ague, this is arduous labor, fraught with the potential for death. Is it prudent for you to take such a risk? Besides, this year's harvest has been bountiful. After paying your rent, you should still have around 100 stones of surplus grain, correct?" Ergo gazed at Ergo, feeling quite familiar with him, and sensed that it was unnecessary for Ergo to exert himself so fervently. Alas, this year has been blessed with favorable weather and bountiful harvests. Yet, one must still pay household taxes of 8 stones, head taxes of 12 stones, and firewood taxes of 10 stones, along with the sunshine tax. For the seeds to be sown in spring, at least 5 or 6 stones would be required for 50 mu of land. When all is calculated, our family of over 10 members would still have around 50 stones of grain left, although those young ones at home have quite hearty appetites. I am already in my 40s, and this life of mine could fetch no more than 10 stones. My years are numbered. Now, there exists a golden opportunity to sell for 20 stones. Anyone who declines such an offer would be a fool. With this 20 stones of grain, I could save enough for a modest plot of land. Should I manage to return alive, this 20 stones would be pure profit. Hehehe. As Ergo spoke, he couldn't help but chuckle, feeling he had gained a significant advantage. Ergo reflected that had he been given such an opportunity 2 years prior, he too would have unhesitatingly chosen to risk his life. Very well, let us strive to return alive. Chapter 30. Master, I have enlightened since the last tax payment. Several months have passed, and now it is the spring of the 2nd year. Last winter, Ergo had engaged Ergo to serve his labor in exchange for 20 stones of grain. On the day Ergo departed, Ergo bought 2 gin of pork and shared a meal at Ergo's home, a gesture to bid him farewell. As he left, Ergo's 3-year-old grandson remained blissfully unaware of the situation, simply delighted by the presence of meat. The lad savored his hefty portions of rich meat, radiating joy, while inquiring when his parents might join him. After the new year, Ergo reached the age of 16. Perhaps due to a bountiful diet over the past 2 years, he had grown significantly taller, now nearly the height of an adult. At 16, he officially entered the age suitable for marriage and establishing a family. He could now be deemed a modest landowner, possessing an appealing countenance, and recently, numerous matchmakers had gathered at Chacon Mountain, eager to introduce potential brides to him. Among the candidates were the 2nd daughter of the wealthy Huang family, the eldest daughter of the Baldli family, the 6th child of the Limping Zhang family, and the charming Xinghua from the neighboring village. These were all robust families, capable of working the fields by day and raising children by night, akin to the most fertile soil. Some were even individuals Ergo had admired since childhood. Once, he was enveloped in self-doubt, feeling unworthy of their company, often donning tattered trousers and refraining from speaking with others. Yet now, opportunities lay before him, and with a mere nod, he could claim the richest meat in the village and cultivate the most fertile land, reaping the finest harvests. However, with a firm resolve, he astonishingly rejected all offers. At such a vigorous age, to say he did not wish for a wife seemed somewhat abnormal, both physically and psychologically. Yet, due to unavoidable circumstances, he could only remain single for the time being. Soon, the annual examination for martial scholars would take place, and he resolved to register and test his fortune. This year, He committed himself to rigorous training, aspiring to excel in the martial scholar examination. He no longer wished to be at the mercy of the local constables, subject to their whims and beatings. Moreover, as a martial scholar, he would be exempt from corvée labor and could benefit from tax reductions. To marry a wife and keep her at home is akin to placing a cat to guard a fish. One would hardly find the inclination to cultivate one's skills. Moreover, having a wife at home could potentially expose the secrets of his yellow-skin gourd. Perhaps it is best to endure for a few more years, prioritizing cultivation and the pursuit of martial prowess above all else. In recent months, Ergo has ventured into the city to sell several stones of potent pills, converting all the silver earned into nourishing pills for his cultivation. Transitioning from the second to the third layer of his technique demands a significantly greater amount of spiritual energy. To date, he has consumed over 200 nourishing pills, and last month, his Ren and Du meridians were finally filled with genuine energy. In the past few days, his meridians have become saturated with true energy, creating a sensation of swelling that is somewhat uncomfortable. One day, Ergo prepared a pot of pork stew, enriched with a nearly 20-year-old ginseng. After finishing his meal, he took another nourishing pill and resumed his cultivation. The simultaneous ingestion of ginseng and the pill produced extraordinary effects, rapidly releasing a copious amount of spiritual energy within him. This energy was refined into true energy, swelling within his meridians, and its accumulation continued to rise. Just as he felt on the verge of bursting, the true energy from his 12 meridians and the Ren and Du channels surged toward his lower abdomen. With a roar, Ergo felt as though his waist and abdomen had exploded. The true energy in his meridians converged towards his lower abdomen, as if there were a significant breach there. Through mental introspection, he discovered a small space approximately 3 inches below his navel, nestled between the Mingmen point. Could this be what is referred to as the dantian in the texts? The text states that the human body encompasses 3 dantian, the lower dantian, located 3 inches below the navel, the middle dantian, situated in the center of the chest, and the upper dantian, positioned between the eyebrows, where it intersects with Baihui. At this moment, a substantial amount of vital energy converges within the lower dantian, swirling like a slowly rotating cloud. Once the vital energy within the meridians has all flowed into the dantian, a sense of emptiness arises, and the previously felt fullness dissipates, leaving the entire body feeling considerably lighter. As he channels his energy and cultivates his techniques, the vital energy from the dantian will flow back into the meridians in accordance with his thoughts. Moreover, perhaps due to the opening of the dantian, the potency of his gathered energy has intensified when concentrating it at a single point. He picks up a piece of greenstone, gathers his vital energy into his fingertips, and with a firm squeeze, the stone is reduced to powder, no longer merely cracking into several pieces as before. Successfully opening the lower dantian signifies a significant advancement in his nameless cultivation technique, now reaching the 3rd level. The lower dantian, also referred to as the Sea of Qi or Qi Hai Dantian, possesses the capacity to store immense amounts of vital energy. He must continue his cultivation until reaching the 10th level to completely fill the dantian. However, the nameless technique does not record what steps to take after filling the lower dantian at the 10th level, nor has he ever heard his master mention it. Following his enhancement in strength, practicing that challenging sword technique has indeed become somewhat easier. Previously, he could only leap a little over 10 feet, but now he can jump over 20 feet while wielding his sword. Yet, the text stipulates that one must leap 30 feet into the air, drawing 9 sword flowers before executing the technique setting sun's afterglow. More often than not, he barely manages to reach 2 feet high, managing to create only 3 sword flowers. And before he can perform the sword technique, he finds himself plummeting back to the ground. He still cannot achieve it. In addition, there exist numerous sword techniques. For instance, one must practice during the rain, ensuring not a single drop lands upon oneself. Another technique involves piercing the right front leg joint of a mosquito flying at a distance of 10 paces. Alternatively, one might cleave through a 500-pound boulder situated 2 paces away. Although he has made some progress, it remains insufficient to meet the standards, which proves to be quite challenging. As the deadline for Wu Shoutai's registration approaches, he grows increasingly anxious. Ultimately, he decides to bring a pound of pork and a jar of aged wine to seek guidance from his master. Master, he implores, my arm combined with the sword only measures slightly over 5 feet. It is impossible to strike a target 10 paces away. How should I practice these techniques? Ergo expresses his deepest frustrations to his master. To attempt to rely solely on brute strength to reach a target at such a distance is futile. You must cultivate your inner energy, allowing it to be projected outward, rather than relying on mere physical force. Li Banzian continues to impart sage advice, reiterating the importance of diligent training. He had anticipated Ergo's inquiries and had long prepared his responses, patiently awaiting his apprentice's questions. Once your cultivation reaches a certain level, you can project your inner energy beyond your physical limits, inflicting unseen harm upon your adversaries from 10 steps away. With every gesture and movement, the mere distance of 5 or 6 feet reflects only the limitations of your physical form, not the boundaries of your inner energy. When the formless becomes form and the void manifests. Do you comprehend? Li Banshan's words, shrouded in mystery and depth, left Ergo grasping only half of the meaning. He nodded, then shook his head, still perplexed. Master, could you perhaps demonstrate? Very well. Today I shall unveil the profound power of true energy. Upon hearing this, Ergo's excitement surged. His master, a figure of inscrutable depth, remained unperturbed by fame or fortune, seldom revealing his divine prowess in public. Today, however, presented an opportunity to witness his master's remarkable abilities. Soon, Li Banxian returned from outside, dragging in a toothless old beggar. Intending to demonstrate his techniques for his disciples' enlightenment, Ergo felt a pang of concern. To showcase a sword technique at the cost of a human life seemed rather cruel. Master, might we show mercy? Perhaps we could substitute a chicken or duck instead. After all, we could consume them afterward, thus avoiding waste, while the old beggar's demise would necessitate a burial. Fear not, for I possess the necessary discernment, Li Banxian assured, instructing the old beggar to stand 2 yards away. The beggar, undaunted, stood there with a foolish grin. Now, open your eyes wide and observe closely. Li Banxian rolled up his sleeves, crafting a gesture of energy manipulation with his hands before his chest, flowing like clouds, exuding the grace of a master. Ergo indeed opened his eyes wide, determined not to miss a single detail. Yet, to his perception, there was no discernible change in the spiritual energy surrounding his master. Huh! Li Banxian shouted, sweeping his hand through the air. The old beggar let out a pained scream and fell backward. Oh, it hurts. It hurts so much. Spare me, heavenly master. Clutching his stomach, the beggar writhed on the ground, wailing in agony. Li Banxian stroked his beard, smiling at Ergo. Do you understand? However, Ergo remained utterly bewildered, shaking his head, for he truly could not grasp the lesson imparted. It is not meant to be understood. The so-called true energy is invisible to the eye and feels like electricity upon contact. Li Banshan, embodying the image of an enlightened master, reveled in his own superiority, pondering that if you were to grasp the essence of it all, his years of dedication would have been in vain. Subsequently, he assisted the old beggar, who had been rolling on the ground, to his feet and examined him closely. I merely prodded your liver from a distance. There is nothing serious. A few days of rest will suffice for your recovery. You did not comprehend it earlier, so I shall demonstrate it for you once more, up close, Li Banshan declared, turning his gaze towards Ergo, while his hands began to move in a slow, deliberate motion, channeling his energy. Observe closely. Li Banshan extended a finger and gently placed it on the old beggar's shoulder. The beggar trembled violently and staggered back several steps before collapsing to the ground. Ergo remained perplexed, feeling his own ignorance weigh heavily upon him. Your skills are insufficient. Profound martial arts are not easily grasped. Return and cultivate your understanding gradually. Remember, the day you possess enough cultivation to release true energy outward, you will naturally be able to achieve this. As for the examination for martial scholars, your current strength is still too feeble. Be patient. Li Banshan, ever reasonable, offered words of comfort to Ergo. At that moment, it was as if a window to enlightenment had opened for him, and a spark of realization ignited within his heart. Thank you, Master, for your guidance. I understand now. He expressed his gratitude to Li Banshan and stood still, gripping the hilt of his sword, lost in contemplation. He had already begun to allow true energy to flow freely through his meridians. The concept of releasing true energy, as the Master had mentioned, likely referred to transcending the limitations of the physical body. However, true energy is constrained by the meridians, and breaking through these limitations is no simple task, unless one begins from the acupoints. These acupoints are the openings on the body and meridians, serving as a bridge for the connection between man and the cosmos. He decided to give it a try. With this thought, he began to mobilize the true energy from his dantian, circulating it through the meridians in search of a suitable point of breakthrough. There are 6 meridians in total along his arms: the Han-Tien Lung Meridian, Han-Jian Pericardium Meridian, Han-Shan Heart Meridian, Han-Yaming Large Intestine Meridian, Han-Shaoyang Sanju Meridian, and Han-Taiyang Small Intestine Meridian. The 3 yang meridians are located on the back and outer side of the hand, which are not particularly suitable. Ultimately, he chose the Laogong acupoint on the Han-Jian Pericardium Meridian. At this moment, a substantial amount of true energy gathered in his right hand's Jian Pericardium Meridian, to the extent that it felt as if the meridian might burst from the overwhelming pressure. Yet, The Laogong acupoint seemed to possess a thin membrane that prevented the true energy from leaking out. Ergo continued to channel the true energy from his dantian, increasing the force directed towards Laogong. Disciple, disciple, Ergo. Li Banjian observed Ergo standing still, his clothes moving as if stirred by an invisible wind, and his right arm oozing beads of blood and sweat. After several calls, Ergo remained unresponsive, as if deaf to the world. Li Banjian was perplexed, wondering what profound insight this foolish disciple had attained. He ruminated carefully, recalling that he had not said anything of substance earlier. It had merely been a string of nonsensical words. Could there truly be some profound wisdom hidden within? Yet, after much contemplation while tugging at his beard, he found no valuable phrases in his own words. Just then, blood began to seep from Ergo's hand that grasped the sword, and the large sword, reminiscent of a door panel, began to faintly emit a radiant glow. The radiant light initially flickered subtly, gradually coalescing into distinct luminous spots, which then burgeoned and expanded. Ultimately, these spots merged into one, transforming the once dark and ominous sword into a resplendent blade of light. Li Banjian and the old beggar stood vigil beside Ergo, witnessing the entire spectacle with a mixture of astonishment and uncertainty. At that moment, Ergo raised the heavy sword in one hand and thrust it forward. Before him stood a wall, and as the sword struck it, a tremendous surge of energy erupted, causing half of the wall to collapse with a resounding crash. Following this deafening sound, Li Banjian's earthen abode crumbled partially, leaving Ergo with naught but the sword's hilt in his grasp. Staring at the remaining hilt in the ruins of the house, Ergo felt a wave of confusion and disarray. He had not anticipated such formidable power. It was unlike what his master had demonstrated. Had he truly misunderstood? Was this, indeed, celestial magic? Beside him, the old beggar trembled. Having never witnessed such extraordinary phenomena, the only thought that crossed his mind was that of the fabled celestial arts. So you are truly a celestial master. I can no longer accept your payment. The old beggar, overwhelmed by the scene, knelt upon the ground, bowing fervently as if pounding garlic, and retrieved 10 copper coins from his pocket, offering them to Li Banjian. What celestial arts or sorcery? This is merely the juggler's craft that we, master and disciple, have conjured. Here are your 51. Now be gone, for if you dare to speak of this outside, I shall ensure you never attain rebirth. Li Banjian, in his past, had pretended to be a deity, reveling in the guise of an ancient immortal. This old man yearned to hang a grand sign around his neck, proclaiming to the world his celestial status. Yet, in this moment, he exhibited an unusual timidity, reluctant to acknowledge his role as a master of the arcane arts. Instead, he hastily produced a handful of copper coins, thrusting them into the hands of a beggar, coaxing and intimidating him into departing. Master, does this count as externalizing true energy? In the courtyard, only the master and disciple remained. Ergo, clutching the remnant of his shattered sword hilt, was engulfed in self-doubt. Alas, he was indeed a piece of rotting wood, unworthy of refinement. Externalizing true energy cannot be achieved through such reckless abandon. Li Banjian gazed sorrowfully at the ruins of the collapsed house. You are akin to a wild bull. Where is the demeanor of an immortal? You must learn to control your strength to master the ebb and flow. Although Li Banjian could not fathom how Ergo had accomplished such a feat, he understood the necessity of maintaining an air of pretense, even needing to apply a bit of pressure to amplify the illusion. Thank you, master, for your guidance. I have gained insight. Upon hearing his master's words, Ergo's spirit soared as he expressed his gratitude, seemingly enlightened once more. Observing Ergo's demeanor, Li Banjian found himself once again engulfed in self-doubt. What further revelation had he attained? Why was it that he remained oblivious? Chapter 31. The Examination. Ergo, with a single sword strike, had brought down his master's earthen abode, and he too was startled by the immense force of his own blow. However, in the aftermath, the heavy sword he had crafted for 100 taels of silver lay in ruins, its blade reduced to mere fragments of iron. The true energy stored within him had been entirely depleted, leaving not a trace behind. As he departed from Sanchatsi town, he felt a certain lightness in his step, as if he were walking on air. After returning to Shiko Mountain, it took 3 days for the vital energy within his dantian to return to its normal state. It was the profound experience of his master that allowed him to swiftly identify the root of the problem. At that moment, Ergo had failed to properly control his strength, and once he infused the sword with his vital energy, he was on the brink of losing control. Had he not promptly thrust that sword, his entire right arm might have been shattered like the blade itself by the overwhelming force of his energy. Reflecting on the incident later, he felt a pang of fear. This underscores the importance of having a skilled miner when learning any craft. His master discerned his error at a glance, saving him from countless detours. Ergo felt fortunate to have encountered such a master. Although he did not fully comprehend everything during their discussion, it nonetheless illuminated the path of his cultivation and bolstered his confidence. Once his vital energy had stabilized, he frequently pondered how to control it more adeptly, ensuring its release and retraction with ease. However, the energy he cultivated was excessively volatile, rendering ordinary objects unable to withstand its power. The heavy sword, crafted at great expense, was also destroyed, necessitating the forging of a new one. The cost of replacing a single sword was a staggering 100 taels of silver, a painful expenditure. Yet, in pursuit of mastering unparalleled martial arts and to qualify for the martial scholar examination, he recognized the necessity of such expenses. Coincidentally, as the examination period approached, he planned to travel to the county town to forge a new sword while also inquiring about the examination details. To facilitate this, he prepared a stone of ordinary strength-enhancing pills to sell to Sima, requesting his assistance in exchanging it for over 20 pieces of the nourishing pills. Subsequently, he returned to the original sword shop to have a new heavy sword forged, weighing 120 jin. He couldn't shake the feeling that the family at the sword shop had peculiar eyes. This time, their demeanor was markedly different, bordering on excessive politeness. The elderly gentleman even took it upon himself to invite him to sit down for a conversation, pouring him a cup of tea and presenting an array of exquisite delicacies. Such overwhelming courtesy left Ergo feeling uncomfortable. He could hardly endure their hospitality before taking his leave. He decided to inquire about the examination process. The registration and examination affairs were managed by the county's educational authority. Standing at the entrance of the educational office, Ergo meticulously scraped the mud from his shoes, brushed off the dust from his clothes, and tidied his hair before stepping inside. "Stop!" a voice bellowed. A man, casually picking his teeth and draped in a half-worn robe, emerged from the gatekeeper's lodge. "Do you have any idea where you are? Is this a place for someone like you? Country folk truly lack manners." It was apparent that the gatekeeper regarded Ergo as nothing more than a common peasant, displaying a palpable impatience and disdain. "I wish to inquire." Ergo's words were abruptly cut off as the gatekeeper waved him away. Out! Out! I'm here to register for the examination. I want to take the exam." The gatekeeper paused, taken aback, and scrutinized him once more. The man before him had sun-kissed skin, his clothes faded and worn, bearing multiple signs of wear. His hands were marked with deep, dark cracks, unmistakable evidence of a life spent toiling in the fields. "You? Do you even know what the examination entails? Do you understand how it is conducted?" The doorman wore a scornful expression. With decades of experience, he regarded the man before him as nothing more than an ordinary peasant. "Indeed, if I were privy to all this knowledge, would I need to consult you?" thought Ergo. "How dare you mock me when you know nothing?" The doorman bellowed. His face contorted into a menacing snarl, akin to a ferocious dog poised to pounce. Though Ergo was thrust out the door, he was reluctant to depart empty-handed. Recalling his previous venture with Huang Laokai, he remembered that each hurdle and every bureaucratic step within the magistrate's office required a monetary incentive. He fished out a piece of broken silver from his pocket, weighing perhaps 2 or 3 coins, and extended it toward the man. The doorman accepted the fragment of silver, discreetly weighing it in his hand. It was likely around 2 coins and 6 cents, enough for a visit to the pleasure quarters. He tucked the silver into his sleeve, but still wore an impatient countenance. "If you have inquiries, make them swift," he urged. "I seek to understand how to register for the martial scholar examination and the process involved. I wish to enroll," Ergo hastily articulated, eager to capitalize on the warmth of his recent expenditure. "Registration is straightforward. Simply bring your household registration booklet to the magistrate's office, and you can sign up there." "The household registration booklet? Where must I procure that? Is there anything else required?" Ergo inquired, realizing he lacked this document, and was determined to clarify everything in one go to avoid multiple trips. "Enough of this nonsense. For what you do not comprehend, return home and consult your elders or the village chief," the doorman retorted dismissively. The doorkeeper, infuriated by a barrage of questions, sought to expel Ergo. Clearly, the 3 coins spent moments ago could only sustain an exceedingly fleeting harmony. It was either continue to dispense silver or depart. Ergo chose the latter. Hastily retreating to his village of Shishi, without pausing for breath, he recalled that the village head had always been Huang Laokai. In order to enlist assistance, Ergo made a special trip to the town to procure a piece of pork. However, only after delivering the meat did he realize he had once again approached the wrong door. Since the previous incident, Huang Laokai had lost all his lands in this year, his position as village head as well. Currently, the village head of Shishi was none other than Ergo's uncle. He sensed that he would undoubtedly face difficulties from either his uncle or his cousins. If you require the household registration roster, you may go directly to the town and seek out the township head. They can assist you there, Huang Laokai elucidated upon grasping Ergo's intentions. How about this? I am idle anyway, so I shall accompany you to find the township head. I have had some acquaintance with him in the past. Though it has been a year since we last communicated, surely there remains some goodwill. Thank you very much. Ergo felt that the pork he had gifted earlier was indeed quite valuable. Huang Laokai was as reliable as ever. It was no wonder he had once ascended to the status of a tycoon. The 3 coins squandered at the educational office were worth less than feeding dogs. Even if one were to feed a dog a lump of excrement, at least the dog would, in return, help clean the mess off one's backside. The doorkeeper, however, had not only consumed his waste but also bared his teeth and threatened to bite him. The two made their way directly to Sansha town, where to the east stood a large courtyard adorned with green bricks and tiles. This was the residence of the township head. 2 individuals purchased a fish in the town and now stood before the home of the village head. Huang Laokai spat into his hand, tidied his disheveled hair, and smoothed out the wrinkles on Ergo's clothing. The village head was an educated man, possessing the status of a scholar, so it was essential for them to present themselves with decorum upon their meeting. After a brief exchange, they adjusted their sleeves, straightened their garments, and wiped the mud from their shoes before entering. The village head welcomed them into a living room, where the floor gleamed with a mixture of lime and tung oil, shining as brightly as a mirror. Despite their efforts to clean their shoes outside, they still left behind 2 rows of footprints on the pristine floor. Huang Laokai and Ergo bowed and apologized, to which the village head nodded slightly, indicating that it was of no consequence. After explaining their purpose, the village head did not make things difficult and assisted Ergo in obtaining his household registration. He even offered a few encouraging words to Ergo. Clutching the hard-earned household registration, Ergo rushed off to the county seat without even pausing for a meal. Upon arriving at the entrance of the education department, he was met with obstinate resistance from the gatekeeper, who only relented after receiving a bribe of 3 coins, reluctantly glancing at the registration in Ergo's hand. This won't do. You need to have it stamped at the county office, the gatekeeper declared, before dismissing Ergo with a wave. Filled with frustration, Ergo found himself powerless against the gatekeeper. Even a mere guard dog in the office held a higher status than these humble farmers. Thus, he had no choice but to return to the county office, wearing a smile and offering several more coins, before finally securing the coveted red stamp on his registration. He arrived at the examination office, clutching the stamped household registration ledger, and presented an offering of 3 coins, just when he believed he could finally register. The gatekeeper dismissed him once more. Have you paid your taxes? I have. There is no official seal. Dejected, Ergo trudged back to the county office in search of assistance. After a relentless series of 28 trips, acquiring 18 official seals, and delivering silver on 87 occasions, he finally navigated the labyrinthine bureaucracy to enter the examination office. Inside the grand hall of the examination office, only a solitary clerk was at work. After enduring such tribulations, Ergo managed to muster a practiced smile, presenting the silver before broaching the matter at hand. You are quite understanding, the clerk remarked, accepting the coins with rare commendation before taking the thick stack of documents from Ergo. Where is your letter of recommendation? What recommendation? Ergo was utterly bewildered. After all his efforts, he had never been informed of such a requirement. You don't even know this. How can you expect to register? Return to your farming duties, the clerk said, tossing the documents back at Ergo, intent on dismissing him. In a moment of desperation, Ergo quickly produced another coin as a gesture of plea. Please, could you enlighten me? Indeed, it became evident that in dealings with the authorities, silver was the key to meaningful communication, regardless of one's background. Participation in the examination necessitated 3 scholars to jointly recommend an applicant, thereby granting them the privilege to register for the examination. What? Ergo was taken aback. As a humble farmer, where could he possibly find 3 scholarly gentlemen to jointly compose a letter of recommendation for him? He is acquainted with only one scholar, Zhang Yuyang, who is so despondent that he would rather perish than write a letter of recommendation. Moreover, where could he possibly find the other 2 scholars? What standing does he possess to warrant such favors? After years of relentless practice, he understands that this is not the time to be miserly with wealth, and hastily produces a substantial chunk of silver, weighing at least 1 tael. Without a letter of recommendation, is there any alternative means of negotiation? None. This is a decree established by the court, immutable and punishable by death. As Ergo exited the examination office, he felt utterly dejected, as if he had endured repeated bouts of torment. Why must there be such regulations that leave individuals like him, without connections, in despair? It is disheartening. After years of diligent training and endless struggles, he finds himself thwarted at the very threshold of registration. Wandering aimlessly down the street, he inadvertently arrives at the entrance of the Huichun Hall. A glimmer of hope flickers within him. Sima Yi, a local power broker, might possess some means to assist him. Ergo, I have already procured the Puangubin pills you requested last time, Sima declares, retrieving over 20 porcelain vials from the cabinet, each containing the coveted pills. Oh, I have been so preoccupied with other matters that I nearly forgot about the pills. What could possibly occupy you so thoroughly that you would forget about the Puangubin pills? This is worth several hundred taels of silver. If you had delayed further, I would have been compelled to keep them for myself. Noticing the troubled expression on Ergo's face, Sima half-jokingly inquires, what troubles you? Just some vexatious matters. Ergo replies. Though they have known each other for a year or two, their relationship has not deepened significantly. Ergo grappled with his words internally, uncertain of how to commence. After all, this was not the magistrate's office, where relationships were purely transactional, where silver could easily pave the way. It was far simpler and more direct. Ha ha ha. Your assistance over the years has been invaluable. I am truly inclined to express my gratitude. Today, I shall treat you to a meal at Hongyan Tower, and we can discuss your troubles afterwards. Upon hearing Sima mention Hongyan Tower, Ergo was reminded of the exorbitant prices for dishes there, where a mere slice of fish could cost several taels of silver. And he quickly shook his head. That would be too extravagant. Dear second brother Ergo, you may not be aware, but one of my elder brothers consumed your pill, resulting in a significant enhancement of his cultivation. He is now preparing to take the martial examination. Thus, it is imperative that we express our gratitude to you. Sima stated earnestly. Although anyone could cultivate, the journey would be arduous without resources. However, the resources of Anchang County were limited, mostly held by the local magistrate's faction. The Sima clan, despite possessing some resources, had a large household and considerable expenses, leaving little for each member. Yet, at this moment, Ergo was struck with astonishment. He understood that only a scholar was qualified to take the imperial examination. Indeed, amidst the myriad of challenges, a glimmer of hope emerged. Is your elder brother a scholar? Oh, what does it matter about titles? He is merely an ordinary scholar, a martial artist at best. Sima replied casually, showing no reverence whatsoever for the title. However, Ergo was filled with excitement and cautiously inquired, do you know many scholars? It is not particularly numerous. Within the family, there are 8 scholars and a few acquaintances in the county town, totaling perhaps a mere 20. At this moment, Ergo's heart swells with elation. He had previously surmised that Sima's family must be quite affluent, akin to local magnates. Little did he expect that while others might occasionally produce a martial scholar from ancestral graves shrouded in smoke, Sima's household boasts 8. Brother Sima, I beseech you for a favor. At this instant, Ergo yearns to cling to Sima's leg, calling him brother. What kind of favor? Sima inquires. If it lies within my capabilities, I shall certainly do my utmost. It is as follows. Ergo recounts the torment he has endured at the hands of the yamen since he applied. Sima listens, his indignation mounting. Is the clerk you mentioned the one with the slightly crooked mouth? Indeed, Ergo recalls vividly. That clerk always grins with a twisted smile upon receiving silver. Humph. That crooked-mouthed fellow has become increasingly intolerable, wielding a feather as if it were an imperial edict. He is in dire need of a reprimand. I shall procure the recommendation letter for you by tomorrow, and the day after, I will accompany you to the academic yamen. Chapter 32. The prodigy of the Sima family. Sima, bearing a hefty bundle, strides toward the Zhengwu Hall. Good morning, young Master Sima. The gatekeeper promptly greets him with warmth, ushering Sima inside. Zhengwu Hall is the most renowned martial arts academy in Anchang County, having produced numerous martial scholars over the years and even several martial degree holders. Countless aspiring scholars, eager to master the martial arts and attain the title of martial scholar, vie desperately for entry into Zhengwu Hall. However, the opportunities are limited. Ordinary individuals, no matter how hard they strive, cannot gain entry into the prestigious Zhengwu Hall for their studies. As for the exorbitant tuition fees of Zhengwu Hall, they are far beyond the means of the average person. Sima's cousin, Sima Hong, who excelled in martial arts examination years ago, now serves as an instructor and vice principal at Zhengwu Hall while preparing for the martial arts imperial examination. Fourth brother. Haha. 14th brother, you have arrived. Sima Hong, appearing to be in his 30s, shared a close bond with Sima among their clan's brothers. Seeing you so radiant, you must have come bearing good news. Sima Hong enthusiastically inquired, rubbing his beard. Hee. Last night in the black market, I managed to procure a rather fine ginseng, with at least 20 years of medicinal age. Sima replied, removing a burden from his back and unwrapping it to reveal a large bag of medicinal pills and a ginseng root. This ginseng is indeed remarkable. I can already feel my meridians swelling with energy. Once I consume this ginseng, I should be able to open my qi si and cultivate my dantian. At this point, Sima Hong felt an inexplicable wave of nostalgia wash over him. At the age of 3, he began practicing stance training. By 5, he was learning martial techniques. At 8, he mastered weaponry. By 12, he had honed 8 different martial arts. At 14, he passed the martial scholar examination, becoming the most gifted youth in Anchang County. By 18, he entered the realm of cultivation, sensing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, achieving the first layer of qi cultivation, and becoming a cultivator. Yet, after a decade of stagnation, he had only barely reached the second layer of qi cultivation. Throughout these years, the challenges of martial arts and cultivation, not to mention the immense wealth expended, were hardships known only to him. In a world where martial arts practitioners abound, everyone harbors the dream of one day achieving enlightenment and transcending to a higher realm. Attaining the 4th level of qi cultivation opens the door to the prestigious martial examination. Success in this endeavor grants access to a vast expanse of opportunities that far surpass the confines of a modest martial arts academy, along with a substantial increase in resources. Are you on the verge of breaking through to the 3rd level of qi cultivation? Sima Yi expressed his astonishment at the rapid progress of his younger brother. Yes, I owe much of it to the pills you helped me procure. They are affordable and remarkably effective. It is well known that pursuing martial arts and the path of cultivation holds great promise, yet few can walk this path. The primary obstacle lies in the fact that many struggle to secure their daily sustenance, leaving little room for the resources needed for cultivation. Sima Hong, as a direct descendant of the Sima family and the deputy chief of the Zhengwu Hall, is not endowed with abundant financial means either. The Puan pill, priced at 10 taels of silver each, allows for only 2 pills per month. Fortunately, Sima Yi has managed to source a batch of inexpensive Dali pills, costing only a few hundred taels of silver for a stone. After consuming some for himself and reselling a portion at a markup, he effectively recoups his expenses, making it seem as though his share came at no cost. 14. Could you divulge the source of these pills? Sima Hong inquired with curiosity, as he had never encountered such pills before and suspected that only his younger brother possessed the means to acquire them. Stop. Banish that greedy thought from your mind. I cannot betray the trust placed in me by others. Sima Yi firmly and resolutely declined his cousin's request. At present, this situation is quite satisfactory. Why resort to drastic measures? Alas, I merely inquired out of curiosity. Must you be so rigid? Do I, Sima Hong, appear to be a villain? Sima Hong, gesturing to his face obscured by a bushy beard, protested. Quite so. At least with your countenance, you could easily frighten a child while venturing out. As a robust man of 7 feet, I find such superficial details trivial. A man's worth lies in his strength. Sima Hong remained utterly indifferent to his appearance. I said, Shaoyi, do you truly have no intention of mastering martial arts and pursuing the path of a martial scholar? No, I aspire to become a renowned physician, to alleviate the suffering of humanity. Sima Yi had long been resolute in his ambition to be a great doctor, dedicated to curing the ailments of the world. Studying medicine will not save the world. It is a squander of your remarkable talent. Sima Hong lamented, shaking his head in disappointment. You must understand. The elders in our clan hold you in high regard because of your exceptional gifts. Why must you be so obstinate? Sima Hong wished to continue persuading him, as the clan elders had assigned him this task. Martial arts seem uninteresting. I wish to become a distinguished physician. After all, with so many in the family pursuing martial arts and officialdom, my absence will hardly be noticed. Although everyone praised his talents, Sima Yi held no interest in the martial path. He found himself drowsy whenever he attempted to practice. Do you know? The last time I heard my father mention it, he said that with your talent, there is a substantial likelihood you could establish a foundation and become a foundational practitioner in the future. However, he is a foundational cultivator. Our Sima family has only produced one foundational ancestor over 18 generations. The heavy responsibility of leading the family to greatness rests entirely upon your shoulders. Since childhood, Sima Yi has often heard such proclamations, and he was once stirred with excitement and dedicated himself to rigorous training. Yet, he has never perceived any innate talent within himself. He only found cultivation exceedingly tedious, with progress being painfully slow. Over time, his interest in cultivation waned considerably. Today, let us not discuss cultivation. Instead, assist me in preparing several recommendation letters for the martial scholar examination, as a friend of mine requires them. Here are the names and household registrations. Sima Yi handed over the household register of Ergo to Sima Hong. Very well, this task is simple. Please wait here for a moment. I shall return shortly. Sima Hong responded, tucking the register into his pocket and departing with a large bundle of medicinal pills. Arriving at the martial arts arena, he spotted an instructor guiding the students. Sima Hong waved at the instructor, who eagerly approached him. Master Sima, what brings you here? The instructor. Wiping the sweat from his brow, turned out to be Zhang Yuyang, Ergo's cousin. After passing the scholar examination, Zhang Yuyang had leveraged connections to remain at the Zhengwu Hall as an instructor, allowing him to earn a modest income while continuing his studies. Zhang Yuyang, the large potency pills have arrived. How many do you require this time? I'm a bit strapped for cash lately, and the land rent from my family hasn't been collected yet. Could I possibly defer payment for a few months? Despite Zhang Yuyang usually exhibiting a commanding presence before Ergo, often resorting to threats and scolding, he now appeared humble and submissive, akin to a dutiful wife. Certainly. He extended a credit of 100 pills, valued at 10 taels of silver. Sima Yi, being a straightforward individual, waved his hand generously and counted out 100 pills for Zhang Yuyang. These pills, purchased from Ergo, would double in price upon resale. Ironically, the ultimate buyer turned out to be his own cousin. Thank you. Zhang Yuyang exclaimed joyfully as he accepted the 100 powerful pills, repeatedly expressing his gratitude. Hold your thanks for a moment and assist me in drafting a recommendation letter. Of course, for whom shall I write it? In response to the Deputy Hall Master's request, Zhang Yuyang confidently assured that he would not only comply, but would do so exquisitely. Oh, I didn't catch the name. Sima glanced at the household registration roster. Sanchatsi Town, Zhang Ergo. Zhang Ergo? Upon hearing the infamous name, Zhang Yuyang nearly leaped out of his skin. It seems you hail from the same place. You are indeed kin. Do you know him? Sima Hong, noticing his reaction, inquired with curiosity. We've crossed paths a few times, but we are not well acquainted. Zhang Yuyang replied, concealing the truth about his relationship with Ergo. After all, one cannot admit to having bullied him since childhood. Meanwhile, he felt a whirlwind of emotions. Uncertain how Ergo had managed to connect with the Sima family. Nonetheless, as the Deputy Hall Master had spoken, despite his reluctance, he had to craft a letter that was nothing short of splendid. Without hesitation, Zhang Yuyang took up his brush and, in a matter of moments, composed a recommendation letter, signing his name elegantly and sealing it with his personal stamp. Thank you. Sima Hong received the letter, dried the ink, tucked it away, and expressed his gratitude before turning to leave. It is but a trifling matter, hardly worthy of mention. Should the esteemed master require assistance in the future, do not hesitate to express your needs. Zhang Yuyang waved at the departing figure of Master Sima Yi, yet his countenance bore no trace of elation. Master Sima Yi did not wait long. Before he had finished his tea, Sima Hong returned with 3 letters of recommendation. Nearly a day had passed when Ergo once again appeared at the county academic office. This time, he was well prepared, armed with an array of materials. Master Sima Yi had initially intended to accompany him, but just as they were about to depart, a gravely ill patient arrived at the Huichun Hall. The urgency of saving a life took precedence, and thus, Ergo was sent ahead while Master Sima Yi would follow later. Halt. It was the same gatekeeper. Picking at his teeth and casting a sidelong glance at Ergo, prepared to dismiss him, this fellow displayed a remarkable lack of self-awareness. A mere peasant with aspirations of becoming a martial scholar. I have guarded this academic door for decades without ever entertaining such notions. However, emboldened by Master Sima Yi's support, Ergo felt considerably more confident. Upon seeing the gatekeeper attempt to obstruct his path, he paid little heed. He had already delivered silver on over 20 occasions. Yet the gatekeeper remained unyielding, still baring his teeth at him. After all, this was a guard dog that could never be tamed. I shall not feed you today. I am here to register for the examination. Will you still impede my way? With that, he cast aside his words and strode directly into the office, leaving the gatekeeper to step aside forcefully. He was now eager to witness how this country bumpkin had managed to procure 3 letters of recommendation overnight. Wait a moment. If I cannot produce the recommendation letter, the doorman silently followed behind Ergo, offering no assistance in guiding him. The administrative office was not particularly large, and Ergo had already inquired about its layout prior to his arrival. He entered through the main door and made his way directly to the central hall. Within the hall, a clerk known by the nickname Ching Waizue was still dozing off. Perhaps he had just been indulging in a delightful dream, and now, disturbed, he felt quite irate. Casting a sidelong glance at Ergo, he disregarded him entirely, instead strolling over to the wash basin, where he leisurely twisted a damp towel to wipe his face. After completing his ablutions, he took his time to arrange his hair and beard, even pausing to apply a touch of eyebrow pencil before the mirror. It was evident that this seemingly unremarkable clerk paid considerable attention to his appearance. Meanwhile, Ergo stood like a statue, waiting in vain. At long last, once the clerk had finished his grooming, Ergo hurriedly stepped forward, extracting 3 recommendation letters from his pocket, eager to register. Out of my way. The clerk barked impatiently, shoving Ergo aside. Can't you see that I have been busy all day without even a moment to sip tea? Lacking the confidence of Sima Yi, Ergo could only obediently retreat to the side. He watched as the clerk meticulously cleaned the teapot, brewed a pot of tea, and savored it slowly. Several times he attempted to step forward to register, only to be met with the clerk's piercing gaze that sent him back. The doorman who had followed in was secretly pleased. A country bumpkin, unwilling to spend a few coins to smooth the way, yet still hoped to get things done. Having received a promise from Simei, Ergo was determined not to offer any silver this time. There are certain sums of money that, rather than bestowing upon others, one might as well indulge in purchasing several meat buns for oneself. Indeed, this clerk is resolute in his refusal to proceed with matters unless silver is presented. Observing the clerk consume 3 pots of tea, make 5 trips to the restroom, and wash his hands 6 times, Ergo resolved to remain patient, choosing to wait for Simei's arrival. His calm demeanor, rather than hastening the clerk, only served to heighten the clerk's agitation, who found the pretense quite exhausting. Fortunately, their wait came to an end when a young man entered. This individual exuded an air of confidence, and before uttering a single word, he had already startled the clerk. "Young Master Sima, why have you come in person? If there is a matter, you could simply send a servant to relay your instructions," the clerk exclaimed, hastily rising to greet him at the door, his enthusiasm bordering on servility. The visitor was none other than Simei, who had no intention of extending pleasantries. He recognized that this crooked clerk had only secured his position through his connection with the Sima family. "I have heard that matters cannot be attended to without the offering of silver. Is it true that even with silver, no progress can be made?" Simei inquired, his tone sharp. The crooked clerk, caught in an awkward position, forced a smile and replied, "That's not the case at all. If you have any requests, simply instruct your servant, and I will ensure they are handled impeccably." "Humph, I do not possess such influence," Simei retorted. "Your few pieces of silver merely afford you an extra visit to a brothel, where you can lavish gifts upon the courtesans. Have you ever considered that this sum could represent the entirety of a commoner's life savings? Without those few pieces of silver, they may very well face ruin." The clerk, subjected to Simei's scathing rebuke, could only bow and smile throughout the reprimand. The young master imparted a lesson with reason, vowing to amend his ways and to diligently engage in his duties henceforth. Qinghuazui's demeanor was exceedingly sincere, after all. Having navigated through the corridors of power for so many years, he had become rather adept at the game, acknowledging one's faults and promising to rectify them, only to falter again after a few days, was a familiar pattern. In the realm of governance, how could one expect to function without accepting bribes? Once the established order is disrupted, no one could afford to tolerate such transgressions, not even the illustrious Sima family. The young master of the Sima clan, naive and oblivious to the intricacies of the world, believed he could simply brush matters aside. Upon witnessing Qinghuazui earnestly reflect on his misdeeds and pledge to sever ties with corrupt practices, Simei could only temporarily relent. "Why do you stand there in a daze? Attend to the matter at hand." Simei directed towards Ergo, who had been idly spectating. It dawned on Qinghuazui that he had unwittingly offended this formidable figure, inciting Sima Gongzi's ire. Indeed, one must not judge by appearances. This seemingly ordinary peasant had managed to forge a connection with the Sima family. He recalled the lengths he had gone to establish rapport with the Sima clan, even marrying the most unattractive woman in the family to secure his current position. With Simei's intervention, the trivial matter of the examination was resolved without any doubt. Accomplished in mere moments. "Ha! Brother Zhang, a paragon of talent and youthful promise, it seems I have misjudged you." Qinghuazui's demeanor shifted dramatically as he grasped Ergo's hand, conveying an air of camaraderie. "Brother Zhang, whenever you find the time, do not hesitate to visit me for tea and conversation. My doors are always open to you." Under Qinghuazui's subtle cue, the steward had already prepared a pouch of silver, ready to return all the funds previously received. "In the future, as Brother Zhang enters high school, I kindly ask for your guidance." Moments later, Ergo and Simei emerged from the academic governance office, with the clerk and the doorman personally escorting them outside. "Take care, Brother Zhang. Do come by for tea and drinks when you have the time." The two beamed as they watched Ergo and Simei's figures fade into the distance before returning to the office. Following closely behind Simei, Ergo was struck by the realization of the formidable power that lay behind Simei's family. Previously, he had assumed he was merely a wealthy young man with a modest understanding of the world, but now it was evident that there was much more to him. "Simei, thank you." Ergo suddenly felt that addressing him so casually might be rather presumptuous. "You can simply call me Simei. I am unaccustomed to being referred to as young master. In truth, I do not enjoy mingling with the people in the officialdom. Associating with them inevitably leads one to adopt their ways. They flatter and fawn upon their superiors, while displaying their vile nature to those below them. Do not be deceived by Qinghuazui's sweet words today. He can only maintain his pretense for 2 or 3 days before reverting to his old self. The thought of becoming like them one day is repugnant to me. It feels akin to lying in a heap of maggots. Ergo, not entirely familiar with the matters of the officialdom, could only grasp fragments of what Sima expressed. Perhaps Sima merely sought a confidant for his thoughts. As he continued to speak to himself, I operate a pharmacy devoted to healing and saving lives, free from the burdens of social interaction, earning my own income to spend as I please. Every penny I earn is pure and legitimate, allowing me to spend it with a clear conscience. Chapter 33. The sect Ergo has finally succeeded in his examination, lifting a weight off his shoulders. His journey home from the county town feels considerably lighter. In high spirits, he purchases a few large meat buns, savoring them as he walks, his mouth glistening with grease. However, as he wanders into a densely wooded area, he notices several individuals hastily approaching from behind. Stop. Turning around, he discovers 3 people in pursuit. Among them is a familiar figure, the plump young man from the sword shop. The other 2 are a middle-aged man and a young man, neither of whom he recognizes. Is there something you need? The plump youth inquires, producing a copper coin and a small piece of silver. Since reaching the chi sensing stage, Ergo has been able to perceive the spiritual energy in the world around him. Focusing intently, he discerns that the copper coin and silver fragment in the youth's possession radiate a significant amount of spiritual energy. Could it be that this young man has recognized the unique nature of the money extracted from his gourd? Until now, no one had noticed the difference, which had allowed him to conveniently store his wealth within the gourd. It is worth noting that silver and copper coins are quite heavy, making it challenging to carry substantial sums. A typical copper coin weighs around 7 to 8 pounds, and transporting 10 or so coins is the maximum one can manage. Each time he converts his earnings from the powerful pills into hundreds of taels of silver, he ends up with a considerable weight, often several dozen pounds. Carrying such wealth can be burdensome and invites the danger of robbers and thieves. Yet even if he were to be recognized now, he would not concede. I possess no money at present. Moreover, what difference does it make? Young man, cease your charade and divulge the truth. From whence did this money originate? Where is it concealed? The youth accompanying the chubby fellow clearly exhibited a lack of patience, brandishing a short sword and issuing a loud threat. At this moment, the 3 had formed a tight formation, encircling Ergo in the center. Observing Ergo's silence, the youth quivered his short sword, thrusting it menacingly towards his throat. Having engaged in several skirmishes with Zhao Duwang, Ergo possessed a modicum of experience. He swiftly drew the heavy sword from his back and struck down upon the youth's short sword. With a crisp sound, only the hilt remained in the youth's grip. The short sword shattered into fragments. Following this, Ergo unleashed a flurry of thrusts, slashes, and upward cuts. With a swift motion, he cleaved the youth in 2, blood gushing forth. Pain, pain, pain. Severed by a single strike, the youth lay on the ground, half of his body writhing in agony, unable to succumb to death just yet. Ergo, holding the bloodied sword, felt a pang of sympathy for the grim sight before him and could only utter a comforting phrase. Endure, it will soon cease to hurt. You possess a cruel heart. The middle-aged man bellowed, drawing his own blade and advancing towards Ergo. In response, Ergo swung his sword, but this time, the middle-aged adversary adeptly evaded the clash of their weapons. The 2 engaged in a series of exchanges, their weapons never once making contact. The prowess of this middle-aged man surpasses that of King Zhao by a considerable margin. Aware of Ergo's formidable strength, he refrains from confronting him directly, instead maneuvering around him, seeking an opportune moment to strike. Ergo, encountering such a worthy adversary, is filled with exhilaration. Meanwhile, King Zhao, evading him, longs for a sparring partner but has yet to find a suitable contender. Consequently, the more he fights, the more invigorated he becomes, his skills increasingly honed, and his strength amplified. At times, he even manages to unleash 1 or 2 techniques from his swordsmanship. During their fierce exchange, Ergo seizes an opportunity, suddenly leaping forward a yard to close the distance between them, and strikes with his sword. A resounding crash reverberates as the middle-aged man, in a moment of urgency, can only parry with his dagger. Yet, the instant their weapons collide, he feels an overwhelming force surge through, shattering his waist dagger and fracturing several bones in his arm. Fortunately, his extensive combat experience allows him to retreat a few yards, narrowly escaping with his life. At this moment, he stands at a distance, his right arm hanging limply, likely rendered useless. What a remarkable young man. You truly possess some strength, nearly besting me, he muses. However, no matter how great your raw power, you remain but a mere brute. Allow me to demonstrate the capabilities of a cultivator. As he speaks, 2 pieces of yellow talisman paper materialize in his remaining left hand. Ergo recalls having seen his master employ such talismans for exorcism, healing, and even beseeching offspring, though he had not grasped their significance at the time. Now, He observes as the middle-aged man expels a mouthful of blood onto the talismans, which then transform into two radiant beams of blue and yellow light. The yellow light envelopes the middle-aged man, forming a golden shield around him. A cerulean radiance transformed into a multitude of wooden spikes, hurtling swiftly through the air towards Ergo. Upon witnessing this, Ergo exerted himself to leap Tu Zhang into the sky, evading the barrage of spikes that shot beneath him. However, as he began his descent, the spikes executed a swift arc, redirecting themselves towards him once more. At that precarious moment, ensnared in midair, evasion seemed utterly impossible. In a moment of desperation, he recalled a challenging sword technique from his training that required the winds to be stilled and the rains to hold back. He had often practiced this move amidst torrential downpours, though he could not entirely escape the drenching. Nevertheless, it sufficed to ward off these mere wooden spikes. With a series of clashing sounds, the spikes were severed and dissipated into ethereal energy. After dispatching the projectiles, Ergo propelled himself forward, landing directly before the middle-aged man, wielding his sword to strike. With a resounding crash, his blade struck the yellow barrier surrounding the man, reverberating loudly, but the shield merely quivered without yielding. He unleashed several more powerful strikes, yet the barrier remained unscathed. "Heh, young one, the methods of immortals are beyond the comprehension of mere mortals," the middle-aged man remarked, brandishing a yellow talisman. Alarmed at the prospect of another arcane technique, Ergo hastily summoned the true energy from his dantian, channeling it through the Jian Heart Protector Meridian and into his heavy sword. As the energy infused the blade, it began to emanate a radiant glow. You too are a cultivator," the middle-aged man exclaimed, his expression one of sheer disbelief. After much difficulty, he emerged to commit a robbery, intending to leverage his decades of cultivation to intimidate the youth. Little did he know, he would encounter a cultivator whose prowess far surpassed his own, at least at the third level of chi refinement. "Friend, it's a misunderstanding." At this juncture, pleading for mercy proved futile. Ergo found himself unable to control the situation and could only strike with his sword. Boom! A resounding explosion ensued, as the yellow light shield, the middle-aged man, and the heavy sword in Ergo's hand all shattered simultaneously. The remnants of the middle-aged man's flesh scattered across the ground, splattering Ergo in the process. Regrettably, the talisman in the man's possession was also torn to shreds by the immense force. Otherwise, Ergo would have wished to retrieve it for further study. Crack, crack, crack. A strange noise emanated from behind. Turning to look, Ergo saw the pudgy boy from the weapons shop. The little fellow was now paralyzed with fear. A large patch of wetness beneath his trousers accompanied by a foul stench. Though he attempted to speak, his lips quivered, and his teeth clattered together, rendering him speechless. Ergo had never encountered someone so cowardly. Approaching, he delivered several sharp slaps, finally ceasing the boy's tremors. "You are doomed. You have killed a member of the Daoxian sect, and you are in serious trouble." As the boy regained a semblance of composure, he even dared to threaten Ergo. It seemed he was privy to many secrets. Ergo surveyed the surrounding scene, which was undeniably gruesome and ill-suited for interrogation, especially given its proximity to the main thoroughfare. Promptly, he unwrapped the package from the corpse, discovering a copper token amidst the scattered flesh, which he collected and stowed away in his bundle. Then, he took the chubby boy and ventured into the woods by the roadside. After walking for about 10 miles, he finally found a secluded spot to throw the chubby boy onto the ground. What transpired? "Please don't kill me. I'll tell you everything." The chubby boy clung to Ergo's leg, his face a canvas of tears and snot. Ergo had long devised more than 10 methods of coercion, yet not a single one was necessary. The chubby boy divulged all. He found the effort fruitless, as if striking at empty air. Half an hour later, Ergo departed alone, leaving behind the lifeless body of the chubby boy. Indeed, the boy was sufficiently cowardly. There was no need for harsh torture, as he had confessed everything clearly, providing a wealth of intelligence. However, his utter cowardice made Ergo uneasy, and he deemed it simpler to eliminate him. According to the chubby boy, driven by greed and fear of Ergo's strength, he had secretly contacted individuals from the Daoxian sect to take action together. The chubby boy remarked that the Daoxian sect was a mystical sect of immortals, shrouded in mystery and grandeur. Their family sword and knife shop occasionally crafted items for the Daoxian sect, maintaining a modicum of interaction. Yet, he had never anticipated that in summoning cultivators, he would encounter an iron wall, facing even stronger adversaries. At that moment, Ergo held a leather-bound ancient tome, which he had just discovered on the chubby boy. The cover bore the 3 characters 100 Weapons Codex. He couldn't help but reflect. Finally, he had come across a book with both a beginning and an end. The texts in his master's possession were all without covers, their titles unknown. Casually flipping through the book, the first half presents an array of materials, documenting numerous rare substances previously unheard of, including refined copper and silver. The latter half delves into an assortment of peculiar forging techniques. Ergo thought it prudent to acquire some knowledge, for skill is never a burden. In addition to the book, he discovered a few pieces of silver and picked up a copper plate inscribed with a single dark character, the purpose of which eluded him. As he retraced his steps to the official road, night had already fallen. After some contemplation, he turned towards the county town. Having already slain the chubby boy and incurred the wrath of the sword shop, he resolved to eliminate the entire family to preclude any future vendetta, as the cycle of retaliation was too cumbersome. However, he returned to the county town only to find that he was a moment too late. Upon arriving outside the sword shop, he beheld flames soaring into the sky, engulfing several nearby establishments in a sea of fire. After observing the commotion with the gathered crowd, he noted that none of the sword shop's occupants had escaped. From the murmurs of the onlookers, it seemed the entire family had perished in the blaze. With the demise of the family, Ergo found his troubles alleviated. Exhausted and famished from the scuffle and long journey, he purchased 10 large meat buns from a shop, eating as he continued down the darkened path home. Upon reaching Chico Mountain, he collapsed into slumber, taking 3 days to restore the vitality he had expended. As soon as he regained his strength, he set out for Sanchazi town to seek his master. Master, have you ever heard of the Daoxian sect? Upon hearing this, Li Banqian's expression grew tense. What is the matter? You must absolutely avoid any contact with them. It could cost you your head, or even the extermination of your entire clan. Why? Ergo previously devoted himself solely to farming and had no experience in such matters. All sects must obtain official approval from the government to establish themselves in designated locations, and there are stringent requirements regarding the number of members in each sect. Any sect that has not received the government's authorization is deemed a heretical cult. Such cults often disregard governmental mandates and privately disseminate cultivation techniques. The government does not hesitate to execute any caught transgressors. The Daoxian sect is precisely such a heretical organization. At this juncture, Li Banqian took a hearty sip of tea to moisten his throat. Reflecting on the matter of privately transmitting techniques, he lamented that his greatest regret was taking on Ergo as his disciple. While Ergo remained oblivious, Li Banqian was acutely aware that privately sharing cultivation techniques is a grave offense. Those with power and influence may get away with it, but a fortune teller like him, lacking authority, would undoubtedly face execution if caught. He had never anticipated that the shabby technique would turn out to be genuine, and this foolish boy had inadvertently managed to master it. Master, there's another piece of good news. I have successfully registered to take the martial scholar examination, Ergo declared, believing such joy should be shared with his mentor. What? So soon? Li Banqian exclaimed, astonished, causing his teacup to clatter to the ground. He felt no joy, only trepidation. I want to give it a try. What if I succeed? Ergo mused, lacking confidence about his chances of passing the martial scholar examination, yet eager to take the chance nonetheless. Common folk, devoid of titles and accolades, find themselves subject to the whims of others wherever they go. The local enforcers can reprimand or chastise them at will. Yet, within Li Banqian's heart, a tempest rages. The clandestine transmission of celestial cultivation techniques can scarcely remain concealed. Should Ergo partake in the examination, it is certain that some suspicions will arise. Should he be accused of illicitly disseminating the teachings of the immortals, even 10 heads would not suffice to pay the price. Moreover, as Ergo's prowess continues to burgeon, deceiving him will become an increasingly arduous task. Should the truth ever emerge, Li Banqian's frail body may not withstand the repercussions. In truth, he has swindled a considerable sum from Ergo, and the moment to depart has arrived. Ergo, I am preparing to embark on a distant journey. Ah, master, where are you going, and when shall you return? Ergo felt the abruptness of the revelation. I must travel to Kunlun Mountain to gather some celestial herbs. It will take no less than 3 to 5 years, and potentially over a decade. You must take care of yourself and remain diligent. Kunlun Mountain? Ergo had heard of this legendary place, where immortal beings reside, capable of soaring through the clouds and wielding extraordinary powers, far beyond the reach of ordinary cultivators. Might master take me along to witness it? The moment he uttered those words, regret washed over him. He had numerous acres of land in Chico Mountain and a flock of geese that required tending. Kunlun Mountain lay a staggering distance away, towering high above the earth. How could a mere mortal hope to reach it? Li Banqian intended to distance himself from Ergo, and thus would never consider bringing him along. Nevertheless, before his departure, he resolved to extract one final sum from Ergo. Chapter 34. The spell. As the master prepared to depart, Ergo diligently prepared some provisions for the journey, hoping to absorb more of his master's wisdom along the way. Even if you succeed in mastering unparalleled martial arts in the future, maintain a humble demeanor and refrain from showcasing your abilities in public. Moreover, do not mention my name in the presence of outsiders. I have always held a disdain for fame and fortune, preferring to avoid external disturbances. Li Banxian reiterated solemnly as they parted ways. Ergo understood this well, feeling a profound sense of shame as he lowered his head. His master, an ethereal figure who concealed his prowess, stood in stark contrast to his own tendency to revel in minor achievements, revealing his naivety. Master, what should I do if I encounter difficulties in my practice after your departure? Upon hearing this, Li Banxian displayed a troubled expression, remaining silent for an extended period. The matter was indeed complex. However, after much deliberation and an evident struggle, he finally made a decisive choice. Given our bond, and recognizing your sincere intent, I have resolved to disregard ancestral teachings and impart the complete set of techniques to you. Thank you, Master, Ergo exclaimed, overwhelmed with gratitude as he bowed respectfully. Yet, Li Banxian added, however, to accept what has been passed down from our forebears without due compensation would be an act of great disrespect. Do you mean to say that a payment is required? How much? Ergo quickly grasped the underlying message after their time together. Discussing monetary matters between master and disciple would indeed feel awkward. He merely needed to express his sincerity. As a sage, Li Banxian naturally wished to maintain a semblance of dignity. Master, how much silver would be deemed sufficiently sincere? Wealth, this mundane and trivial matter, when amassed excessively, tends to tarnish one's spirit. A mere 100 taels would suffice to express my intentions. Li Banxian spoke with an air of nonchalance, yet in reality, 100 taels would sustain him for several years. With careful expenditure, it could last a decade. For such a modest sum, one could acquire the entirety of the master's ancestral techniques, a prospect that naturally delighted Ergo, for such methods are indeed rare treasures. On this occasion, Li Banxian entrusted a complete tome to Ergo, refraining from arbitrary alterations. As he was on the verge of departure, there was no need to deceive him further. This disciple, earnest and straightforward, despite Li Banxian's resolute heart, felt a twinge of guilt for having taken advantage of him too many times. Ergo received the manual and glanced at its cover, where the words fundamental spells were inscribed. His heart raced upon seeing them. However, he first respectfully offered a substantial pouch of silver, all of which was ordinary currency. Being a man of integrity, he heeded his master's advice regarding the perils of excessive wealth, thus he presented precisely 100 taels, without an extra coin to spare. Li Banxian weighed the pouch. Acknowledging the disciple's sincerity, he had claimed over 100 taels yet only provided 100, without a single tael more. The master, possessing an ancestral jade pendant, resolved to bestow it upon him as a token of remembrance, though ancestral items cannot be given away freely. The disciple comprehended the essence of earnestness required in this exchange. After years of interaction, Ergo had become quite adept at understanding the importance of presenting a certain sum of silver as a gesture of sincerity. He cherished his ancestral possessions, for while treasures may hold a price, the sentiments attached to them are invaluable. In the past, when others offered him 50 taels of silver, he would not part with his treasures. Now, gazing at the jade pendant in Li Banxian's hand, which was merely the size of 3 fingers and marred with cracks, Ergo found himself in a quandary. He was the sort of person who felt a pang of regret even after indulging in 2 meals of fatty pork. And the thought of spending dozens of taels on what he deemed a useless trinket was disheartening. Moreover, having visited the county town, he knew that quality jade could be procured for merely 3 to 5 taels. However, after years of guidance from his master, he could not bear to tarnish his master's reputation at such a moment and decided to be generous for once. Thus, he reluctantly withdrew 50 taels of silver and accepted the ancestral jade pendant from his master. Li Banxian tossed aside a martial arts manual along with the jade pendant, waved his hand, and left Sanchazi town with only a bun in hand. Before departing, he entrusted the courtyard he had inhabited for decades to Ergo for management and care. The master may have opened the door, but the journey of cultivation now lay solely upon Ergo's shoulders. Having begun his martial training at the tender age of 14, he had been learning for approximately 2.5 years. Though Li Banxian had accepted some monetary compensation, he had imparted a wealth of knowledge. Once unable to recognize even the largest characters, Ergo could now read any book he picked up with ease. His master had also taught him an unnamed technique, which he surmised might be an arcane art, and he had already progressed to the 3rd level. There remained a particularly challenging sword technique that he had yet to master. Along with the parting gift of a manual titled Fundamental Spells and the Jade Pendant, Ergo was now poised to embark on his own path of discovery. The Jade Pendant appeared to be an ordinary object. However, since it was bestowed by my master, it must be cherished diligently. After bidding farewell to my master, I eagerly perused the tome titled Fundamental Spells. This ancient manuscript differed significantly from the martial arts I had previously studied, leaving me with an unsettling sense of unreality after my perusal. Within its pages lay arcane techniques such as sword control, fireball, rejuvenation, wooden spikes, entanglement, water arrows, earth shield, and talismans. The spells chronicled within were nothing short of miraculous, akin to the legendary secrets of celestial beings. The last encounter with those two practitioners from the Daoxian sect revealed techniques resembling the wooden spikes and golden light shield, as described in the manuscript. Villagers often spoke of the county magistrate as a divine figure, capable of soaring through the clouds and wielding nature's forces at will, a being shrouded in mystery. Truly, my master embodies such celestial qualities. His generosity is immense. For merely 100 taels of silver, he has imparted to me the secrets of the immortal arts. It is imperative that I devote myself to diligent practice, lest I disappoint his expectations. Yet, the diverse spells left behind by my master are profoundly intricate, challenging to comprehend, and even more arduous to cultivate. After 2 weeks of relentless training, I have merely grazed the threshold of understanding the wind control technique. This spell allows a gentle breeze to envelop my body, enabling me to run swifter and leap higher and farther. Consequently, I have made considerable progress in the swordplay that had previously eluded me. With the application of wind control, I can now leap over 10 feet in height, gracefully executing sword maneuvers in midair. Moreover, numerous previously daunting sword techniques have become effortlessly attainable with the aid of wind control. Thus, a few months later, when he participated in the martial scholar examination, he felt considerably more confident. Aside from the wind control technique, the remaining spells were far more intricate and demanding, requiring substantial time and effort, which he had no intention of pursuing for the time being. He resolved to delve into them only after completing the examination, focusing entirely on preparing for the martial scholar selection, which did not necessitate the mastery of such spells. His heavy sword had been destroyed during his encounter with a Daoxian sect practitioner, leaving him without a weapon, and he could only wield a branch, which proved to be quite unwieldy. In order to participate in the examination, he needed to procure a suitable weapon. After perusing the book catalog of weapons, he gained some insight into weapon forging. Armed with quality materials, he aspired to forge a durable sword himself. He emptied the gourd, which contained silver, copper, and iron. The iron, salvaged from a discarded sword, weighed around 200 pounds, and after being stored in the gourd, it had transformed into refined iron. He possessed over a dozen coins, amounting to roughly 100 pounds of copper. The silver was modest in quantity. Most of his earnings had been exchanged for nourishing essence pills, leaving him with a mere 200 taels of silver. Evaluating these materials, he planned to primarily utilize the refined silver and copper with a small proportion of iron. According to the catalog of weapons, for cultivators, 100 refined materials were merely considered basic. One could even achieve 1,000 or 10,000 refinements. He purchased some charcoal in Sankaizi town and spent a handsome sum to acquire a ready-made set of tools from the blacksmith shop. During his initial forging attempts, he experimented slowly, experiencing several failures. Ultimately, after more than 10 days, a magnificent sword measuring 3 feet 6 inches in length, 6 inches in width, and weighing 150 pounds was completed. The sword is predominantly yellow, adorned with silvery veins resembling the intricate root system of a tree, which sprawls across the blade, rendering it quite aesthetically pleasing. However, it is somewhat broad, resting on his back like a door panel. With a single hand, Ergo wielded the sword and struck down upon a massive stone weighing several hundred pounds. With a resounding thud, a substantial fragment was cleaved from the rock. Upon retrieving the blade for inspection, he noted minimal damage to the edge, though the blade was not particularly sharp. Its considerable weight combined with Ergo's formidable strength rendered it an instrument of immense power. In the following days, he diligently practiced, honing both his wind manipulation technique and swordplay to increasing levels of proficiency. Now, when he employed the wind manipulation, he traversed the sheer cliffs of Snake Mouth Mountain as if walking on level ground. With the 100-pound sword effortlessly slicing through, he was able to smooth the protruding stones along the precipice. This endeavor served not only to refine his wind manipulation skills, but also to gradually flatten the mountain itself. Previously, a narrow path had existed between the cliffs, providing a means to scale the heights, but Ergo had long since blocked it with large boulders. Yet, with determination, one could still ascend the cliffs. His intention now was to eliminate all potential footholds, ensuring that no monkeys could venture up the mountain in the future. After 3 months of relentless effort, the cliffs surrounding Snake Mouth Mountain had been rendered smooth and even. Should any monkeys attempt to climb, they would surely break a few legs in the process. Henceforth, he would no longer have to worry about intruders pilfering from his mountain. As for himself, with the aid of the wind manipulation, he needed only to apply a modicum of force to navigate the cliffs with ease. One day, Ergo leaped from the pinnacle of Snake Mouth Mountain, the heavy sword on his back. Occasionally, he would use his hands and feet to find purchase on the slick stone walls. With a series of deft maneuvers mid-air, he landed securely on the ground below. Walking barefoot along the narrow path through the fields, the rice paddies on either side had already begun to sprout ears, and it wouldn't be long before the harvest came. "Good day, landlord." A resounding voice echoed from the rice fields. Ergo turned to see Ahu, the eldest son of Agu. Ahu was busy with a 4-year-old child, trampling the weeds into the mud, effectively suffocating them while enriching the soil. The child, though no taller than the rice seedlings, worked diligently, and it seemed he would grow to be a capable farmer in due time. As Ergo gazed upon the plot of land, he couldn't help but think of his father, Agu. This particular acre had been purchased with the 20 stones of grain that Agu had toiled for. Ahu's family had finally managed to save enough for an acre, which they treated with reverence, as if it were an ancestor. All sorts of manure and waste were dedicated to this cherished field. "Have you heard any news of your father?" "No." Ahu shook his head, his tone calm, devoid of sorrow or joy. After exchanging a few more words with Ahu, Ergo shouldered his sword and departed. The following day marked the exam for the county's martial scholars, and he needed to make his way to the county town to take the test. Chapter 35. The examination commences. The annual martial scholar examination in Anshan County had commenced, a grand event that attracted many from the surrounding areas to witness. It also drew the attention of those with ulterior motives, seeking to select a son-in-law from among the candidates. After all, the county's finest young talents congregated here. In previous years, there had been instances where several families vied for the same young man, leading to fierce confrontations. The examination grounds were set up in the schoolyard opposite the county office, spanning over 100 paces, surrounded by a fence, with guards stationed to maintain order. At this moment, Ergo entered the examination hall with a heart full of trepidation. Thanks to Sima Yi's arrangement, he managed to follow closely behind a young scion of the Sima family, which allowed him to gain entry smoothly. Otherwise, with the demeanor of those officials, he would have had to endure great humiliation to gain access. "My gratitude goes to Brother Sima. There's no need for thanks. I merely acted upon my elder brother's request." The young man from the Sima family clearly wished to avoid any interaction with Ergo as he tossed a remark and turned away, joining a group of young gentlemen from the county town, all engaged in laughter and conversation. "Sima Dong, who is that person? How did you bring a peasant into the examination hall?" "I don't know him. My 14th brother insisted that I bring him along." When did the threshold for the martial scholar examinations become so low that even a peasant could join in? At this moment, Ergo, clad in a faded coarse linen garment, stood in stark contrast to the other candidates adorned in silk and satin. As a result, a wide berth formed around him, as none were inclined to approach. The onlookers were filled with curiosity regarding how a rural farmer managed to infiltrate their ranks. The other candidates regarded Ergo with bemused glances, indulging in a sense of superiority akin to that of spectators observing a fool. For families of modest means, scrimping and saving for oil and ink to afford a meager education might yield some hope of becoming a literary scholar. However, the path to becoming a martial scholar was fraught with prohibitive expenses far beyond the reach of ordinary individuals. Thus, within the examination hall, not a single impoverished soul could be found. The sudden intrusion of an oblivious farmer elicited anticipation among the crowd, eagerly awaiting the spectacle of his potential missteps during the examination, which would undoubtedly add a touch of amusement to the proceedings. Ergo, with keen perception, could distinctly hear the laughter of a group of young nobles. The circle of these affluent gentlemen was not one he could easily infiltrate, after all. Individuals like Sima Yi were exceedingly rare. Standing alone amidst the throng, Ergo felt as though he were a crane among chickens. He surveyed his surroundings, noticing that a multitude of onlookers had already gathered around the examination venue. Some had even brought tables and benches, seizing the opportunity to sell tea and fruits. Vendors, with large bags of roasted seeds slung over their shoulders, traversed the crowd, offering a bamboo tube for a mere penny. Meanwhile, a few nimble-fingered thieves, with an extra hand or two, mingled among the crowd, looking to profit from the situation. Overall, while the candidates were tense, the atmosphere was filled with merriment. At the center of the examination area stood an elevated platform adorned with a dozen chairs, reserved for the esteemed examiners. At that moment, the chairs remained unoccupied, as the officials had yet to arrive. Suddenly, the sound of gongs resonated, and silence fell over the crowd as everyone rose on their toes to gaze towards the platform. A group of individuals, surrounding the county magistrate, strode confidently forward and took their seats in the center of the platform. Below the magistrate was a row of 5 principal examiners responsible for grading. The remaining chairs were allocated to prominent figures from the county. To Ergo's surprise, he spotted Sima Yi on the platform, standing behind a middle-aged man with a bushy beard. In addition to Sima Yi, he also recognized his cousin, Zhang Yuliang, among the onlookers. Thus commenced the official examination of the Wuxiakai in Anshan County of the Great Zhou dynasty. With a resounding proclamation, the examination began. The rules were first announced, revealing that the process would be divided into 3 rounds. The first round of weightlifting serves as an elimination test. A candidate must lift a 500-pound stone overhead with both hands and walk a lap around the arena to pass and advance to the subsequent rounds. Failure to lift signifies insufficient strength, disqualifying the individual from progressing further. The following weaponry and combat examinations will be assessed by the judges. As the strength assessment commenced, over 100 candidates were divided into 10 groups, taking turns to showcase their abilities. The elegantly attired young masters, who appeared so refined, now revealed their true prowess. One by one, they displayed their robust physiques, letting out mighty roars as they hoisted the massive stone above their heads and paraded around the arena, eliciting waves of astonished gasps from the onlookers. Of course, every success is accentuated by the contrast of failure, allowing the victors to shine even brighter. Some candidates exerted every ounce of strength, barely managing to lift the stone overhead, their bodies trembling and faltering. They collapsed to the ground after only a few steps. The disheveled appearances of these failures ignited bursts of laughter among the crowd, as the joy derived from witnessing others stumble eclipsed the happiness found in their successes. Thus, when Ergo took the stage, both the audience inside and outside the arena erupted in cheers. Many had their snacks and smiles ready, anticipating Ergo's performance. In this group of 12 candidates, nearly all eyes were fixed upon him, not for his looks, but due to his rustic farmer-esque demeanor, which seemed so out of place, leading everyone to predict his imminent failure. Yet, reality seldom aligns with the expectations of the crowd. In the examination hall, 12 candidates stood before a row of stones. Among them, 11 individuals assumed a horse-riding stance, bending over with their backs arched, their hands groping the stones in search of the most advantageous angle for exertion. Only Ergo did not adopt the stance. Instead, he squatted down and effortlessly lifted a stone, casually tucking it under his arm. This scene evoked a profound sense of unreality among the onlookers, as if the stone nestled beneath his arm were not a solid mass, but rather a hollow piece of wood. Meanwhile, the other candidates erupted in a chorus of shouts, finally managing to hoist their stones above their heads, advancing with heavy steps. Observing this, Ergo realized that his approach was unconventional and feared that the examiners might seize upon his unorthodox method, deeming him unfit. These officials, having dined and lacking other pursuits, relished finding various pretexts to trouble the candidates. Thus, he hastily discarded the stone from under his arm, mimicking the others by adopting the proper stance, bending over with precision, and letting out a mighty roar before lifting the stone high above his head. While the others moved forward step by step, Ergo mimicked their pace, lifting the stone slowly in an effort to blend in and avoid drawing the examiner's ire. However, this act of imitation appeared to others as blatant mockery, leaving them feeling insulted. In truth, for Ergo, lifting 500 pounds was hardly a formidable task, as the sword on his back weighed 150 pounds. Thus, he circled the area, holding the 500-pound stone aloft with an impassive expression, his breathing steady, and barely a drop of sweat escaping. This demeanor left the onlookers, who had anticipated a spectacle, feeling quite disappointed. Chapter 36. The secret of becoming stronger. The first round of the strength assessment has concluded, resulting in the elimination of nearly half of the candidates. The extraordinary performance of Ergo has naturally aroused suspicion among many, as it appeared almost akin to cheating. Some, after the event, discreetly approached the stone slab abandoned by Ergo, exerting all their strength until their faces turned crimson, only to confirm that no foul play had occurred. The subsequent 2 assessments adopted a scoring system, with the weaponry and combat exams divided into 3 grades, A, B, and C, each further subdivided into upper, middle, and lower tiers. During the weaponry segment, candidates took turns to demonstrate their skills while 5 examiners on stage assigned scores. Unlike the previous weightlifting challenge, this segment showcased a dazzling array of techniques and talents. Candidates exhibited various weapons, including swords, spears, halberds, and meteor hammers. Among them, several sword wielders stepped forward to demonstrate their prowess, leaving Ergo bewildered as their techniques diverged significantly from his master's teachings. The swords in their hands appeared exquisite, glimmering with a chilling light, seemingly sharp. Yet, they seemed somewhat ostentatious, being rather diminutive, no more than 3 to 5 pounds, perhaps 10 at most. Ergo felt that such small swords resembled a young maiden's embroidery needle. Under his master's guidance, he had consistently practiced with a sword weighing 100 pounds and had long since grown accustomed to it. As for the swordplay exhibited by the other candidates, it was markedly different from his own training, appearing more fluid and graceful. However, their movements were limited in scope. They leaped merely 3 feet into the air and thrust only a few feet forward. Instinctively, Ergo compared the standards set by his master against those of the other candidates. He witnessed a candidate leap to a height of 5 feet and astonishingly achieve a high score, becoming a favored contender for the prestigious title of Wuxiakai. This left him perplexed. What could possibly be the criteria for assessing swordsmanship? After a prolonged wait, it was finally Ergo's turn to take the stage. His arrival captured the attention of all present. Previously, they had been intrigued by his rustic appearance, anticipating a comical performance. Now, however, their curiosity stemmed from his remarkable display in the preceding weightlifting round. The county magistrate, who had been on the verge of slumber atop the platform, was stirred upon seeing a youth clad in humble farmer's garb enter the arena, a massive sword slung across his back. He could not help but exclaim softly in surprise. Casting a curious glance at Ergo, who might this young lad belong to? The officials on the platform exchanged glances, none able to provide an answer for quite some time. It was indeed peculiar, if he was not one of their own, who had the capability to nurture such an exceptional talent. The county magistrate pondered aloud. At such a tender age, possessing the cultivation of the 3rd level of chi refinement, could this individual truly be a prodigy? Prompted by the magistrate's remark, several high-ranking officials on the platform employed their magical abilities to scrutinize Ergo. Those lacking sufficient cultivation could only stand by in astonishment. Indeed, he was at the 3rd level of chi refinement. Whose progeny was he? He seemed to be quite the enigma. Sima Yi stood behind a bearded man, feeling elated for Ergo. He had not anticipated that the seemingly simple friend he had made would possess such hidden depths. His elder brother, Sima Hong, is also recognized as a prodigy. Having trained in martial arts since childhood, he has now approached the age of 30, recently achieving a breakthrough to the 3rd layer of chi cultivation. However, reflecting on how Ergo purchases such an abundance of Peiyuan Gubin pills, it seems unsurprising that he too has reached this level. Meanwhile, Ergo has unsheathed a sword that resembles a door plank. In comparison to other candidates, his sword appears exceedingly extravagant, prompting whispers among the crowd speculating whether it might be merely a wooden carving, lacking substantial weight. If the sword were indeed made of solid steel, it would weigh at least 100 pounds. Could this rustic farmer be attempting to amuse? Yet, he can effortlessly lift 500 pounds, so wielding a sword of a mere 100 pounds is hardly peculiar. What do you understand? To wield a weapon weighing 100 pounds, one must possess strength exceeding 1,000 pounds. Only Zhang Yuliang remained silent, knowing that the sword was indeed authentic. In the arena, with the sword in hand, Ergo assumed a stance, inhaled deeply, and, with a swift motion, leaped over 10 feet into the air. While in flight, he executed 5 dazzling sword flourishes before descending with precision. The surrounding spectators, including the 5 chief examiners in the stands, gasped in astonishment. Simultaneously, Ergo brought his sword down with force. The impact reverberated like thunder as the massive sword struck the bluestone floor, sending sparks flying and cleaving the 5-inch thick stone in two. Subsequently, Ergo executed a rapid 960-degree turn, leaping backward with incredible speed, and in the next moment, he was 2 yards away, thrusting his sword forward. At that moment, a wave of gasps swept through the audience. The atmosphere was electric as Ergo unleashed his swordsmanship, the astonishment of the crowd never wavering, to the point where the examiners had to repeatedly intervene to restore a semblance of quietude. Inspired by this fervor, Ergo poured his heart into his performance. Originally capable of leaping 2 zhang, he executed the wind manipulation technique and soared an impressive 3 zhang. His swordplay grew increasingly fierce, shattering the bluestone tiles beneath him into fragments. By the time he completed his demonstration, the ground around him resembled a field that had been plowed countless times. Ergo bowed towards the examiners, sheathed his sword, and awaited their verdict. Given the fervent atmosphere, he was confident he would receive a high score. The 5 examiners whispered among themselves for an extended period before finally revealing a wooden board. Upon hearing the announcement of his score, a wave of disbelief washed over Ergo. He stood frozen, convinced he must have misheard. The environment had been so lively during his display, filled with cheers and applause. He had showcased every skill he possessed, save for his true energy. Why then? Had he only received a B grade? Unable to contain his frustration, he stood amidst the rubble and inquired of the examiners. He felt certain his performance had not been lacking. Surely, even if he couldn't attain an A grade, a solid B or even a lower A should have been within reach. To find himself with merely a B grade left him questioning whether there were hidden agendas at play, perhaps a consequence of not having offered bribes or favors. In response to Ergo's inquiries, the examiner on the high platform did not wield his authority oppressively. The bearded examiner seated before Sima Yi cleared his throat and declared, I am Sima Gang, the county captain of Anchang and the chief examiner for this session. Upon hearing this, Ergo promptly bent down and paid his respects. Since the individual bore the surname Sima, it was likely that he was an elder from the Sima family, and he presumed that this person would not deliberately lead him astray. Your demonstration of swordsmanship was truly difficult to articulate. It was a sight that was hard to bear. It could be said that you possessed no understanding of swordplay whatsoever and merely flailed about aimlessly. Considering your commendable aptitude in cultivation level, the elder and his peers reluctantly assigned you a score of B. Furthermore, you are required to compensate for the damage inflicted upon the blue stone tiles of the examination arena with a payment of 100 taels of silver. As soon as Sima Gang concluded his remarks, a wave of laughter erupted in the hall. It was then that Ergo realized that the raucous atmosphere during his demonstration was merely the audience viewing him as a jester. In the presence of true martial artists, his display was utterly insignificant. At that moment, Ergo felt a burning shame wash over him, leaving him utterly mortified. His master had indeed spoken the truth. His current level was still far from that of a martial scholar. However, now that he had come this far, he resolved to earnestly participate in the next round of practical examinations. Despite his inadequate strength, he was determined to give it his all. After waiting for about an hour, the second round of examinations concluded. The scores of all candidates ranged from C to A, with Ergo's performance placing him at the bottom. In the final round of combat examinations, 2 examiners would take turns battling the candidates, scoring them based on their performance during the fight. The difficulty of the combat examination was significantly heightened compared to the weapon demonstration, and most candidates ranked above Ergo had only achieved a B grade. As long as one could withstand 10 moves from the examiner, they would secure an A grade. When it was finally Ergo's turn to take the stage, he dared not harbor excessive expectations. He would simply do his utmost. Unleash your full strength and see how many strikes you can endure. The examiner, a burly man in his 30s, held a 3-foot-long sword without drawing it from its sheath. Ergo performed a respectful bow and swung the massive doorboard sword towards the examiner in a sweeping motion. The sophisticated sword techniques imparted by his master had long been cast aside. The examiner, initially nonchalant, raised his sword to casually deflect the attack. Just as the two were about to make contact, a powerful gust of wind surged forth, revealing the gravity of the situation. With a thunderous crash, the examiner's sword sheath shattered, and the blade splintered. The momentum of the doorboard sword remained relentless, poised to strike the examiner at the waist. Ergo, sensing the imminent danger, realized that if his sword were to connect with the examiner, it could result in a grave injury. In a moment of desperation, he could not retract his strike but instead twisted his wrist to avoid the blade, opting to strike the examiner with the body of his sword. Thud. The examiner was sent flying by the impact, crashing violently against a wall before collapsing to the ground, blood seeping from the corner of his mouth. Ergo stood frozen, bewildered, unable to comprehend what had just transpired. He had no idea that the examiner was so fragile. He had exerted merely 60% of his strength in that initial strike. Not just Ergo, but the entire audience fell into a profound silence. It is essential to note that these examiners were no mere pushovers. Each was at least a martial scholar of exceptional caliber, renowned for their prowess. In previous encounters with candidates, they only needed to employ a fraction of their strength, being cautious not to injure the examinees. Yet today, the candidate had sent one of them flying with a single blow, an unprecedented occurrence. At this moment, Ergo had already cast aside his sword and hastened over to assess the examiner's injuries. I am truly sorry, it was not my intention. I promise to be more cautious next time. Ergo, aware of his transgression, sincerely apologized to the examiner. This examiner, seasoned in combat, had managed to shield himself with his arms in a moment of crisis, sustaining fractures in both arms and ribs, yet miraculously preserving his internal organs. However, upon hearing Ergo's words of apology, it felt akin to salting a wound. You did not intend it. You were merely careless. A deep sense of humiliation washed over him. He felt he could never face anyone again. At last, a surge of blood could no longer be contained, and he spat it out before promptly losing consciousness. Ergo, lacking medical knowledge, found himself at a loss, unsure of how to render aid to the unconscious examiner. Fortunately, several individuals soon arrived, assessed the examiner's condition, administered some medicine, and hastily transported him away. Left alone, Ergo was uncertain whether to remain or depart. The examination continued. Finally, Sima Gang on the high platform bellowed, redirecting everyone's attention back to the examination ground. After deliberation among the 5 chief examiners, Zhang Ergo's performance in this round of practical assessment was deemed a perfect score. He had actually achieved full marks. Instantly, the examination hall erupted in fervor, with discussions buzzing all around. The practical exam was the most challenging. Attaining a B grade was already a remarkable feat. To achieve a score of a middle or above was the mark of a true prodigy. As for an A score, it was beyond the realm of imagination. Today, Ergo has provided everyone with a template worth emulating. As long as one can render the examiner incapacitated with a single move, a perfect score is attainable. Many candidates are already brimming with eagerness, contemplating the methods by which they might subdue the examiner. Consequently, even years later, various secret techniques for incapacitating examiners continue to circulate among candidates. However, despite one's myriad schemes and tactics, the endeavor to daze an examiner proves exceedingly arduous. Zhang Ergo. Your actions were excessively forceful, resulting in the examiner sustaining severe injuries, necessitating a compensation of 100 taels of silver. Do you have any objections? The students raised no dissent. Ergo dared not voice any objections. After one examination, he found himself in debt for 200 taels of silver. Yet, he acknowledged his culpability, and thus, the compensation was indeed justified. After Ergo stepped down, a new examiner took the stage, and the next candidate presented himself. This candidate, after performing a bow, immediately unleashed a sneak attack with an underhanded technique against the examiner. Such despicable tactics incited the examiner's wrath, who, with a swift motion, sent the candidate flying. Clearly, this individual aimed to ambush and incapacitate the examiner, but ended up failing miserably, resulting in a mere crate. This elicited a wave of laughter from the audience, mocking the candidate's overestimation of his abilities. The next candidate, aspiring to ambush the examiner, must first assess his own strength. Amid the jovial atmosphere of the audience, only Zhang Yuyang remained silent, his expression grave. He recognized the examiner who had been struck down by Ergo among the scholars. He was considered one of the more formidable, holding a position of considerable esteem. It is said that one is but a step away from entering the realm of the martial arts, able to sense the ethereal energies of the universe and become an immortal cultivator. Yet, under the hand of Ergo, he was rendered unconscious with just a single strike. Should he engage Ergo again, he would possess no strength left to retaliate. While others remain oblivious to the intricacies, Zhang Yuyang is well aware of Ergo's background. Having witnessed his growth, or perhaps having grown up under the duress of his brother's fists, the once meek Ergo, who was bullied, scolded, and relegated to scavenging for scraps, has undergone a remarkable transformation in just over 2 short years. Zhang Yuyang suspects that a profound secret lies hidden here, one that can rapidly enhance one's strength. With this thought in mind, he clenched his teeth and silently exited the examination venue, requesting a leave of absence from Zhongwu Hall. Then made his way towards Sanchazi town. He intended to quietly ascend Snake Mouth Mountain to investigate, as he suspected that the secret behind Ergo's newfound power may very well reside upon that mountain. Chapter 37. Reluctance to settle down after completing his examination. Ergo did not immediately return to Snake Mouth Mountain, but instead took temporary lodging in a dilapidated inn within the county town. Following the exam, he must wait several days for the results to be announced, revealing the successful candidates. During this time, Ergo seized the opportunity to wander the bustling streets of the town, indulging in the vibrant world that it offered. Once deprived of the luxury of meat buns, he now relished them daily, consuming 10 or more at each meal. Additionally, due to this examination, he found himself burdened with a debt of 200 taels of silver. The savings he had painstakingly accumulated were all expended on forging his sword, leaving him with little coin in his pocket. In the gourd, there remained some potent pills, which he poured out in the inn and packed into a large sack, intending to sell them to Sima-i. Throughout the examination process, Sima-i had been of immense assistance, and it was only fitting that he express his gratitude. The items he could offer as gifts were limited to the potent pills and a few medicinal herbs he had cultivated on the mountain. Among them was a ginseng root, over 20 years old, which he decided to present to Sima-i as a token of appreciation. However, upon further inspection, he found it somewhat inappropriate. The age of ginseng could be discerned from the root, and his had absorbed a significant amount of spiritual essence during its storage, making it susceptible to scrutiny and potential trouble. After some contemplation, he severed the root, transforming it into a remnant, which would obscure its age. He then wrapped it in a few dried lotus leaves, stowed it in his pocket, and set off with the sack towards the rejuvenation hall. "Ah, at last, I have found you," exclaimed Ergo, who was heartily devouring a meat bun when he entered the apothecary, only to be seized by Sima-i by the sleeve. "My uncle wishes to meet you." "Your uncle?" Ergo was momentarily taken aback, harboring a certain aversion to the term. "The one you encountered at the examination." "The man with the bushy beard," Sima-i added. "He is the county magistrate. What does he want with me?" Upon hearing the title of county magistrate, Ergo instinctively felt a wave of anxiety wash over him. "I owe the county office 200 taels of silver, and today I intend to repay it." Sima-i replied, "Do not be anxious. My uncle is quite amiable. He merely wishes to have a conversation with you. Nothing more, Sima Yi reassured him, observing Ergo's visibly tense demeanor with a gentle smile. Very well, please first count these powerful pills. Additionally, I present you with this ginseng. Ergo tossed the burlap sack onto the ground and pulled out the ginseng wrapped in lotus leaves, handing it to Sima Yi. Wonderful, thank you. Sima Yi examined the ginseng and noticed it was a withered specimen, yet he paid it no mind and placed it into the medicine cabinet. After they counted the powerful pills, the total amounted to 368 taels of silver, and only then did they step outside together. Sima Yi, accompanied by Ergo, re-entered the county's most opulent establishment, the Hongyan Tower. The attendant in blue at the entrance continued to bow and smile brightly. Previously, Sima Yi could only dine on the 3rd floor, but this time he led Ergo straight to the 4th floor. Though the 4th floor had few guest rooms, each was spacious and adorned with even greater luxury. Upon entering one of the rooms, Sima Yi and Ergo observed Sima Gang idly sipping wine. With dozens of delectable dishes of mountain and sea delicacies laid out on the table, presenting an irresistible feast. 2 stunning women were attentively serving by his side. Having just devoured a dozen meat buns, Ergo felt his appetite rekindled at the sight of such a lavish spread. Uncle, Zhang Ergo has arrived. Sima Yi announced from the doorway, bowing respectfully to Sima Gang. Ergo followed suit, inadvertently glancing at the sumptuous food on the table. He stole a glance at the 2 exquisite women, quickly averting his gaze, his face flushing with embarrassment. He had never encountered such beautiful ladies in his life. Their skin, softer and fairer than tofu, seemed to glisten, as if a gentle squeeze would yield droplets of water. How did the women in this city come to possess such beauty? It seems that all the enchanting women in the world have gathered at Hongyan Tower. However, while these ladies possess striking beauty, their delicate skin renders them incapable of enduring the toil of firewood and chopping. Their waists and legs lack the sturdiness required for agricultural labor and childbirth. In his subconscious, Ergo instinctively compares these women to the 2nd daughter of the Huang family. Well, you may all take your leave, Sima Gang uttered with a nod, gesturing dismissively. Sima Yi and the 2 ladies understood, bowed respectfully, and exited the room, closing the door behind them. Now, only 2 individuals remained in the chamber. The county magistrate sat casually at the table while Ergo stood respectfully 3 paces away. You are Zhang Ergo? Sima Gang showed no intention of inviting Ergo to sit, continuing to savor a glass of emerald-hued liquor. Yes, Your Excellency, I am Zhang Ergo. Ergo replied with both hands cupped in reverence. Faced with such a high-ranking official, he dared not be impertinent. Your cultivation is commendable. Though your methods are utterly chaotic, Sima Gang reflected on the swordplay displayed by Ergo. If one were to say he possessed martial skills, his swordsmanship was almost unbearable to behold, resembling a mere performance, akin to a monkey's antics, entirely lacking in substance. Every flourish was more decorative than functional. And in the heat of battle, what purpose did such high leaps and extravagant sword flourishes serve? Conversely, if one were to argue that he lacked martial prowess, he jumped higher and leaped further than anyone, with strength surpassing that of an ox, even upturning the stone slabs of the training ground. With a single swing of his sword, he sent the examiner flying. For someone like Ergo, whether he possessed martial skills or not, it left observers utterly speechless. Moreover, he employed the art of divination and discovered that this young individual possessed a remarkable cultivation level of the 3rd layer of qi refining. Among his peers in the Sima family, he was unmatched. May I inquire from whom you have received instruction? I apologize, but my master has instructed me not to disclose his name. I beseech you, esteemed county officer, to forgive my indiscretion. Ergo was a straightforward child. Since his master had cautioned him against revealing his identity, he resolutely refrained from doing so, even under duress. Given your reluctance to divulge, I shall not pursue this matter further today. However, the unauthorized transmission of celestial techniques is a grave offense. Ergo's heart sank. Indeed, dealing with these officials rarely boded well. A minor slip could lead to them seizing upon any fault and imposing severe penalties. He remained perplexed, pondering how his master's impartation of skills, an act of mutual consent that harmed no one, could possibly transgress the law. With your innate talent, if you diligently cultivate, there exists a significant possibility for advancement in the future, potentially allowing you to become a successful candidate in the martial examinations. Upon hearing this, Ergo's face brightened with joy, sensing that the county officer had no intention of pursuing the offense of unauthorized transmission of techniques. Furthermore, the officer's praise suggested that he was likely to succeed in the upcoming martial scholar examination. As for further advancement, achieving the rank of scholar would exempt him from taxes, placing him on par with the county magistrate, who wouldn't desire such an outcome. I can recommend you for a position as an instructor at the Zhengwu Hall, where you may continue your studies as well. What say you? Zhengwu Hall? Ergo was certainly familiar with this place. His cousin, Zhang Yuyang, had studied martial arts there, and the tuition fees were quite substantial each year. More importantly, similar to the examination process, without personal recommendation, no amount of money can grant you access. The common folk are naturally willing, expressing gratitude to the county magistrate. This opportunity is indeed rare, and Ergo hurriedly conveyed his thanks. His master had departed and would not return in the near future. He needed guidance. Very well, you may return now, Sima Gang gestured, signaling that Ergo could take his leave. Ergo casually glanced at the lavish spread before him, then bowed and took his leave. Upon exiting Hanyan building, he felt quite pleased. Although the county magistrate did not treat him to a meal, at least Wu Xiaocai had secured his future. He would be exempt from the taxes on 100 mu of land and would no longer be subjected to forced labor. Henceforth, he could hold his head high in the presence of the county officials, no longer at their mercy. Furthermore, he had the opportunity to study at Jingwu Hall. Afterward, he made his way to the county office to repay the 200 taels of silver in fines he had incurred during the examination. Losing 200 taels over a single examination stung somewhat. That amount could have purchased several pigs. Another day passed, and Sima Yi energetically found Ergo on the street. Do you still have any of that ginseng you gave me yesterday? I am willing to pay a premium. I do not, Ergo replied, shaking his head. That single plant was acquired by chance. Currently, I can profit from selling powerful pills. I am not in a rush to sell ginseng. The ginseng on Snake Mouth Mountain was no older than 20 years. Since the value of medicinal herbs increases with age, he intended to cultivate them for a longer period before harvesting for sale. Upon hearing the disappointing news, Sima Yi felt a twinge of disappointment but quickly inquired, Brother Zhang, are you married? No, I am still single. Why do you ask? Ergo responded, slightly puzzled by the sudden inquiry. You see, I have a cousin who is around your age, and I thought it might be nice to introduce you to. Oh, Ergo replied, carefully scrutinizing Sima Yi, wondering if he was a woman disguised as a man. He recalled a play he had heard long ago, where a woman disguised herself as a man to meet the protagonist and then used the pretext of marrying off her sister to him. However, upon noticing Sima Yi's Adam's apple, he felt a tinge of disappointment. He was still young and not inclined to settle down. Chapter 38. A multitude of relatives. While Ergo remained in the county town, others had already set their sights on his Snake Mouth Mountain. The vast expanse of farmland at the foot of the mountain belonged to Ergo and was rented out to the Ahu family. This family spent their days wandering the fields, making it nearly impossible for anyone to ascend the mountain during the day. One night, a shadowy figure arrived at the foot of the mountain. This person circled around, probing here and there, and toiled throughout the night. As dawn approached, he left in frustration, cursing under his breath. It was that he lacked the desire to climb. Rather, Ergo had been exceedingly unscrupulous, completely blocking the soul path to the summit. Moreover, even the climbable rock faces had been rendered smooth and polished by his heavy sword, leaving no foothold for ascent. The shadowy figure attempted to scale the heights using his agility, but instead, he fell several times, injuring his head in the process. Ultimately, he had no choice but to depart in resignation. However, in this world, there will always be those of unwavering determination who grow stronger in the face of adversity. In the face of this slight adversity, how could one possibly retreat? There are no undertakings devoid of challenges, only the courageous and indomitable. Days later, the shadowy figure returned. Not alone this time, but accompanied by two more silhouettes. As the saying goes, a valiant man is bolstered by the strength of companions. The same holds true for the profession of thievery, which relies on the power of teamwork. Furthermore, they had come prepared with tools for their endeavor. They carried a dozen long ladders and a substantial bundle of rope, intending to connect the ladders with the rope to ascend. The trio squatted at the foot of the mountain, toiling through the night, and at last, managed to assemble the ladders into a structure over 20 zhang long, securely fastened with rope. However, they had not anticipated the considerable difficulty of merely erecting the elongated ladder against the cliff. Fortunately, one among them possessed remarkable martial prowess. Otherwise, their efforts would have been in vain, and the ladder would remain unraised. After a strenuous struggle, the three finally succeeded in propping the ladder against the sheer rock face of Snake Mouth Mountain. It trembled precariously, appearing quite unstable. Although the ladder stood over 20 zhang tall, it still fell short of their needs. Yet, I recalled a spot above that was somewhat less steep. We should first ascend there to assess the situation. You, being the smallest and most agile, ought to climb up and take a look. The shadowy figure instructed the slender companion. As the sages say, a gentleman does not stand beneath a precarious wall. I shall not go, replied the little one, glancing apprehensively at the quivering ladder, gripped by fear. Should you succeed in reaching the top, I shall reward you with 20 taels of silver and even arrange a marriage for you. The shadow continued to entice the diminutive figure with wealth. However, the little one, gazing at the seemingly endless ladder stretching into the night, resolutely shook his head. The sage proclaimed, "A gentleman finds contentment in poverty and joy in the path of righteousness. Riches obtained through injustice are as ephemeral as clouds, and mere silver cannot sway me." Enough of this. Your education and aspirations to become a scholar were not intended for frivolous arguments. You proposed this idea, yet now you hesitate even to ascend the ladder. The shadow gave the little one a light tap on the head, gritted his teeth, and resolved to climb himself. "You two, steady the ladder for me. I shall ascend and take a look. Be cautious." At this moment, the two positioned themselves on either side of the long ladder, while the shadow grasped it and began to climb. The ladder was exceedingly long. With each step he took, it wobbled precariously, appearing as though it might collapse at any moment. Upon reaching the midpoint, he looked down towards the cliff's edge, only to find an abyss of darkness at the foot of the mountain, obscuring the path he had traversed. Looking upward also revealed an impenetrable shroud of darkness, leaving him uncertain of when he might reach the summit. Nevertheless, he had resolved to ascend and behold what lay at the pinnacle, for it seemed to hold an immense allure. Each gust of mountain wind caused the ladder to sway violently, sending shivers down his spine. Yet, he persisted, climbing resolutely step by step. At last, a fierce blast of wind struck, causing a sharp crack as the ladder snapped in two, and the shadow plummeted downward like a gust of wind. "Ah, my son, brother," the two holding the ladder exclaimed in unison. Fortunately, the shadow possessed formidable skills. He executed a series of agile maneuvers, alternating his foot placements with grace, but with a thud, he landed heavily on the ground, his head bleeding profusely. At a critical moment, his profound martial arts cultivation ultimately saved his life, preventing an immediate demise. "You must not perish. You are the hope of our entire family." The remaining two hastily lifted the injured man clad in black and departed from the scene of the incident at Shiko Mountain. Unbeknownst to Ergo, others were already scaling his Shiko Mountain, resulting in injuries to some. Fortunately, the people of Anchang County are relatively simple and honest. Incidents involving thieves falling and injuring themselves on Shiko Mountain do not necessitate financial compensation from Ergo. He had been preoccupied with social engagements over the past few days, and after being approached by the county magistrate, many others sought his company. The local official also inquired after him, initially probing into his lineage before pressing him, which left Ergo trembling with fear. However, he was soon courted with kind words, being promised a position as a constable. Yet, having previously committed to the county magistrate regarding his attendance at Jingwu Hall, and with a mountain of land to manage at home, he regrettably had to decline. Subsequently, several prominent wealthy gentlemen from the county sought him out, eager to arrange marriages for their daughters with Ergo. Most of them promised various benefits, including generous dowries in the form of properties in the county, shops, and farmland outside the city. These affluent gentlemen had straightforward intentions, simply seeking a commendable son-in-law. Ergo's remarkable performance in the examination had garnered widespread admiration. Even if he did not succeed in becoming a martial scholar this time, he was still young, with future opportunities to achieve that distinction, or perhaps even to later attain the status of a successful candidate in the imperial examination. Once one attains the status of a scholar, they will stand on equal footing with the county magistrate and his ilk, rendering the wealthy families unable to reach him. After all, these affluent households are replete with wives, concubines, and even more daughters. Offering one daughter as a stake for a promising future is quite advantageous. Faced with such enticing benefits, which now seem within his grasp, including a wife, Ergo felt a surge of temptation yet ultimately chose to refuse. He yearned for both a spouse and fertile land, but the distance from Shiko Mountain made it impractical for him to care for them. Although other fields were rich, none could compare to the lofty heights of Shiko Mountain. Apart from his mastery of the wind control technique, no one else could ascend there. Moreover, if he were to bring a wife home, what would become of his gourd? Perhaps it would be wiser to endure for a few more years and devise a plan later. In addition to the wealthy families of the county, even envoys from the Daoxian sect sought him out. Initially, this startled Ergo, as he feared news of his deeds had leaked, and they were there to exact revenge. However, upon revealing their intentions, the envoys expressed a desire to recruit him. The Daoxian sect was once a major sect within the ancient realm of cultivation, boasting tens of thousands of disciples during its zenith, with countless inherited techniques and a wealth of spiritual veins and minds. Unfortunately, the sect had endured a great battle, leaving it weakened and vulnerable, which the current regime exploited to annihilate its stronghold. Yet, they still possessed a vast array of cultivation legacies, and by joining the Daoxian sect, one could learn these invaluable teachings. To substantiate their claim, the envoy produced a yellow talisman from within his robe. "Behold this talisman," he declared. "Once I activate it, it can transform into a sharp sword, capable of severing a head from 10 paces away, as effortlessly as plucking a flower." This is a spell talisman crafted by our talismanic master. In this modern era, few practitioners possess the skill to create such artifacts. And you may have never encountered one before. As Ergo gazed at the talisman, he was convinced of its authenticity, having already experienced its efficacy firsthand. Indeed, it was impressive, convenient to use, and remarkably powerful. However, he recalled his master's admonition: joining a cult could lead to dire consequences. The authorities were merciless towards cult members, capturing one and executing another without leniency. To become a figure within such an organization would mean implicating one's entire clan. That said, he was not overly concerned about the potential repercussions for his family, as he had no close relatives apart from his uncle's family. After a moment's contemplation, Ergo declined the offer. He owned fields and land, and now, having passed the martial scholar exam, he had a promising future ahead. Why would he wade into the murky waters of a cult? I understand your desire to join the government. Given your aspirations for advancement and wealth, who wouldn't he wish for such fortune? Yet, as an ordinary individual without power, influence, or connections, even if you were to attain the rank of a martial graduate or scholar in the future, what would it truly matter? In the eyes of those officials, you are merely a tool for labor and a scapegoat for blame. They will assign you the arduous tasks and place the burden of responsibility upon you, while claiming all the accolades for themselves. You may not believe me now, but should you ever reconsider your stance, the Daoxian sect would welcome you with open arms. After delivering this provocative speech, the envoy of the Daoxian sect slapped the yellow talisman against himself, and in an instant, he vanished before Ergo's eyes. Ergo looked around in bewilderment, yet found no trace of him. Did you not just proclaim that the talisman transforms into a sword, capable of severing a head from 10 paces? Why have you vanished? The voice of the envoy from the Daoxian sect suddenly echoed from behind. Ergo turned, searching for the source, yet found nothing but emptiness. No trace of a figure was to be seen. Where are you? Are you still there? After a prolonged silence, there was no reply. Uncertain if the other had departed, Ergo could only leave alone. The Daoxian sect's ability to appear and disappear without a trace instilled a sense of vigilance within him, leaving him devoid of any sense of security. For one can never be sure if an unseen presence lurks nearby, observing one's every move. As for reporting to the authorities, he dared not consider it. With no potential reward and the threat of retribution from the Daoxian sect, he opted to avoid complications. Consequently, for the next few days, Ergo seldom ventured outside. At last, the day of the examination results arrived. 2 officials affixed a large red notice to the wall, drawing a crowd of eager onlookers who craned their necks to catch a glimpse. Out of 100 or so candidates, only 5 attained success. Amidst the throng, Ergo spotted the illustrious name of Zhang Ergo from afar. Those who did not succeed hung their heads in despair, secretly grinding their teeth in frustration, while the fortunate ones reveled in their triumph, exchanging congratulations. Under the guidance of the officials, the 5 successful candidates were escorted to the county office, where the county magistrate himself offered words of encouragement. Naturally, the newly minted scholars were overwhelmed with excitement, wishing fervently to present their loyal hearts as tribute to the magistrate. Each was adorned with a bright red flower pinned to their chest, and the county office arranged for their safe passage home. Upon returning to Sanchatsi town, Ergo found the entrance already alive with the sounds of drums and gongs. The village had personally led a group of local gentry to welcome him, while a throng of spectators formed layers upon layers to witness the spectacle. Congratulations! Brother Zhang is truly a remarkable young man, with a striking appearance. He is evidently different from the rest of us. Regardless of familiarity, people eagerly crowd forward to show their faces and exchange a few flattering words. Those who feel unworthy to approach can only stand at a distance, gazing enviously at Ergo at the center of the throng. This scene has played out countless times in Sanchatsi town over the centuries. Just like them, Ergo once stood afar, filled with admiration. Yet now, it is he who occupies the central stage, the object of others' envy. Ergo exchanges pleasantries with the enthusiastic local gentry, only to discover that they are all distant relatives, connected by blood in intricate ways. This revelation fosters a sense of intimacy as they address one another as cousins and uncles. After enduring hardship for over a decade, Ergo realizes today that he has so many kin, also kind-hearted. Being naturally reticent, he feels a rush of warmth, and tears of joy escape his eyes. Regrettably, to go is unfortunate, having passed away too soon to witness the affection of so many eager relatives. Ergo produces a handful of coins, distributing them to the drummers, and even sharing some with the beggars of the town. As he scatters the coins, he is met with waves of praise. Scholar, may your fortune be as vast as the eastern sea. Scholar, may you be blessed with many children. May a good person enjoy a lifetime of peace. Then, surrounded by his newly acquainted relatives and friends, Ergo strikes the gongs and drums as they make their way to Shishi village. The resounding sounds of celebration echo from afar, drawing the attention of the entire village, young and old, all flocking to witness the spectacle. Several individuals, drawn by curiosity, inadvertently stumbled into the serpent stream, drenching themselves in the process. Oh dear. It was none other than Annie. The rotund figure of Andy emerged from the crowd. Swaying as she approached, Ergo was momentarily taken aback, unsure of what scheme this aunt might concoct now. However, he was no longer the timid individual he once was. He had no reason to fear her anymore. If she dared to strike or scold him today, he would undoubtedly retaliate in front of the entire village. As Annie neared, her usual sharp demeanor softened into a smile. She had long recognized his potential, realizing that her years of toil in raising him had not been in vain. Ergo was utterly astonished by her shamelessness. Even if she were to mock him at that moment, he would at least respect her for being consistently malicious. Your uncle has heard of your success in the imperial examination and is overjoyed. He even slaughtered the old hen at home. Come to uncle's house for dinner tonight. Thank you, Andy. After being away for so long, I wish to return to Shiko Mountain. Ergo politely declined her invitation. The family that once sought to bring about his demise now feigned cordiality over a meal, discussing emotions. It was as repugnant as swallowing a fly. At that moment, he noticed Xiao Easy standing behind Auntie, gazing at him with her large eyes. After several months apart, she had grown considerably, blossoming into a graceful figure, far surpassing her oily-faced mother in beauty. Xiao Easy, I brought you a little something from the county, Ergo said, pulling a small red-lacquered wooden box from his pocket and presenting it to his cousin. Having lived under my aunt's roof for many years, only this cousin has treated me as family. Now that I have prospered, I naturally cannot forget her kindness. Thank you, Ergo. Xiao Easy accepted the wooden box, her eyes narrowing into crescent moons with a smile. Ergo lingered at the village entrance, reminiscing with the crowd for a while, before distributing some copper coins as rewards. Only then did he set off towards Snake Mouth Mountain, under the reluctant gazes of the villagers. Chapter 39. The mutation of the great white goose. Ergo had been away for several days, his heart persistently tethered to the medicinal herbs atop the mountain. As he approached the rock face, preparing to ascend with his wind control technique, he noticed a small pool of blood on the ground. Surrounding the bloodstain were scattered droplets, and amidst the rubble, he stumbled upon several ropes and a broken piece of ladder. Had someone been here? The cliffs surrounding Snake Mouth Mountain had long been smoothed by his heavy sword, rendering them nearly insurmountable for an ordinary person, unless one possessed the ability to employ wind control like he did. Determined, Ergo focused his internal energy, invoking the wind control technique, as a gentle breeze enveloped him. Leveraging this zephyr, he propelled himself upward, leaping 2 to 3 zhang high. As the force of his leap began to wane, he deftly pushed off the cliff with his hands and feet, soaring several feet higher. This cycle of effort continued, and within moments, he had returned to the mountaintop. Cackling, several large white geese spread their wings and stretched their necks, converging towards him. Seeing that the geese were all intact brought him considerable relief. In terms of guarding the homestead, geese are even more reliable than dogs. While dogs may be lured by bones from outsiders, geese are impervious to such tricks. This batch of white geese has been raised for several years. The older ones have already been stewed and consumed, leaving about 100 in number. Perhaps it is due to the ethereal quality of the feed he provides that each generation of these geese grows stronger than the last. The leading goose now stands nearly as tall as an adult human, and with a single flap of its wings. It possesses the strength of over 100 pounds. Ordinary individuals truly cannot contend with this formidable flock. Concerned, Ergo decided to patrol the mountains once more. He found that the medicinal herbs remained intact, confirming that no outsiders had left any traces of their presence. However, after just a few days of absence without watering the gourd containing the spiritual water, the growth of the herbs on the mountain had barely progressed. The loss incurred from the stunted growth over these few days was significant. Ergo barely had time to eat before he diligently watered all the herbs on the mountain, followed by pouring some feed from the gourd to nourish the geese. Only after completing these tasks did he allow himself to eat and rest. Yet, throughout the night, he found himself unable to sleep. It was not merely the excitement of having passed the scholar's examination that kept him awake. Rather, it was his worry for the precious herbs on the mountain, which he regarded as a veritable treasure trove. He pondered over who might have attempted to ascend the mountain. It seemed they had failed, perhaps even sustaining an injury in the process. As he was about to begin his studies at the Zhengwu Hall, he would frequently need to leave Shikushan. Even if he did not attend Zhengwu Hall, it was impossible for him to remain on the mountain indefinitely. If someone with ill intentions took advantage of his absence to devise a plan, what if they managed to reach the summit? That night, he tossed and turned, unable to find rest. By early morning, he circled Shikushan several times, contemplating potential solutions. He considered planting a ring of thorny brambles at the mountain's peak. However, he had yet to identify a more suitable species, as ordinary thorns could be cleaved through with just a few strikes and would not deter a martial artist. Moreover, the large white goose should prove to be a significant asset. Even an ordinary individual would find it difficult to contend with just one of its kind. However, there remains a deficiency in strength, and when faced with a skilled opponent, it would falter and require further enhancement. Upon contemplating this, Ergo took up a hoe and unearthed several hundred ginseng root plants, each over 10 years old. If he were to sell these to Sima E in the county town, the man would undoubtedly be ecstatic beyond measure. He collected all the ginseng into a gourd, and after 3 days, the vitality of the ginseng had multiplied several times over. Subsequently, he ground a few roots daily and mixed them into the feed for the flock of geese. After consuming the highly nourishing ginseng, each goose transformed into a vigorous and spirited creature, brimming with boundless energy each day. Perhaps the ginseng was too potent. Starting from the second day of feeding, several geese began to ooze blood from their orifices and pores, ultimately succumbing to fatal hemorrhaging. Consequently, it became a grim routine to witness 1 or 2 geese perish almost daily. Despite his profound sorrow, Ergo gritted his teeth and stewed these geese or preserved them as cured meat to consume gradually. He continued to feed them ginseng. As he observed the dwindling numbers of the flock, the surviving geese grew increasingly robust, and the mortality rate began to decline. 3 months later, the flock seemed to stabilize, leaving only 13 geese, with no further instances of fatal hemorrhaging for half a month. The remaining 13 geese had grown significantly taller, surpassing Ergo by a head. Their wings, when spread, extended to an impressive length of 10 feet. The originally pristine white feathers now bore a striking crimson hue, rendering them even more resplendent. Their flying capabilities had also enhanced considerably, prompting him to test riding on the back of one of the large geese. The great goose can glide down from the mountaintop with ease, yet ascending from the valley proves to be quite arduous. There remains a slight shortcoming. Nonetheless, safeguarding the homestead should pose no challenge. The geese exhibit a strong territorial instinct, and even a warrior would struggle against an onslaught from these 13 formidable geese. It seems that the remaining 13 are unlikely to perish, as Ergo diligently nourishes them daily with ginseng imbued with spiritual energy. The geese continue to grow in both size and strength. During leisure moments, he engages in playful training, teaching them commands and combat techniques, and occasionally rides one of the geese for a few circles around the mountain, indulging in the thrill of flight. However, a minor disappointment lingers. These geese, apart from eating and playing, do not assist in farming. Despite his newfound strength, he still spends a considerable amount of time tending to the fields. To date, he has cultivated merely 15 acres of ginseng, along with a few acres of huangjing, and, totaling around 20 acres, this is the limit of his personal capacity. Each day, these 20 acres demand watering, weeding, and timely replanting of vacant patches, consuming the better part of his day, with the remaining time devoted to cultivation. Having grown up working the land, Ergo has never found it tiresome. Carrying a hoe, he wanders the fields, and seeing the lush green crops that are his own brings him immense joy and a profound sense of contentment. Beyond these 20 acres, there exists a vast expanse of uncultivated land that he cannot manage alone. With Ergo's meticulous planning, it is inconceivable for these lands to remain entirely fallow. Thus, he has sparsely planted some persimmon and jujube trees amidst the wilderness. These towering fruit trees require little management. A bit of watering suffices, and periodically, they yield a bountiful harvest. Both jujubes and persimmons exhibit remarkable storability, conveniently stored in gourds, making for delightful snacks. Should he find himself unable to consume the abundance, they may also serve as sustenance for geese. In the open spaces beneath the persimmon and jujube trees, he has sown a generous quantity of ginseng seeds, allowing them to thrive amidst the wild underbrush. After all, wild ginseng on the mountain flourishes in a similar manner, albeit with a lower survival rate, slower growth, and slightly smaller stature. After years of nurturing, he now possesses an impressive stock of ginseng exceeding 20 years in age, numbering around 7,000 to 8,000 plants, which he has largely left undisturbed. Moreover, he has several tens of thousands of ginseng plants aged over a decade, all thriving splendidly. As long as he maintains consistent watering, their growth rate is remarkably rapid, equivalent to tenfold acceleration. It is said that a century-old ginseng possesses extraordinary efficacy in just 8 more years. He will be able to cultivate ginseng of that venerable age. Currently, the ginseng aged over a decade suffices for both his own consumption and that of the geese. Regrettably, he refrains from selling the surplus ginseng in the city, having previously sold a single 10 to 20-year-old root to Sima, who was overjoyed like a child, though it hardly compared to the nourishment enjoyed by his beloved geese. Occasionally reflecting on this, he feels somewhat indebted to Sima Yi, especially considering the latter's unwavering friendship. Sima Yi once mentioned that their family also cultivates a modest amount of ginseng. However, due to the low survival rate and slow growth, it takes meticulous care over a span of 1 or 2 decades to yield a meager harvest insufficient for their needs, thus prioritizing the supply for promising members of their lineage. Chapter 40. The Great Zhou Dynasty once again. The time has come for the annual collection of rents and the submission of taxes to the county office. However, starting this year, Ergo is exempt from taxation. With only 50 acres of land, Shiko Mountain is classified as a barren hill in the county's records, allowing him to evade taxes due to his scholarly title. Not a single grain need be paid, yet the requisite rent remains unchanged. Master, here are 100 stones of rice, all prepared in advance. But the ascent of Shiko Mountain is too steep for us to deliver it, said the steward, presenting a dazzling mound of golden rice before Ergo. Resembling a small hill, he finally savored the joy of being a prosperous landlord. For an average person's consumption, a steady diet of white rice would necessitate only 3 or 4 stones per year. A modest addition of meat would suffice for a total of over 10 stones annually. In any case, this 100 stones would last for many years. Yet, if he were to exchange it for P1 Guban pills, given the current grain prices, he would only acquire a handful of pills. Master, would you like me to devise a plan to help transport this grain to the summit? Ahu. Mistakenly believing Ergo was troubled by the logistics of moving the grain, inquired with concern. No need for that. The back and forth would be too cumbersome. For now, let us store it with you. I shall simply hire some craftsmen to construct a large warehouse at the foot of the mountain. Ergo thought that moving bag after bag would be too laborious, and he could not openly use gourds to carry the grain. With his newfound wealth of grain and land, he resolved to build a substantial residence at the mountain's base, serving both as temporary lodging and a storage facility. Ahu. As it is currently the off-season for farming, please assist me in hiring craftsmen to arrange the construction. Their wages can be deducted from this 100 stones of rice. Certainly, no problem. Ahu enthusiastically agreed, recognizing the trust bestowed upon him by the landlord. Shortly thereafter, Ahu's wife brought over a basket of eggs, while their 4-year-old son cradled a hen, intended as a gift for Ergo. However, Ergo only accepted the basket of eggs. You should keep this hen to lay eggs. It can help supplement your household. Rest assured, this 50 acres will still be rented to you next year, with the rent remaining at 50%, unchanged. With the landlord's assurance, Ahu's entire family breathed a sigh of relief. Zhang Yuyang had already raised the rent to 60%, leaving the village tenants with little choice but to endure. Rumors circulated that some tenants were eyeing this 50 acres, hoping to lease it from Ergo. As Ergo exited Ahu's home with the basket of eggs, he fortuitously encountered Xiao Easy, a girl playing in the village. Brother Guzi, she called out. Xiao Easy, now 10, had grown significantly taller over the past 2 years and was 6 years younger than Ergo. Living on the mountain, Ergo seldom crossed paths with her, making their encounters all the more heartwarming. Xiao Easy, let us find a place to roast these eggs, Ergo suggested, inspired by a sudden idea as he glanced at the eggs in the bamboo basket. That sounds great, she replied, with autumn transitioning to winter. The two gathered some dry grass and twigs, igniting a small fire beneath a ridge in the field. They coated the eggs with a thick layer of wet mud and placed them beside the flames, cooking them slowly. They should be ready now. Hurry and take them out. As Ergo reached for the eggs, a slight delay caused one to explode in the fire, sending yolks splattering everywhere. The two individuals busily picked up the egg yolks from the ground and hastily stuffed them into their mouths. Ergo cracked the remaining eggshells open slightly and then roasted them over a gentle flame, ensuring they wouldn't explode. The aroma was delightful. Xiao Easy devoured 3 perfectly roasted eggs in quick succession. Brother Guzi, you are quite the egg roasting expert. Have you often indulged in this before? She inquired, her curiosity piqued. Previously, in her household, only her 2 brothers occasionally enjoyed eggs. In the absence of chicken eggs, they would resort to bird eggs found in the mountains. When Ergo used to gather firewood in the hills, he would occasionally stumble upon bird eggs, which he prepared in this manner. Let me tell you, on several occasions, I roasted the bird eggs, only to find little birds inside, fully formed and covered in down. Really? You dared to eat such a thing? Xiao Easy pondered, feeling somewhat queasy at the thought. What is there to fear? It's all meat. I wouldn't leave even a single feather behind, Ergo replied, even playfully licking his lips as if savoring the memory. He recalled that most of the little birds were featherless, but he exaggerated the gruesome details just to shock Xiao Easy. Do you know why the pigs your family raised never grew robust? He asked. Why is that? Because I secretly devoured all the good food. The expression on Ergo's face bore a hint of pride. Haha. I remember my mother once quarreled with the piglet seller, claiming he sold us the sickly pigs that never thrived. They both erupted into laughter, sitting by the fire, roasting and eating while enjoying each other's company for half the day. As he was about to leave, Ergo handed Xiao Easy-Eye a large bag of sun-dried red dates. Their sweetness perfectly suited for a child's snack. You must hide these and consume them in secrecy, not even revealing their existence to your parents or your two brothers, he advised. Understood, Xiao Easy-Eye nodded obediently, seemingly recalling something else. She cautioned, by the way, Brother Guzi, remember to conceal your valuables when you go out. Don't leave them on the mountain. What if a thief were to steal them? Rest assured, no one can ascend my snake-mouth mountain, he replied. After exchanging a few more words, they each returned to their respective homes. In Erguzi's heart, he had but one relative, one friend. The others, those who feigned kinship and brotherhood, felt insincere to him. On this particular day, Erguzi entered the county town with a large burlap sack slung over his shoulder. A long line of farmers queued at the city gate, some bearing burdens on their shoulders, others pushing wheelbarrows, all there to pay taxes. However, tax matters were of no concern to Erguzi at present. Upon reaching the town, his first order of business was to visit the rejuvenation hall, where he sold a quantity of strength-enhancing pills to Sima-Yi, requesting instead the restoration pills. At times, he found himself curious about the numerous strength pills Sima-Yi had acquired. Where had they been sold? And those restoration pills, where did they originate? Yet, Sima-Yi never divulged such information, nor did he ever inquire about the source of Erguzi's strength pills, much like Erguzi refrained from questioning Sima-Yi. After concluding the transaction, Erguzi retrieved a package from his burlap sack, wrapped in several layers of dried lotus leaves. During the last examination, I sincerely appreciate your assistance. As a humble villager, I possess little of value to offer. Thus, I can only present you with a small local delicacy. When Sima-Yi received it, he felt it was quite solid, resembling a stone, a far cry from ginseng. It was, in fact, my pickled goose, which is rather delightful in flavor. I hope you enjoy it. Erguzi seemed to sense Sima-Yi's confusion and provided an explanation. It was merely a small effort. Brother Zhang, you are far too courteous. Sima-Yi tucked the cured goose away, contemplating how genuine this brother truly was. Having already gifted ginseng previously, he now offered a goose as well. By the way, you are heading to Zhongwu Hall to report, aren't you? I happen to have some matters to attend to and can escort you there. Thank you very much. Sima-Yi slung the cured goose behind him and led Erguzi toward Zhongwu Hall. Erguzi had heard of Zhongwu Hall's esteemed reputation since childhood and had long yearned to visit, but he had never found the opportunity until today. Stepping through its grand entrance for the first time, Zhongwu Hall sprawled over several acres, housing dozens of rooms surrounding a central training ground. At this moment, a group of apprentices were sweating profusely in the training yard. Some of them appeared familiar. They were likely those young gentlemen who had participated in the examination alongside him. Having failed, they were compelled to continue their studies here. The left hall master of Zhongwu Hall was a mid-stage chi practitioner, a successful martial scholar, and a counselor to the county magistrate, yet he was seldom seen. As the two conversed while walking, a fleeting look of disdain crossed Sima-Yi's face when he mentioned the left hall master. It is worth noting that, in the entirety of Anshan County, there were no more than 10 individuals who held a martial scholar title. Every martial scholar holds a prestigious position, capable of assuming significant roles within the military. Even in times of idleness, they receive a salary and are exempt from all taxes. However, in this era of peace, the entire army of Anshan County comprises merely a few dozen men, with every position occupied by individuals with connections. There are more officials than soldiers. Upon hearing this, Erguzi felt relieved that he had not joined the military. With such a small army, rife with cliques, a newcomer like him would only be subjected to orders, making it far more enjoyable to cultivate the land on the mountainside. As the two conversed, they arrived at the entrance of a particular dwelling. This building appeared notably larger and more exquisite than the others, suggesting its importance. While Erguzi hesitated to intrude, Sima-Yi casually stepped inside. Fourth brother! Fourth brother! Sima-Yi called out, and a robust man with a square face and a full beard emerged, bearing a resemblance to the county magistrate. Ah, little 14, you've come, and you brought me some snacks to accompany my drink. The square-faced man chuckled heartily, reaching for the cured goose on Sima-Yi's back, only to have Sima-Yi sweat his hand away. Their familiarity hinted at a playful camaraderie. This is a gift from Brother Zhang, Sima-Yi explained, prompting the square-faced man to finally notice Erguzi standing behind him. His jovial demeanor shifted to a more serious expression. Is this the newly appointed martial scholar Zhang Erguzi? Indeed, it is I, Erguzi replied, mimicking a respectful gesture as the man had done. Fourth brother. Brother Zhang is my friend, and he was recommended by uncle to be an instructor. Please take good care of him on my behalf. A friend? Upon hearing this, Sima Hong glanced at Erguzi with a hint of curiosity, seemingly astonished that someone like him could possess a friend. Sima disregarded this remark and continued with the introductions. Brother Zhang, this is my fourth brother, Sima Hong, the vice master of this place. Should you require any assistance in the future, do not hesitate to seek him out. After Sima introduced the two, he took his leave. Vice Master Sima guided Ergo through the process of joining the Zhengwu Hall and, utilizing his authority, allocated him a small independent room. Ergo now held the title of a nominal instructor at Zhengwu Hall, with no current teaching obligations and an annual stipend of merely 1 stone of rice. Should he choose to mentor disciples in the future, his income could increase, especially if any of his disciples were to succeed in the martial examination, which would yield additional earnings. However, Ergo had little interest in teaching disciples. He believed it more beneficial to cultivate a few acres of land instead. What he valued most was the wealth of martial arts literature available at Zhengwu Hall, which he could access freely as an instructor. Additionally, he could engage in exchanges and learn from other martial artists, thus avoiding the pitfalls of isolation or narrow-mindedness. This is your token with this wasteplate. You may borrow books and receive your stipend. Should any issues arise, feel free to seek my assistance, Vice Master Sima said before departing. Afterward, Ergo surveyed the room he had been assigned. It featured a bedroom, a living room, a training area, and a kitchen, making it suitable for long-term residence. Nevertheless, Ergo remained preoccupied with the crops at Shiko Mountain and intended to visit only occasionally. At present, he merely holds a nominal position as an instructor, receiving a modest salary without any actual responsibilities, which he finds quite satisfactory. That day, he made his way to the library of the Zhengwu Hall. A resident instructor was stationed there, and upon presenting his waste token, Ergo was granted smooth access to the library. The library, though modest in size, merely a few dozen square feet, housed several hundred books, marking the largest collection Ergo had ever encountered in his life. Since ancient times, books have been regarded as precious commodities. Paper is costly, ink is dear, and the labor of transcription is equally expensive. The majority of the shelves were lined with traditional thread-bound volumes, with a few crafted from animal hides. He casually pulled a book from the shelf, its cover inscribed with geographical records of the Great Zhou, revealing it to be a geographical treatise. After a brief perusal, Ergo found himself captivated by its content. Before apprenticing with Master Li Banzian, his world was limited to the small town of Sancha, never having ventured to the county seat. It was only after becoming a disciple that he learned Anchang County was but an insignificant part of the Great Zhou dynasty, yet his knowledge remained scant. At that moment, through this book, he discovered that the Great Zhou dynasty comprised 9 provinces, 36 prefectures, and 186 counties, all under its jurisdiction, along with thousands of counties. To the east lay an expanse of ocean, the breadth of which was unknown, teeming with countless sea monsters. To the west was the kingdom of Taosan, inhabited largely by malevolent spirits and zombies. To the north lay the kingdom of giants, whose inhabitants stood 10 feet tall, known for their brutish temperaments, fierce nature, and a penchant for violence, unafraid of death, and fond of consuming human brains raw. To the south was the kingdom of 10,000 demons, a realm composed of various mythical creatures. 5,000 years prior, the revered ancestor of the Great Zhou subdued the world, bringing peace to the land and safeguarding the populace from the ravages of monstrous entities, thus enjoying several millennia of tranquility. Anchang County is situated in the Sanyang district of Qingzhou, located at the southwestern corner of the dynasty, bordering the realms of Wanyao and Taosan. As Ergo closed the tome, he felt the proximity of demons and spirits, yet he felt fortunate that these thousands of years had been tranquil and uneventful. Subsequently, he picked up several volumes at random, most of which pertained to martial arts techniques. Titles such as 36 Styles of the Tiger Subduing Fist, 13 Sticks of the Dragon Suppression, 5 Blades of Mountain Opening, 5 Linked Whip, and 13 Knives of Soul Chasing and Life Taking caught his eye. However, upon a cursory examination, he discerned that, in contrast to the martial arts taught by Li Banzian, the teachings here were considerably more accessible and less demanding. Given his current physical condition, he should be able to master these techniques swiftly, as they posed no significant challenge. In addition to martial arts, there existed a plethora of knowledge encompassing various crafts and disciplines, such as agriculture, water management, military strategies, and metallurgy. These skills were rarely divulged within the Great Zhou dynasty, primarily transmitted orally and reserved for those in close relation. Ergo was astonished to discover that these invaluable insights had already been compiled into books, allowing him to learn without incurring any cost. Particularly in the realm of military strategy, should he aspire to attain the rank of a martial scholar. This knowledge would be essential for the examinations. A martial scholar merely served as a foot soldier, with a basic literacy being sufficient. In contrast, martial candidates held significant influence both in military and local governance, where a blend of martial prowess and scholarly knowledge was indispensable. One could not afford to be devoid of intellect. Ergo stood mesmerized before the bookshelf, unknowingly finishing a volume on agricultural economics. Realizing that there were indeed numerous intricacies involved in farming, setting aside the book, he casually pulled out another. Its cover inscribed with essays on the Tao of the Great Zhou. Ergo was immediately captivated by the title of the book. Since childhood, he had heard tales of celestial beings in the world, yet among all the individuals he had encountered in his life, only his master seemed to approach the realm of the immortals, albeit as a semi-immortal. There were also local officials, such as the county magistrate and the constable, who were said to be formidable cultivators. The yellow talismans from the Daoxian sect were presumably crafted by these practitioners as well. His understanding of the Tao of immortality had been a haphazard collection of fragmented knowledge, never truly systematized or comprehensively grasped. As he opened the book, he became utterly engrossed, losing himself in its pages until he finally noticed that the outside world had succumbed to darkness. Chapter 41. A time of peace and prosperity. When Ergo emerged from the library, he had borrowed several tomes: The Grand History of the Zhou Dynasty, Geographical Records of the Zhou Dynasty, and Essays on the Tao of Immortality in the Zhou Dynasty. He had merely skimmed through these volumes in the library, yet their contents had profoundly captivated him. Clutching the books, he returned to his room and dedicated 3 days to meticulously reading them cover to cover. Although he had gained considerable knowledge while studying under Li Banshan, it had always felt vague and indistinct. Only today did he begin to comprehend the true nature of the world. From this moment onward, his horizons expanded beyond the confines of Sankaizi Town and Anchang County. According to the texts, prior to the establishment of the Zhou dynasty, this land had been a chaotic realm where humans coexisted with demons and spirits, with numerous sects vying for dominance. Ordinary humans could only cling to a handful of powerful sects of immortals to survive in such tumultuous times. These great Taoist sects were indeed formidable, housing countless experts capable of commanding the skies and traversing the earth, ensuring the safety of their regions. Although these great sects of the immortal path belong to the human race, their stances diverge, leading to internal divisions among the righteous, demonic, and ghostly factions. Within these factions, there exist various subsects. For instance, the righteous path encompasses the sect of artifacts, the sword sect, the puppet sect, and the alchemy sect, among others. Even within these smaller sects, numerous distinct groups arise, often harboring discord between their outward appearances and inner sentiments. The different factions and subsects each harbor their own ambitions, engaging in ceaseless conflict and strife among the human race, resulting in frequent injuries to their vitality, leaving them vulnerable to encroachment by monsters and demons, which in turn brings suffering to ordinary people. It was during this tumultuous period that an extraordinary man, hailing from humble origins as a wandering cultivator, led the human cultivators to repel the demons and restore peace across the lands, ultimately establishing the grand unified Zhou dynasty. The new monarch, Han, learned from past lessons, curbing the development of the immortal sects and firmly consolidating all resources and powers within his grasp. He organized a formidable army of cultivators to counter the surrounding demons and spirits, safeguarding the borders of his dynasty. Internally, he implemented a rigorous selection system akin to the imperial examination, identifying martial talents such as martial scholars, martial candidates, and martial graduates, thereby attracting a plethora of capable individuals to serve the dynasty. In times of turmoil, these selected talents could wield significant influence. However, to ensure stability across the realm, the Zhou dynasty confiscated all methods of immortal cultivation, relegating them to the hands of the government. Those who privately disseminated cultivation techniques faced severe penalties. Ordinary citizens were barred from access to any cultivation methods, ushering in an era of peace where no one dared to harbor ulterior motives. Under the governance of cultivators, the ordinary populace submitted to the rule, and throughout the land, obedience prevailed. According to the history of the Great Zhou, there have been several instances of widespread civil unrest in the past, characterized by their formidable scale. However, the court dispatched a formidable army composed of cultivators, who, with a mere flick of their hands, eradicated the rebellious and unruly populace entirely. After countless encounters, those who dared to rebel and flout the laws were thoroughly exterminated. The moral fabric of the Great Zhou dynasty became increasingly virtuous, and the remnants of insurrection could no longer stir unrest. Thus, the Great Zhou dynasty entered an era of unparalleled peace and prosperity, which has endured to this day. As Ergo closed the history of the Great Zhou, he couldn't help but exclaim his gratitude for being born in such a harmonious age. The book Essays on the Tao of Immortality in the Great Zhou provided a general overview of the path of cultivation. Most novices began their journey through martial arts, practicing various forms of combat. The moment a martial artist could sense the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, they formally crossed the threshold into the realm of immortality, becoming a cultivator at the first level of chi refinement. Upon finishing this book, Ergo realized that not only had he successfully embarked on the path of cultivation, but he had also attained the third level of chi refinement. Indeed, his master had not deceived him. He had risked severe penalties to impart precious techniques of the immortals. There were moments when he questioned his master, suspecting that perhaps he was blinded by greed, repaying kindness with ingratitude. The next time he encountered his master, he vowed to express his gratitude properly. However, his master, being a person of detached virtue, remained indifferent to worldly fame and fortune, viewing material wealth as insignificant. To offer him mundane gifts would only tarnish his celestial demeanor. Instead, he resolved to serve his master with tea on a regular basis. Alas, this ordinary person could never truly comprehend the profound state of mind that his master possessed. Though Ergo discovered that he was a cultivator with the attainment of the third level of chi refinement, his joy was fleeting. This modest achievement seemed hardly worthy of celebration, and he felt no pride in it. The characters recorded in the history of the Great Zhou are all remarkable individuals, each of whom possesses foundational skills that surpass the basics. It is only after reaching the 10th level of chi refinement that one can establish a solid foundation, beyond which lies the golden core, and above that, the primordial infant. For the next few days, Ergo immersed himself in books, eagerly absorbing the knowledge within their pages. Every 2 or 3 days, he would visit the library to borrow several volumes for his study. After more than 10 days, he had thoroughly explored the depths of the library's collection. Indeed, there was a plethora of books available. Yet he could not find a single text on the cultivation methods of immortality. The statements in the history of the Great Zhou were not unfounded. For the sake of stability and governance, the authorities had confiscated all methods of immortality cultivation from the populace. The cultivation method left behind by his master felt incomplete to him, lacking clarity in many areas. Moreover, it only allowed him to cultivate up to the 10th level of chi refinement, with no further guidance for the subsequent stages. Undeterred, he sought out the deputy hall master Sima, hoping to inquire about where he might obtain texts on immortality cultivation. The answer aligned closely with his expectations. All civilian methods had been seized and destroyed by the authorities. Only by passing the martial examination and serving the Great Zhou dynasty would one have the opportunity to receive the cultivation methods granted by the imperial court. It seemed that if he wished to pursue the path of immortality, obtaining the methods through official channels by passing the martial examination was his sole avenue, with all other means posing a risk of dire consequences. After lingering in the county town for over 10 days, Ergo finally departed, laden with a substantial collection of books. Most of these texts pertain to martial arts techniques and military strategies, which would undoubtedly assist him in his quest for the martial examination. Just as he had journeyed 10 miles beyond the county town, he encountered a man and a woman approaching him. The man was handsome, and the woman was stunning, clearly the offspring of a wealthy family, having never been exposed to the sun or engaged in arduous labor. Before them stood a scholar. The two of them bowed from a distance and inquired, "Might we have the honor of your guidance?" "Indeed, we are Ding Xiudong and Ding Xiuli from Dingjia village, here at the behest of our master to extend an invitation to young Master Zhang to visit our humble abode." As Ding Xiudong spoke, she presented a grand red invitation. Upon receiving the invitation, Ergo noticed that the cover was elegantly adorned with golden foil, inscribed with the 3 magnificent characters of Dingjia village. He had heard of Dingjia village during his time at Zhengwu Hall, recognized as a place of considerable wealth, its status on par with that of the Sima family. However, Dingjia village was relatively low-key, seldom meddling in governmental affairs. Now witnessing it firsthand, the reputation was indeed well-deserved. Even this invitation alone was worth several hundred coins. Given their warm invitation, he decided to take advantage of the opportunity to visit Dingjia village. He promptly followed the two along the official road, turning onto another broad path. All 3 were martial artists, moving swiftly, and soon they traversed more than 10 miles of mountainous terrain. As they rounded a valley, a vast expanse of fields unfolded before them, a sea of golden hues stretching endlessly. What a magnificent rice paddy! As a farmer, he instinctively observed the growth of the crops wherever he went. Before him lay a sprawling field of golden rice, swaying like rolling waves in the breeze. The seedlings flourished. The rice ears hung heavy and low, painting a picture of bountiful harvest. Yet it was now autumn and winter, when most grasses had withered, and other fields had long been harvested. Why has the rice here not yet been collected? Ha ha ha. This is precisely the specialty of our Dingjiazwang, the cat-tooth rice, which enjoys immense popularity throughout the Shandong County. In the county town, Hongyan Tower utilizes our rice for both cooking and brewing. When the Ding siblings introduced their local product to Ergo, they appeared quite proud. Cat tooth rice is a variety personally cultivated by our Ding ancestors and requires 10 months to mature before harvest. Chapter 42. The unfortunate thief Ergo followed the Ding siblings through a vast expanse of rice fields, ultimately arriving at a sizable village. The village was quite extensive, housing at least 1,000 families. Remarkably, all the residences were constructed of blue bricks and tiles, and the villagers donned tidy attire, their faces radiating vitality. The scene stood in stark contrast to that of Shishi village. It seemed evident that in Dingjiazwang, every household was blessed with food and clothing. It is astonishing to discover such a bountiful place in the world. Upon seeing the Ding siblings, the villagers displayed profound respect, greeting them with bows. At the heart of the village stood a grand courtyard surrounded by high blue brick walls, featuring numerous small openings for archery. The entrance bore the prominent inscription Dingjiazwang. The gate was wide open, lacking even a single guard, with only a few mischievous children squatting on the ground, tossing stones in playful abandon. As they walked, Ergo observed that many homes remained unlocked. "Are you not afraid of thieves?" he inquired, puzzled. A family's possessions could easily be worth a fortune. No matter how impoverished one might be, there would invariably be a few valuable items. For instance, essentials like pots, bowls, and cooking oil could be stolen in the blink of an eye if not securely stored. Furthermore, the inhabitants of Dingjiazwang appeared to be quite affluent. Their homes likely filled with valuable possessions. Locking the door? In Dingjiazwang, we have no thieves. Everyone here is akin to family. And to hang a lock on the door would be tantamount to treating one's fellow villagers as criminals, which is profoundly disrespectful. Ergo felt a sense of unease upon hearing such an odd theory. It was the first time he had encountered such a peculiar notion. As they spoke, the trio had already entered Dingjiazwang, and Ergo finally laid eyes on the esteemed head of the Ding family. To his surprise, this illustrious figure appeared no different from an ordinary peasant, clad in coarse linen garments, with skin the color of soy sauce and hair casually tied atop his head. He was rolling up his pant legs, barefoot, as he tended to a small patch of land, weeding with remarkable speed. "Please wait a moment, Scholar Zhang. As I finish uprooting these weeds under the blazing sun," the head of the Ding family remarked. With swift movements, his hoe became a blur, efficiently uprooting the weeds without damaging the crop's roots. This weeding technique was such that even Ergo, who had farmed since childhood, found himself in awe. After extracting the weeds, the Ding family had turned them over on the ground, allowing them to wither under the sun. In this modest plot of land, the crops may have been unfamiliar to others, but to Ergo, they were all too recognizable. Remarkably, ginseng was also cultivated here, and it appeared to have been growing for quite some time. Ergo recalled hearing Sima speak of the challenges associated with ginseng cultivation, which required numerous stringent conditions. Moreover, each plot could only be cultivated for a maximum of 3 years before its fertility was exhausted, necessitating a relocation of the ginseng to a new plot for planting. However, there exists a type of land that is inherently suited for ginseng cultivation, known as spiritual fields. The distinguishing feature of the spiritual field lies in its soil, which is imbued with abundant spiritual energy that can be absorbed by ginseng. When cultivated within such a field, ginseng thrives more robustly and possesses enhanced medicinal properties, requiring no transplantation even after a century of growth. At this moment, Ergo attentively sensed his surroundings and discovered a multitude of shimmering spiritual energy points fluctuating within the soil. This plot of land was indeed a small spiritual field. It is no wonder that the Ding family, one of the most prominent clans in Anchang County, possesses such a vast expanse of spiritual land. In addition to ginseng, there were numerous unfamiliar plants, presumably all exceedingly rare medicinal herbs. Patriarch Ding set aside his hoe and plucked several purple leaves from a flourishing plant in the spiritual field, handing them to the Ding siblings. "Haha, Brother Zhang is a guest from afar. We humble folk have little to offer in hospitality. Let us sod some greens and prepare an old hen for your enjoyment." Patriarch Ding's hearty laughter resonated, entirely devoid of the airs one might expect from a head of the family, as he took Ergo's hand and led him into a hall. Before long, several plates of dried fruits and tea were presented. The delicacies, including nuts and pastries, were exquisitely crafted and tasted delightful, offering Ergo flavors he had never encountered before. Notably, there was a type of sugar bean that dissolved in the mouth, melting into a richness akin to lard, complemented by the sweet aroma of honey. "If you find it to your liking, Brother Zhang, to take a few pounds back with you to savor at your leisure." Patriarch Ding also popped an almond into his mouth, smiling warmly at Ergo. "Thank you, Patriarch Ding." Ergo felt a flush of embarrassment, realizing that he had been so engrossed in the sweets that he had unwittingly revealed his naivety. It was not his fault. He could only attribute his ease to Patriarch Ding's geniality, which had unconsciously relaxed his demeanor. In the presence of the county magistrate or the county official, he was filled with trepidation, unable to relax for even a moment. Just as Ergo began to feel a bit awkward, footsteps echoed from outside the hall. Two figures, one tall and one short, approached the grand hall. "Greetings, esteemed heads of the family. Haha, you two needn't stand on ceremony. Please, take a seat. Allow me to introduce you." After the head of the Ding family made the introductions, Ergo learned that the two newcomers were also renowned martial scholars from previous years. The taller one was named Mu Feng, while the shorter one was called Wang Ying. Both resided in Ding's estate, serving as guests of the household. These two were quite conversational, and their presence lightened the atmosphere in the hall, eliciting bouts of hearty laughter. Before long, several young maidservants entered, bringing forth an array of dishes and preparing a banquet. The four Ding family head, Mu Feng, Wang Ying, and Ergo took their seats. The dishes appeared simple and unadorned, lacking the exquisite presentation of Hong Yin Tower. However, after just a single bite, Ergo discerned their extraordinary quality. The ingredients were imbued with spiritual essence, significantly aiding in cultivation, rivaling even those he had transformed himself using a gourd. During the meal, the two martial scholars, who had initially been lively and jovial, now maintained a semblance of decorum while eating at an astonishing pace, likely due to the rarity of indulging in such fare. A wave of curiosity washed over Ergo. He had no prior connection to Ding's estate, so why was the family head extending such lavish hospitality? This thought stirred a sense of unease within him. Yet, as the four finished their meal, the Ding family head made no demands of him. "Brother Zhang, if you do not mind, you may enjoy a few days at our humble estate." The elderly gentleman had matters to attend to. Thus he requested that Mu Feng and Wang Ying accompany Zhang Xiaocai around the village. Subsequently, the head of the Ding family took his leave. Meanwhile, upon entering the city, Ergo once again caught the attention of three cloak thieves who had set their sights on Snake Mouth Mountain. However, the martial artist among them had sustained considerable injuries from a previous fall and had yet to recover, relying on a cane for mobility. Undeterred by adversity, he remained resolute in his ambition to elevate their thieving endeavors, vowing not to relent until he reached the mountain summit. Recently, the trio had been deprived of sleep. For every quiet night, they circled the cliffs of Snake Mouth Mountain in search of a way to ascend. The scholar, brimming with ideas, proposed reopening the path that Ergo had blocked, although it would require significant effort and was a rather rudimentary approach. It was preferable to aimlessly wandering at the mountain's base each night. Thus, the three returned to the foot of Snake Mouth Mountain, armed with picks and crowbars. The martial artist, hindered by his injury, could only serve as a lookout, while the older and younger thieves undertook the task of digging and prying. They commenced excavating from the base, determined to clear the path obstructed by Ergo. However, the volume of earth was overwhelming, and digging upwards posed challenges, especially when encountering large boulders. Lacking the strength of Ergo, they struggled against stones weighing over 100 pounds, which they could not move upward. Moreover, digging from beneath these stones required constant vigilance to avoid falling debris. After an entire night of toil, drenched in sweat, they managed to clear only a small section. They persevered for 3 more nights, yet this evening, their progress was thwarted by several massive boulders blocking their path. The massive stones weighed between 300 to 500 pounds, with the larger ones exceeding 1,000. Piled together, they are immovable by their collective strength. Whenever the two laborers grew weary, hungry, or fatigued, they could only vent their frustration by loudly cursing the scoundrel, Ergo, to invigorate their spirits and alleviate their exhaustion. This rogue, Ergo, is utterly despicable. He was born without a rear end. Cursed be Ergo, I curse his 18 generations. The young man in black was passionately venting his ire when an elder struck him across the face. Whom do you curse for their 18 generations? The elder rebuked. All those sacred teachings you've absorbed have gone straight to the belly of a dog. Stung by the reprimand and aware of his indiscretion, the young man redirected his anger towards the earth and stones before him, striking them with such ferocity that sparks flew. Ergo is truly a wretched being. Had I known, I would have broken his limbs long ago. Filled with resentment, the young man thrust his pry bar into the massive stone. With a thunderous rumble, 2 colossal stones tumbled down, hurtling towards the 2 men with overwhelming force. The mountain path was already narrow, barely accommodating their presence, and there was nowhere to flee from the impending disaster. Get out of the way. Just as the 2 were on the brink of being crushed to pulp, the elder exerted immense strength, lifting the young man onto a high stone by the roadside. The following boulders thundered past, engulfing the elder in their wake. "Father! Father!" The young man gazed at the gruesome mass of flesh and blood on the ground, uncertain of which part to retrieve first. "Zhang Ergo, I swear you shall pay in blood for your transgressions." The heart-wrenching wails echoed through the night. Chapter 43. Ding Family Village after a hearty meal. Mu Feng and Wang Ying accompanied Ergo as they strolled around Ding Family Village. "Zhang Xiaocai, what do you think of Ding Family Village?" Mu Feng inquired, gesturing towards the expansive fields of golden rice before them. It's splendid and prosperous, far superior to any village I have encountered, Ergo replied. However, one thing puzzles me. Are there no tenants in Ding family village? This had been a lingering question since his arrival. Typically, tenants are easily recognizable by their tattered clothing and emaciated frames, yet he had not seen a single one since entering the village. Ha ha ha. This entire village, apart from the Ding family, consists entirely of tenants. Mu Feng and Wang Ying chuckled in unison, playfully stopping a passerby. Zhao Laosi, would you consider yourself a tenant? The man, tall and robust, wielding a hoe and with his pant legs rolled up, had evidently just returned from the fields. Of course, I am a tenant of the Ding family. As long as the Ding patriarch does not disdain me, I am willing to serve as a tenant for generations. Why is that? Ergo questioned, unable to fathom this mindset. Tenants possess no land and must surrender at least half of their harvest each year. Barely scraping by on meager rations, he had always dreamed of owning a piece of land. Under no circumstances would he wish to be a tenant. Not even for a dog. Yet, this individual appeared to take pride in being a tenant of the Ding family, intending to continue this legacy for generations to come. Being a tenant in Ding family village, when compared to elsewhere, certainly held a different significance, even when cultivating one's own land. It is requisite to pay a tax of at least 30% to the authorities. However, our tenants in the Ding family only need to pay a mere 20% in rent, leaving the rest entirely for themselves. Such favorable circumstances are rare to find away from the Ding family. Upon hearing this, Ergo pondered for a moment and quickly grasped the situation. The master of the Ding family is a martial scholar, thus exempt from paying taxes to the government, collecting only a modest rent, which, while less lucrative, ensures no loss. Master Ding is benevolent. Whenever villagers encounter difficulties, he readily offers assistance, lending money and grain without charging interest. As Zhao Laosi extolled Master Ding's virtues, his words flowed ceaselessly, as though he had an unending stream of praises. Finally, when Zhao Laosi departed, still immersed in his thoughts, the three continued to wander around the village. The tenants they encountered exuded a unique vitality, much like Zhao Laosi. Master Ding's benevolence ensured that we, who reside in Dingjia village, receive 5 sheng of spirit rice each year. At this moment, Mu Feng spoke with pride, casting a glance at Ergo, yet was disappointed to find no trace of surprise or envy upon his face. Perhaps Zhang Laodi is still unaware that the rice we just consumed was mixed with a hint of spirit rice. This spirit rice absorbs the essence of heaven and earth, maturing only once every decade, with a scant yield. For ordinary individuals, it fortifies the body. For us cultivators, it enhances our cultivation, allowing us to sense the spiritual energy of the universe and pursue the path of immortality. Mu Feng and Wang Ying harmonized their explanations, eager to astonish the rustic fellow before them with the wondrous rarity of spirit rice. Every year, they received 5 sheng of spirit rice, which they cherished as a precious treasure. The pot used to cook the spirit rice gleamed brightly, and even the rice spoon was licked several times to savor every morsel. Ultimately, they would toss the spoon, bowls, and chopsticks into the pot to boil a large cauldron of soup, unwilling to waste even a single drop. However, upon hearing their words, Ergo's expression remained unchanged. The two felt a wave of disappointment and even a hint of frustration. Could this person be as dense as a wooden block? Have you sensed the spiritual energy of the heavens and earth? Ergo, filled with curiosity, inquired, knowing that sensing this energy would elevate one to the first stage of qi cultivation, thereby transcending the mundane world. He recalled that he had successfully sensed the spiritual energy at the age of 14, becoming a cultivator. Not yet. The two felt even more defeated, as if a tender spot deep within their hearts had been prodded. We have only recently joined Ding family village, and several elder martial scholars have already sensed the spiritual energy. The strongest among them has likely cultivated to the second stage of qi. It appears that Ding family village, though seemingly unremarkable, possesses strength that rivals that of the Sima clan. What does the seedling of this spirit rice look like? Can you show me? After a moment of contemplation, Ergo finally asked, bringing some balance to their hearts. Of course, that's not a problem. However, the spirit fields are guarded by designated personnel, and outsiders cannot approach too closely. The two immediately led Ergo to a vast expanse of rice paddies. Look at this cattooth rice. It is actually a new variety cultivated by the Ding family's ancestor by planting spirit rice alongside ordinary rice. Ergo plucked a single ear of rice, peeling away the husk to reveal grains of rice that were pure and immaculate, with a diminutive, pointed shape reminiscent of a cat's teeth. He tossed a grain into his mouth, savoring its delicate crunch, which released a subtle fragrance imbued with a faint ethereal essence. Though this essence was scarce, it surpassed insignificance, and with prolonged consumption, it could potentially bolster one's health. Following closely behind the two individuals, Arguzi casually tucked the remaining ear of rice into his pocket before hastening to catch up. Dingjia village was encircled by mountains, with a vast plain at its center, all cultivated with cattooth rice. A meticulously constructed stone waterway meandered through the rice fields, channeling water from a mountain peak above. The trio ascended the waterway until they reached the summit. Upon arriving at the peak, they were astonished to discover a lake spanning several miles, with a lush, verdant island at its heart. This lake was not a natural formation. Rather, it was the result of considerable earth and stone being used to block the gaps between several mountains, creating a reservoir embraced by towering hills. A water channel diverted from the mountaintop reservoir flowed down to irrigate the expansive plain below. Farming was inherently dependent on the whims of nature, and years of favorable weather were a rarity. For instance, this year had been somewhat arid, with insufficient rainfall. A whose rented 50 acres had yielded only 170 stones, compared to the 200 stones harvested in previous years. This was still on fertile land near a water source, while other areas fared even worse. The existence of such a grand reservoir in Dingjia village ensured that even in the face of drought spanning 2 or 3 years, or even 5, the irrigation needs of the plain below would remain sufficiently met. Arguzi marveled at the sheer scale of this monumental engineering feat, which likely required the labor of tens of thousands of workers. The entire population of Anchang County amounts to merely over 100,000. To construct such a vast reservoir would necessitate the manpower of several counties. Beyond labor, this multitude of individuals would require sustenance and resources, rendering it an almost insurmountable endeavor. However, it is worth noting that the founding ancestor of the Ding family was a venerable cultivator at the foundation establishment stage, capable of performing earth-based spells that could substitute for 100,000 laborers. The construction of this reservoir was a culmination of efforts spanning several generations of the Ding family, mobilizing tens of thousands of laborers to ultimately bring it to fruition. At this juncture, Mu Feng, filled with pride, clasped his hands behind his back and gazed up at the heavens, as if he too had adopted the Ding surname. However, Ergo was captivated by the mention of the foundation establishment ancestor. To his knowledge, the current county magistrate had not yet attained such cultivation. The Ding family's lineage boasted a foundation establishment ancestor? Indeed, this is recorded in the family genealogy. Regrettably, no other cultivators of that caliber have emerged since. The current head of the family has a significant chance of breaking through to the foundation establishment realm. As Ergo surveyed the artificial lake before him, it no longer seemed so extraordinary. The direct intervention of a foundation establishment cultivator, paired with the perseverance of subsequent generations, made the creation of an artificial lake appear quite reasonable. The Ding family, through their collective effort, constructed this lake to benefit the community, which is truly commendable. Ergo's sentiments were heartfelt, and his admiration for Ding village had significantly increased. Meanwhile, Wang Ying squatted by the lakeside, cupping his hands to drink a generous handful of the water, wiping his face afterward. The lake's water was crystal clear and sweet, prompting him to ask, "Zhang, would you care to try it?" The entire Dingjiazwang relies on this water, which contains a trace of spiritual energy. Prolonged consumption strengthens the body. Ergo, intrigued, cupped his hands to drink some water, and indeed, it possessed a faint essence of spiritual energy. The three of them boarded a small boat by the lakeside, making their way to a small island in the lake. Upon stepping onto the island's heart, Ergo felt a jolt of vitality. The spiritual energy here was markedly more abundant than in other areas. The two from the Mu family inhaled deeply, seemingly relishing the atmosphere. "Mu Wang, Mu Ying, how is it that you have brought an outsider here?" Just as they arrived on the island, a man emerged from behind a large stone. His face shadowed as he scrutinized Ergo. From the man's cold, piercing gaze, Ergo sensed a hint of danger, as if he were confronted by a beast poised to strike. "Dingy, this scholar Zhang is a distinguished guest of the family head. We have been entrusted by him to show our esteemed guest around." "Ah, a guest of the family head. My apologies. Please, proceed." Dingy bowed slightly, his expression dark as he stepped aside to clear the path. The two from the Mu family guided Ergo around a small cluster of stone formations, only to find their way obstructed by a thicket of brambles. These thorns stood over a person's height, flourishing densely to form a wall of thorns. Moreover, these brambles were adorned with numerous inch-long sharp spikes, each bearing barbs, a truly fearsome sight. Anyone who inadvertently stumbled into this thorny maze would find themselves in a precarious situation, unable to advance or retreat. This is iron thorn. Though it appears slender, it is remarkably tough and resilient, impervious to ordinary blades. The venerable ancestor of the Ding family had discovered this thorny wall in the ancient ruins of cultivation, nurturing it over the years until it flourished into a formidable barrier. A thought flickered in Ergo's mind. If he could cultivate such thorns around Snakemouth Mountain, his outings would be considerably more secure. However, The seeds of these thorns could only be obtained through polite request to the head of the Ding family or by purchasing them with silver. If all else failed, he would have to devise a means to pilfer them. With the burgeoning notion of thievery in his heart, his gaze began to survey the surrounding terrain, contemplating his approach. Amidst the thickets, scattered blossoms the size of tea bowls bloomed, their petals layered in a visually pleasing manner. Beyond the thorny barrier lay a vast expanse of rice paddies. The seedlings towered taller than a man, sturdy and robust, yet the rice ears bore only a sparse handful of grains, indicating a modest yield. Nonetheless, the grains were somewhat larger than ordinary rice. This was the spirit rice field, anticipated to yield another harvest this year. In Anchang County, the Ding family S-crescent-shaped spirit rice boasted the highest yield and finest quality. The three of them circumnavigated the spirit field, which spanned at least 5 acres. Observing the island's numerous undeveloped spaces, Ergo lamented the wasteland where only a few crooked trees thrived, feeling it was a squander of fertile land. Little did he know, the growth of spirit rice necessitated a continual absorption of spiritual energy. This locale housed a minuscule water spirit vein, which, combined with the surrounding lake, gathered sufficient spiritual energy to cultivate these few acres of spirit fields. Should too many spiritual entities be planted, they would compete for the spiritual energy, ultimately depleting it and hindering their growth. With these 5 acres of spiritual fields, one can ensure the prosperity and enduring success of a family. As they spoke, the 2 men, known as the Wood Kings, cast envious glances at the fertile land. Within the entire Anchang County, there were only a handful of such spiritual fields, all held tightly by a few prominent families, leaving others with no hope of ever laying claim to them. For ordinary warriors like us, if fortune does not smile upon us, we might never have the chance to partake in the blessed rice even once in our lifetimes. Indeed, it is only by aligning ourselves with the Ding family estate that we have had the privilege of tasting the spiritual rice. Otherwise, how could we have received such a tremendous fortune? As they continued their conversation, they began to harmonize their thoughts, occasionally glancing at the expression of Ergo. However, once again, their expectations were dashed. Could this person truly be so dull-witted? If it were anyone else who heard of such good fortune, they would undoubtedly feel envious and would shamelessly seek guidance on how to achieve a similar fate. The 2 of them would then, under the weight of such earnestness, reluctantly offer a few pointers and recommend Ergo to join the Ding family estate, whereupon he would express his heartfelt gratitude. Yet before them, Ergo merely nodded perfunctorily in agreement, but offered nothing more. Nevertheless, the responsibilities entrusted by the head of the household must be fulfilled. Zhang Xiucai, would you be interested in joining us at the Ding family estate? I must tell you, there are numerous advantages to becoming a guest of the Ding family. Aside from the spiritual rice, one would also receive an annual stipend of 100 taels of silver, a ginseng plant for those over 10 years of age, 10 bolts of cotton cloth, 1 bolt of silk, 50 pounds of pork, 10 stones of ordinary rice, and 5 bundles of firewood. The prospect of joining the Ding family estate, with such bountiful benefits, is indeed quite enticing. If Ergo had not acquired the yellow gourd, he would undoubtedly have hesitated not at all. However, now that he possesses the yellow gourd and has cultivated over 10 acres of ginseng on Shiko Mountain, the gourd can enhance the spiritual essence of ordinary food. He sees no necessity to seek the favor of others for 5 liters of spiritual rice. Upon observing Ergo's brief moment of indecision, Mu Wang and his companion, undeterred, continued to raise their offer. Moreover, it is the aspiration of every martial artist to one day sense the spiritual aura of heaven and earth, drawing it into their being to become a practitioner of immortality. Yet, the secular methods of cultivation have long been confiscated and destroyed. The techniques in the hands of the authorities are not easily obtained, requiring significant merits to earn. Even if an ordinary person successfully senses the spiritual aura of the universe, they lack the corresponding immortal cultivation methods. And the various wondrous spells of the immortal path are beyond their reach. At this moment, the 2 had indeed struck a nerve with Ergo. He had scoured the archives of the Zhengwu Hall but found not a single volume on the cultivation of immortality. The only individual capable of imparting such knowledge, Li Banjian, had departed, and it was uncertain when he would return. Seeing Ergo finally intrigued, the 2 continued. The Ding family has a lineage that includes foundation establishment. They naturally possess both techniques and spells. By joining Ding Family Village, you would have the opportunity to acquire methods of immortality in the future. You are aware, of course, that the imperial laws prohibit the private transmission of cultivation techniques. However, Lord Ding, being a Jinsher, could discreetly pass down a small portion to his own retainers without drawing scrutiny. Ergo was indeed tempted. He lacked neither ginseng nor wealth, but he yearned for techniques and the guidance of a master. So, have you 2 truly acquired the methods of immortality? The two remained silent, with one person being particularly adept at touching upon sensitive subjects. Mu Feng could only manage a dry chuckle, remarking that both of them had only recently arrived, their cultivation still lacking, and thus they felt unworthy to request anything from the Ding family estate. However, as long as they could successfully sense the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, they could indeed approach old Master Ding for assistance. Upon hearing this, Ergo fell into deep contemplation, weighing his options repeatedly. Ever since he participated in the martial scholar examination, numerous individuals and factions had sought to court him. Yet, in comparison, the Ding family demonstrated the most sincerity. The county magistrate summoned Ergo, where he sat while Ergo stood. The magistrate indulging in food and drink as Ergo merely observed, tantalized by a grand spread of delicacies he could hardly partake in. The clerk also called him over, but he did not even catch a whiff of the culinary delights, only to receive a stern reprimand. As for the overtures from Daoxian's sect, that was a precarious endeavor, relegating him to a life of shadows. Why should a man of stature stoop to such clandestine dealings? Only the master of the Ding family was warm and friendly, devoid of any airs, even sharing a meal with him. Moreover, the entire Ding estate left him with a splendid impression, presenting him with the enticing possibility of acquiring celestial cultivation techniques. Indeed, it was quite tempting. Chapter 44. Goose Egg Scholar Zhang. You are always welcome to visit the Ding family estate when time permits. Thank you for your gracious hospitality. With that, he took his leave. 2 days later, Ding Xiaodong and her brother personally escorted Ergo back to the official road, both parties exchanging respectful farewells. Ultimately, he chose not to join the Ding family estate, yet his initial impressions of both the Ding family and its master remained exceedingly positive. Regarding the prospect of joining the Ding family as a retainer, I find myself psychologically unopposed to the idea. Reflecting on the years gone by, I remember my humble beginnings. Living under someone else's roof, yearning for independence, I would have been content to merely be a tenant. Eventually, I not only fulfilled my aspirations but also acquired Snake Mouth Mountain, becoming a modest landowner. Each day, I toiled upon the mountain, cultivating the land, ensuring sustenance and clothing. Occasionally indulging in a meal of pork, I felt a profound sense of happiness, desiring nothing more. However, to safeguard my territory from the bullying of my cousin and the constables, I was compelled to practice martial arts and pursue scholarly examinations, inadvertently embarking on the path of cultivation. Now, the thought of joining the Ding family for the sake of their cultivation methods, thus returning to a subordinate position, feels contrary to my original intentions. Even my desire to become a martial scholar is merely a means to better protect my modest plot of land. As for my cultivation, I have made steady progress to the 3rd level of Qi refinement, relying on the techniques left by my master. Nonetheless, the head of the Ding family is truly magnanimous, generous, and noble in demeanor. I declined their overtures while requesting seeds of the iron thorn, and I felt somewhat ungrateful for doing so. Remarkably, the Ding family head readily agreed, gifting me a pouch of seeds without charge. In truth, I wished to acquire some crescent moon spirit millet for cultivation as well, but I hesitated to voice my request, lacking the audacity. I resolved to seek it from Sima next time. Currently, I move swiftly. The sun has just begun its descent, and I have returned to Snake Creek Village. Upon passing through the village entrance, I noticed a lively atmosphere, with lanterns and decorations adorning every corner. Such ostentation typically occurs only upon the death of a wealthy landowner, as common folk would resolve such matters with a simple mat and a grave. Ergo instinctively felt that perhaps Huang Laokai had passed away, for he had once been the wealthiest man in the village. Out of respect for their past friendship, he decided to pay his respects with some incense money and partake in the feast. As he prepared his sorrowful expression and arrived at Huang Laocai's home, he was taken aback to find Huang Laocai seated comfortably on a large stone at the entrance, basking in the sunlight. "So you are alive," Ergo exclaimed involuntarily. "I owe my continued existence to your benevolence, Master Zhang." Huang Laocai quickly responded, rising to clasp his hands in gratitude. After all, his life had been saved by Ergo. Moreover, Ergo had now attained the status of a scholar, capable of conversing with influential figures in the county office, who, then, had passed away to warrant such a commotion. "Ah, you are still unaware. Your uncle has died." "What? How did he suddenly die?" Though Ergo had little interaction with his uncle, he had met his cousin a few times. His uncle was not yet 50, lived well, and appeared to be in good health. It was unfathomable that he could suddenly perish. During his days at Zhengwutang, he had not seen his cousin Zhang Yuyang, likely because he was at home attending to his uncle. It was said he succumbed to a sudden illness. Just the day before, I saw him wandering around the village, looking vibrant, and now he is gone in a single night. Alas, the unpredictability of life. Huang Laocai, surprisingly refraining from gloating, sighed deeply. These are turbulent times, especially for one living alone on Snake Mouth Mountain. You must be cautious at night. Thank you for the warning. Ergo replied with a respectful gesture before proceeding towards his uncle's home. Regardless of the fact that the individual has already passed away, out of respect for Xiao Yizhi, he still intends to pay his condolences, offering a small sum for incense and paper money as a token gesture. He will also take the opportunity to observe the situation. Uncle's family has become the largest landowner in Shishi village, wielding considerable influence and power, and at this moment, their home is bustling with visitors. Villagers have gathered to lend a hand with various tasks, seeking to partake in a complimentary meal. This year, due to a drought, the harvest has been poor. Yet Zhang Yuyang still demands 60% of the rent, leaving no room for negotiation. Many families are struggling to find food, and with the death in Zhang Yuyang's household, folks from neighboring villages seize the opportunity to attend the wake and secure a free meal, hoping to fill their bowls and recoup some losses. In mourning for the deceased, it is essential to maintain a somber demeanor. Regardless of one's true feelings, it is necessary to outwardly display a facade of deep sorrow. When Ergo arrived, he noticed several unfamiliar tenants, weeping and lamenting, appearing genuinely heartbroken. The hall where pigs were once slaughtered has now been transformed into a mourning chamber, with a black coffin at its center. Zhang Yoshin and Xiao Yizhi, clad in somber attire, stand before the coffin to receive the mourners. Andy can be heard wailing from an adjacent room, her cries reminiscent of the earlier pig slaughtering. Upon seeing Ergo enter, Zhang Yoshin's expression darkened, his teeth clenched, and his eyes seemed to blaze with fury. What are you doing here? How dare you show your face? He seethed. Why are you directing such wrath towards me? Your father is not the one I caused harm to, so what right do you have to glare at me? Ergo coldly met Zhang Yoshin's gaze, surveying the room but failing to spot Zhang Yuyang. In the past, while living under Uncle's roof, he often found himself bullied by the two brothers, frequently reduced to crawling on the ground as they rode him like a horse. However, he no longer had to endure the displeasure of his uncle's family and would no longer yield to them. You, Zhang Yoshin exclaimed repeatedly, his anger surging. Yet ultimately he said nothing more. Standing by the coffin, Xiao Yizhi cast a complex glance at Ergo, then bit her lip, lowering her head. Ergo lit a stick of incense and, having not even eaten, departed from his uncle's home, returning to his Serpent Mouth Mountain. Upon reaching the foot of the mountain, he immediately discerned a problem. Numerous discarded items lay at the base of the cliff, and the path he had once blocked with large stones was now partially cleared by someone. At the foot of the mountain, piles of earth and stones were heaped, and a few bloodstains marred the cleared path. One could only imagine what had transpired during his absence. Contemplating this, he summoned the power from his dantian. Invoking the wind control technique, his body felt lighter as he leapt towards the mountain summit. Upon his return to the peak, he was relieved to see 13 large geese flapping their wings and stretching their necks towards him. He conducted another inspection at the summit, finding most of the ginseng intact. However, some ginseng near the goose pen had suffered terribly, their roots unearthed and devoured. It was evident that further education was necessary to sustain these geese. He decided to gather the ginseng leaves that were typically discarded, infusing them with spiritual energy within a gourd before feeding them. He also designated a substantial plot of land, sowing grass seeds and watering it daily for the geese's consumption, perhaps having developed a taste for it. These 13 white geese often seized the opportunity to nibble on the ginseng whenever he was absent. Upon inspecting the loss of ginseng, before he could even feel the pang of sorrow, he discovered an egg nestled within the goose pen. Ever since the white goose had undergone its peculiar transformation, it had ceased to lay eggs altogether. This particular egg was more than twice the size of a typical goose egg, adorned with curious red streaks that rendered it distinctly abnormal. A sense of anticipation stirred within Ergo, pondering what sort of gosling might emerge from this unusual egg. In the following days, he first attended to the breach in the mountain path, reinforcing it anew. With his newfound strength, he employed boulders weighing several hundred pounds to barricade the route, rendering it inaccessible to ordinary folk. Subsequently, he planted the iron thorn seeds he had acquired. Although the head of the Ding family had only bestowed upon him 10 seeds, he remained undeterred in his ambition to cultivate a complete circle on the mountainside. He resolved to sow these 10 seeds first, allowing them to reproduce and thereby expand his endeavor. After watering the seeds, tender shoots emerged by the third day, growing rapidly under the influence of the gourd water, displaying a remarkable transformation daily. Furthermore, he had casually plucked a rice ear of the cat-tooth variety while in Ding family village. Clearing a small patch of land on the mountainside, he sowed these grains, and by the following day, they had begun to sprout after being watered. Chapter 45. At 17, the grains and iron thorns that Ergo had brought back from Ding family village thrived under his diligent care, growing at an impressive rate with daily watering. Within a month, the cat-tooth rice was ready for harvest. Upon tasting a single grain, He found it to possess a fragrance even more delightful than that of the rice cultivated in Ding family village. Moreover, the grains contained a slightly greater essence of spirituality. After being stored in the gourd for 3 days, not only had the flavor improved, but the spiritual energy had also intensified significantly. The cat-tooth rice he cultivated surpassed the ordinary rice he had previously grown by a considerable margin. He planted these cat-tooth rice grains again, covering approximately 1 mu of land. Henceforth, he could harvest once a month, yielding about 4 dough each time, which would suffice for his own consumption. In contrast, the iron thorn he had sown at the same time grew at a much slower pace, reaching merely a foot in height after more than a month. It remained uncertain how long he would have to wait for the iron thorn to blossom and bear seeds. For Ergo, the consumption of cat-tooth rice was inconsequential. Yet the iron thorn held significant importance for him. He was eager to cultivate the iron thorn extensively across Shiko Mountain. However, impatience bore no fruit. The iron thorn was diligently striving to grow, and the small branches were beginning to reveal their formidable, hooked thorns. One morning, before Ergo had risen, he heard a large goose outside making a raucous commotion. Upon investigation, he discovered a goose ensnared by the iron thorn, caught in a predicament with no way to advance or retreat. The mutated goose possessed strength comparable to that of a human warrior, yet ensnared by the thorns. It could only struggle in vain, resulting in the tearing of its flesh. After much effort, Ergo managed to assist the creature, but ultimately could only free it by tearing away some of its bloodied flesh. It appeared that he could plant more iron thorns around the ginseng field in the future. Ergo fed the goose some fodder mixed with ginseng and replenished its water trough. The goose had proven to be quite productive, laying around 10 eggs for him, and thus deserved to be well nourished to regain its strength. The eggshells bore a striking crimson pattern, leaving him curious about what might emerge from them in due course. After feeding the geese, he practiced for another 2 hours before finally gathering a large basket of red dates. He then mounted the back of a goose and soared down from Shiko Mountain. At the foot of the mountain, a group of stonemasons were busy chiseling stones. Upon witnessing Ergo descend majestically on a large white goose, they couldn't help but express their astonishment. The geese raised by the Scholar S family were all swans. It seemed that Scholar Zhang had likely attained the status of an immortal master. In the same village, there were 2 scholars Zhang, one benevolent and the other harsh. Hush. Do not utter a word. If it reaches his ears, your rent will surely increase next year. As Ergo approached the construction site, the stonemasons hurriedly stood up and bowed in respect. Greetings, scholar. Thank you all for your hard work. Let us take a moment to rest and enjoy some refreshments, he said, placing the large bamboo basket atop a sizable stone. The workers expressed their gratitude in chorus. Recently, he had instructed Ahu to invite stonemasons to prepare for the construction of a large house at the foot of the mountain, intended for temporary residence and grain storage. To erect a sturdy house, a solid foundation must first be laid, given the abundance of mountains and stones in this region. Most foundations were constructed with neatly arranged large stones. The stones must first be chiseled into regular elongated shapes before being laid underground, ensuring that the foundation would remain unyielding for centuries. Thus, even the most miserly landlords dared not be stingy with the craftsmen involved in this process. They would ensure that the laborers received ample meals and would occasionally offer them tea and snacks. Ergo, utilizing local resources, found that the mountain was rich in sweet red dates, which were particularly favored by the workers. Some even discreetly tucked a few dates into their clothing to bring home as treats for their children. Ergo feigned ignorance and generously bestowed upon each individual a substantial bag. The craftsmen, upon receiving the red dates, beamed with delight, concealing the treasures and extracting a few each day to amuse their children. The children eagerly awaited their parents' return from work, hoping for the sweet treat. Even when enjoying the red dates, they would boast to their peers about the benevolence of the scholar. After exchanging a few words with the craftsman, Ergo made his way to Shishi village. As the year drew to a close, he still owed Huang Laokai a considerable sum of 110 taels of silver. Upon seeing Ergo, Huang Laokai bowed repeatedly, addressing him as scholar. However, when Ergo presented the hefty package of silver, Huang Laokai accepted it with alacrity, meticulously inspecting each piece and weighing them on a scale. Has Master Zhang dined yet? The meal time is approaching. Would you care to share a meal with us? Noticing a peculiar expression on Huang Laocai's face, Ergo nodded, sensing he had something to convey. Huang Laokai's wife, upon hearing this, gathered her several concubines and busied herself in the kitchen for quite some time. At last, the feast was served. A whole roasted chicken, braised pork, fried eggs, and an entire fish for dishes in total. Why such an extravagant spread? It's not even the new year, Ergo pondered as he surveyed the lavish table. This reminded him of that spring when he had his first meal at Huang Laocai's home, which consisted of stir-fried radish with fatty pork, during which he devoured 3 large bowls of rice. For humble households like theirs, there was little of quality. They made do with a few decent dishes. And as long as the scholar did not disdain their offerings, it sufficed. Meanwhile, Huang Laokai gazed at the array of dishes, feeling somewhat embarrassed by their presentation. The world has changed, and Ergo is no longer the ragged youth he once was. During the gathering, Huang Laokai brought out a jar of aged liquor that he had stored for several years. The moment the jar was opened, a rich aroma of alcohol enveloped the entire house. However, Ergo was unaccustomed to drinking. He had accompanied his master in the past, and found the experience to be nothing short of self-inflicted misery, preferring honey water instead. When a large bowl of liquor was poured for him, he took only a small sip before setting it aside. As the meal neared its conclusion, Huang Laokai seemed to have steeled himself for quite some time before finally speaking. Master Zhang, I wish to ask you for a favor. What is it? Ergo, having anticipated that Huang Laokai had a request, was not surprised. I would like my child to learn martial arts. Could you assist me by recommending him to Zhengwu Hall? Upon realizing the nature of the request, Ergo pondered for a moment. As a current instructor at Zhengwu Hall, he believed he possessed the authority to assist. I cannot give you an answer at this moment. However, the next time I visit Zhengwu Hall, I can inquire with Master Sima on your behalf. Huang Laokai had been quite kind to Ergo in the past, having lent him assistance on several occasions. Therefore, returning the favor seemed reasonable. Nevertheless, Ergo felt that, as someone receiving a salary without active duty, it would be inappropriate to casually recommend someone without first obtaining Master Sima's consent. Thank you so much. You are a great benefactor to the Huang family. Huang Laotsai's wife quickly urged Huang Monsong to come over and bow to Ergo in gratitude. Having sustained a blow to his head, Ergo could only redouble his efforts, planning to inquire for assistance during his next trip to the city, though that would likely occur after the new year. He had borrowed an ample number of books from Zhengwu Hall, sufficient to sustain his studies for an extended period. For months later, once again, spring had arrived. Ergo was now 17 years old. With a swift and graceful motion, he wielded a 150-pound sword atop Shiko Mountain, moving it with an agility that belied its weight. He had mastered the wind spirit sword technique in merely a month. Despite the text claiming that such proficiency would require over a decade of arduous practice, evidently, the assertion was somewhat exaggerated. The book indicated that this technique favored a light and nimble sword, ideally weighing 3 to 5 pounds, for optimal execution. Lacking such a delicate weapon, Ergo practiced with a 100-pound sword, relying on his considerable strength, which rendered the task far from arduous. After mastering the wind spirit sword technique, he spent an additional 20 days perfecting a boxing style. Subsequently, as he pursued other martial arts, the time required for mastery diminished significantly, from several weeks to merely a few days, now requiring just 2 or 3 days to fully grasp a new martial arts manual. This astonishing speed genuinely astonished Ergo himself. These martial arts were not commonplace. To his knowledge, many at Zhengwu Hall had devoted years, even over a decade, to their cultivation. Reflecting on this, Ergo surmised that his foundational cultivation at the 3rd level of Qi training greatly facilitated his learning of these ordinary martial techniques. Moreover, with the enhancement of his celestial cultivation, the power of these techniques was exponentially amplified in his hands. Once he had mastered all the borrowed martial arts techniques, his fascination with the dazzling array of skills began to wane. With so many elaborate maneuvers, he found that a simple sword strike was far more effective. Perhaps this is what the texts refer to as the essence of simplicity. Consequently, he returned to the basics, practicing fundamental movements such as thrusts, sweeps, and slashes, reminiscent of his initial days of sword training. In addition to tending to his fields, his daily routine now comprised both cultivation and study. He had borrowed a collection of over 10 books from the library of the Zhengwu Hall, 6 of which were treatises on martial arts. The remainder covered topics such as agriculture, military strategy, and medicine. Military strategy was essential for passing the martial examination, and as a true farmer, he felt compelled to delve into agricultural literature. Having cultivated a mountain of medicinal herbs, it was imperative for him to acquire relevant medical knowledge, as his future practice would inevitably involve these herbs. Historically, the realms of medicine and martial arts have been intertwined, with most martial artists possessing some understanding of medicinal principles. Among the medical texts he borrowed were the Compendium of Materia Medica and the Sacred Formulas of the Divine Virtue. The former cataloged 800 types of medicinal herbs, encompassing those that soar through the skies, grow from the earth, and swim in the waters. Virtually every herb suitable for medicinal use was included. Each herb was meticulously detailed in terms of identification, medicinal properties, and the environments in which they thrive or are harvested. In the final pages of the book, there is a small section devoted to spiritual herbs, documenting over 20 varieties, most of which were previously unheard of. For instance, the century-old ginseng is classified as a spiritual herb. The text notes that while ginseng younger than 100 years also contains spiritual energy, it lacks sufficient potency and is still considered an ordinary product. However, the century-old ginseng possesses an abundant aura, having undergone a qualitative transformation, significantly enhancing its medicinal potency, and thus can be classified among the spiritual herbs. As for those that are even older, spanning 300 to 500 years or even a millennium, they exist solely in legend, being elusive and unattainable. Besides ginseng, several other ordinary medicinal materials are categorized as spiritual herbs, such as reishi mushrooms, huangjing, yuzu, and sanchi. Should these herbs flourish for a century, they too could experience a qualitative change, evolving into spiritual herbs. As for the remaining 20 or so spiritual herbs, he had neither heard of nor encountered them. Within the Shenghui Fang, there exist various formulations of medicinal materials, encompassing over 1,000 prescriptions. By combining the unique properties of each herb in diverse ways, an array of transformations can arise. Some combinations enhance the original medicinal efficacy, while others counterbalance each other, mitigating the toxic side effects of the herbs. Certain combinations can even reverse the properties of the herbs entirely, transforming toxic substances into potent tonics or rendering harmless herbs into deadly poisons. The formulations resulting from these varied combinations exhibit a plethora of effects. The book records more than 1,000 prescriptions, with dosage forms including decoctions, tinctures, pastes, powders, elixirs, and pills. However, the majority of these are intended for treating common ailments such as headaches, fevers, coughs in children, and infertility. Only a select few prescriptions are suitable for martial artists, addressing issues such as injuries from falls, strengthening muscles and bones, replenishing qi and nourishing blood, and consolidating the foundation of vitality. He also discovered the formulation for the Peiyuan Guban pill within the text. This pill is exclusively available at the Hongan Hall in the county, commanding a price of 10 taels of silver per piece, yet it remains in short supply. The formula for the Peiyuan Guban pill consists of 5 taels of ginseng aged over 50 years, 4 taels of Ophiophagon, 2 taels of Schisandra, 2 taels of Cistanche, and 8 taels of cooked Rehmannia. The herbal ingredients are to be ground into a fine powder, sifted, and then combined with honey to form pill-sized morsels akin to a thumb. While ginseng may be somewhat elusive, the remaining herbs are relatively easy to procure. Ergo plans to gather these ingredients during his next visit to the county town, intending to prepare the Peiyuan Guban pill for his own consumption. However, the ginseng in his possession is somewhat lacking in age. The ginseng currently growing on Shiko Mountain from the earliest batch has only reached a meager 30 years of age. Previously, he had not harvested much. Recently, he has fed a significant amount of 10-year-old ginseng to his 13 geese. In order to promote the reproductive health of the flock, he must daily provide them with this ginseng to bolster their vitality. The geese have begun to lay eggs, which are considerably larger than ordinary goose eggs, adorned with red markings on their shells. With a substantial amount of ginseng consumed, 31 eggs have accumulated in the goose house, and several female geese have commenced incubating them. Meanwhile, a few male geese vigilantly guard the entrance to the goose house, never straying far from their post. Ergo had originally intended to visit the county town to return a book to Zheng Wutang and inquire about Huang Laokai. However, upon observing the heightened vigilance of the geese, he decided to remain on the mountain to protect them. This time, it took an unexpected 2 months for the goslings to finally hatch, significantly longer than the typical incubation period for domestic geese. The newly hatched goslings, aside from being larger in size, bear no distinguishing features from ordinary goslings. Their bodies covered in soft yellow down and sporting yellow, flat beaks. However, there is a slight drawback. This batch of goslings has developed a rather finicky palate. The ordinary, uninspired tender leaves were placed before them, yet they were met with indifference. They would rather endure hunger than settle for a mere bite. Ergo had no choice but to yield to the little geese, collecting the tender leaves into his gourd, intending to enhance their vitality before offering them to the geese. These little geese were indeed picky eaters, and despite being served lavishly each day, their growth was disappointingly slow. They seemed to consume without growing. Fortunately, although small in stature, these geese were quite nimble, making it difficult for an ordinary person to catch them. Observing this, Ergo felt a slight sense of relief and packed some items, taking advantage of the night's obscurity to stealthily descend the mountain, heading towards the county town. Chapter 46. Drought. After residing on the mountain for several months, Ergo found himself amidst the spring plowing season. The winter had passed without a single snowfall, and not a drop of rain had fallen until now. As he walked along the rural path, he noticed that the night was bustling with activity, no less than during the day. However, everyone was in a hurry, paying little attention to Ergo. At this juncture, as long as he did not compete for water sources, even the mightiest of beings would garner little interest. Many, situated far from the water sources, had no choice but to carry water on their shoulders or in their hands, transporting it back to their fields. Yet, the landowners of these water sources would undoubtedly oppose such actions. In these times, seizing water equated to stealing sustenance. Along his journey, he witnessed more than a dozen conflicts arising among farmers vying for water. Ergo could only feel fortunate that his 50 acres of land were situated near the spring at Shiko Mountain, which proved advantageous in this year of calamity. Moreover, the spring at Shiko Mountain continued to flow as it had in previous years, untouched by the drought. By the time he had traversed the Night's path and arrived at the county town, dawn was breaking. Upon entering the city, he first visited the Huachuntang, where he brought along a large sack of potent pills intended for sale to Sima. Upon entering Huachuntang, he discovered that the establishment was flourishing, with numerous patrons queuing outside. He casually sought out a small stool, intending to sit nearby and wait for a while. To his dismay, as soon as he sat down, the stool collapsed with a sharp crack. Weighing over 100 gene himself, coupled with the 150 gene sword he carried on his back, and considering the stool's fragile condition, the sudden fall startled the patients present in the shop. Those who recognized him began to whisper among themselves. This was the legendary scholar Zhang, the very same who had sent the examiner flying with a single sword strike during the examination. The one infamous for wreaking havoc in the examination hall and accumulating a debt of 200 taels of silver. I witnessed that examination as well. Truly a remarkable individual. With Ergo's now heightened senses, he effortlessly caught their hushed conversations. He had not anticipated that he had garnered a modicum of fame in the county. Even after all this time, tales of his exploits were still being recounted. These harmless chatterings, while amusing, prompted a slight flush of embarrassment to grace Ergo's cheeks whenever he feigned ignorance of their comments. He sought out a sturdier stool and carefully sat down, this time without incident. After waiting alone in the corner for a while, Sima completed his consultation with a patient and approached him. To avoid prying eyes and ears, Sima led Ergo into a room in the rear courtyard. Your business is thriving and your fortune is flourishing, Ergo remarked. However, upon hearing this, Sima's expression remained somber, and he let out a deep sigh. I would consider it fortunate if I do not incur losses. Most ailments stem from poverty and hunger, so one should not expect to profit from such individuals. My medicine addresses only superficial symptoms, and if they could enjoy a few hearty meals, perhaps even indulge in pork occasionally, many of these afflictions might resolve themselves without medication. Regarding what Sima mentioned, Ergo likely comprehends a fraction of it. This year, due to the drought, many are tightening their belts. Although they may not be starving outright, they have become exceedingly weakened, succumbing to various illnesses. Sima, being a compassionate soul, often sells medicinal herbs at cost or with minimal profit when treating these impoverished patients. At times, his kindness leads him to subsidize treatments, unable to bear the sight of suffering and farewells. Because of his affordable rates and fair pricing, he occasionally even dispenses medicine for free, resulting in an increasingly flourishing business at the Huichun Hall. However, despite the thriving enterprise, it does not yield significant profits. While coffin sellers hope for an increase in deaths, those in the healing profession wish for widespread illness. Ergo feels that Sima's inability to witness human suffering renders him ill-suited for the medical profession. Over the years of acquaintance, Sima has transformed from a spirited youth into a much more subdued individual, and at just over 20, he has already begun to show strands of white hair. Nevertheless, with Sima's character, Ergo feels secure in their transactions, knowing he will not be betrayed. In his younger days, he was unaware of the world's perils and would sell rare spiritual items. It is only through deepening his understanding of martial practitioners that he realizes the dangers of such actions. Fortunately, he encountered someone like Sima back then. Yet, given the bustling nature of Huichun Hall today, he intends to visit Sima at night on his next occasion. A total of 328 taels of silver. Should it all be exchanged for the Peiyuan Gubin pills? Sima casually inquired after Guzi had finished counting the strength pills. Guzi had grown accustomed to converting all strength pills into Peiyuan Gubin pills on every occasion. This time, procure a batch of medicinal herbs for me first. The remaining silver can be used to purchase the Peiyuan Gubin pills. However, on this occasion, Guzi produced a list of medicinal herbs. With the addition of ginseng and cistanche, these herbs would suffice to concoct the Peiyuan Gubin pills. Are you intending to prepare the Peiyuan Gubin pills? Sima surmised Guzi's intentions upon examining the prescription. The formula for the Peiyuan Gubin pills was not a secret. Many were aware of it, though they merely lacked the sufficiently aged ginseng. He happened to possess several old ginseng roots and some cistanche, contemplating the preparation of a batch for experimentation. Guzi explained casually, and Sima refrained from probing further. Leaving the list of herbs with Sima, Guzi proceeded to Zhengwutang. He returned the books he had borrowed previously and spent half a day in the library, reborrowing a dozen volumes. He had now begun to appreciate the joy of reading. Ink, paper, and writing tools were indeed precious, and the cost of each book was substantial. The knowledge preserved on paper was a distillation of the experiences of those who came before. With an opportunity to learn from the ancients, he was determined to seize it. Subsequently, he sought out Vice Hall Master Sima, inquiring about the recommendation of students, to which Sima Hong readily agreed. With all matters settled, Guzi stayed in the county for only a day before returning to Shiko Mountain overnight. As he passed by the Anshang River on his journey, he noticed that the water level had significantly receded. Should this drought persist, the river may soon cease to flow. If such aridity continues for years, there may come a time when even drinking water is scarce. He must proactively store a sufficient supply of water to guard against unforeseen circumstances. Seeking a secluded spot, he retrieved a yellow gourd. As his thoughts surged, the gourd visibly expanded before his eyes. In an instant, it transformed from the size of a rusty needle to over 3 in height. He submerged the enormous gourd into the river, causing the water to swirl into it like a vortex. After 2 hours of filling by the riverbank, he noticed the water level downstream had receded. Yet the gourd remained unfilled. He pondered how much water would be required to fill it completely. Years had passed, and he had yet to discern the gourd's capacity. As dawn broke, he reduced the gourd back to the size of a rusty needle, affixing it to his ear, resembling an inconspicuous earring. Upon returning to Shiku village, Ergo, in the presence of Huang Laokai, wrote a recommendation letter for him. With this document, he could attend classes at Zhongwu Hall. Naturally, the Huang family expressed their profound gratitude to Ergo. Upon his return to the foot of Shikushan, the stone foundation for his house was completed, and a chief stonemason awaited him. Zhang Leoi, the foundation is ready, and the stone mill and pestle you requested are also finished. The craftsman gestured to the 2 oversized stone implements behind him, silently marveling. Such a massive mill could not be moved by even 2 donkeys. He wondered which beast of burden the scholar intended to employ. Ergo inspected the foundation and the millstone, and promptly settled the payment with the craftsman. The craftsman accepted a pouch of silver coins, letting out a sigh of relief. Working for these landowners, the most arduous task is settling the wages. Often, after laboring tirelessly for half a year, when it comes time to settle accounts, they nitpick and find faults, seeking various excuses to withhold payment. However, Master Zhang did not shortchange him at all and even offered a bit extra. Thank you, Master Zhang. No need for thanks. We may seek your services again next year. Ergo replied, already lifting the enormous millstone and leaping towards Shiko Mountain. The craftsman, who had not yet walked far, witnessed the spectacle and immediately knelt down, exclaiming about the profound powers of the immortal master. Ergo did not shy away from such remarks. It is said that the county magistrate occasionally demonstrates his mystical arts to the common folk. Thus, the residents of the entire county are aware of the magistrate's remarkable abilities. After transporting both the millstone and the mortar to the mountain summit and securing them, he pushed the millstone experimentally and found it to be quite manageable, not overly strenuous. The mortar would be needed for husking rice. He previously possessed a set that was too small and inefficient. The millstone also greatly facilitates the grinding of rice and medicinal herbs. He had an abundance of grains in his gourd. Yet the process of crafting potent pills consumed considerable time. With daily commitments to study, cultivate, and farm, he often took a long while to sell even a stone of grains. Consequently, he had been unable to adhere to his initial plan of consuming a nourishing pill daily. As his strength grew, the demand for refining an increasing amount of spiritual energy became evident. To ensure his continued rapid advancement, he must enhance his efficiency in pill production. Chapter 47. Cultivation. Ergo returned to the mountain and began to experiment with the medicinal herbs he had purchased. At this point, aside from the 50-year-old ginseng, he had gathered all the necessary ingredients. He placed these herbs into a stone mill, grinding them into a fine powder, which he then stored in a large jar for future use. As for the primary ingredient, ginseng, he had 2 varieties prepared, one aged 20 years and the other 30 years. Although neither reached the coveted 50-year mark, his gourd was capable of enhancing their potency. He intended to use both types of ginseng to concoct the Peiyuan Gubin pill and subsequently compare them with the pills he had acquired. The method for pill making was quite straightforward. It merely required mixing the powdered herbs in the correct proportions, adding refined honey, and then rolling the mixture into small balls by hand. For the first batch, he produced only a few dozen of each type, allowing them to dry before storing them in the gourd for 3 days. Upon comparison, the pills made from the 20-year ginseng, after enhancement, could effectively rival the authentic Peiyuan Gubin pills. The pills derived from the 30-year ginseng exhibited even greater efficacy than the genuine article. However, the most potent effects still came from the authentic Peiyuan Gubin pills procured with Sima Yi's assistance, as they were crafted from genuine 50-year-old ginseng. After enhancement through his gourd, their effects surpassed those of the pills made from his 20- and 30-year ginseng. This comparison led him to conclude that, when selling to others, he could simply produce Puangubin pills using the 20-year ginseng. For personal consumption, however, he would prefer the strongest available option. Ideally, he would purchase the authentic Puangubin pills from Sima, enhancing their potency with his gourd before using them himself. In the days that followed, Ergo diligently continued his training, engrossed in reading, tilling the land, and tending to his geese. His flock thrived, producing a bountiful 35 goslings. As time passed, 3 months elapsed, and he felt a profound fullness in his lower abdomen, akin to the sensation experienced by a woman during pregnancy. One day, after consuming a Puangubin pill, he felt a surge of vital energy rising from his dantian, overwhelming him and breaking forth along the governor channel, penetrating several significant acupoints, ultimately reaching the crown. A resounding boom echoed in his mind, akin to the explosive sound of firecrackers, creating a vast expanse within his consciousness. He distinctly sensed that this space within his head was limited, perhaps only an inch in size, yet it contained an elusive, intangible substance that he could nonetheless perceive vividly. According to the texts, this phenomenon indicated that he had successfully opened his upper dantian. The human body possesses 3 dantians, the lower dantian, situated 3 inches below the navel, the middle dantian, located at the zhong point, and the upper dantian, also known as the Niwen Palace, which resides within the cranium, extending vertically from the third eye towards the back. The mysterious substance stored in the upper dantian is what the texts refer to as divine consciousness. Since this divine consciousness resides in the upper dantian, it is often referred to by cultivators as the sea of consciousness. Calming his exhilarated spirit, he endeavored to mobilize the small mass of extraordinary substance within the upper dantian. From the moment it was generated, this small mass of divine consciousness had merged seamlessly with his mental awareness. In essence, divine consciousness represents a transformational product of elevated mental awareness. It moves fluidly, akin to thought at his command. With a single thought, a surge of consciousness emerged from the depths of his mind, enveloping the surrounding area within a radius of approximately 10 feet. When faced with various obstacles, he navigated through them effortlessly, as if moving seamlessly from void to form, penetrating barriers with ease. Wherever his consciousness extended, he could perceive even the most minute details, places previously obscured from sight. Even the internal organs, or those separated by mere walls, became vividly clear to him. Utilizing this heightened awareness, he could distinctly observe ginseng extending its roots within the soil, absorbing tiny orbs of spiritual energy. Now endowed with this consciousness, his foremost desire was to examine the yellow-skinned gourd in his hand. He grasped the gourd and directed his consciousness towards it. To his surprise, with a mere thought, the gourd vanished from his grasp and materialized within his upper dantian's sea of consciousness. In the next instant, it reappeared in his hand. It turned out that this treasure could traverse through his consciousness, entering the realm of his mind. Thus, he could conceal the gourd within his mental sea without fear of detection. He then directed his consciousness into the gourd's opening. This experience was markedly different from what he had previously observed with his naked eye. In the past, upon lifting the lid, he had encountered an expanse of whiteness, devoid of clarity. Now, as he penetrated the interior with his consciousness, he found the gourd still enveloped in a blinding white haze. Yet amidst this chaos, numerous tiny luminous points floated, resembling stars in the night sky, radiant yet gentle on the eyes. The world within the gourd was characterized solely by this chaotic whiteness and the scattered points of light. Despite having accumulated an abundance of items, he could not discern their locations within. Particularly, the water that has been gradually collected should amount to a lake's worth. Just as this thought emerged, his consciousness was drawn towards a luminous point. Upon entering this radiant speck, he discovered that within it lay a vast mass of water. All the water he had gathered must be housed here, coalescing into a cluster, adrift in this realm of chaos. As his consciousness meandered through the water, he was astonished to find fish swimming within it, most likely inadvertently captured when he poured water inside. It dawned on him that his gourd not only served to contain objects but could also nurture fish, rendering the need to purchase them obsolete. At that moment, cradling the gourd in his hands, he silently intoned, "Fish." Instantly, the fish that had been swimming in the water materialized in his grasp, lively and eager to escape. He then returned the fish to the gourd, and it reappeared in the water. Subsequently, he explored the luminous points within the gourd, discovering that each of these glimmers contained the items he had collected. After several experiments, he realized these luminous points could be merged or separated. For instance, he could divide the water into 2, 3, or even more luminous points. Conversely, he could consolidate several scattered items into a single point of light. With this revelation, he found that examining the items within the gourd, or retrieving and storing them, would become significantly more convenient. Moreover, the gourd could be hidden within his sea of consciousness, alleviating any concerns of it being discovered by others. Holding the gourd, Ergo spent considerable time experimenting with its functions, eventually mastering its capabilities before finally placing it within his sea of consciousness. At this moment, he has progressed from the third level of chi cultivation to the fourth. Not only has he successfully opened his sea of consciousness, but his magical power has also significantly increased. Moreover, he now has the celestial spells left by his master before departing. Previously, due to insufficient cultivation, he had attempted to practice these spells but had only mastered the wind control technique. He had not succeeded in learning any of the others. And with time being of the essence as he hurried to take the martial scholar examination, he can now take the opportunity to explore and comprehend them slowly. With this in mind, he retrieved the ancient texts left by his master and began to peruse them. These spells include sword control technique, fireball technique, rejuvenation technique, wood spike technique, binding technique, water arrow technique, earth shield technique, and talisman technique. Among these, he has already mastered the wind control technique, which has proven immensely beneficial to him. After briefly reviewing these spells, he realized that, given his current understanding of celestial arts, he has grasped the general concepts. The sword control technique requires a flying sword as a magical tool for practice, but the heavy sword in his possession cannot take flight. The talisman technique also necessitates talisman paper akin to that of the Daoxian sect to activate and perform. The chi observation technique requires one to possess divine consciousness, which necessitates at least reaching the fourth level of chi cultivation, opening the upper dantian, and attaining divine awareness to practice. The binding technique requires the seeds of spiritual wood or plants to be employed, eliminating those spells for which he lacks the necessary conditions. The first choice for Ergo is the chi observation technique for contemplation and practice. The chi observation technique is a minor skill that utilizes divine consciousness to perceive breath and spiritual energy, with the text indicating that it can discern the strength of martial artists or cultivators. Strictly speaking, the chi observation technique is not a spell. It is merely a small technique for the use of divine consciousness. He is now venturing into the realm of consciousness, possessing a heightened awareness and diligently practicing the art of chi observation. As if following the natural flow, he successfully mastered this technique in just over 10 days. Upon mastering the art of chi observation, he endeavored to utilize his consciousness to perceive everything around him. All living beings emanate a distinctive aura, varying in intensity. Among the peaks of Shiko Mountain, the aura radiating from Ergo is the most potent, followed closely by the geese. Even the minuscule ants emit a faint aura, nearly imperceptible. With this newfound ability, his future excursions are assuredly safer. However, chi observation is merely one application of consciousness, and its efficacy is significantly influenced by the strength of his awareness. Currently, his consciousness can only encompass a radius of approximately 10 feet. Beyond that range, the clarity of his observations diminishes markedly. He then commenced training in the fireball technique, which required a longer period of practice, spanning over a month. At this moment, his internal energy circulated in a unique pattern, manifesting a fireball the size of a thumb at his fingertips. The flames danced unpredictably, swaying from side to side, radiating intense heat, as Ergo cautiously controlled the fire with his consciousness, wary of causing harm to himself. In the pursuit of perfecting this spell, he had already singed several garments and singed away a considerable portion of his eyebrows and hair. The last remaining eyebrow he was particularly reluctant to lose. At long last, the flame, akin to a tipsy reveler, wobbled forward and after a moment's pause, perhaps fatigued, settled upon a large stone 2 paces away. With a sudden whoosh, the flames erupted upon the rock, igniting a fierce blaze. After a brief interval, the flames gradually subsided. Ergo approached to inspect, only to discover that the surface of the stone had melted under the blaze, resembling exquisite glass. Given the potency of the fireball, had it struck a human head, it would undoubtedly have spelled doom. However, the incantation was far too sluggish. It required the circulation of chi for several cycles before the fireball could be conjured, taking at least a dozen breaths. In the heat of battle, such a duration would render him vulnerable. Even with 9 lives, he would be swiftly dispatched. Though he could barely summon the fireball, the meager 2 distance could be traversed in a mere leap, while the diminutive fireball took its time, wobbling through the air for 2 breaths. This celestial art would indeed be formidable against foes incapacitated and unable to fend for themselves, instilling fear with its sheer might. Yet, when confronted with an opponent in full possession of their faculties, especially one as agile as Ergo, it would likely prove ineffectual. After all, one cannot expect the adversary to remain docile and allow themselves to be struck without resistance. This reality had been made painfully clear to Ergo years prior, during his encounter with the enigmatic figure clad in black upon Snake Mouth Mountain. The adversary's refusal to conform to his swordplay had rendered his dozens of thrusts futile, with not a single strike finding its mark. Ultimately, this spell was somewhat of a double-edged sword, aside from kindling a fire for cooking in the wilderness. Its utility seemed limited. Of course, with continued practice and the enhancement of his cultivation, he anticipated that this predicament would improve. Subsequently, after more than a month of rigorous training, he mastered the water arrow technique. This spell bore similar flaws to the fireball technique, immense power combined with a painfully slow casting time, making it less effective than a single sword strike. Furthermore, considering the totality of his chi, he could only cast spells 3 times consecutively before depleting his energy entirely. Thus, he no longer harbored lofty expectations for the efficacy of spells. Why resort to incantations when an enemy can be vanquished with a single stroke? Nevertheless, he deemed it essential to cultivate the remaining spells. After all, there was no rush. He could practice at a leisurely pace. In the ensuing period, aside from the binding technique, he mastered several additional spells. This binding technique required the use of plant seeds, into which he infused his vital energy to stimulate rapid growth. Intended to ensnare adversaries, lacking the necessary spiritual plant seeds, he remained undeterred, experimenting with green bean, soybean, morning glory, and kudzu seeds. Ordinary seeds proved inadequate, failing to withstand the infusion of vital energy and bursting apart. It appeared that only special seeds would suffice. Perhaps in the future, the seeds of the iron thorns could be tested, as their numerous thorns and barbs would be ideal for ensnaring foes. The 10 iron thorn plants he had initially sown were thriving, receiving daily watering and now exhibiting abundant branching, transforming into 10 substantial clusters. The thorns were adorned with menacing barbs, appearing fearsome enough to deter even the troublesome geese nearby. A few days prior, they had even blossomed with small flowers, though he was uncertain how long it would take for the fruits to mature. At this rate of growth, it would take many years to propagate a vast number of iron thorns, encircling the entire Snakemouth Mountain. Recalling his readings on agricultural economics, which mentioned that many trees could be propagated through cuttings, he entertained the notion of attempting the same. Armed with a machete, he sought to sever some branches for this purpose. However, when his machete struck, it was as if he was attempting to cut through resilient sinew or wire. It was utterly ineffective. Instead, he found himself pierced by several thorns, ensnaring his arm and leaving him in a precarious predicament. After much careful effort, he finally extracted the wooden splinter from his arm, leaving it bloodied and raw. Ergo, slightly irritated, was determined to conquer a thorny bush. He retrieved a hefty sword weighing 100 pounds, positioned himself at a distance, and, with a mighty swing, struck down upon the cluster of iron thorns, successfully severing half of it. He drew the severed portion closer and, with the heavy sword, struck it several times until it split into numerous 3-inch-long branches. He meticulously prepared a small patch of earth and inserted the iron thorn cuttings one by one, then watered them with some liquid from a gourd. Upon counting, he found there were a total of 48 branches. The next day, the cuttings showed no signs of dying. By the 3rd day, tender shoots began to sprout from the nodes, and by the 4th day, fine roots had already emerged from the base of the branches. It appeared they had indeed come back to life. Subsequently, he took parts from the remaining clusters of iron thorns for further propagation. A month later, he had successfully cultivated over 500 young iron thorn plants. With these 500 specimens, he could now plant them in several strategic locations on the mountain. Chapter 48. Elixirs. Early in the morning, after watering the fields, Ergo casually tossed a locust to the flock of geese. Perhaps due to the drought, there was a notable increase in the locust population this year. Even in autumn, they were still abundant. Fortunately, the geese relished locusts, and most of those that flew up Snakemouth Mountain ended up in their bellies. After months of nurturing, the goslings had grown significantly. Their white feathers were interspersed with vivid red, enhancing their splendor. The goslings were taller and stronger than their parents, now capable of carrying Ergo and flying distances of 1 to 2 miles. After feeding the geese, Ergo mounted one and soared down Snakemouth Mountain. At the foot of the hill, the house he desired had been completed. It was not particularly large, consisting of merely 3 rooms, with a stone foundation, blue bricks, and blue tiles. These bricks and tiles had been transported by hired porters from over 20 miles away. Fortunately, this year was marked by calamity, making labor quite inexpensive. For every 10 bricks carried, 1 liter of rice was exchanged. An adult could transport 10 blue bricks per trip, covering a round trip of 50 miles, thereby earning a liter of rice in a day, sufficient to sustain several mouths with careful budgeting. Such labor was highly sought after, with even children as young as 5 or 6 joining in. Ergo entered the house through the large door. In one of the 3 rooms, he stored several dozen stones of rice, all collected from last year's rents. Another room contained dried jujubes and persimmons, the trees on the mountain, once matured. yielded bountifully with ample watering. He refrained from storing these provisions in a gourd, as there were times when such ordinary grains were necessary. The remaining room served as a temporary gathering space, furnished with a wooden table and 4 benches. Ergo had not lingered long in his new abode when Ahu arrived. "Master, this year has produced no harvest. Might it be possible to reduce the rent?" Ahu spoke these words with a hint of trepidation. After all, Zhang Yuyang had set a precedent, despite the severe drought this year. Not a single grain of rent had been abated. However, considering the hardships faced by all, he had allowed the tenants to sign promissory notes, promising repayment upon future bountiful harvests. Ergo was generally benevolent and magnanimous towards his tenants, embodying the spirit of Huang Laokai. It is not a matter of Ahu's relentless pursuit. Rather, the tenant, even in a year of abundant harvest, can merely scrape by, unable to save any grain. Should he incur such a substantial debt, it would take generations to repay. This year, how much grain was harvested? Including my own acre, totaling 51 acres. We managed to gather 73 shur of rice. Ahu replied candidly, noting that the 50 acres at the foot of Shikuwa Mountain, being in close proximity to the water source, had not completely failed, allowing him to recoup some of the seed costs. As for the government, has there been any tax reduction? The authorities have issued a notice. This year's household tax, head tax, and sunlight tax must all be paid. However, considering the disaster year and the shortfall in harvest, payment can be deferred for 2 years. Upon reaching this point in the conversation, Ahu felt increasingly anxious, carefully observing Ergo's expression. If the government did not reduce taxes, what grounds did he have to request a rent exemption from the landlord? Ergo remained silent for quite some time, his fingers lightly tapping the table, his expression one of considerable discomfort. The rent for this year amounted to 100 shur of grain, sufficient to sustain him for over a decade. At current grain prices, it could be exchanged for at least 20 pills of Puan Gubanwan. Many warriors would fight fiercely for such a quantity. Having grown up scavenging pig feed, he lacked the benevolence of Sima. He meticulously counted every morsel, feeling indulgent even when consuming a meat bun, and if his trousers were torn, he would repurpose them as shorts to wear for another 3 years. To simply waive the 100 shur rent would indeed be a painful sacrifice. Yet, witnessing Ahu's cautious demeanor, he felt a twinge of compassion. Meanwhile, he calculated that from 51 acres yielding 73 shur of grain, 5 to 6 shur would be required just for seeds. After deducting the various taxes such as household tax, head tax, and sunshine tax, approximately 20 stones remain, which barely allows Ahu's family to survive. The thought of taking all 73 stones of grain for himself troubled Ergo increasingly, as feelings of compassion and pain intertwined within him. "Forget it. I shall waive this year's rent. Thank you, kind landlord. Thank you." Ahu prostrated on the ground, repeatedly bowing to Ergo. The sound of his forehead striking the earth echoing as blood flowed freely, unnoticed. "Thank you, generous landlord. Your kindness is unmatched. Rise, this year is difficult for everyone. Endure this year, and when the rains come next year, things will improve," Ergo replied, producing a packet of red dates and placing it into Ahu's arms. "Take these home for your child. He seems to be only 5 years old, and has worked hard alongside you throughout the year. When he grows up, he will surely become a skilled farmer." Gratefully clutching the packet of red dates, Ahu departed with boundless thanks. Left alone, Ergo sat on the bench for a moment in contemplation before locking the door and stepping outside. During this period, he had been cultivating on the mountain, scarcely venturing out for over half a year. The various medicinal herbs he had purchased previously had all been consumed in the making of foundation-reinforcing pills. As his cultivation progressed, the demand for spiritual energy increased, rendering the effects of the foundation-reinforcing pills increasingly negligible. After all, these pills were merely composed of ordinary herbs and did not qualify as spiritual medicines. He recalled a passage from the book Essays on Immortal Cultivation in the Great Zhou, which mentioned that certain professional alchemists could refine spiritual herbs into elixirs with remarkable efficacy. However, the authorities strictly regulated alchemical practices, allowing only regional governments to establish specialized alchemical institutions. The art of alchemy must be shrouded in utmost secrecy. Any breach of confidentiality is considered a grievous crime punishable by the destruction of one's family. Only the government is permitted to procure medicinal herbs and to organize alchemists for the concoction of elixirs, which are then distributed to various locales, either for sale or as rewards for meritorious individuals. Consequently, the prices of these elixirs are exceedingly high, and possessing wealth does not guarantee acquisition. At the very least, he has yet to encounter establishments in the county town that offer such potions for sale, and he intends to inquire with Sima I during his visit to the city. Given that it pertains to matters within Anchang County, Sima I is likely well informed. At this moment, Ergo has taken to the official road and observed an alarming increase in the number of beggars and refugees along the way. Typically, as long as a tenant farmer has a semblance of livelihood, they would avoid the life of a vagrant. Refugees are those who can no longer sustain themselves, driven to desperate measures, and in the eyes of the authorities, they are akin to bandits. He witnessed a refugee lying by the roadside, still clinging to life, only to be hastily carried away by other vagrants. One can only surmise the fate that awaited him, as he had often heard tales of such occurrences. These individuals, in their struggle for survival, are capable of committing unspeakable acts. Winter has yet to arrive, but it is likely that if the rains do not come soon, the influx of refugees will only increase after the season turns. Upon entering the city and arriving at the Huichan Hall, he discovered that Sima Yi was indeed neglecting his duties, as he was seen preparing a large pot of porridge outside the apothecary, with a throng of ragged individuals queuing for their share. The crowd was both numerous and diverse, prompting Ergo to forego entering Huichan Hall altogether. Instead, he shouldered his sack and opted to explore other areas before returning later in the evening. A casual glance at the market revealed that grain was now being sold for 51 per liter, with a stone costing 5 taels of silver, a price that had surged severalfold compared to the same period in previous years. Interestingly, the cost of human labor has significantly decreased. At the market, a child of around 8 years old could procure a wife with merely a measure of rice. In previous years, such an acquisition would have required several taels of silver, with a particularly lovely girl fetching as much as 20 taels. Presently, however, a young maiden of 15 or 16, capable of bearing children and laboring in the fields, could be taken for just 2 stones of grain. Furthermore, a woman who had already borne children could be rented out to others for childbirth, costing merely 2 measures of grain per year. Reflecting upon the 100 stones of rent he had waived for a hoot a day, a sum equivalent to 500 taels of silver, enough to procure 50 wives, he felt a pang of regret. Essentially, he had relinquished 50 potential wives with a mere wave of his hand. At that moment, he noticed a man with a scarred face, accompanied by several subordinates, who swiftly purchased over 20 individuals from the market. The acquisitions were indiscriminate, encompassing both genders, primarily youths in their teens and 20s. Out of curiosity, Ergo employed a technique to sense the man's aura and discerned a formidable energy within him, indicative of at least a 3rd level of chi cultivation. The scarred man appeared to be in his 30s, yet had already attained such a level of mastery, indeed, a prodigy within the entirety of Anchang County. In contrast, Ergo, at 17 years old, was at the 4th level of chi cultivation, a unique circumstance due to his daily consumption of superior nourishment and a hint of self-awareness. This scarred individual was undoubtedly a formidable practitioner among cultivators. What purpose could he have for acquiring such a multitude of people at once? Nonetheless, such matters were of no concern to Ergo. He held no interest in prying into others' affairs. He continued to wander until dusk fell, purchasing 2 meat buns from a vendor for his evening meal. Typically, he would buy 10, but considering the loss of 100 stones of grain today, he resolved to indulge in but a few less. As I strolled along, indulging in a bite to eat, I finally arrived at the tranquil haven of Huichantang. It was then that I stepped inside. Chapter 49. The Scarred Face. After a long day of toil, Sima Yi was finally able to rest in the evening. Upon seeing Ergo's arrival, he leaned back lazily in his chair, lacking the energy to rise. Count how many strength pills you brought today. I shan't get up. Are you suffering from kidney deficiency? Ergo inquired earnestly, having recently perused some medical texts. The books say that those with white hair and a sore waist often have kidney issues. Would you like some meat from the herb stand to replenish yourself? I have never had kidney deficiency, Sima Yi retorted, unwilling to concede. Ergo, recognizing the futility of further discussion, lowered his gaze to begin counting the strength pills within the sack. He discovered that with his newfound spiritual awareness, the process was no longer cumbersome. A mere sweep of his consciousness over the sack revealed the exact quantity. There were a total of 530 pills. Ah, you possess spiritual awareness now? Sima Yi deduced instantly from Ergo's demeanor. Though he did not practice cultivation himself, he was well versed in the knowledge of the immortal practitioners within the Sima clan, far surpassing Ergo in this regard. You must have just recently made a breakthrough. Ergo nodded, candidly affirming the observation. With your current cultivation, you should consider attempting the martial examination next year. If you succeed, you will become the youngest scholar in the entire Shenyang prefecture. Sima Yi straightened in his chair, his enthusiasm palpable. Perhaps I shall wait a few more years before taking the exam. Ergo now possesses the title of a martial scholar, granting him exemption from taxation and liberation from the vexations imposed by the local officials. Thus, he does not feel a pressing urgency to participate in the martial examinations. Becoming the youngest martial champion would surely draw the gaze of thousands, a sensation he finds rather uncomfortable. Should anyone take issue with him? There is a risk of investigating his master for the illicit transmission of martial arts techniques, which would undoubtedly lead to dire consequences for him. Why have you also begun to lack ambition? Sima Yi inquired, a subtle smile gracing his lips. I never aspired to be a high-ranking official. I merely wish for enough sustenance to cultivate the land and peace upon the mountain, Ergo replied. Well, you are even less ambitious than I, Sima Yi remarked. Feeling a sense of camaraderie akin to finding a kindred spirit. By the way, should we replace the mighty pills with the foundational essence pills, or consider something else? I would like to inquire if you have any means of acquiring elixirs. Ergo recalled having seen references to such potions in books. Wondering if Sima Yi might have the capability to procure them. Elixirs? Sima Yi furrowed his brow, contemplating the matter. This poses some difficulty. In the Great Zhou dynasty, the alchemy industry is monopolized and supplied exclusively by the government. The authorities invest in training alchemists and establish alchemy houses, which then sell the products. Anchang County lacks any alchemists. One must travel to the city of Sanyang County to find a government-established alchemy house. Every year, the Anchang County government submits a substantial amount of resources to Sanyang County, which in turn distributes a limited number of elixirs. My family possesses a piece of spiritual land, yielding a few herbs of acceptable quality each year, which we trade at the alchemy house in exchange for a couple of elixirs. Therefore, elixirs are scarce and exorbitantly priced. My uncle typically receives 1 or 2 elixirs, which he is reluctant to consume, saving them for the moment he seeks to transcend his current realm. After listening to Sima Yi, Ergo has lost hope regarding the elixirs, yet he remains undeterred. Just how exorbitant are they? To illustrate, consider the least expensive Pei Yuan Dan. 1 single grain could be exchanged for 100 sure of Dali Yuan. Presently, the Pei Yuan Gu Ben Wan consumed by many is purportedly crafted from the formula of Pei Yuan Dan, using ordinary medicinal herbs kneaded by hand. At this juncture, Ergo is nearly resigned. 100 sure of common Dali Yuan could fetch approximately 30,000 taels of silver. To produce 100 sure of Dali Yuan, one would require nearly 100 sure of grain, entailing a laborious process of husking rice, steaming, mashing, and rolling into pills, consuming an inordinate amount of his time. He hasn't even accounted for the enhancement effects of the gourd. It would be best to exchange it for Pei Yuan Gu Ben Wan. In truth, most individuals cannot afford to consume the Pei Yuan Gu Ben Wan at 10 taels of silver per pill as frequently as he does. His cousin, Zhang Yuyang, is relentlessly exploiting the tenants to acquire resources for cultivation, nearly squeezing the life out of the tenants of Shishi village. All for the sake of acquiring a few more Pei Yuan Gu Ben Wan. Were Zhang Yuyang to witness the helpless expression on Ergo's face, he would likely be infuriated enough to disturb the graves of his ancestors. Very well, come tomorrow morning to collect the pills. By the way, could you possibly bring more Dali Yuan during this period? How much would you need? Ergo is indeed more curious about where Sima Yi sells all those Dali Yuan he purchases in such abundance. This time, the more, the better. In truth, I have profited considerably from reselling the vitality pills, and I find myself in need of a substantial sum of money. When Sima Yi spoke of his earnings, an unusual flush crept onto his cheeks. Perhaps, in his heart, making a profit at the expense of friends was not a particularly honorable endeavor. However, upon learning that Sima Yi was making a profit from the transactions, Ergo felt a sense of reassurance. The two engaged in several exchanges each year, with Sima Yi assisting him in reselling the vitality pills, only to subsequently acquire the essence fortifying pills, busying themselves in this manner. If Sima Yi were to earn not a single coin from these dealings, Ergo would feel rather awkward about imposing upon him. Very well. I shall deliver it to you in about 10 days, he said. After leaving the rejuvenation hall, Ergo proceeded to the Zhengwu Hall. Huang Laocai's son, Huang Monsong, had been studying martial arts at Zhengwu Hall for several months, incurring tuition fees of several dozen taels of silver each year. It was said that when Huang Monsong arrived with the recommendation letter written by Ergo, he encountered a fair amount of trouble. Huang Laocai, wearing a smile, had to part with several envelopes of silver before all the formalities were completed. Ergo discerned that within Zhengwu Hall, no one truly regarded him, the instructor, on a stipend, with any seriousness. Their politeness towards him was merely a courtesy extended due to the Sima family's reputation. As for the students he had introduced, there was no obligation for anyone to show him any deference. Yet for Ergo, the greatest value of Zhengwu Hall lay in its library. The opinions of others mattered little to him. In the past, he had sought guidance from Sima Hong regarding martial arts knowledge. Now that he had reached the 4th level of Qi training and began to delve into the study of spells, Sima Hong could offer him no further assistance. Ergo entered the library, returning the books he had previously borrowed. He then searched the shelves and selected a dozen or so volumes to take home for leisurely reading. He had developed a fondness for books. Whenever he found himself with a moment of free time, he would indulge in reading, broadening his horizons and enriching his understanding. Beyond the realm of cultivating immortality, he was discovering a plethora of diverse knowledge. After resting overnight at the Zhenglu Hall, he set out the following morning to the Huichun Hall to collect the Peiyuan Gubin pill before departing the city to return home. While traversing the path, he suddenly felt hunger pangs, having forgotten to purchase some buns that morning. He decided to find a secluded spot and sat on a stone, casually munching on some persimmons to satiate his hunger. As he ate, he took out one of the newly borrowed books to read. This particular tome was an exposition on various materials from around the world. Flipping through its pages, he fortuitously came across a section detailing jade and its properties. The text revealed that certain high-quality jade could store the spiritual consciousness of cultivators. Many practitioners would fashion jade into pendants or tablets to preserve information. This revelation brought to mind the pendant left to him by his master upon departure. His master had bestowed upon him immense kindness, imparting the secrets of cultivation despite the peril of execution. Such selflessness was a virtue he had yet to emulate. He had always believed that the pendant held profound significance, yet he had been unable to decipher its true meaning. At that moment, he directed his spiritual consciousness into the gourd and located the pendant. It appeared quite ordinary, marred by several cracks, suggesting it had been around for quite some time. He attempted to probe the pendant with his spiritual awareness. Just then, an overwhelming force emanated from the pendant, causing his consciousness to surge uncontrollably. This was a grave mistake. Stop! Stop! Do not! Ergo roared in his heart. Yet at this moment, he found himself utterly powerless, his consciousness completely drawn into the jade pendant, leaving not a trace behind. He sank into a state of semi-unconsciousness. Feeling dazed yet aware, devoid of even the strength to move a finger, forced to lie there on the ground. Time seemed to stretch endlessly until a passing beggar noticed the unconscious Ergo by the roadside. The beggar prodded him with a stick a few times, finding no response, and cautiously approached, rummaging through Ergo's belongings. He extracted a pouch of silver coins, weighing it in his hand, and determined it contained several taels. Overjoyed, the beggar glanced around to ensure no one was watching and hastily tucked the coins into his pocket before departing with quickened steps. Before long, another beggar passed by, scrutinizing the scene for a while before removing Ergo's shoes and striding away. Soon after, an entire family of beggars arrived, and they eagerly stripped Ergo of his clothing. Alas, such a handsome young man, what a pity. They left him with only a pair of underpants, sparing him some semblance of dignity. The family, delighted, carried away his garments. In truth, Ergo's consciousness had long returned, yet he was powerless to move. As they stripped him of his clothing, he felt an urgent anxiety, unable even to utter a sound. Fortunately, this family exhibited a modicum of decency by leaving him his underpants. He was uncertain whether to express gratitude or to curse them. However, his brief relief was short-lived. For where there are those with a sense of propriety, there are also those lacking it. A passing beggar stripped him of his last shred of dignity and walked away with it. Just as Ergo seethed with humiliation and anger, several more individuals approached his side. A man placed his finger at the tip of Ergo's nose, testing for any breath. There was still a flicker of life, his body not yet entirely cold. They decided to take him away while there was still warmth. Two vagrants seized hold of one of his feet each, dragging him backwards. His clothes had long been stripped away, and now he was being dragged along the ground, the friction against his back and head causing excruciating pain. Occasionally, the uneven terrain would present stones or wooden stumps, which the two men trampled over without a hint of evasion. Ergo, now disregarding the sharp agony from the abrasions, felt a surge of anxiety. In a time of famine, the fate of a man found in such a state could be easily imagined. Yet, his mounting worry bore no fruit, as he found himself utterly powerless. After a short distance, the two vagrants unceremoniously tossed Ergo onto a wooden cart. Among the cold, lifeless bodies piled atop one another, he found an unexpected sense of safety. As several more bodies were collected and added to the cart, Ergo was further submerged beneath the weight of the dead, his sense of security deepening. A perplexing thought crossed his mind. Owning a cart suggested at least some degree of wealth, which should preclude the necessity of scavenging for corpses. Moreover, one could hardly consume such a quantity in one go. Could it be that they intended to process the meat for sale? Perhaps dried meat, cured bacon, or meat buns. The very thought of his favorite meat bun stirred a wave of nausea within him. As he lay on the cart, lost in disjointed musings, a faint flicker of awareness began to stir within his consciousness. He started to regain some sensation in his hands and feet, his fingers and toes able to move. However, the vital energy within his dantian remained inaccessible. With eyes wide open, he gazed out through the gaps between the corpses. The night had descended, The bright moon hung high in the sky, and the stars twinkled above. Several shadowy figures pushed a cart along a rural path. Along the way, they encountered an old beggar, soundly asleep. The group stealthily approached him, expertly silencing the beggar, before tossing him onto the cart. After a lengthy journey, Ergo felt a flicker of strength returning to his body. When it came time for his disembowelment, he hoped to muster enough energy to curse vehemently, to vent his frustrations. Finally, the cart came to a halt at the foot of a mountain, where others had long awaited their arrival. Hilauda. There are 12 corpses in total. Please verify, one of the men said. Hilauda, as he was called, began to inspect the bodies on the cart, counting each one. Indeed, there were 12 corpses. For each, you shall receive 1 liter of rice, totaling an amount of 1 dough and 2 liters. Could you possibly give us a little more? We have toiled all day and traveled miles. One of the men pushing the cart pleaded, seeking to negotiate a higher price. It is impossible to increase the price. Grain is rising in cost. In a few days, these corpses will be even less valuable, Hilauda replied. Also, kindly assist me in carrying these bodies into the cave. I will provide you with more grain. Be careful not to drag them on the ground. If the corpses are damaged, their quality will diminish. Under Hilauda's direction, they hoisted the bodies and trekked several miles up the mountain, eventually entering a cave at the mountain's base. Ergo sensed that if he were to escape now, he might manage it, albeit for only a short while. It was wiser to bide his time and regain a bit more strength before making any rash decisions. Regardless of the multitude of corpses, one may not necessarily be the first to suffer disembowelment. Although the cave is illuminated by numerous torches, an eerie chill permeates the air. Ergo, along with the other lifeless bodies, is unceremoniously cast upon the frigid ground. In addition to the 12 newcomers, there lie over 20 other corpses. Those tasked with collecting the bodies have received 12 measures of rice and departed in high spirits. At this moment, a man referred to as Hilauda follows closely behind a scar-faced individual, exhibiting a demeanor of utmost respect. Ergo squints his eyes, recognizing the scar-faced man, whom he had encountered just yesterday at the county market. At that time, the scar-faced man had purchased over 20 living souls in one breath. Furthermore, he had employed a divination technique, revealing that the man possessed the strength of a third-tier chi practitioner. With this revelation, the prospect of escape becomes even more daunting. Not only can he not flee, but he also dares not exhale audibly, forcing himself to appear on the brink of death, until his strength is fully restored. He is no match for the scar-faced man. Fortunately, the scar-faced man is merely a third-tier chi practitioner and lacks spiritual awareness, thus unable to detect Ergo's ruse. The corpses collected today, alongside those from previous days, will be stored in the corpse-rearing cave, where, in 2 days, a master of the Iron Corpse sect will arrive, bringing with him a trace of the corpse chi from the Great Drought Spirit. These ordinary corpses, once tainted with a hint of the Great Drought Spirit's essence, shall transform into zombies within a month or 2. Ergo continues to feign death amidst the pile of bodies. He recalls having read in the geographical records of the Great Zhou that to the west of the Great Zhou dynasty lies the kingdom of Peach Mountain, a realm populated by ghostly cultivators and zombies. In the realm of various types of zombies, the drought demon stands out with its formidable reputation and infamy. He, the leader, accompanied by a few individuals, transferred these corpses into a smaller cavern. One of the bodies appeared not to be completely lifeless. A man, dragging the corpse of Ergo, detected a faint warmth. Regardless of whether the individual was truly dead, it was inevitable that they would all transform into zombies in a few days, the leader remarked nonchalantly. Once they had moved all the bodies into the corpse-rearing cave and sealed the entrance, they departed. Ergo found himself amidst the pile of corpses, acutely aware of the chilling atmosphere that penetrated to his very bones. He gently moved his limbs, pushing aside the bodies that weighed upon him, and slowly sat up. Within this space lay at least 200 to 300 corpses, comprising men, women, and children, most of whom were stripped of their garments, their bodies a ghastly shade of blue. Assessing his physical recovery, he surmised that if he could safely endure the night, he would likely regain full vitality by the following day. After being subjected to such unprovoked torment, he had narrowly escaped death. Yet, within the honest and simple gaze of Ergo, a flicker of murderous intent emerged. Chapter 50, The Bronze Medal in the Corpse-Rearing Cave. Ergo spent the longest and most arduous night in the company of the dead. At last, he rose to his feet, stretching his limbs, sensing no discomfort throughout his body. Within his consciousness, the expended spiritual awareness had only partially replenished. However, it should suffice to confront a cultivator at the 3rd level of chi refinement. The entrance to the corpse-rearing cave was obstructed by a stone slab, concealing the outside world. Standing at the threshold, Ergo extended his awareness beyond the stone, peering into the darkness outside. At that moment, the entrance remained unguarded and eerily silent. The other party likely believed that a corpse would not rise on its own. Ergo gently shifted the stone slab at the cave's entrance and emerged from the burial cave. Outside, there was no one around. From deeper within the cavern, faint voices could be heard. Following the sound, Ergo arrived at a narrow path, where two figures obstructed his way. Ah, is that not the very corpse I moved just last night? The corpse had seemingly come back to life. All that remained was to dispatch it once more. The two men, noticing the unclothed Ergo approaching, dismissed him entirely, oblivious to the impending peril. Just as they prepared to strike again and end the life of the figure before them, Ergo suddenly sprang into action, arms wide open, and fiercely embraced both men. A cacophony of cracking bones echoed, reminiscent of exploding beans. The two men did not even have time to scream before their innards were shattered, blood streaming from their orifices as they succumbed to death. Releasing his grip, their lifeless bodies crumpled to the ground, and Ergo stripped them of their clothing and shoes to adorn himself. He continued deeper into the cave, following the voices. Beyond the narrow passage lay a spacious stone chamber, where a scar-faced man sat alone, drinking, accompanied by Hilauda and his subordinates. How did you get in here? Who are you? Upon seeing the sudden appearance of the stranger, Hilauda and several of his men lunged at Ergo before the scar-faced man could speak. Ergo swiftly sidestepped, delivering a powerful punch that sent Hilauda's head bursting open, a mix of red and white splattering across the ground. Bang, bang, bang. With a swift counter, several punches were unleashed, each strike landing with a bone-crushing force. No one could withstand the might of his blows. A single hit could result in shattered bones and ruptured organs. In mere moments, the ground was strewn with the fallen, their bodies contorted, and their demise tragically brutal. Only the scar-faced man remained in the stone chamber. Are you Zhang Xiaocai? Do you recognize me? Ergo was somewhat perplexed. He had only encountered the scar-faced man once at the marketplace, and they had no previous connection. The tale of Zhang Xiaocai, who had knocked out the examiner during the examination, had circulated among the martial artists of Anchang County. The scar-faced man spoke with calm deliberation. I do not know who sent you, or if this is merely a case of mistaken identity. I advise you to leave now, as if you have seen nothing. Some matters are beyond your grasp. This individual, oblivious to the true intentions of Ergo, was attempting to intimidate him. However, Ergo's thoughts were entirely contrary. He had initially intended to eliminate everyone in the cave to vent his fury. Now that his identity was revealed, it was imperative to eliminate all witnesses without leaving any loose ends. Unfazed, Ergo summoned a heavy sword, wide as a door, into his grasp. Since acquiring his spiritual awareness, retrieving items from his gourd had become exceedingly convenient. Merely enveloping them with his mind allowed for instant access. Thus, he had stored most of his belongings within the gourd for easy retrieval. It seems you are determined to oppose me, the scar-faced cultivator declared, producing a yellow talisman and slapping it against himself, causing his figure to vanish before Ergo's eyes. Another invisibility talisman. During his last encounter with the emissary of the Daoxian sect, the latter had employed an invisibility talisman to intimidate him. At that time, he was merely at the third level of Qi training, devoid of any spiritual awareness, and could not perceive the concealed individual with the naked eye. Subsequently, he delved into the archives of the Zhengwu Hall to seek knowledge and consulted with Sima Yi. He gained a rudimentary understanding of the invisibility talisman. The art of invisibility merely obscured one's presence from sight. The individual remained, albeit invisible to the unaided eye. Now, as he invoked the Qi-gazing technique, he effortlessly discerned a dense aura of life stealthily approaching him. Ergo remained still, seemingly oblivious to the presence of the intruder. Clutching his heavy sword against the door panel, he stood quietly, awaiting the approach of the scar-faced man. The scar-faced man, wielding a sharp sword, stealthily circled behind Ergo, reveling in his own cunning. Just as he raised his sword, ready to deliver a lethal strike to the unsuspecting target, Ergo suddenly sprang into action. As if he possessed eyes in the back of his head, and retaliated with a sweeping motion of his sword. The blade found its mark with a sickening sound, severing the scar-faced man's head from his shoulders. After dispatching the scar-faced man, Ergo scoured the cave once more, finding no signs of life. The 20 or so captives sold by the scar-faced man were also nowhere to be found. Aside from the corpses, he discovered 100 taels of silver, 12 essence-nourishing pills, and several stones of grain. On the corpse of the scar-faced man, he uncovered a yellow copper plaque, inscribed with a dark character. This plaque appeared familiar. He recalled having obtained an identical one from a member of the Daoxian sect previously. Retrieving the plaque he had stored in his gourd, he confirmed that it was indeed a perfect match. What could this plaque signify? Was it perhaps a marker of some kind of identity? Or perhaps, this is the identity token of a member of the Daoxian sect? Ergo concealed both tokens, planning to inquire about them from Sima Yi next time. He was a local authority and might possess the knowledge. Aside from the token, he discovered a jade-carved bottle on the scarred face. Merely this white jade bottle was worth a significant sum, around 10 taels of silver. Inside the jade vessel, there were 2 thumb-sized pills, blood red in color, appearing translucent and exuding a rich spiritual aura, far surpassing that of the Pei Yuan Gu Bin pills. He wondered what kind of elixir it might be. Could this be the legendary Dan medicine? He intended to bring it to Sima Yi for appraisal during their next meeting. Ergo transferred all the corpses from the cave into the corpse-rearing pit and sealed the entrance with stone slabs, striving to restore the site to its original condition. Yesterday, he had overheard that a certain Iron Corpse Master was coming. Unaware of the organization to which the scarred face belonged, he contemplated the necessity of eradicating any potential threats. However, he was unclear about the Iron Corpse Master's capabilities. If he were to be overpowered, it could cost him his life. With these thoughts, he exited the cave, made his way along the rural path to ascertain his direction, and returned to Shiko Mountain. Upon reaching the mountain, he watered the crops and fed the geese. Then took 2 large geese and hurried back to the cave overnight. At this time, dawn was just breaking and Ergo lay atop the mountain, observing the entrance of the cave below. He waited until the afternoon, finally spotting 2 figures approaching the cave. Though they were at a considerable distance, he could not discern their precise cultivation levels, yet he sensed that they were likely slightly stronger than himself. The individual leading the way appeared quite ordinary. Yet the person trailing behind him bore an unsettling demeanor, with a stiff gait and a shroud of black fabric concealing his entire form, rendering his visage invisible. Ergo, perched upon the mountainside, deliberated for an extended period on whether to engage. The 2 individuals below exuded a presence that suggested they were somewhat stronger than himself. However, he too possessed an advantage. Should the confrontation prove unfavorable, he could always mount the back of a great goose, rendering the opponent's strength moot as long as they lacked the ability to fly. Chapter 51. The Black Market. Upon resolving his internal conflict, Ergo hefted his heavy sword and descended the mountain. As he approached, he employed his chi observation technique, discerning that the cultivation level of the individuals was likely around the 5th or 6th tier of chi training, but certainly not reaching the 7th. The chi observation technique allows one to gauge strength solely through the aura they emit, making it relatively simple to identify those weaker than oneself. However, recognizing those of greater strength proved more challenging, necessitating extensive exposure and experience for accurate assessment. The middle-aged man in the lead, upon noticing Ergo's approach, initially felt a twinge of caution. Yet, upon perceiving that Ergo was merely at the 4th tier of chi training, he relaxed. As for the figure enveloped in black fabric, he remained like a puppet, silently trailing behind the middle-aged man. Faced with 2 adversaries exhibiting superior strength, Ergo pondered how best to navigate this predicament. Engaging directly with those more powerful than oneself was evidently unwise. He recalled the military text he had perused at the Zhengwu Hall, which spoke of strategies such as showing what one does not intend to use and appearing to act when one is actually doing nothing, advocating for surprise and unpreparedness. He found the wisdom within those texts compelling and resolved to put it to the test. Thus, he approached with a slight smile, a touch of shyness evident in his demeanor, bowing his head and performing a courteous salute. "Greetings, esteemed senior. You must be the Iron Corpse leader, am I correct?" The middle-aged man, momentarily unable to distinguish friend from foe, regarded the situation and nodded slightly, believing the individual before him to be an ally. "Where's Li Dabin?" he inquired. "He was in the midst of an intense training session and instructed me to wait outside for the arrival of our esteemed senior." Observing Ergo's humble demeanor and respectful manner, the middle-aged man felt a sense of affinity and nodded in response. It was unclear to whom this young and remarkable individual belonged, yet he appeared worthy of cultivation. "Very well, let us proceed." "After you, esteemed senior." Ergo gestured aside with a slight bow, inviting the middle-aged man to walk ahead. "Indeed, there are few young individuals as courteous as you these days," the middle-aged man remarked, displaying a look of gratification as he strode ahead. However, in the fleeting moment as they brushed past one another, Ergo suddenly sprang into action, drawing his sword from behind and striking at the middle-aged man with lethal intent. Their prior conversation had been cordial, and the middle-aged man could scarcely anticipate such a swift turn of events. In the blink of an eye, he was cleaved in 2 by a single stroke. Without a moment's hesitation following the successful ambush, Ergo pivoted and aimed his sword at the peculiar figure behind him. With a resounding crash, the blade struck the figure's head, sending him crashing backward. Simultaneously, the dark cloth that had shrouded the figure's face fell to the ground, revealing a visage covered in white fur. Indeed, his suspicions were confirmed. This strange being was a zombie. With the force of 1,000 pounds and a sword weighing 150 pounds, Ergo could cleave through stone, yet upon striking the zombie's head, he merely left a shallow wound. Roar! The zombie, struck by the sword, displayed an indifference to pain. letting out a fierce roar before springing back to its feet and lunging once more at Ergo, despite its seemingly stiff and clumsy demeanor. The zombie moved with a swiftness that rivaled the wind. Caught off guard, Ergo felt the creature's claws rake across his chest, leaving 5 long, bloody streaks that appeared quite fearsome, yet the pain was minimal. The zombie showed no intention of granting him a moment's respite, charging at him again. The clash between the two, man and corpse, was akin to 2 ferocious bulls colliding, both exhibiting immense strength and unwavering stamina. This marked the first occasion Ergo encountered an adversary whose power matched his own. He unleashed all of his might, reveling in the exhilarating sensation of combat. However, as the struggle continued, he began to recognize the disadvantages of his situation. The zombie, being an inanimate entity, felt no pain, even as its flesh was cleaved. It remained unperturbed, devoid of any sensation. In stark contrast, Ergo was undeniably flesh and blood. Each scratch left a wound, and he was uncertain if the creature's claws bore poison. If this relentless exchange persisted, he would undoubtedly find himself at a disadvantage. With this realization, he channeled the true energy from his dantian, following the pathway of the pericardium meridian to the Laogong acupoint. A continuous stream of energy flowed into his heavy sword, causing the blade to shimmer with silver patterns, akin to the branches of a tree. Gradually, radiant spots blossomed along these branches, culminating in the formation of a radiant sword. Following his cultivation and repeated practice, Ergo had now mastered this formidable power. Moreover, the luminous sword he wielded now differed from before. At the blade's edge, a shimmering aura extended, pulsating with a life of its own, measuring 4 to 5 inches in length. As the zombie lunged towards him once more, Ergo resolutely brandished his sword and thrust it forward. The blade pierced the creature's chest, unleashing a torrent of frenzied energy into the zombie's body. With a resounding explosion, the abomination erupted into a shower of limbs and flesh, splattering Ergo from head to toe. Following the strike, a wave of fatigue washed over him, forcing him to lean on his sword for support, barely managing to remain upright. Despite the tremendous power of this technique, it drained his entire reservoir of vital energy with each execution. After such a maneuver, he found himself unable to contend even with ordinary warriors. Unless absolutely necessary, he was reluctant to wield that sword again. At that moment of weakness, a group of individuals appeared on the mountain path, slowly pushing a cart laden with fresh corpses. Some still warm to the touch. What could this mean? Where was Bossy? The bloodied hands of these men betrayed their lack of fear towards life and death. Instead of being daunted by the gruesome scene of battle, they seemed eager to scavenge for corpses and profit from the aftermath. Did you slay these two? One burly man called out from a distance, testing the waters with his inquiry. Ergo, drained of strength and focused on recuperating, remained silent. Murder is a crime against the law. I shall report this to the authorities. Such an act is punishable by death. The man threatened as he and his companions grew bolder, inching closer. The notion of reporting a crime was merely a pretense. They themselves had no faith in such principles. Just days prior, Ergo had witnessed them murder an old beggar in exchange for a measure of rice. They seemed rather familiar. It suddenly dawned on them that this was the very corpse they had stumbled upon by the roadside just a few days prior. A few individuals exchanged knowing glances, their minds already concocting a plan. They had previously assumed he was deceased. It was all a misunderstanding, and they begged for forgiveness. One person stepped forward to apologize to Ergo, diverting attention. Meanwhile, another had stealthily maneuvered behind him, wielding a hefty wooden club, and without warning, struck fiercely at Ergo's nape. The back of the head is one of the most vulnerable points on a human body. Even a martial artist could succumb to such a blow. With a swift movement, Ergo twisted his body, evading the club while simultaneously drawing his sword in a fluid motion. His broadsword pierced through the man's chest, emerging from his back. Withdrawing the blade, he leaped and struck again, cleaving a black-clad man in half. He then sprang into action, dispatching the remaining assailants with precision, leaving no one alive. Originally, he had been contemplating vengeance against these individuals, yet fate had delivered them right into his grasp. However, after slaying them, he found himself breathless and exhausted. Reaching for his gourd to gulp down a substantial amount of water, after catching his breath, he approached the iron-clad captain's lifeless body. The man was irrevocably deceased, his eyes wide open, seemingly unable to find peace in death. With a casual kick, Ergo sent the head rolling aside and began rummaging through the corpse. He discovered over 30 taels of silver, a small bottle intricately carved from white jade, a black wax-sealed vial, and a sword that had yet to be drawn from its sheath. Inside the white jade bottle were 3 crimson pills, the nature of which remained a mystery to him. As for the black bottle, he merely pried open a small section of the wax seal and instantly sensed a tumultuous aura emanating from within, reminiscent of that of the zombie. Hastily, he resealed it with wax. Ergo meticulously packed away these items. The attire of the Iron Corpse helmsman was of commendable quality, worth at least a few taels of silver. Conveniently, his own garments had been stripped from him just days prior. Reclaiming one piece would break even, while acquiring two would yield profit. He resolved to take decisive action, stripping the Iron Corpse helmsman of his clothes and shoes, as well as the garments of the several individuals he had just slain, leaving them entirely bare. Though he was now financially better off, he had been raised to value thrift and maintain a frugal lifestyle, shunning wastefulness. After organizing these belongings, he dragged the corpses into a cave, stacking them alongside the others before setting them ablaze. The exertion left him thoroughly fatigued. As he prepared to depart, he spied the ox cart on the ground and decided to take it as well. Thus, half a day later, passers-by on the official road witnessed a peculiar sight: two large white geese pulling an ox cart, honking merrily as they trotted along. Upon returning to Shishi village, he happened upon Ahu and his wife, who were drawing water with a bucket to irrigate their precious plot of land. "Good day, my friend. But why are you watering the land now, when there are no crops and winter is fast approaching?" Ergo inquired from his perch atop the cart. "Hiki, who knows if there will be rain come spring? My land is too distant from the water source. I certainly won't be able to access any," Ahu replied, revealing the calculations in his mind. Seizing the opportunity while no one is vying for water, he decided to gather as much as possible to thoroughly soak the land. It would be even better to store some water. Indeed, many shared this sentiment. On his return journey, Ergo observed numerous individuals filling buckets with water. "Since you are in need of water, allow me to lend you my ox cart." "That would be splendid." "Thank you, kind sir." Ahu and his wife expressed their gratitude repeatedly. Although they did not possess an ox, the cart could carry a larger load, making the task significantly easier. There were also some old clothes on the cart, which he generously offered to them. They were merely salvaged items, with a wash and some alterations. They could be worn again. Ergo decided to gift Ahu's family the clothes he had taken from the deceased, moving them to tears. Ahu had a younger sister, 8 years old, who had yet to own a single decent pair of trousers. After brushing off the dust from his clothes, Ergo mounted his great goose and soared towards Shiko Mountain. Out of curiosity, he glanced at the jade pendant with his spiritual sense and nearly lost his life in the process. However, his master had not deceived him. The jade pendant left behind was indeed a valuable item. Unfortunately, his current cultivation was too weak, and his spiritual sense had been drained, rendering him unable to extract any information from it. Since it was a gift from his master, it undoubtedly contained significant content pertaining to cultivation, possibly conveyed in a more subtle manner for reasons of discretion. In the following days, Ergo took the time to manually craft a stone strength pill and then ventured into the county town. At the Huachuntang, after tallying the numbers, Ergo recounted his encounter with the scarred face and the Iron Corpse leader Decimai. He merely glossed over the humiliating incident of losing consciousness and having his clothes stripped away. After finishing his tale, Ergo presented several items for Sima to appraise. This fellow, despite lacking martial prowess, was knowledgeable about an array of other matters. He revealed 2 white jade vials, a black bottle, and a copper plate inscribed with dark characters. Sima poured out a red pill from one of the jade vials, scrutinizing it for an extended period and then inhaling its scent, furrowing his brow in contemplation. "Well, is this an elixir?" Ergo inquired, noticing Sima's peculiar expression. The least expensive elixirs were valued at several tens of thousands of taels of silver each. Possessing 5 of them would mean a fortune. Sima took a deep breath to steady his emotions before responding, "Indeed. It is an elixir known as Blood Soul Pill." Ergo's heart soared with joy at the revelation of possessing 5 such pills, even at the lowest valuation. They amounted to over 100,000 taels of silver, a sum he had never dared to dream of since childhood. It is undoubtedly an elixir, but it is crafted from living beings, thus not worth as much as you might think. Using living beings? Refining elixirs? Ergo had never encountered such a notion in his readings. The idea of employing the living as materials for alchemy was unheard of. Indeed, it involved treating the living as ingredients, a practice associated with certain malevolent cults. It appeared that dozens, if not hundreds, of ordinary individuals were required to concoct a single pill of this nature. In ancient times, when sects proliferated, many demonic factions specialized in transforming ordinary people into elixirs and magical artifacts. In the eyes of these cultivators, ordinary humans are merely materials for their ascension, with countless lives extinguished, sometimes amounting to tens of thousands, or even hundreds of thousands. When it comes to the myriad tales of the cultivation realm, Sima is undoubtedly more erudite than Ergo. Is such wanton slaughter of the innocent left unchecked? After posing the question, Ergo regretted it, feeling foolish. Indeed, there were sects that prided themselves on righteousness, yet no one took notice of such trivial matters. Each tended to their own affairs, indifferent to the troubles of others. Subsequently, the holy ancestor of the great show rose against the demonic sects, annihilating them across the land. However, some remnants escaped, allowing their nefarious practices to seep into the populace. In recent decades, cults have proliferated alarmingly, while those in positions of power merely pursue wealth and personal gain. At this juncture, Sima Yi's expression turned fervent, his eyes glistening with a hint of crimson. Please, assist me in identifying these two items. Sima Yi lifted the black bottle, inspecting it closely before inhaling its scent, refraining from opening it. Inside this black bottle, as you have suggested, it is highly likely to contain the corpse energy of a drought spirit. I shall not open it. I can deliver this bottle to the county office for further investigation. Perhaps this will lead us to uncover the whereabouts of the zombie. That is acceptable. Ergo readily agreed, recognizing that keeping the object would serve no purpose. By the way, I read in a book that when a drought spirit emerges, it brings desolation for miles. Given our current drought, could it be the work of a drought spirit? This had been a lingering doubt for Ergo. Unlikely. Came the response. Sima Yi resolutely shook his head in denial. What is the extent of your magical abilities? After contemplating for a moment, Ergo replied, at most, a dozen or so, Jean. Precisely. What kind of extraordinary cultivation would it take to influence a realm spanning thousands of miles? My ancestors once had a foundational elder, and records indicate that a foundation building practitioner can only affect an area of over 100 zhang. As for those who are more powerful than foundation builders, my ancestor had encountered such individuals, whose reach was roughly around a li. Of course, it is also possible that our limited cultivation and experience prevent us from comprehending the methods of those formidable demons. Perhaps I am overthinking this. But what about this copper plate? Is it a token of an evil cult? Ergo pointed to the last copper plate, which he had also acquired from a Daoxian sect practitioner. Sima Yi picked up the plate and shook his head. No, this is not the case. This is a black market pass. Chapter 52. The secret code wherever rivers flow and the sun and moon shine, all is deemed the land of the king. However, every entity possesses both light and shadow. In this world, there exist dark corners untouched by the sun and moon. In such obscure recesses, an unseen societal system thrives. Beyond the reach of the laws of the Great Zhou, the black market epitomizes such a place. Previously, Ergo had always been curious about where Sima Yi sold the potent pills and how he managed to procure so many foundational strengthening elixirs. Yet, both maintained a tacit understanding. One refrained from speaking, and the other from inquiring. Upon encountering the bronze plaque today, Sima Yi hesitated for a moment before finally divulging this secret to him. It turned out that anyone who possesses this token and locates the entrance, while reciting the designated passphrase, can gain access to conduct transactions in the black market. When Sima Yi imparted this clandestine phrase to Ergo, he made a modest request for Ergo to procure 100 shur of grain. At the current market price, this quantity of grain would require 500 taels of silver, yet it pales in comparison to the worth of this secret. Following the address provided by Sima Yi, Ergo ventured into a secluded alley that felt oddly familiar. Upon seeing a woman beckoning to him from behind a partially open door, he finally recalled that he had indeed been here before. The first time he accompanied Huang Laokai to the county town to pay taxes, they had lodged nearby, with several tenants expressing their desire to introduce him to the world. The precise location Sima Yi had given him turned out to be that very small apothecary. As Ergo entered, the old doctor reclined in his chair, leisurely sipping tea. Do you require an abortion or wish to consult about something more risky? I wish to consult about something risky, Ergo replied, feigning composure, yet his soy sauce-colored face betrayed a hint of embarrassment. What symptoms do you have? Cauliflower-like growths, occasional itching, and recently, they have begun to fester and ooze. Ergo inwardly cursed the scoundrel who had devised this troublesome passphrase. Please remove your trousers. I shall examine you. Is it really appropriate in such a public setting? Come with me to the room. The esteemed physician finally rose, opening a door to lead Ergo inside. Within this modest chamber, Ergo presented a token to the old doctor before donning a black iron mask. Upon verifying its authenticity, the physician revealed a section of the floor, uncovering a hidden pit below. Proceed, and simply follow the passage, he instructed. Ergo glanced within and descended the narrow steps. After traversing 2 or 3 zhang, he found himself in a tunnel approximately 3 to 4 feet wide, illuminated by dim oil lamps affixed to the walls. The passage twisted and turned, rendering the direction indiscernible. He had no knowledge of how far he had traveled until he finally spotted a staircase leading upward. At the top of the stairs stood a grand door, cast in brass, Ergo knocked upon it, producing a dull thud. Indeed, it was solid copper, and the mere door held considerable value. With a gentle push, the door remained steadfast, compelling him to channel his vital energy into his hands to force it open. Behind the copper door stood a masked guard, who, employing a technique to read one's aura, discovered that he too possessed the cultivation of the first layer of chi training. The individuals behind this black market were undeniably formidable. The admission fee was 10 taels of silver per person. Ergo retrieved 10 taels from his pocket and placed them onto the guard's tray. It was no wonder their financial resources were substantial. The entry ticket alone cost 10 taels. As he passed through the brass door, he beheld a street lined with shops and vendors peddling their wares, resembling an ordinary market scene. The individuals who traverse this place are predominantly martial artists, with some being cultivators, most of whom don masks to conceal their true identities. The items displayed on the stalls exhibit great diversity. At one particular stand, several ginseng roots are prominently showcased. Such commodities are exceedingly sought after. When Ergo inquired about them, he was told that they would not accept silver in exchange, but would only trade for Peiyuan Guban pills. At a neighboring stall, a few glistening white pills caught his eye, their appearance quite exquisite. What are these pills? Ergo curiously asked. These are marching pills, priced at 2 taels of silver each. If you buy a bottle containing 10 pills, you will receive an additional one for free. Consuming a single pill is equivalent to consuming a bushel of rice. Ergo crouched down to inspect them, recalling that he had seen references to these in the archives of Zhengwu Hall. It was said that these pills were crafted by cultivators, requiring 3 bushels of rice to produce a single marching pill. As one progresses in martial arts, the energy required to maintain bodily equilibrium increases daily, necessitating a greater intake of sustenance. During combat, the energy expenditure is even more substantial. For instance, with Ergo currently at the 4th level of chi training, if he were to subsist solely on ordinary rice, he would need to consume at least a bushel each day. However, by consuming rice imbued with spiritual energy, he would only require 2 liters. Similarly, ingesting other spiritually enriched ingredients could also reduce one's food intake, given the significant appetites of martial artists. While it is manageable at home, the situation becomes quite inconvenient when traveling. One cannot simply hire a caravan to follow behind solely for the purpose of transporting provisions. The marching pill was originally developed for military expeditions as a more convenient form of sustenance. Later, when the itinerant monks ventured outdoors, they began to acquire military pills for the sake of convenience. Ergo possessed a gourd, rendering such items unnecessary for him. However, driven by curiosity, he spent 20 taels of silver to purchase a bottle, intending to study it further. With the military pills tucked away in his bosom, he continued to stroll along the street, observing various wares, many of which he had only encountered in books and had never seen in reality. As he perused the stalls, he noted that many items were not for sale for silver but exclusively for the Baiyuan Guban pills. Clearly, in this locale, the Baiyuan Guban pills served as the true currency, capable of substituting for silver. At 2 stalls, he was astonished to find that they were selling Dali pills. The ordinary Dali pills were priced at 100 won each, while those enriched with Huang Jing and Rot Song Rong commanded an astonishing 180 won each. Sima purchased the pills from him, and after several transactions, their price had more than doubled. Witnessing such a substantial price difference made him quite tempted to set up his own stall in this black market to sell Dali pills. Selling directly would effectively double his profits. However, he quickly abandoned this notion. Firstly, he lacked the time to manage a stall. Secondly, Sima could sell in bulk without fear of repercussions, as he was the young master of the Sima family. Ergo, in contrast, would not enjoy the same protection. Thirdly, it appeared that Sima had only this one profitable avenue. In truth, he could have kept the secrets of the black market to himself. Merely the secret code would have proven elusive for him to decipher. At that moment, a rice shop by the roadside captured Ergo's attention. He had promised Sima to assist him in procuring 100 share of grain. Upon entering the granary, he was greeted by the sight of several large containers, each filled with an assortment of grains such as rice, sorghum, millet, wheat, and buckwheat. These were ordinary grains, seemingly akin to those found in the external rice shops. However, upon inspecting the labels, he realized that these grains were sold only in quantities of at least 100 share. At the back, there were 2 smaller containers that stood out. These contained rice and millet, sold by the leader. What is the price for this millet? He inquired. Esteemed guest, we offer the authentic Dingjia village crescent rice here, sold at a price of 100 taels of silver per liter. He then understood that this was indeed the esteemed crescent rice produced in Dingjia village, and the price was indeed exorbitant. Ergo had visited Dingjia village previously and had tasted rice mixed with the crescent rice. He had long wished to procure some seeds to cultivate himself, and to his surprise, they were available for purchase here. "Can this millet be used as seeds?" he asked. "Indeed, it can," the shopkeeper replied, "but only in the spirit fields can it thrive. In areas with scarce spiritual energy, the mortality rate is high, and the yield is minimal, making it a poor investment." The shopkeeper's words bore a tone of caution, warning against the potential futility of attempting to cultivate seeds that might not flourish. In Anshan County, there were only a few spirit fields, which had long been monopolized by several prominent families. No one else possessed such fertile land. Ergo contemplated the area he wished to cultivate, realizing that approximately 1 dough of seeds would be required for a mu of land. At 100 taels per liter, a dough would cost him 1,000 taels of silver. And how much do these ordinary grains sell for? He inquired further. The price for 100 stones is 500 taels of silver, and upon completion of the transaction, one can collect their goods at the county office. The county office? Ergo thought he must have misheard. Indeed, one could directly retrieve their provisions from the county granary. It was evident that the underground black market had formidable connections, allowing direct access to the official granary supplies. Today, he needed to purchase a dough of spirit rice for planting, as well as procure 100 stones of grain for simei, amounting to a total expenditure of 1,500 taels of silver. Over the years, he had sold numerous powerful pills, yet he had exchanged all the earnings for nourishing pills, leaving him with no savings. Furthermore, his visit was impromptu, and he was unfamiliar with the local circumstances, lacking adequate preparation. In his gourd, he had stored a considerable amount of grain, all infused with spiritual energy, which should fetch a handsome sum. Additionally, he possessed some red dates and persimmon cakes, which might also yield some silver. "Do you accept these items?" Ergo inquired, reaching into his pack to retrieve a handful of red dates. The rice shop owner glanced at them, sensing the spiritual energy contained within, his eyes brightening. "Certainly. Though the spiritual energy in these dates is somewhat lacking compared to spirit rice. I can offer you 20 taels of silver per liter." This price was reasonable, after all. He could not consume such a quantity himself, and it would serve well to feed the geese. "That price is acceptable. But I did not bring any silver with me today. I shall return in a few days." Having exited the grain shop, Ergo left the black market and entered a tavern, where he proceeded to unload 2 large sacks of red dates from his gourd, shouldering the bags as he re-entered the black market. The grain shopkeeper did not anticipate that Ergo would return so swiftly after stating he would come back in a few days. He brought back 2 large sacks containing a total of 15 dough, which he sold for 3,000 taels of silver. However, on the spot, he purchased 1 dough of spiritual rice seeds and 100 stones of ordinary grain, spending 1,500 taels. Upon exiting the grain store, he was already carrying 1 dough of spiritual rice, 1,500 taels of silver, and a receipt tucked away in his pocket. Chapter 53, Detoxification Pill. Ergo returned home with 1 dough of spiritual rice and immediately began a meticulous comparison between this rice and the cat-tooth spiritual rice stored in his gourd. The 2 varieties were indeed related, appearing almost identical. However, the cat-tooth rice was slightly smaller and shorter. Such subtle differences in appearance would go unnoticed without careful examination. The cat-tooth rice inherently possessed a faint aura of spiritual energy, and after being stored in the gourd, its concentration of spiritual energy rivaled that of the crescent spiritual rice. An idea sparked in Ergo's mind for a lucrative venture. He could enhance the spiritual energy of cat-tooth rice by storing it in the gourd and subsequently sell it as crescent rice. The crescent spiritual rice could fetch 100 taels per dough. Currently, he cultivated 1 mu of land, yielding a harvest approximately once a month, amounting to about 4 dough of rice. If sold in its entirety, he could earn back 4,000 taels of silver. Yet, before the crescent spiritual rice could be harvested, he needed to reserve some for his own consumption. Since reaching the 4th level of Qi training, his demand for spiritual energy had surged, and the energy provided by the foundational nurturing pills was becoming insufficient. On the very day of his return, Ergo commenced the arduous task of land reclamation. With sheer determination, he wielded a heavy sword to level out rocky terrain, preparing an acre of new farmland. At long last, he had sown the entirety of the crescent-shaped lingdu seeds and watered them. The new field was strewn with stones, comprised of unripe soil with rather poor fertility. Typically, it would take several years to yield any noteworthy crops. However, with the water from the gourd, he could surmount these challenges, enabling the crops to not only thrive but also flourish rapidly. The crescent-shaped lingmi, which ordinarily required a decade to mature, could now be harvested in just a year. On this particular day, after watering all the crops, Ergo mounted his grand goose and descended the mountain to visit the tenant, Ahu. The old clothes he had previously given Ahu had been dismantled by his wife, and now their children were adorned in new trousers, finally free from the embarrassment of exposure. "Master, the rice flour you requested is ready," Ahu announced. Ergo glanced at the rice flour nestled in the large wooden barrel. It was pristine and delicate, meeting his standards. The process of making the powerful pills was rather time-consuming and disrupted his cultivation. Moreover, following his recent skirmish with a zombie, his wounds had yet to heal, and haphazardly consuming some medicine had proven ineffective. Lately, he had been feeling unwell, experiencing erratic chills and fevers. Desiring to conserve some effort, he retrieved a stone of rice from the warehouse at the foot of the mountain and enlisted Ahu's assistance in grinding it into flour. He then steamed the rice, allowed it to dry, and milled it into an exceedingly fine powder. By mixing the rice flour with wild vegetables and rolling it into pills to store in the gourd, he could save a considerable amount of time. From the stone of rice, he produced 7 dough of rice flour, leaving behind a barrel of rice bran. Ergo cast a glance at the rice bran. He had grown unaccustomed to its taste, finding it difficult to swallow, and it left his throat feeling raw. The wages remain as previously agreed upon. I shall provide you with a measure of rice, and as for the rice bran, I will forego it and gift it to you. Ahu and his wife expressed their gratitude profusely, thanking their benefactor repeatedly. The remuneration from Ergo was already quite generous, and now with the unexpected boon of several measures of rice bran, it felt like a stroke of fortune. In the winter, one could prepare a simple meal of dried wild vegetables, add a few grains of rice, and a generous handful of rice bran, which would be particularly filling, albeit with the unfortunate side effect of constipation. After settling the wages, Ergo measured out 2 stones of rice for Ahu, instructing him to grind it into rice flour using the same method. 5 days later, Ergo returned to Huachuntang with a sack of powerful pills. "Did you not already learn the address of the black market? Why do you still come here? I find it tiresome to make an extra trip to the black market. I shall continue to sell to you and take the opportunity to check your health as well." With a casual gesture, Ergo dropped the sack onto the ground. Sima fixed his gaze upon Ergo, meticulously observing his complexion. In the field of medicine, practitioners rely on observation, inquiry, and examination upon their initial meeting. They can analyze a patient's condition through their gait, posture, complexion, tone, and appearance. At that moment, Sima carefully scrutinized Ergo and easily discerned that a pallid, ashen hue enveloped his face. "Have you been poisoned?" "Alas, it could be due to my encounter with that zombie last time. I sustained some scratches that have yet to heal," Ergo replied as he removed his clothing, revealing a body marred with dark bruises. Upon witnessing Ergo's condition, Sima Yi's pupils constricted, overwhelmed by an indescribable shock. Having studied medicine since childhood and treated countless patients over the past decade, he had never encountered a case quite like this. Upon observing Ergo, one cannot help but notice the multitude of scars that mar his body, each one an indelible testament to his past, layered upon one another without a hint of respite. These scars intertwine grotesquely, presenting a visage both fearsome and chilling. In addition to these old wounds, there are numerous fresh gashes, inflicted by the claws of a zombie, their edges a sinister shade of blackish blue. I had anticipated that these minor injuries would heal within 3 to 5 days, yet surprisingly, they lingered far longer and have recently fluctuated in severity. Ergo speaks of his afflictions with a lightheartedness, accustomed as he is to the trials of pain and injury since childhood, believing that with time, his wounds would mend themselves. For him, enduring beatings seems to be a peculiar talent, in comparison to the myriad of old injuries he bears. These new scratches appear trivial indeed. "You've contracted zombie poison. Fortunate that you thought to consult me, or the next time we meet. You might very well resemble a zombie yourself," I advised. "For today, do not return just yet. I shall prepare a concoction for you, followed by a soothing bath." Without delay, Sima crafted a medicinal formula, gathering herbs and boiling water to concoct a large vat of remedy. Ergo reclined within the steaming infusion, his entire being relaxing, enveloped in warmth, experiencing an unprecedented sense of comfort. "How delightful it is to bathe in hot water. You've never experienced a hot bath?" Sima inquired, settling into a nearby lounge chair, recollecting that he had only indulged in a cold bath once. It was during the summer of his 12th year that he had stealthily ventured to the river for a refreshing dip, finding it quite pleasurable. However, the maid responsible for his care had met a tragic end at the hands of his uncle, and thereafter, he had never dared to bathe in cold water again. What need had a farmer, accustomed to the toil of the fields, for such delicate comforts? I traversed a considerable distance along the rugged mountain path, laboriously gathering a bundle of firewood after a day's toil, only to expend it all on a hot bath. Who truly lives like this? Ergo, scrubbing the grime from his skin, casually remarked, "It is rare to find someone like his aunt who would wash her smelly feet with hot water in the winter." Sima pondered for a moment. Indeed, boiling a large pot of water would consume an entire bundle of firewood, and 2 baths would require a whole load. In our village, Huang Lao Kai is the most particular. in the dead of winter. He would boil a large tub of hot water for a bath every 10 days or so. The large tub of water is first used by Huang Laokai, followed by his wife, then his son, and finally, the daughters of his concubines. After the entire family has taken their turns, the bathwater becomes thicker than rice porridge, so viscous that one could insert a stick into it without it toppling over. This bathwater is then saved to irrigate the fields, resulting in particularly lush crops. There is also a fellow known as Nyo Dan Dan, who, anticipating his wedding the following day, was reluctant to heat water and opted for a cold wash instead. Mere days after his bride entered his home, he succumbed to illness, leaving his brother Erdan to benefit from his misfortune. As Ergo continued to scrub himself, he recounted various amusing tales from the village. His storytelling was captivating, and Sima Yi listened with rapt attention, feeling invigorated by the novelty of it all. By the way, how did you acquire all those wounds on your body? Sima Yi had long wished to inquire about the myriad scars crisscrossing Ergo's skin. And after much internal deliberation, he could no longer restrain his curiosity. Oh, those are just from fights, and a few are from my own clumsiness, Ergo replied. Behold this scar. On that festive day, my aunt instructed me to prepare a pot of white rice. Curiosity piqued, I decided to sample the rice before the meal commenced, stealthily scooping out a generous portion to taste. At that tender age, my innocence led me to create a significant indentation in the pot, which my aunt noticed immediately. In her fury, she grasped the spatula and struck me, yet I did not regret the punishment. The rice was utterly delectable. As for this scar, it is a different matter entirely. When Ergo recounted the myriad scars adorning his body, it was as though he were narrating someone else's tale, vividly animated, sometimes even chuckling. However, Sima Yi found it impossible to join him in laughter, realizing the vast disparity in their childhoods. He recalled an incident from his youth when he scraped his skin. The maids and servants took turns tending to him, as if the heavens were about to fall. Now that you possess the scholarly title of Wuxiakai, your cousin should be no match for you. Have you contemplated seeking vengeance? Ergo fell silent for a considerable time before finally responding with a smile. The law of the land punishes murderers with execution. Whether one has violated the law is ultimately determined by the authorities. Sima Yi's lips curled into a faint smirk. When it serves their purpose, even stepping on an ant can lead to your arrest and execution. Yet, when they choose to disregard your transgressions, you could commit heinous acts right beneath their noses, and they would remain oblivious. Consider those highway robbers, as long as they offer a tribute to the authorities. They live more lavishly than the wealthiest landlords. Just speak plainly, do you desire revenge? If so, I assure you, the authorities will turn a blind eye. Upon hearing the tale of Ergo, Sima Yi appeared even more incensed than Ergo himself, persistently urging him towards retribution. Alas, I have been in a state of turmoil. My cousin is perhaps my sole remaining kin. At the tender age of 10, should her parents and elder brother be slain before her eyes, what would become of her? At least she lives joyfully now. I cannot bear to see her, like me, become an orphan bereft of family. This dilemma has long plagued Ergo as well. The so-called law is merely a fragile veil. On a moonless night, should one stealthily intrude and extinguish a family, who would hold them accountable? He perceives that Xiao Ezi currently enjoys a blissful existence. Perhaps it would be prudent to wait a few more years, until Xiao Ezi is wed, establishes a home, and bears children. Then, she should not grieve excessively. The two engaged in idle conversation, and before they realized it, a bucket of hot water had grown cold. The water has cooled. Let me see. Ergo emerged from the water, with traces of crimson seeping from his wounds, yet the surrounding area remained a muted gray. Does it hurt? Sima Yi inquired, prodding gently with his finger. Not at all, Ergo replied, shaking his head. What about here? Does it hurt? No. And here? Sima Yi pressed on every wound, but Ergo felt no pain. This poison in your body is rather troublesome. Ordinary remedies will yield no effect, Sima Yi remarked, shaking his head. You may wish to explore the black market, where there exists a pharmacy named Hongfu Tang, established by the county magistrate. Inquire whether they possess any antidote pills. Should they have them, the 5 blood soul pills you hold could potentially be exchanged for a single antidote pill. Duo Erzi donned his attire and took his leave of Sima Yi, making his way to the black market and heading straight for Hongfu Tang. Excuse me. Do you have any antidote pills? He asked. Are you in need of medicinal pills? The shopkeeper scrutinized Duo Erzi with a discerning gaze. Are you poisoned? Indeed. Duo Erzi replied. Regrettably, we do not have any antidote pills in stock. If you wish to procure some, you will have to wait a while longer. A deposit is required, as we must source them from the county town. Such pills are costly and seldom in demand. Without a deposit, should we acquire the pills at great expense, only for the customer to either refuse them or perish, the pills would then remain unsold. What is the deposit required? We do not accept silver here. We only accept Puan Guban pills or other rare materials. Duo Ertzi possessed but a few Puangubin pills and recalled Sima Yi's suggestion to exchange them for blood soul pills. As he produced the blood soul pills, a sense of apprehension washed over him. These were pills crafted from the living by a cult. Was it truly appropriate to present them in a shop owned by the county magistrate? However, upon receiving a blood soul pill, the shopkeeper meticulously examined its authenticity. With but a fleeting glance at Duo Ertzi, his expression remained unchanged as he issued a receipt. Indeed, this was a realm untouched by the law. And even a shop owned by the county magistrate was no exception. The antidote pills would require some time to arrive. Would you care to purchase some ordinary detoxification pills to temporarily suppress the progression of the poison? After the shopkeeper issued the receipt, he thoughtfully suggested his concern that Ergo might not endure until that time. Consequently, Ergo spent several dozen or 200 refined silver to purchase some detoxification pills. Hongfu Hall does not accept ordinary silver, but does not refuse refined silver, thus alleviating many of Ergo's troubles. This material is in high demand for weapon crafting. However, refining ordinary silver into refined silver requires a considerable amount of time and effort, making it relatively rare. Since refined silver is acceptable, he conveniently purchased 100 vitality reinforcement pills from Hongan Hall. Exiting the black market, he stowed the detoxification pills in a gourd, intending to use them after their potency had increased. 3 days later, Ergo sat on a stone bed and consumed a detoxification pill. Moments later, a trickle of black blood seeped from his wound, indicating some effect. After taking the medicine, he recalled a spell left by his master known as the rejuvenation technique. Previously, he had been overwhelmed with numerous techniques to learn and practice, and the rejuvenation technique had not yet come to his turn. The text mentioned that this spell could heal wounds, but he was uncertain if it could also counteract poison. This time, he resolved to practice this spell in advance and experiment with it. For the following month, he took detoxification pills daily while simultaneously practicing the rejuvenation technique. Under the combined effects of these two methods, the blackness of the wound ceased to spread further, and he was able to expel a portion of the toxic black blood each time. Now, when he pressed his hand against the wound, he could feel a slight pain. If this trend continued, perhaps he could eliminate the poison from his body without further detoxification pills. He should be able to survive. It would merely require some time. Chapter 54. Acquiring a spouse in Sanchatsi town. It had been a while since Ergo last visited. The jujube tree in Li Banzian's courtyard had been uprooted, leaving not a single fruit behind. The bark and roots had also been stripped away. He felt a twinge of guilt for neglecting his master's property. Today, he had originally intended to purchase pork in the town, but the meat stall had long since run out of supplies. All that remained was a bloodied human leg hanging from the stall. Given this grim sight, his favorite meat buns were now out of the question. Who could tell what kind of meat they contained? The price of grain had surged once more. In previous years, a liter of grain would cost no more than 20-odd won, but now it had escalated to 61. A stone of rice was equivalent to 6 taels of silver. Even at this rate, grain merchants hoarded their stocks, unwilling to sell, anticipating even higher prices in the coming year. The market was bustling with an increased number of people. Yet the variety of goods had diminished significantly. Tattered clothing and jars were among the meager offerings, none of which held any real value. It seemed that nearly half of the market was occupied by individuals peddling children and wives. Some bachelors, unable to find a spouse, seized this opportunity to feign negotiations, taking advantage of the situation. In truth, the wives of these impoverished families appeared emaciated, their hair dull and brittle, their bodies little more than skin and bones. One could hardly bear to touch them. As Ergo stepped into the market, a man approached him with enthusiasm. "Young man, how about taking home a wife to warm your bed? Look at my wife. She is one of the most beautiful in the village, hardworking and capable of bearing children. I'll let her go for just 1 stone of rice. No wife for me." Ergo shook his head in refusal. Several years ago, Ergo contemplated whether he should purchase 1 or 2 sturdy young women to take his brides. Now, having become accustomed to the dazzling world of the city, his horizons have broadened significantly, and he finds the emaciated women at the market far from appealing. Yet, despite his reluctance, he cannot easily dismiss the opportunity presented by a seemingly affluent client he has managed to find. Before him stands a youth, with skin as dark as the earth, garbed in the attire of a farmer. However, his visage bears a certain fullness, and he wears a pair of neatly kept cloth shoes, his clothing devoid of patches. It is evident that this young man possesses a simple honesty about him. The man insists on presenting Ergo to a woman nearby. This woman, adorned with a straw headdress, appears to be in her 20s, and compared to the other gaunt figures, she is perhaps slightly plumper. As the man abruptly pulls aside the woman's garment, a gust of cool air rushes in, causing her to instinctively shrink back, lowering her head. Look at her. Her flesh is firm and resilient, a promising prospect for childbearing. With just a stone of rice, she can warm the bed, cultivate the land, bear children, and manage household chores. Purchasing her would be a sound investment. The man fervently extols the virtues of his prospective bride, claiming she is unparalleled in both heaven and earth. Yet, Ergo, who has not married even the second daughter of the wealthy Huang family, finds himself lacking interest in spending money on a wife. Instead, he turns his gaze to the market, observing the few individuals who specialize in the trafficking of people, sifting through the crowd. Occasionally, they pry open mouths to inspect teeth, or pinch flesh to gauge its thickness. This sight evokes memories of the butcher's shop, the severed human leg, and the blood essence pills crafted by the scar-faced men. Those who are bought may find themselves fortunate enough to serve as subordinates, scraping by with mere sustenance. Fortune has not favored them. Who knows how they will be dealt with? Very well, I shall purchase a measure of rice. Ergo nodded and promptly handed the man 6 taels of silver, instructing him to procure the rice from the granary. Thank you. From now on, she shall belong to you. The man removed the straw label from the woman's head and presented her to Ergo. Yet, the woman turned around, stripped off her cotton coat, and thrust it into the man's hands. If altered, this coat could be fashioned into garments for 2 children. Once I am sold, the children cannot be sold. They are still young and lack value. After uttering these words, the woman followed Ergo, refusing to cast another glance at the man. Esteemed sir, to take a look at my wife as well. She is quite admirable too. My child is 8 years old, capable of tilling the land and laboring for merely a doe of grain. Consider my offer. Observing that Ergo did not haggle and directly purchased a wife, other marketgoers hastened to encircle him, fervently promoting their own children or spouses. The youth before them appeared simple and earnest, generous in his dealings, and selling to him would at least secure a means of survival. As for the fate of those sold to the hands of others, uncertainty loomed in their minds. Faced with a multitude of eager faces pressing for his attention, Ergo made an impulsive decision. He resolved to purchase every individual present at the market that day. No crowding, one at a time, one at a time. As Ergo departed from the crossroads town, over 30 individuals trailed behind him. Both men and women were present, with the older ones in their 20s and 30s, while the youngest were merely 2 or 3 years old, the majority being children. Among them, 12 were someone else's wives. These individuals, each clad in tattered garments and bearing gaunt faces, followed behind Ergo with a vacant expression, the only sound breaking the silence being the occasional cough. In a moment of impulsiveness, Ergo had brought back such a multitude, now leading them to the foot of Shakudai Mountain. However, he was somewhat troubled regarding how to accommodate them. He possessed only a single blue brick house, which served as his granary. Furthermore, he lacked any additional shelter. Leaving them outside in the dead of winter would surely result in several freezing to death overnight. After contemplating, he recalled the abundance of dry straw on the mountain. Thus, he employed his wind-manipulating abilities to ascend to the summit and gather the straw. This scene left the 30-odd individuals utterly astonished, pondering what sort of new master they had followed. Their astonishment intensified further when they witnessed Ergo descending from the sky atop a large goose. Was this truly the legendary immortal teacher? Ergo pointed to the substantial pile of straw. For tonight, you shall use this straw to keep warm, and tomorrow we shall construct a straw hut. The crowd watched their new master in silence, none daring to utter a word. What is your name? Ergo singled out the first wife he had purchased from the group. I am called Chiyoyu. Very well, from now on, I entrust these 30-odd individuals to your care. With so many people, he lacked the energy to oversee them all, necessitating someone to manage daily affairs. You are all to follow Chiyoyu's arrangements. Silence enveloped the crowd once more, with only Chiyoyu displaying a look of unexpected surprise. Chiyoyu, come with me. As Ergo spoke, he made his way towards the gray brick house. Chiyoyu followed closely behind, her head bowed, feeling a twinge of anxiety, uncertain of her new master's intentions. Having already sold herself, she now belonged to him. Ergo opened the large door and stepped inside, with Chiyoyu promptly trailing after him. Inside was a rather simple living room, furnished with merely a wooden table and 4 stools. Ergo then opened another door, revealing a room filled with red dates and dried persimmons. He filled several burlap sacks, intending to take them out for everyone to enjoy. In that moment, Chiyoyu felt her hands and feet move with newfound agility, eagerly scooping up the red dates and persimmons by the handful. Occasionally, she would grab a persimmon and pop it into her mouth. The two filled 2 large bags and brought them outside to distribute the food among the crowd. The newly purchased individuals appeared frail and ailing, swaying as they walked, shivering from the cold. Upon receiving the food, they ravenously stuffed it into their mouths, nearly choking several of them. For now, they could only sustain themselves with the red dates and persimmons, as they prepared to spend their first night amidst the hay. The following day, Ergo provided them with a stone mill, an iron pot, and a stone of rice, instructing Xiaoyu to help them grind the rice and cook porridge. He then allocated an acre of land for them to construct their own straw huts. In the ensuing days, Ergo visited Sanchazi town daily, purchasing anyone he found for sale, having already acquired over 30 individuals. He saw no harm in acquiring a few more. At present, people were remarkably inexpensive, and he had not spent much silver overall. Gradually, he had amassed more than 100 individuals. Yet, Ergo himself could not quite comprehend the sudden impulse that had overtaken him. Perhaps it is due to the prolonged companionship with Sima that he has been subtly influenced by him. As for the notion of doing good deeds and accumulating virtue, he has never given it much thought. He merely feels a twinge of compassion. Chapter 55. At 18 years old once again. A new year has dawned, a fresh beginning filled with hope and promise. This year, Ergo is no longer alone. He celebrates the occasion with over 300 people, creating a lively and joyous atmosphere. Due to the hardships of the previous year, when pork could not be procured, Ergo caught several large fish from the gourd, complementing them with some dried wild vegetables, and simmered a grand pot of fish soup. Not a single morsel went to waste. Even the fish scales and bones were eagerly chewed and swallowed. Last winter, he had made a series of bold purchases, bringing back over 300 individuals. Among them, children under the age of 10 constituted half, as they were the least capable of labor and could be acquired for the lowest price, often for just a few dough of grain. There were over 50 young maidens and more than 50 wives, while the number of able-bodied men barely exceeded 30. Families struggling to survive were the first to part with their women and children. His total expenditure for acquiring such a multitude was less than 1,000 taels of silver. Though purchasing people comes at no monetary cost, sustaining over 300 mouths requires a significant amount of grain. With frugality, they could consume a stone of rice in a single day. However, the several dozens of stones of rice stored in his granary would not last long. Consequently, he ventured into the black market to procure an additional 200 stones of grain. Originally, this would have cost over 1,000 taels of silver. But through the use of refined silver essence, he managed to spend just a few taels. For Ergo, this expenditure was not particularly burdensome. With such a large group idling about, it was imperative to assign them some tasks to undertake. After several days of shared meals, everyone's physical strength gradually returned. After careful consideration, Ergo decided to have everyone excavate clay to make adobe bricks for constructing houses, which they would inhabit themselves. He chose a relatively elevated plot of several acres for the clay extraction. By excavating this land, they could also transform it into a pond for water storage and perhaps raise some fish. During this severe drought, only Dingjiazhuang and Anchang County remained unaffected, yielding a normal harvest due to a particularly large mountaintop reservoir that stored water regularly and provided irrigation during dry spells. Lacking the vast lands of Dingjiazhuang, Ergo designated only 5 acres to be converted into a pond, which should suffice to irrigate his several dozen acres of fields. With no snowfall last winter, it was certain that drought would persist this year. Thus, after the new year, they continued to excavate clay for bricks and dig the pond, working with fervor. These individuals hailed from impoverished backgrounds, and none were indolent. As long as there was food, they feared neither hardship nor fatigue. It was still early in the year, with the weather remaining cold. Adults were responsible for digging and watering, while the children chopped some straw and scattered it into the clay, then, barefoot, trod repeatedly in the mixture until it became soft and pliable, free of clods and stones, ready to be shaped into bricks using wooden molds. Once dried, the children transported the bricks while the adults constructed the walls. With over 300 people working simultaneously, efficiency was notably high. By the end of the previous year, 2 adobe houses had already been completed. The roofs were temporarily thatched with straw, layered generously, and coated with mud. In the matter of constructing houses with bricks, Ergo only occasionally observed, choosing not to partake. Each day, he devoted himself to tilling the land upon the mountain, engaging in self-cultivation and the reading of books. He had mastered the rejuvenation technique to a remarkable degree, capable of expelling toxic blood from his wounds with each application. By performing the technique 5 times daily, in conjunction with the effects of detoxification pills, he had successfully eliminated a significant portion of the corpse poison within him. If this continued, he would no longer require a single detoxification pill. On this particular day, he prepared some strength pills and ventured into the county town. Ever since he discovered the ability to utilize refined silver essence in the black market, he found himself no longer needing to sell strength pills for profit. However, while he had no need, Sima was quite eager to sell strength pills for a modest margin. With the increasing number of disaster victims, even a thin porridge required a considerable amount of grain daily. At the entrance of the rejuvenation hall, a long queue persisted. Ergo waited until nightfall before stepping inside. Ergo, you arrive at just the right moment. I have splendid news to share with you. Sima greeted him with a smile. What news? Ergo found it difficult to conceive of any good news in these times. Do you recall the bottle of drought corpse tea you acquired last time? Of course. You helped me deliver it to the county office. Initially, Ergo held little hope for the officials at the county office, but upon hearing Sima Yi's words, could it be that there was indeed a glimmer of hope? The county office, feeling unable to contend with the drought corpse, forwarded the bottle of corpse chi to the prefectural city. In the prefectural city, where many skilled individuals resided, some adept at tracking, they utilized the bottle of corpse chi to uncover a hidden lair of a malevolent cult. The county government dispatched skilled individuals to eradicate the lair of the evil cult, successfully eliminating 3 leaders at the foundation establishment stage and dozens of disciples at the chi refinement stage. This significant achievement will be reported to the imperial court, with both the county and local offices receiving commendations. Although you did not participate in the battle, you are likely to receive recognition as well. It will not be long before the rewards are distributed. Ergo was genuinely surprised. He had not anticipated that the officials were not only adept at extorting the populace, but also possessed formidable combat capabilities. To slay 3 foundation establishment cultivators and dozens of chi refinement cultivators in a single encounter was no small feat. It is worth noting that currently, in the entire Anshan County, there is not even a single foundation establishment expert, a figure of legendary status. However, the zombie possessing the bloodline of the drought corpse managed to escape, and the vial of corpse chi you submitted has been exhausted, leaving us unable to trace its whereabouts. Sima added, indeed, one should not harbor excessive expectations. What level of power does that zombie possess? If it is allowed to roam freely, does that not pose an even greater danger? Ergo felt as if they had stirred a hornet's nest. Such a formidable being, once unrestrained, would be beyond the capacity of local forces to confront. It is said to possess the bloodline of the drought corpse, potentially exceeding the strength of an ordinary foundation establishment cultivator. During the encirclement, this drought corpse tore apart a foundation establishment cultivator before breaking through the siege. Ergo had a deep understanding of the power of zombies. The one he encountered previously was on par with his own strength. Well then, what rewards might the government bestow upon me? Ergo inquired with a hint of curiosity. The matter of the zombie felt distant, and he wished to inquire about the tangible benefits in the present. It is said that the leaders who participated in the battle at the county seat have been promoted, and others have received rewards in the form of elixirs. Surely, we should also be entitled to a share or two. Elixirs? Upon hearing this, Ergo began to anticipate this reward eagerly. After conversing with Sima for a while, Ergo took his leave from the rejuvenation hall and made a trip to the black market, where he sold a large sack of red dates, exchanging them for over 1,000 taels of silver. He realized that the money of cultivators was the easiest to earn. Anything that bore even a hint of spiritual energy could fetch several times its original price. As he emerged from the grain shop, a vendor at a nearby stall called out, "Esteemed customer, come and see, authentic elixirs for sale." Ergo was intrigued. When had it become possible to purchase genuine elixirs from a street vendor? Do you truly have elixirs for sale, or are they merely fakes? He inquired. Impossible to be fake. Just take a look, and you will know. The vendor produced a white jade vial from within his garment and poured out a blood-red, crystal-clear pill. Take a whiff of this rich, spiritual energy. If it weren't for the plummeting prices of raw materials this year, how could one possibly acquire such fine elixirs? Consuming one of these is equivalent to a year of arduous meditation. For just 1,000 Peiyuan Gubin pills, you can exchange for one, or trade with other spiritual items of equal value. The vendor continued to extol the virtues of his elixirs, asserting that a mere 1,000 Peiyuan Gubin pills, which equated to 10,000 taels of silver, was indeed a bargain. May I ask where you procured this elixir? Ergo inquired earnestly, already offering a large vial of Peiyuan Gubin pills. However, the vendor remained cautious and quickly tucked the blood soul pill back into his cloak. If you choose not to purchase, so be it. Do not disturb my business. Ergo wandered around once more, but with no further discoveries, he exited the black market. He then hurried back to Shiko Mountain overnight. The distance from Shiko Mountain to the county town, in his earlier days when he lacked cultivation, required a full day's walk. Now, if he utilized the wind manipulation technique, he could make the journey in a mere half-day at most. However, if there were no pressing matters, he would not rush, opting instead to stroll at a leisurely pace. Along the way, he encountered many displaced individuals, all heading towards Dingjiazwang. Blending into the crowd, he listened in and discovered that everyone was speaking of the Dingjiazwang Lord as a great benefactor, distributing porridge during this time. Furthermore, Dingjiazwang was seeking to recruit a substantial number of laborers to repair the reservoir. According to the displaced individuals, Dingjiazwang was also in need of a batch of capable household servants for guarding the premises. Ergo had visited Dingjiazwang before, where one could say they left their doors unlocked at night. As long as the entrance through the mountains was secured, outsiders could not enter. Thus, the recruitment of so many servants seemed unnecessary. Upon hearing of the Dingjiazwang lord's actions, Ergo's admiration for him deepened further. He and Sima Yi were merely children playing house in comparison to the grand ambitions of the Dingjiazwang lord, who possessed the capability to ensure thousands could be fed. With only 50 acres of land to his name, even if he wished to emulate Dingjiazwang, it seemed unlikely he could achieve anything significant. The other lands in the village were under the control of Zhang Yuliang. However, in front of Shiko Mountain lies Shishi Village, and behind it stretches a vast expanse of desolate mountains. In his previous woodcutting days, he often ventured there. The area spanning over 10 miles was uninhabited. It is said that this patch of wasteland belongs to a certain noble family in the county town. These aristocrats often have a penchant for hoarding land. Whenever they possess excess funds, they purchase plots to be left for their descendants. Perhaps Sima Yi could assist in inquiring whether it is feasible to acquire this land. Ergo returned to the summit of Shikushin, gazing towards the vast expanse of desolate mountains behind. Should he choose to emulate Dingjia village, he could construct a grand reservoir among those hills and level the lower terrain, transforming it into fertile fields. After all, labor is inexpensive these days, and as long as one can provide a meal, it suffices. However, the land belongs to others, and for now, he can only entertain such thoughts. In the following period, Ergo dedicated himself to training on the mountain, tirelessly expelling the corpse poison from his body, and he was nearing recovery. Due to the lingering effects of the poison, his cultivation had not progressed significantly during this time. Nevertheless, his mastery over the technique of externalizing true energy through his sword had seen considerable improvement. Previously, each time he employed this technique, it drained all the true energy from his dantian. Concentrating all his energy into a single strike indeed rendered a formidable and astonishing force. However, after executing that move, he would find himself exceedingly weakened, unable even to contend with ordinary martial artists. Through persistent practice and contemplation over this period, he finally made a breakthrough. He discovered that he could emit a blade of sword light from the edge of his sword. This sword light would only consume half of his true energy, and it could swiftly dart forth from the blade, striking distant targets with remarkable speed. Although the power of this sword light did not match that of a full-force strike, it was exceedingly sharp, and after executing the technique, he still retained some energy. All of these advancements were derived from the teachings of his master, which he had diligently explored and refined during his time on the mountain. However, the sword radiance he wielded was dazzling, far inferior to the intangible and elusive essence of true energy mastery exhibited by his master, who commanded it effortlessly from the heart. Youngsters are often brimming with imagination, and he recently conceived an intriguing idea. He envisioned himself perched upon the back of a great white goose, launching sword beams from the heavens aimed directly at his enemies' heads. He could strike them while they, unable to reach the soaring goose, remained helpless. Unfortunately, he could only unleash 2 sword beams at most, which felt rather insufficient. Perhaps he could procure some throwing knives or stones to cast down upon them. While he might not hit his targets, the foes would always be subjected to attack without the means to retaliate, which could be quite demoralizing. Among the individuals he had recently acquired, there were several sturdy men whom he could instruct in blacksmithing to forge weapons for him. However, when he approached these dozen or so men with the tome titled the Compendium of Armaments, inquiring one by one, he found not a single individual who could read. If the men were illiterate, it was even less likely that the women and children could possess such knowledge. Out of over 300 people, they were all effectively blind to the written word. He had his own training to attend to and no time to teach them literacy or blacksmithing. As he pondered this dilemma, Huang Laokai, known throughout the village for his literacy and arithmetic skills, staggered into his presence. Huang Laokai was renowned for his ability to name children when their illiterate parents sought a fitting name. Currently, Ergo owed Huang Laokai 110 taels of silver each year, a testament to his remarkable numerical prowess. As long as Ergo lived, his family would not face hunger for at least 2 decades. Huang Laokai, could you lend a hand? Master Zhang, please feel free to command, Huang Laokai said with a bow and a smile. Ever since the upheaval in his household, the once wealthy man of the village appeared exceedingly humble. The gestures of bowing, clasping hands, and smiling had seemingly become ingrained in his very being. Especially in the presence of Ergo, his humility reached a profound depth. In truth, he worried unnecessarily. Repaying debts is a matter of principle. And Ergo was not the type to harm a creditor. Could you take a look at this book? Might you assist in teaching a few of my men? Huang Laokai inquired, as he received the 100 Weapons Manual and perused its contents, a glimmer of light sparking in his dimming eyes. Master Zhang, "Do you intend to train blacksmiths to forge weapons?" he asked. "Indeed, I wish to create some swords and blades, but among these few hundred men, not a single one can read," Ergo replied candidly. "I too struggle with my failing eyesight and find some characters difficult to discern. Perhaps I could send my son, Huang Fugui, to assist? If Master Zhang does not mind, it would certainly be a blessing for him to work under your guidance as a blacksmith." Huang Laokai could humble himself to the ground when necessary, yet his astuteness remained entirely intact. This book was originally acquired by Ergo from that chubby lad, containing many secrets of weapon forging. For an ordinary person, mastering this craft could secure a livelihood. Although he was too old to swing a hammer, he could certainly send his son, Huang Fugui, to seize this opportunity and align himself with Ergo, achieving two objectives at once. Naturally, Ergo had no objections. Having Huang Fugui join would be even better. Having grown up in the same village, they were intimately familiar with one another. Chapter 56. Fishing for Opportunities. Huang Fugui was slightly older than Ergo. During his last imprisonment, a guard had broken one of his legs. Although a skilled physician had mended his injured limb, he now walked with one leg longer than the other. After joining, Ergo handed him the volume of the 100 Weapons Manual and asked him to transcribe it. Subsequently, Huang Fugui took the book and diligently studied it, eventually crafting over a dozen throwing knives for Ergo. While their appearance was somewhat unappealing, their primary function was to plummet from great heights upon unsuspecting targets. However, when Ergo attempted to utilize these knives, he discovered that hitting his intended mark was no simple feat. Many of the knives fell askew, tumbling or descending with their handles facing downward, rendering them less effective than simply hurling a stone. Thus, Huang Fugui was tasked with further refinement and improvement of his designs. In addition to honing his blacksmithing skills, Ergo also assigned Huang Fugui the task of teaching the village children to read. Initially, he anticipated only a few youngsters would attend, but to his surprise, over 300 eager learners clamored for instruction. Consequently, it was decided that they would convene for an hour of study each day after their meals, with the extent of their learning left to their own diligence. While the knives were lacking in efficacy, the geese he possessed were also underperforming. They could only carry him a distance of 2 to 3 miles, at most 5. To remedy this, he ensured the flock was well fed to bolster their strength. Recently, he had been administering a nourishing tonic to each goose daily, resulting in significant improvements in their capabilities. Yet, he soon faced a new dilemma: the limited supply of the tonic in the black market. The primary ingredient of the Peiyuan pill requires ginseng that has been cultivated for 50 years, with a fixed annual yield. A substantial quantity of Peiyuan pills was rapidly purchased, leading to a decline in black market stock, which consequently caused prices to soar. Such a swift escalation inevitably attracted the attention of cultivators in Anchang County, some of whom have commenced clandestine investigations into the matter. Alarmed, Ergo refrained from further purchases, opting instead to acquire a batch of auxiliary herbs. Utilizing 20 portions of ginseng, he concocted a considerable supply of Peiyuan pills. After enhancing them with a gourd, their efficacy matched that of the genuine article, and he discreetly sold them in the black market. Gradually, the price of Peiyuan pills began to decrease, and many showed less concern regarding the fluctuations. In the days that followed, he resorted to crafting Peiyuan pills for his flock of geese, while still procuring the genuine pills from the black market, enhancing them in the gourd before consumption. However, there were instances when he inadvertently repurchased the very pills he had released, and once returned to the gourd, they could no longer be enhanced. The geese thrived. Their size continued to grow, and their strength steadily improved. Meanwhile, through Ergo's diligent efforts, the residual corpse poison within him was nearly eradicated. One day, seated upon his bed, he ingested an antidote pill and employed the rejuvenation technique to expel toxins and heal his wounds. The numerous zombie claw marks on his body had diminished to just one remaining scar, while the others had healed, adding several new scars to his already marked skin. At that moment, as the antidote pill and rejuvenation technique worked in concert, a trickle of red blood emerged from the last wound. Thus, the corpse poison within him was entirely purged. The recent injury and poisoning lingered for a full 6 months before complete recovery was achieved. Although his wounds have healed, the antidote he ordered has yet to arrive. Had it not been for his gourd, which enhances the efficacy of the antidote, combined with his rudimentary healing spells, it is likely that he would have perished awaiting the antidote's arrival. As he continued to employ the rejuvenation technique, a stream of vital energy flowed gently around the wound, inducing a slight itch as it began to mend. After a while, Ergo donned his clothes and descended from his bed, mounting a large goose that soared down from Shiko Mountain. At the foot of the mountain, over a dozen earthen brick houses had been constructed, although somewhat cramped. More than 300 individuals now resided in these new homes. These 300 souls hailed from diverse families, all brought together by Ergo for similar reasons. They have since merged into a formidable extended family. The autumn moon, chosen by Ergo, proved to be quite competent, managing all matters and individuals with remarkable orderliness. The 5 acres of pond still awaited excavation, with work ongoing as the excavated soil was utilized for building. Ergo flew over the foot of the mountain on his goose, gliding past Shishi village before dismounting, now that the season for spring plowing has arrived. Despite the drought and lack of water, everyone is exerting their utmost efforts to sow their crops. Ahu's family, having irrigated throughout the previous winter, found the soil still moist, and in this season of spring plowing, they planted some millet and sesame. Though these crops yield far less than rice, they possess a significant advantage: drought resistance. Notably, sesame often yields even more abundantly in years of drought. As long as one can sow a few crops, there is hope for a modest harvest, preventing total ruin. As Ergo traversed the path, he observed many individuals shouldering wooden buckets, trekking long distances along the mountainous trails to fetch water from the Anchang River for irrigation. The river was nearly at a standstill, with only a shallow stream remaining in its center. In addition to those hauling water, numerous children and refugees were trying their luck at fishing in the dwindling waters. However, the fish were agile and elusive, making them difficult to catch. This scene stirred Ergo's youthful enthusiasm, prompting him to leap into the river. Emerging caked in mud and water, yet triumphantly capturing a hefty fish weighing over 10 pounds, evoking envy among the children. His cultivation at the 4th level of chi refining seemed somewhat excessive for such a simple pursuit as fishing. When Sima beheld Ergo entering the Huichan Hall with the substantial catch, he couldn't help but chide him playfully. You, a scholarly martial artist, have descended to the level of a child, frolicking in the river to catch fish. What a disgrace to your dignity. But will you partake in it? Of course. While the act of fishing may lack refinement, consuming the fish certainly embodies civility. Without delay, Sima dispatched the fish to the kitchen, and soon thereafter, a plethora of exquisite dishes emerged. The fish head was adorned with a vibrant layer of red chili, presenting an enticing appearance. Accompanying it was a bowl of fish soup, alongside a fragrant pan-fried dish, a sweet and sour preparation, and slices of fish. You city dwellers truly have an eye for culinary artistry. A single fish can yield such a variety of delights. Ergo gazed at the feast, marveling at the array of dishes, for whenever he prepared fish or boiled pork, he seldom employed such creativity, merely boiling until done, seasoned only with salt and oil, devoid of any other spices. As he lifted a small piece of fish, generously coated in fiery red chili, to his mouth, the moment it touched his tongue, he nearly wept from the heat. Having never tasted chili before, he was unaware of its intense spiciness. Fortunately, being a cultivator, he could withstand the heat without shedding tears. The fish was exceptionally tender, and apart from the spiciness, it was savory and fragrant, with a medley of flavors that made it truly delectable, leaving one craving more. Do you drink? Sima inquired as he reached for a wine gourd on the table, intending to pour some for Ergo. I don't drink. It's acrid, spicy, and bitter, far from enjoyable. I would rather have honey water. Ergo had never taken much interest in alcohol, feeling it was merely an invitation to discomfort. In his opinion, nothing surpassed the sweetness of honey water. Very well. Sima did not press the matter further and poured himself a cup of wine, taking a sip. I have found out about that desolate mountain you asked me to inquire about. Whose land is it? Ergo asked, intrigued. As such a vast expanse was not something one could simply claim with wealth alone. The county magistrates. Sima uttered those 3 words, and Ergo's hopes dwindled instantly. The county magistrate possessed ample wealth and power, lacking for nothing. It seemed he had little to offer that would sway the magistrate. Moreover, as a mere martial scholar, he had no opportunity to negotiate directly with the magistrate. Do not despair. There is another piece of news. What news? Sima leisurely took another sip of wine and savored a particularly spicy piece of fish head. The reward for the zombie intelligence you provided has arrived. It's a pill. Really? Ergo never anticipated that the notoriously unreliable government would indeed reward him with a single elixir. However, do not rejoice too soon, for the likelihood of actually receiving this elixir is rather slim. Before Ergo could fully savor his moment of joy, Sima calmly remarked, Why? Because the elixir, once delivered to the county office, was misplaced by the concubine of the county magistrate. It is not that you will not receive it. The county office has promised that it will be given to you once it is found. Chapter 57. Locust Ergo should have been aware that the officials were unreliable, and thus, he ought not to harbor excessive expectations. What was initially meant to be a reward of an elixir for Ergo had become ensnared in the hands of the county magistrate, never to be released again. Fortunately, with Samani's intervention, who appealed to Ergo's uncle to negotiate with the magistrate, a resolution was reached. Ultimately, Ergo voluntarily relinquished the elixir, sincerely requesting the magistrate to exchange it for 2 barren hills instead. Initially, the magistrate had no desire for the elixir, but upon witnessing Ergo's earnestness, he reluctantly accepted the offer. Naturally, Ergo was filled with gratitude, and others could not help but raise their thumbs in admiration, proclaiming, "The county magistrate is benevolent, caring for his people as if they were his own children." These two barren hills are located behind Chico Mountain, amidst a stretch of over 10 miles of desolate terrain, all of which belong to the county magistrate. He possesses many similar properties, and these two hills, adjacent to Chico Mountain, are significantly larger and boast a more level topography. However, in comparison to the elixir coveted by cultivators, such barren hills are of little value. Yet, this outcome is indeed the best that could be hoped for. Having acquired two desolate mountains, I previously aspired to emulate the master of Dingjia village in undertaking some ventures, yet I found myself lacking a suitable arena for such endeavors. Sima handed a land deed, adorned with an official seal, to Ergo. "Do you intend to cultivate the land?" he inquired. "Indeed. There are so many vagrants idle at present, it would be prudent to enlist their assistance in reclaiming the land. We should first clear the expanse at the foot of the mountain. Such a vast area left to grow wild is indeed a lamentable waste." Ergo articulated his thoughts with fervor, his eyes sparkling with enthusiasm. "I also plan to construct a substantial reservoir atop the mountain to collect and store rainwater, followed by the establishment of water pools. I aim to transform these barren hills into fertile fields." In his youth, he dreamt of possessing a parcel of land. Now, he finally had two grand mountains at his disposal for transformation. Moreover, with an abundance of manpower available, merely requiring sustenance in return, these individuals, if provided with food, might cease the sale of their own kin. Observing the flushed excitement on Ergo's face, Sima realized that, after all these years of acquaintance, it was the first time he had witnessed such palpable exuberance. "I possess 60 taels of refined silver. When you have the opportunity, please visit the market and procure any individuals for sale, regardless of gender." "All of them," Sima reiterated, clutching the pouch of refined silver, confirming once more. "The county market sees a multitude of souls for sale daily." "Yes, buy them all. Leave not a single one for those scoundrels," Ergo asserted resolutely. "Very well, rest assured, I shall exert every effort in this matter." As a local power broker, Sima naturally observed the increasing prevalence of blood soul pills in the black market. He could surmise the fate of many individuals who had been purchased. Yet his personal capabilities and financial resources were limited. Today, he finally encountered a like-minded ally. Should they acquire surplus silver, they would procure some grain from the black market. After the new year, grain prices surged dramatically, now reaching 8 taels of silver per shire. Following their collaboration, efficiency markedly improved. Within just a few days, Sima managed to clear the market of individuals marked with grass stakes, purchasing over 200 starved souls. Additionally, he acquired 200 shire of grain. Upon returning with these individuals and provisions, he settled them in a desolate area, hastily erecting some thatched huts. A myriad of tasks remained, prompting Ergo to invite Huang Laokai to assist in management. In the ensuing period, Sima utilized the funds left by Ergo to procure some wrought iron and farming tools. Moreover, he purchased a substantial number of individuals, acquiring any available for sale at the market. Nevertheless, despite these efforts, the black market continued to teem with blood soul pills, leaving Sima with a sense of helplessness. The tides of the world were such that they could not be altered by the efforts of a mere few. All he could do was to fulfill his responsibilities and leave the rest to fate. Ergo had been cultivating in the mountains for the past few months. With Sima attending to matters in the county, and Huang Laokai managing affairs in the desolate mountains, there was little for him to worry about. Since expelling the corpse poison from his body, his long-suppressed cultivation had begun to ascend rapidly. It will not be long before I break through to the 5th level of chi cultivation. On Snake Mouth Mountain, after years of nurturing, the iron thorns have finally flourished in a ring at the summit. The crescent-shaped ling rice planted last year has now begun to blossom, and it will soon be ready for its inaugural harvest. Other crops, such as ginseng and huangjing, are growing normally. The earliest batch of ginseng, which I have refrained from harvesting, has now reached an impressive 40 years of medicinal age. My ambition is to cultivate a century-old elixir, and in just 6 more years, that goal will be achieved. However, the recent surge in locusts has become a concern, with swarms frequently descending upon my Snakemouth Mountain. These locusts, often arriving in mass, leave no green leaf in their wake. Particularly in this time of severe drought, my verdant Snakemouth Mountain has become a beacon for these pests. Fortunately, my flock of geese has played a crucial role in safeguarding this modest piece of land. While they primarily graze on grass, they also enjoy small fish, shrimp, and insects. Since the mutation of my white geese, they seem to have developed a taste for meat. Each time a swarm of locusts arrives, it transforms into a grand feast for the geese. Naturally, the geese possess a strong sense of vigilance and territorial instinct. On this day, after I had finished watering the crops, a dense swarm of locusts appeared in the sky. As the vast cloud of locusts hovered above, my flock of white geese took to the air, pursuing the insects with fervor. Today's locust swarm was significantly larger than usual. The sky was filled with flapping wings, and numerous locust limbs fell like rain. Among these remnants, I noticed an unusual number of pristine white goose feathers scattered amidst the debris. This was indeed peculiar. His goose possessed an extraordinary physique, capable of holding its own against even the most ordinary of warriors. Ergo, filled with curiosity, glanced upwards and was astonished to witness a swarm of locusts assaulting his goose. In the sky, a large goose was being besieged by several sizable locusts, each measuring 5 to 6 inches in length, darting through the air like arrows, tearing away feathers and drawing blood. The large goose flapped its wings vigorously, striking one of the massive locusts. The injured locust plummeted to the ground, and Ergo hurriedly approached to retrieve it. Upon closer inspection, he discovered the locust's body was a vibrant green, with robust and powerful limbs, its hind legs resembling sharp saw blades. A moment's negligence resulted in a cut across his hand. Utilizing his chi observation technique, he noted that within its diminutive form emanated a fierce aura, a faint yet palpable energy akin to that of a martial artist. While ordinary swarms of locusts typically feasted on crops and foliage, the emergence of such mutated locusts signified a more ominous appetite. They would consume not only greens but also humans and livestock. Upon dissecting the locust's swollen abdomen, he found thousands of eggs nestled within, each imbued with a rich spiritual essence, golden in hue, which even Ergo found appetizing. He decided to keep this large locust, intending to prepare a sumptuous feast for himself. In times of hunger, he had previously roasted locusts on the mountain, finding them delectably fragrant and delightful in taste. As he observed the mutated locust still engaged in battle with the white goose, Ergo retrieved a bow and arrows. His aspirations to participate in martial examinations necessitated proficiency in archery, though his practice had been limited, rendering his aim somewhat imprecise. With a taut bowstring and an arrow drawn, the sturdy bow was pulled back like a full moon, aimed at a lone grasshopper. With a swift release, the arrow shot forth. However, the diminutive size of the grasshopper, coupled with its rapid flight, caused the arrow to narrowly miss its target by mere feet. Though the arrow did not strike the grasshopper, it inadvertently found its mark on the leg of a large goose, tearing away a small morsel of flesh. Honk, honk. The goose, engaged in a fierce struggle, suddenly cried out in distress, its leg pierced by an arrow. It was uncertain whether its vocalizations were curses or praises for its master's archery skills. Yet, given the goose's dignified and haughty demeanor, it was unlikely to utter any foul language. Feeling embarrassed, the young archer quickly put away his bow, refraining from further interference. Lacking proficiency in archery, he found the grasshopper's small size and swift movements a challenge, while the larger goose proved an easier, albeit unintended, target for mishap. The conflict between the geese and the grasshoppers persisted for the better part of an hour before gradually subsiding. The invading grasshoppers were nearly eradicated, with only a few fleeing from Snake Mouth Mountain, leaving behind a ground littered with injured grasshoppers. Among the geese, more than a dozen had sustained injuries, particularly the one that had been struck by the arrow, which was gravely wounded and nearly lifeless. In an effort to compensate for the mishap, the young archer offered each goose a restorative pill as a form of reward. To express his apologies, he fed 2 pills to the injured goose. Soon after, the geese, having ingested the pills, swiftly regained their vigor, gathering together to stretch their necks and honk jubilantly, as if to boast of their valor in battle. At this moment, the young man, armed with a bamboo basket and a burlap sack, busied himself collecting the fallen grasshoppers from the ground. Although the geese joined in the feast, their appetites could hardly accommodate the abundance of their catch. The ground is strewn with the carcasses of locusts. If not collected, they shall be consumed by snakes, insects, rats, and ants. Such fine sources of nourishment should not be squandered. If one cannot consume them all, it would be prudent to share with the diligent hands laboring in the fields. Any locusts of considerable size and appealing appearance are gathered into bamboo baskets for personal consumption, while the less desirable remnants are swept into sacks, destined to be ground into powder and mixed with staple grains. The quality of locust meat is certainly not inferior to that of rice. Currently, the price of grain has soared more than tenfold, fetching exorbitant sums of silver per stone. Even with wealth in hand, acquiring grain is a formidable challenge outside the black market. It is rumored that the grain from state granaries has been completely depleted due to rampant speculation. Chapter 58. Tea dregs in the 128th year of the Longxing era of the Great Zhou dynasty. Over 30 prefectures in the southwest face severe drought. followed by an onslaught of locust plagues, plunging the populace into despair and giving rise to rampant banditry among the displaced. The sagacious and wise Emperor Longxing, revered for his civil and martial achievements, whose virtue encompasses the populace and whose reign is destined for eternity, decreed the following. The citizens of Qingzhou shall be exempted from taxes for 3 years, and the Ministry of Revenue is to prepare 1,000,000 stones of relief grain for the afflicted. The governor of Qingzhou is to comfort the disaster-stricken and resettle the displaced, ensuring the eradication of all banditry within the region. Upon the issuance of the imperial edict, which was communicated to officials across all states and prefectures, the people of the realm extolled the emperor's benevolence. Officials from various locales promptly submitted memorials lauding the sagacity and wisdom of the emperor, whose governance shines brightly, illuminating the lives of all subjects. Furthermore, a young prince volunteered to personally visit Qingzhou to assess the situation and offer solace to the suffering populace. With the emperor's decree in motion, officials from the Ministry of Revenue and local governments acted with alacrity, leaving no room for delay. Holding the imperial decree, over 3,000,000 stones of disaster relief grain were collected from the populace, while a handful of disloyal subjects faced confiscation of their properties. Swiftly, an additional 500,000 stones of grain were dispatched to Qizhou for disaster relief. The officials of Qizhou, moved to tears, submitted their petitions overnight, expressing profound gratitude for the emperor's immense benevolence. Anchang County, where Ergo resided, fell under the jurisdiction of the severely afflicted Sanyang County within Qingzhou. He had never heard of any disaster relief efforts. Recently, a grain shortage had ensued, with the granaries depleted and the black market offering no respite. Responsible for the sustenance of several hundred individuals, he faced a daily consumption of 1 to 2 stones of grain, teetering on the brink of starvation. In desperation, he resorted to grinding the bark and roots from cleared land, mixing them with locust powder and a meager amount of grain, managing to provide a semblance of nourishment. The locusts had been ravaging the fields, their numbers swelling, prompting a cessation of land clearance. Each villager was given a bamboo broom to hunt locusts around Shishi village for sustenance. On average, each person was able to capture about 1 liter of locusts daily, sufficient for their needs. However, the emergence of mutated, larger locusts posed a grave threat, exhibiting formidable aggression and even attacking humans. 2 of his subordinates had already fallen victim to such attacks. Furthermore, the prolonged consumption of locust meat resulted in reddened eyes and heightened aggression among the villagers, leading to frequent brawls. In an attempt to alleviate this, Ergo experimented by incorporating a portion of the locusts stored in gourds into the meals of his followers. The villagers, unaware of any magical properties, simply found their food more palatable. Over time, their physical condition improved significantly, and the previously rampant irritability began to subside. The physical constitution of his subordinates has been enhanced, resulting in increased combat prowess and reduced casualties, thus rendering their agricultural endeavors more efficient. In the subsequent period, Ergo frequently incorporated a portion of spiritually infused food into his subordinates' rations. Today, atop Shiko Mountain, a fierce aerial battle unfolded between the geese and a swarm of insects. Ergo sat upon a large stone, savoring a skewer of roasted giant locusts. These mutated locusts, measuring 5 inches in length, are particularly delectable, with the females bearing eggs and the males rich in fat. Their succulent flavor is unparalleled. One merely needs to remove their wings, gently twist and pull their heads to extract the entrails, and then roast them over a fire or fry them in oil, releasing an irresistible aroma. It seems that Shiko Mountain has caught the attention of the locust swarm, perhaps enticed by the abundance of ginseng that blankets the mountain. Consequently, the swarm makes its presence felt every few days, only to be met with a fierce onslaught from the geese, resulting in a calamitous retreat for the insects, with only a few robust ones managing to escape. Yet, those fleeing locusts, undeterred by their previous defeat, soon return with reinforcements. The focus of the locusts on Shiko Mountain has inadvertently alleviated the locust plague surrounding Shishi village. However, the daily battles staged atop Shiko Mountain have drawn many villagers to observe. The villagers are aware that chickens, ducks, and geese can consume locusts, but most households typically raise only 1 or 2, while those with better conditions might have 3 to 5, primarily for egg production. It is not feasible for the villagers to amass such a multitude in a short time, especially considering that the geese on Shiko Mountain have grown several times larger and are even capable of carrying Ergo aloft. How could the geese at Zhang Leoi's home have grown so large? Surely, it must be due to the ethereal energy of Shiko Mountain. Just look at how Zhang Leoi, having resided on the mountain for only a few years, has already succeeded in the martial examination. I have long known that Shiko Mountain is a place of great geomantic fortune. Now, even the Anchang River has run dry. Yet the spring beneath Shiko Mountain continues to flow. My great-grandfather once told me that beneath this mountain lies the suppressed spirit of a 1,000-year-old serpent demon. I remarked to Huang Laokai, "You have sold it at a loss. Indeed, you have let go of a priceless treasure at a meager price." As the villagers engaged in discussions about the auspiciousness of Shiko Mountain, they could not resist teasing Huang Laokai, especially since he is no longer the wealthiest in the village and can be the subject of jest. However, none have ever witnessed a flicker of regret or remorse on Huang Laocai's face. Even a treasure requires the fortune to enjoy it. Shiko Mountain has been in the hands of the Huang family for nearly a century, yet it remains merely a rocky hill, incapable of sustaining even a tree. The obstinate donkey family ventured to cultivate Shiko Mountain, only to meet their demise through toil, with the wife remarrying and the children sold into servitude. In the past, I heard from the elders that a great serpent dwells atop Shiko Mountain, and to encounter it spells certain death. Huang Laocai's words have indeed dissuaded many villagers from their fleeting thoughts of venture. Yet, these are merely ordinary villagers swayed by the currents of gossip. Those with unwavering resolve, however, are never influenced by rumor. Once they have set upon a path, they pursue it with steadfast determination, regardless of the perils that lie ahead. Enduring broken bones or the death of a parent, they shall forge onward without hesitation. At this moment, in the home of Ergo's uncle, Zhang Yuyang and Zhang Yoxin are locked in a heated argument. "You must try once more. You are mad." Zhang Yoxin slammed his fist onto the table, glaring at Zhang Yuyang. "You nearly killed yourself and have brought death to our father. Do you still want us to accompany you on this descent into madness?" Bang! Zhang Yuyang slammed his palm upon the table, shattering the wooden surface into splinters. "Remember, it was Ergo who brought about our father's demise. If it weren't for my efforts, our family would not enjoy the prosperity we have today. As long as I can advance further, our entire family shall soar to greatness, illuminating our lineage and establishing a legacy that will endure for millennia. The day is drawing near." Zhang Yuyang fixed his gaze upon Zhang Yoxin, articulating each word with deliberate clarity. Although he had attained the status of a martial scholar and relished its sweet fruits, he knew well that, in comparison to the esteemed aristocratic families, he was not but a mere scholar unworthy of even carrying their shoes. What he lacked most was resources and wealth. If he could consume just a couple of P1 Gu Bin pills each month, passing the martial examination would not be an insurmountable challenge. There surely lay treasures upon Shiko Mountain. How could a mere swineherd like Ergo presume to possess such riches? As Zhang Yuyang spoke, Zhang Yoxin's eyes glimmered with avarice, tinged with envy. A stranger, regardless of his wealth or power, seldom evokes jealousy. Yet, witnessing his previously impoverished brother, who had once been treated like a beast of burden, now standing on equal footing, or even surpassing him, was a bitter pill to swallow. Each sight of Ergo ignited his ire. On what grounds did he deserve this? The mere thought of Ergo achieving success in the martial examination and flaunting his triumph before them was unbearable. Whether or not he could seize the treasures upon Shiko Mountain, one thing was certain: Ergo must not be allowed to benefit from it. At this moment, the two brothers reached a consensus once more, deciding to take action again. This time, they resolved to strategize before proceeding, ensuring a steady and methodical approach. Meanwhile, Ergo remained oblivious to the machinations surrounding his snake-mouth mountain. Huang Fugue and Qiuyu, accompanied by their subordinates, diligently ventured out each day to capture locusts, sustaining themselves without burdening him. Recently, he secluded himself in the mountains, devoting his time to rigorous cultivation, entirely detached from worldly affairs, having not descended for several days. His daily routine comprised watering the crops, tending to the geese, and immersing himself in reading and training, leading a life of utmost tranquility. The jujube and persimmon trees on the mountain had matured into robust trees, entering their fruitful season. With regular watering, they would soon yield a bountiful harvest in a matter of months. The abundance of fruit was more than he could consume, forcing him to dry and store it. His gourd already contained a significant stash of red dates and persimmon cakes. Additionally, he collected numerous locust carcasses each day, which he also dried and preserved in his gourd. Although he lacked for nothing in terms of sustenance, as someone who grew up enduring hunger and subsisting on pig feed, he could not bear to waste a single grain. Today, after concluding his training and just rising to his feet, a gaggle of geese surrounded him, honking incessantly. Ergo smiled faintly and retrieved a bottle of nourishing pills from his gourd, raising it high. "Form an orderly line. Those who do not queue shall receive no pills." At his command, the geese surprisingly lined up, stretching their necks in anticipation. One particularly impatient goose attempted to cut into the line, only to be pecked fiercely by the others, forcing it to retreat to the back. Observing the geese finally in order, he poured a single nourishing pill and placed it in the mouth of the first goose, gently stroking its head. The goose swallowed the pill and, with its head held high, sauntered to one side. Following this, The second goose was fed, perhaps due to the consumption of numerous mystical substances. These geese not only grew stronger but also became increasingly intelligent. They now possessed a rudimentary understanding of human speech and could comprehend simple commands. Upon employing a technique of observation, he discerned that within these geese flowed a force akin to a martial artist's true energy. Could this be the so-called demonic aura mentioned in the texts? It remains uncertain whether these geese will cultivate into spirits, yet for now, it is prudent to provide them with superior nourishment to enhance their strength. The swarm of locusts continues to swell, with many measuring 5 to 6 inches in length. Without sufficient power, the large geese would find them quite challenging to confront. Just after Ergo finished feeding the large goose, a commotion erupted from the base of the mountain. The sound of voices rose in a cacophony. Zhang Ergo, Zhang Scholar, Zhang Master. He peered over the cliff's edge and beheld a throng of villagers gathered below, all craning their necks upward. Among the villagers stood a man clad in a dark red official robe, a figure Ergo recognized as the third-class constable from the county office. A man of considerable authority at the second level of chi cultivation. It turned out that Constable Wang had come to pay a visit. How disrespectful of him to arrive unannounced. Ergo called out from above and gradually descended the long vine. This esteemed official is seeking you. It appears there is a matter at hand. We have brought him here. The villagers, upon seeing Ergo descend, hurriedly approached, eager to explain their circumstances, as if they had all contributed to a monumental achievement. In truth, they knew nothing of the matter. They merely sought to join the fray. Hoping to garner attention before the significant figure, Zhang Shotsai resides atop the mountain daily, a truly refined existence. Captain Wang squinted as he surveyed the sheer cliffs behind Erguzi. You flatter me, Captain, Erguzi replied. My family is impoverished, and I can only dwell in this harsh, windswept place. With a distinguished guest like you, I have little to offer, but please, step inside for a cup of tea to quench your thirst. As he spoke, Erguzi opened the door of his modest brick house, inviting Captain Wang to take a seat within. As for inviting him to ascend the mountain, that was utterly out of the question. Seated on a wooden bench, Captain Wang glanced around the sparse interior. The living room contained merely a wooden table and 4 benches. The table held a single set of rudimentary teapot and cups. Beyond that, the home was devoid of any possessions, aptly described as destitute. Erguzi had already arranged a stack of large bowls, lifting the teapot to pour the tea. Serving tea to guests is a fundamental courtesy in the Great Zhou dynasty. Even in poverty, one must offer a bowl of plain water. As Erguzi poured the tea, he made no distinction between the esteemed Captain Wang and the humble villagers, for he himself had endured scorn due to his lowly status and intimately understood that bitterness. Thus, beginning with Captain Wang, he served each person a generous bowl of tea. Initially, Captain Wang felt no appetite at the sight of the crude teapot and bowls. Drinking from such earthenware and inferior tea seemed unworthy of his palate, especially as he was treated no differently than the rustic villagers, which irked him greatly. Nevertheless, being a seasoned adult and a veteran in the corridors of power, he was not inclined to let a mere bowl of tea sour his demeanor in front of others. Chief Wang, with a single hand, accepted the teacup and placed it upon the wooden table, yet he did not hasten to partake. As for the villagers, they dared not enter the dwelling, instead gathering outside to observe, surprised that the scholar would offer them tea. At that moment, each face beamed with joy, expressing boundless gratitude as they received the teacups and drank eagerly. The tea provided by Lord Zhang was indeed exquisite. It was remarkably delightful, fragrant and sweet. It must be the finest tea the old man had ever tasted in his life. Hearing the villagers fervently extolling the virtues of the tea, Chief Wang felt a sense of disdain. These rustic peasants had never experienced the world. They likely had never savored the true taste of proper tea, even once. With such thoughts rising in his mind, he glanced at the bowl of clear, insipid tea on the stone table, and his desire to partake diminished. Indeed, after drinking Lord Zhang's tea, my headache seems to have subsided. I too feel invigorated. My waist no longer aches, and my legs are free from pain. Pray tell, Lord Zhang, what kind of tea is this that possesses such miraculous effects? The praises became increasingly extravagant, and Chief Wang, feeling embarrassed to associate with these villagers, was about to reprimand them loudly. However, reconsidering, he thought it would not be too late to scold them after sampling the tea himself. Consequently, he delicately lifted the edge of the cup with 3 fingers, sipping a small amount of tea. To his astonishment, as the tea touched his lips, a rich and sweet flavor enveloped him, rivaling many renowned teas he had previously tasted. Furthermore, within the tea, he sensed a faint aura of spiritual energy. Those who cultivate their abilities are fervently drawn to all items imbued with spiritual essence, thus rendering him particularly sensitive to the subtle energy present within the tea. Gulp, gulp. Wang, the head constable, lifted the tea bowl with both hands and, astonishingly, drank the tea in one gulp, much like a thirsty bovine. Indeed, it was exquisite tea. Observing Wang's swift consumption, Ergo promptly refilled his bowl, and once again, Wang downed the tea as if it were water. He continued this ritual 5 times, until the pot was entirely empty, leaving his belly slightly distended. The villagers, sensing the miraculous effects of the tea, had initially hoped to request another bowl. However, they were taken aback by Wang's gluttonous demeanor, akin to a donkey, finishing the tea in such a manner. It seemed the dignitaries from the county had not been exposed to much refinement. Zhang Laodi, I hope you don't mind my impudence, but may I inquire what kind of tea this is? In our village, we possess little of merit, merely spring water infused with a few red dates. Ergo remarked, lifting the lid of the pot to reveal several soaked red dates at the bottom. Do you still desire these tea remnants? If not, I would be grateful to take them home for my child as a treat. After finishing his tea, Wang audaciously asked for the remaining red dates in the pot. Naturally, Ergo obliged without hesitation, promptly wrapping the dates in a few large leaves and binding them with some grass. Ha ha ha, thank you, Wang exclaimed, cheerfully carrying the leaf bundle. This scene did not escape the notice of the villagers, who were quick to scorn him internally. They had all entertained the notion of requesting the tea remnants, yet this head constable displayed such shamelessness, disregarding his status to claim the scraps. In their many decades of life, they had never encountered such a brazen official. Little did they know what instructions Lord Wang had come to impart on this occasion. After enjoying a cup of tea, Ergo inquired about the situation. As you are aware, our Qingzhou region has been afflicted by years of severe drought, and now we face a locust plague, compounded by unscrupulous individuals seizing the opportunity to incite chaos and rampant thievery. As distinguished martial scholars of the present dynasty, it is incumbent upon us to serve the court and alleviate the burdens of our sovereign. Just the day before, the county magistrate issued an edict summoning all martial scholars under the age of 40 from across the county to combat the locust disaster and restore order against the bandits. With this, Wang the constable produced the official document stamped with a crimson seal, undeniably authentic. In times of crisis, urgency is paramount. All are to gather at the county office by noon tomorrow. Chapter 59. Peaceful living and prosperity. Ergo tended to his modest plot of land, content with his provisions, reluctant to depart. However, the summons from the county office was an edict that could not be defied. He could only hastily prepare for the impending duty throughout the night. First, he sowed a generous amount of seeds for his flock of geese, interspersed with ginseng seeds, ensuring they received ample water. He also stored considerable grain beside the goose pen for their sustenance. Yet, he felt it insufficient. Geese require water as well. Thus, he toiled through the night, using his heavy sword to carve a large stone trough, filling it to the brim with fresh water. This night was devoid of sleep as he smoothed the treacherous cliffs of Shiko Mountain with his sword. The perilous paths leading up the mountain were now fortified with iron thorns, impeding any ordinary person from ascending, save for those who could fly. Of course, the primary force guarding Shiko Mountain relied on the formidable white geese. Furthermore, he issued a stern command to Chiyue, instructing her to ensure that at least 200 guards were stationed at the foot of the mountain each day, forbidding anyone from attempting to ascend. Before his departure, he fed each goose 2 nourishing pills and took 2 large geese with him from the mountain to contend with the airborne locusts. The formidable goose proves to be far more adept, and in critical moments, it can even soar alongside its master. As the sun ascended, he had already reached the outskirts of the county town. The 2 conspicuous geese accompanying him made entry into the city rather cumbersome. After a moment's contemplation, he guided them to venture into the wilds beyond the town before proceeding alone towards the city gates. Outside the gates, a throng of destitute refugees had gathered. A sea of desperate souls driven by hunger, willing to resort to any means for sustenance. Such a multitude of displaced individuals could easily devolve into a band of marauding thieves, surging into the city. Moreover, these refugees had often resorted to capturing locusts for food, their eyes bloodshot and tempers frayed, reflecting a volatile state of mind that could erupt into violence at any moment. Fortunately, several large cauldrons had been set up, simmering with gruel, as hundreds of refugees formed a lengthy queue awaiting their ration. As long as there remained a morsel to eat, the spirits of the people could be kept in check. Approaching the front, he noticed Sima standing before the cauldron, diligently serving the porridge. Beads of sweat glistening on his brow. Ergo, lend me a hand. I need to step away for a moment, Sima, he exclaimed, evidently having held back for quite some time, as he tossed the ladle into Ergo's hands and hurried off. Thus, Ergo took up the ladle, serving the gruel to each waiting refugee. The contents of the cauldron resembled more of a watery rice soup than actual porridge, thin and insipid, with a few grains of rice and some chaff floating atop. A bald-headed refugee stood by the cauldron, peering eagerly into the pot. His neck craned as he salivated at the sight. Having known hunger himself, Ergo empathized with the man's plight. He stirred the ladle through the cauldron, then scooped up a generous portion from the bottom. In this bowl of porridge, the rice is plentiful while the water is scarce, rendering it most satisfying. The bald man eagerly cradled the bowl with both hands, expressing his gratitude profusely. Those who often face hunger are well aware that in the same pot of porridge, the rice settles at the bottom while the water rises to the top. Whether one receives rice or water depends solely on the mood of the one wielding the ladle. The next refugee was a gaunt child, and in him, Ergo saw a reflection of his own past. Without hesitation, he ladled a bowl of thick porridge, rich in rice, for the boy. The subsequent refugees appeared equally destitute, prompting Ergo to serve several more bowls, all drawn from the bottom. After a considerable time, Sima returned. His expression relaxed, and upon observing Ergo's distribution, he hastily snatched the ladle away. "Your allocation is insufficient," he admonished. "You were never this stingy before." Ergo scrutinized Sima, noting that in the months they had been apart, the man's white hair had only multiplied. "I too wish to be generous. But there are simply too many refugees, too many mouths to feed daily, and currently, one cannot even procure grain in the black market. I had to plead persistently for my uncle's assistance in acquiring some of the disaster relief grain from the court." "Disaster relief grain?" Ergo inquired, intrigued, having never heard of such a thing. "Hush." Sima glanced around before lowering his voice. "The court allocated a batch of relief grain, which has long since arrived. However, it is being hoarded by several officials in the county office, reluctant to release it, selling only a minuscule amount at a time. They claim it is to ensure a steady supply, but in truth, it is merely to inflate the price. I purchased this grain for 18 taels of silver per stone." The two engaged in a brief exchange before Ergo took his leave to venture into the city, for he could not afford to delay in response to the county office's summons. Within the county office, there existed a spacious hall. The attendees, being martial scholars of some repute, found tables and chairs already arranged, along with tea to refresh themselves as they settled in. Today, the young martial scholars of Anshan County had gathered en masse. Among the crowd, familiar faces emerged, including his cousin Zhang Yuliang and several instructors from the Zhengwu Hall, such as Deputy Master Sima and Wang Ying from Dingjiazwang. It was a rare occasion for so many martial scholars to convene, and both acquaintances and strangers took the opportunity to introduce one another, calling friends and engaging in lively conversation, creating a scene of great merriment. Yet, Ergo sat in silence, not out of aloofness, but rather due to his inherent reticence and unfamiliarity with most present. He struggled to find common ground for discussion. He seemed only at ease when conversing and joking with Sima, while with others, he found no topics to broach. After a brief wait, the county office's official finally made his appearance, wielding a roster to tally the attendees. With the official's arrival, the conversations among the martial scholars grew even more animated. However, the topics of discussion naturally transitioned from the brothels to the county magistrate and the various officials within the county office. For instance, the magistrate truly cares for the well-being of his people. He is tirelessly devoted to the welfare of the disaster-stricken in Anshan County. We ought to do our utmost to alleviate the magistrate's burdens. Ergo, already lacking in eloquence, found himself increasingly unable to integrate into the elevated discourse, feeling increasingly out of place amidst the lively gathering. He was merely a farmer, racking his brain yet unable to conjure such a multitude of melodious phrases. Bored and idle, he resorted to the clandestine use of the chi-gazing technique to peer into the assembly of martial scholars, discovering that among the 86 present, a mere 7 had successfully transcended to the realm of chi cultivation. Among these 7 were himself, the Deputy Hall Master Sima, and Zhang Yuliang. Observing the cultivation level of Deputy Hall Master Sima, he noted that it appeared to be slightly inferior to his own, seemingly at the 3rd layer of chi cultivation. The remaining 4 comprised 1 at the 1st layer, 2 at the 2nd layer, and another who seemed slightly stronger, likely at the 5th layer of chi cultivation. Previously, Ergo had harbored doubts regarding his capabilities, considering his cultivation to be feeble, merely a novice in the path of immortality. However, upon employing the chi-gazing technique today, he was astonished to find the other martial scholars so weak, with the majority not having even entered the threshold of cultivation. To his surprise, Zhang Yuliang had also reached the 1st layer of chi cultivation, which he found astonishing. Not long ago, he had observed Zhang Yuliang, who at that time was still an ordinary martial artist, having not yet broken through to the realm of chi. Suddenly, he had attained the 1st layer. Lacking any significant background and merely in his 20s, it seemed improbable that he had cultivated to such a level. With just a few hundred acres of land from his uncle's estate, extracting every last bit of oil from the tenants, it hardly seemed sufficient to amass such financial resources. In that moment, he even began to question the accuracy of the newly learned chi-gazing technique. Just then, the district magistrate was not far from him, and he inexplicably turned his gaze towards the magistrate's silhouette. He beheld a surging aura emanating from within the magistrate, exuding an overwhelming presence, indicative of at least the 8th or 9th layer of chi cultivation. The chi gazing technique had barely been initiated, and before he could scrutinize further, the magistrate's formidable aura had already repelled his consciousness. Ergo let out a low grunt, his mind swirling tumultuously as if struck by a colossal hammer. The official cast a cold glance back at Ergo, the warning unmistakable. His earlier actions had indeed been an affront. With his head bowed, Ergo dared not employ his divinatory powers again. Perhaps it was considered inauspicious to act rashly in the face of impending conflict. The official chose not to dwell on Ergo's transgression and instead ascended the steps of the county office, commencing the allocation of tasks. There were 86 martial scholars present, along with 20 constables, totaling 106 individuals. Their current objective was quite straightforward, to divide everyone into 20 small groups, each tasked with heading to various gathering points outside the city to enlist laborers for locust extermination. Anyone who participated in this endeavor would be provided meals by the county office, and each team could collect 2 dough of grain daily. The 7 martial scholars possessing chi cultivation were assigned to different groups. Ergo was appointed the temporary leader of one such team, comprising 3 martial scholars and 1 constable. While the constables might not possess the same strength as the martial scholars, they were well acquainted with the local terrain. This team was entrusted with the locust extermination mission in Dacheng Township. As for the laborers, the number they could recruit relied entirely on their own capabilities. Ergo's cousin, Zhang Yuyang, was fortunate enough to be assigned to the team responsible for Sankaizi Town. After the task allocation, they collected 5 days' worth of rations from the county office, amounting to 1 stone, packed into 2 large bags containing a mix of grains, wheat, beans, and grass seeds. Ergo lifted the bags, and drawing on his lifelong experience with grain, he surmised that they had been shortchanged by at least 2 dough. Thus, the actual amount of rations for these 5 days was only around 8 dough. Once provisions were secured, the recruitment of personnel became a straightforward endeavor. A significant number of displaced individuals congregated outside the city, eager to enlist for the locust extermination effort, lured by the promise of government-supplied meals. Anyone capable of mobility eagerly signed up. However, each small team was allotted less than 2 dough of rations per day, and with the addition of locusts for sustenance, could support no more than 200 individuals. Naturally, the selection began with the most robust men. In a swift turn of events, 20 teams departed with over 4,000 recruits, leaving merely 1,000 elderly, weak, and infirm among the remaining displaced populace. Those left behind, barely able to walk straight, posed no threat whatsoever. The county office expended merely 20 dan of grain to disperse the entire crowd, successfully averting a potential crisis. Shortly after the locust extermination teams departed, another contingent of officials arrived, loudly proclaiming to the remaining displaced individuals that they must immediately return to their original places of residence and refrain from wandering aimlessly. Failure to comply would result in being treated as bandits, subject to execution without mercy. The frail and vulnerable had no choice but to comply and depart obediently. Such was the brilliance of the county magistrate's stratagem, deftly resolving both the locust plague and the issue of displaced persons with a mere flick of the wrist. In the hall of the county office, the county clerk, constable, and other officials sang praises. Displaced persons? The people of Anchang County live in peace and prosperity. The notion of displaced individuals is but a rumor. The county magistrate, stroking his beard, declared with satisfaction. Chapter 60. Locust Extermination. Ergo observed the newly recruited 200 men, who, despite being touted as robust, staggered about, relying on crutches even on flat terrain. At this rate, one could hardly expect them to exterminate locusts. Sending them forth would merely serve as an additional meal for the swarms. After the emergence of mutated locusts, the swarms have begun consuming flesh, reducing humans to mere bones. Resting in place, they commenced cooking. Not far from the county town, Ergo instructed the group to halt, prioritizing their nourishment. He poured out 2 measures of grain and organized for them to camp and prepare their meal. The once despondent refugees, upon hearing the prospect of cooking, suddenly regained their spirits. There was no need for Ergo to issue detailed commands. They instinctively sought firewood, dug earth pits, and lit fires. Many could not contain their hunger, shoving uncooked rice into their mouths, until a constable lashed them with a whip, taming their fervor. Ergo then ascended a high vantage point and let out a piercing whistle into the distance. Shortly thereafter, 2 large white geese emerged from the woods, soaring towards him. These geese, having feasted well, had grown significantly, their wings spanning several feet. When Ergo returned to the camp with the 2 grand geese, all eyes turned curiously towards him. Such large fowl could hardly fit in a single pot. Each goose must weigh at least 200 pounds. To the refugees, everything was viewed through the lens of sustenance. Yet, a few scholarly warriors and constables gazed upon the geese with a sense of awe, instinctively sensing the danger emanating from the formidable creatures, realizing they could not overpower even one. As for the owner of these geese, he remained an enigma. Captain Zhang, the porridge is ready. I have brought some meat jerky. Would you care for a taste? The constable, holding a bowl of porridge in his left hand and a packet of jerky in his right, approached Ergo with enthusiasm. Simultaneously, another scholar, Wu Xiaozai, offered some provisions he had brought along for Ergo to sample. They were all men of considerable wealth, each having prepared ample supplies for their journey, thus not relegated to the meager fare of commoners, subsisting merely on coarse porridge. Faced with the kind intentions of his subordinates, Ergo felt it impolite to decline and accepted a small portion from each of their provisions to taste. I am grateful for your kindness. My departure was rather hasty, and I have not brought much food, only a few persimmons and red dates that are barely sufficient for sustenance. Please do indulge in them as well. In the spirit of reciprocity, Ergo unfastened a bundle from the back of the goose and laid it out on a nearby stone, revealing indeed only a handful of persimmons and red dates. Due to the presence of the gourd, no other food had been prepared, and upon searching his person, he found not even a single ordinary morsel. The several team members each took a piece or two, engaging in the customary exchange. However, once they tasted the red dates or persimmons, they regretted not taking more. Although they could not yet sense any spiritual energy, the extraordinary quality of the fruit was unmistakable, and the energy contained within was astonishing. Their status and strength paled in comparison to that of Ergo, and they felt embarrassed to continue their attempts at flattery. Meanwhile, the common folk, having consumed a couple of bowls of thick porridge, finally regained their strength and spirits, resuming their journey towards Daching Township. When the group arrived at Daching Township, it was already the following morning. The constable sought information from the local gentry regarding the distribution of locusts. It was revealed that there were currently 5 large swarms of locusts in Daching Township, with smaller swarms too numerous to count, nearly covering the entirety of the area. Moreover, the locusts were in a constant state of movement, merging and dispersing, ever-changing. The locusts during the plague have transformed, exhibiting an unprecedented size and exhibiting a propensity to swarm, leaving nothing but barren land in their wake. These swarms are exceedingly ferocious when disturbed. They will even assail both man and beast, leaving no one unscathed. A single bull succumbed to their relentless assault, reduced to a mere skeletal frame within a couple of hours. The local villagers contemplated extermination, yet after 5 individuals fell victim to the locusts, reduced to mere bones. Fear silenced any further attempts to confront the swarms. Typically cautious even when provoking a wasp's nest, they now faced a far larger and more brutal army of locusts, compelling them to keep their distance. Ergo resolved to lead a group starting from the southern region of Daching Township, sweeping northward in their quest. Upon hearing that the government had dispatched a locust eradication team, the villagers' spirits were somewhat lifted. They gathered pots and pans, playing them in a bid to drive the locusts away. However, rather than fleeing, the swarms were startled into an aggressive flight toward the throng of people. The refugees, witnessing this, trembled in terror, casting anxious glances in search of an escape route. They had come seeking sustenance and survival, yet lacked the courage to fight. Everyone, follow me. Charge. Constables, guard the rear. Anyone who dares to flee will face swift retribution. Ergo, having perused numerous military texts, recalled strategies pertaining to troop movements in such scenarios. Seizing the moment, he issued commands with authority. At your command. The constables responded resolutely, drawing their blades and positioning themselves at the rear to maintain order. With locusts in front and gleaming blades behind, the refugees found themselves with no retreat, armed only with branches, steeling themselves to follow Ergo into the fray. 2 large white geese, upon encountering a swarm of locusts, instinctively took flight, without any command, and dove directly into the midst of the locusts. With a powerful sweep of their wings, they sent countless locusts cascading down like rain. The oncoming swarm was largely obstructed by the 2 geese, leaving the remaining locust a lesser threat. The crowd, armed with branches, valiantly swung to incapacitate the locust one by one. Some locusts landed on their bodies, their serrated hind legs tearing through clothing and skin, while their mandibles gnawed at flesh, eliciting cries of pain. In the inaugural battle of the Locust Extermination Squad, lasting over half an hour, they successfully eradicated a small cluster of locusts. Among the 200 refugees, 92 sustained minor injuries, yet none perished, marking a significant victory. At this moment, the ground was strewn with a layer of locust carcasses. Ergo surveyed the scene and found only a few 5-inch-long locusts. The rest were collected by the group, amounting to at least 2 to 3 doe. Everyone took a moment to regroup. Ergo instructed the gathering of some dry twigs, igniting several fires on the spot, and set up a large pot to cook porridge. However, he only permitted the cooking of one dough of grain today, resulting in a pot filled with more water than rice. Once the porridge was ready, while the embers beneath the stove still glowed, he buried the collected locusts in the flames. After a brief roasting, the locusts emitted an enticing aroma that made the refugees salivate uncontrollably. At that moment, he unearthed the ashes and locusts from the stove, revealing the perfectly roasted locusts, crisp on the outside and tender within, with an irresistible fragrance wafting through the air. On this day, the 200 refugees finally enjoyed a hearty meal, complete with meat, far more sumptuous than a festive feast. After satisfying their hunger and thirst, the group of refugees transformed from their previous listlessness into a state of eager anticipation, each one eager to engage in the next battle against the locusts. In a time when many could scarcely find a morsel to eat, the prospect of joining the captain in a venture that promised a taste of meat was a rare stroke of fortune. When they had been ravenous, even the bark and roots had been fiercely contested, and the thought of battling locusts had crossed their minds before. However, the locust swarms were ferocious, a challenge too daunting to confront directly. Thus, they had resorted to capturing the occasional solitary locust for sustenance, which was hardly sufficient to alleviate their hunger. Naturally, Ergo was eager to fulfill the modest wishes of his companions. After a brief respite, he led the team onward, continuing their sweep to the north. In the days that followed, they engaged in battles nearly 2 or 3 times daily, yielding several measures to a full stone of locusts. Ergo distributed these locusts among the group, ensuring that both people and livestock were well fed, for only with full bellies could they muster the strength and vigor to persevere. In the span of just a few days, the morale of the locust eradication team had undergone a remarkable transformation. No one harbored fears of retreat any longer, and all were eager to take the lead. Especially after feasting on locust meat, the crowd became even more spirited and combative. The villagers from Daching Township, who had previously fled in search of sustenance, had been sent back in recent days, restricted from venturing outside. Confined at home with little to eat, they now observed the locust eradication team feasting daily, relishing the opportunity to consume meat. Wherever Ergo's band traversed, nearly the entire village, men, women, and children alike, pleaded to join their ranks, for as long as the locusts persisted, the meager crops struggling to grow in the fields would surely perish. Given the presence of several large swarms yet to be vanquished, all were welcomed into the fold. The frail and the elderly, lacking in strength, were also gathered together and assigned to perform logistical tasks such as gathering firewood, kindling fires, fetching water, and preparing meals. His locust extermination team had expanded from an initial count of 200 to nearly 700 or 800 members. Chapter 61. Worse than beast, Ergo's locust extermination squad achieved swift victories, largely thanks to the contributions of 2 formidable geese. Although individual locusts were not particularly strong, their sheer numbers and ability to fly posed a significant challenge. Ergo's strength alone was insufficient. In contrast, the geese soared into the heart of the locust swarms, their wings sweeping through a wide radius and scattering the insects. The once densely packed swarms were disrupted by the geese's onslaught, alleviating much of the pressure on the extermination team and reducing casualties. While Ergo's progress was smooth, other teams were not as fortunate, often suffering heavy losses and experiencing dwindling morale, resulting in sluggish advancement. However, aside from Ergo's group, another team led by his cousin, Zhang Yuliang, also made commendable progress. Although Zhang Yuliang had only reached the first level of qi training and lacked the assistance of the grand geese, the locusts around Sanchatsi town had been drawn away by the ginseng cultivated on Snake Mouth Mountain, leading to fierce battles with the geese, resulting in many casualties. Additionally, the group Ergo had purchased about a month or 2 prior had been actively hunting smaller locust swarms in the vicinity. Consequently, the locust population in that area was not large, and their threat was relatively mild. Zhang Yuliang's team effortlessly eradicated several smaller swarms. Within just a few days, over half of the locusts in Sanchatsi town had been eliminated, astonishingly completing their task even before Ergo's team. Zhang Yuliang arranged for a team to patrol the surrounding fields to exterminate the locust swarms, while he himself concocted an excuse to return home. Brother, have the matters been resolved? Zhang Yoshin, upon seeing his elder brother return with the locust extermination team, had long been eager to inquire. Of course, all of the 100 or so taels of silver have been spent. How could it not be resolved? Zhang Yuliang replied, producing a neatly folded sheet of white paper from his bosom. He spread the paper on the table, revealing the 3 characters Yu Fengshu inscribed upon it, along with the cultivation method for this spell. You spent so much money just to copy a piece of paper? Zhang Yoshin gazed at the black characters on the white paper in confusion, feeling that it was rather extravagant. What do you understand? This is an immortal technique, not to be shared with the masses. Each spell is exceedingly precious. Without connections, even several hundred tales would not suffice. I had to extol the virtues of the matter profusely for them to transcribe this one copy for me, Zhang Yuliang said, a hint of pride evident in his demeanor. Upon hearing this, Zhang Yoxin picked up the brush, ink, paper, and inkstone, approaching the table to begin copying. Then I shall make several copies and sell them for 100 taels each. Thus, our family shall prosper. Stop, stop. Zhang Yuliang hastily seized the brush, preventing him from continuing. Do you think you are the only clever one in the world? Have you considered why others do not copy more immortal techniques to sell for profit? Unauthorized dissemination of immortal cultivation methods is punishable by law. The consequences can range from corporal punishment and confiscation of property to execution and the extermination of one's clan. Among cultivators, it is permissible to secretly copy a few for exchange, but none may speak of it. If you proceed in such a manner, our family shall face ruin by tomorrow. Zhang Yoxin listened intently to his elder brother's words, lost in thought, as if he had entered a realm of contemplation or enlightenment. In any case, he appeared dazed. And despite Zhang Yuliang calling out to him several times, he remained unresponsive. After what felt like an eternity, he finally exhaled deeply. I understand now, he mused. The sage proclaimed, the world is filled with cunning folk, wield the art of shepherding to weaken, impoverish, and confound them, but never allow them to perceive it. Haraha! I have attained enlightenment. Zhang Yuliang reached out and touched his brother's forehead, sensing that his scholarly tendencies were resurfacing. Brother, teach me the ways of martial arts. After so many years of study, are you not going to learn anymore? I shall not. At this moment, Zhang Yoxin's gaze was resolute. The pursuit of knowledge is futile. Merely learning to write my name suffices. I shall embark upon the path of immortality, seizing power for myself. This is the true course, the road to transcendence. Suit yourself. But do not regret your decision. This path is fraught with challenges. Zhang Yuliang could only shake his head at his brother's scholarly folly and chose to retreat to another room to practice the wind control technique. Ever since he had acquired the methods for cultivating this magical art, he had been pondering it in his mind, eager to put it into practice. The wind control technique is among the simplest of all magical arts, and within just a few days, Zhang Yuliang had grasped it fairly well. That evening, the two brothers stealthily made their way once more to the foot of Shiko Mountain, with Ergo having arranged for guards upon his departure. They could only take advantage of the night to quietly navigate to the rear of the mountain. You won't fall from above again, will you? Last time, you broke your bones here, and father was crushed into a bloody pulp by a boulder. Zhang Yoxin gazed at the smooth cliff face, a place where failures had haunted him and his family countless times. I have mastered the wind manipulation technique. This time, I shall surely succeed. Zhang Yuliang declared with newfound confidence. Although the wind manipulation did not grant him the ability to fly, it rendered his body as light as a swallow, allowing him to spring upward with the slightest exertion. With a swift motion, he tucked in his garment and began to dash towards the cliff, leaping into the air. Soaring a yard above the ground, he used his hands and feet to grip the cliffside, propelling himself upward with great speed. Zhang Yuliang felt as though a gentle breeze lifted him, making him lighter and more agile, while the wind whistled fiercely in his ears. A sensation of buoyancy akin to that of a soaring dragon filled him with exhilaration, almost compelling him to release a triumphant cry to the heavens. As he approached the summit, he was but a breath away from triumph. Ha ha ha. At last, I have succeeded. Suddenly, a resounding honk reverberated through the air. A massive white figure swooped down from above, its wings slicing through the air like blades. Bang! Zhang Yuliang was struck by the wing, his upward momentum dissipating entirely, and he found himself plummeting downward. Fortunately, with his mastery of the wind manipulation technique, he managed to borrow a bit of force from the cliffside along his descent, slowing his fall. Thud! He landed with a thump, tumbling onto his back. Zhang Yoxin hurried over to assess the situation, relieved to find that, miraculously, he had sustained no serious injuries. Indeed, practicing the celestial arts had its advantages. He was more resilient than ever. Zhang Yuliang rose from the ground, supporting his waist, gritting his teeth in pain. That feathered beast dared to challenge me. This time, he drew his sword and once again unleashed the wind manipulation technique, charging towards the cliff. Zhang Yoxin could only gaze upward, the evening light dim and insufficient for clarity, leaving him uncertain of the circumstances. After a few moments, Zhang Yuliang plummeted from the sky once more. Crack! He landed on his back, his sword slipping from his grasp and crashing onto the jagged rocks, producing a sharp, clattering sound. The sword had been twisted and deformed by an overwhelming force, rendering it utterly useless. You foul beast, I refuse to believe I cannot defeat you. Zhang Yuliang, undeterred, rose from the ground and charged towards the cliff again. Crack! Moments later, he fell yet again, this time landing in a comically awkward position. He did not immediately get up, but instead turned over, lying flat on his back. His gaze blankly fixed on the sky. After repeatedly employing the wind manipulation technique 3 times, his internal energy had been completely exhausted. Brother, are you all right? You haven't been rendered foolish, have you? Zhang Yoshin approached with concern. I am fine. As long as you are well, do not take it to heart. It is merely a foul beast, but I have been bested by a mere beast. I am even inferior to that creature. At this moment, a profound sense of defeat enveloped Zhang Yuyang. He had devoted himself to martial arts from a young age, training tirelessly for over a decade, only to find himself unable to best a mere animal. What was even more infuriating was that this creature belonged to the likes of Ergo. It is just a beast. Zhang Yoshin, however, remained unfazed. The sage once said, "What distinguishes man from beast is wisdom." Thus, the sage engages in a battle of wits, not of strength. Merely a beast, unworthy of comparison in strength. I have a plan. 3 days later, the 2 brothers, burdened with a hefty sack of rice, returned to the foot of the mountain. There were indeed numerous geese atop the mountain. Can we trust her concoction? After the disappointment of their previous attempt, Zhang Yuyang found his confidence waning. Rest assured, I have infused the rice with several packets of rat poison. It could easily fell 10 oxen. If you doubt it, why not sample a bit yourself? Zhang Yoshin, brimming with confidence, believed that once the geese consumed it, their demise would be certain. The duo reached the base of the mountain, scattered the tainted rice, and then concealed themselves to observe in silence. However, they watched in vain throughout the day, as not a single goose descended to partake of the rice. The 2nd and 3rd days passed in similar fashion. Despite having eliminated numerous birds and rodents, not a single goose approached the lethal feast, not even casting a glance in its direction. I shall personally deliver it to them. Zhang Yuyang, growing impatient, tore off a piece of his garment, wrapped some rice, and surged toward the cliff. This time, he did not need to reach the summit. From a mere few paces away, he hurled the sack upward before swiftly retreating. By the time the geese came rushing out, he had already descended to the ground. A flock of geese gathered around the rice, stretching their necks to inspect it. They soon discerned that this food lacked any aura. Who would consume such a thing? Accustomed to fare imbued with vitality, not a single goose dared to peck at the luminous mound of rice. With a swift motion, the sack of rice was flung back down, landing at the brothers' feet. After several days of effort, they remained utterly empty-handed. Regardless of whether it is a battle of wits or strength, they have gained not the slightest advantage. Are the 2 brothers truly inferior even to mere beasts? Catch the thief! Catch the thief! At that moment, torches flickered to life in the darkness, as Qiu Yue and a throng of followers, armed with clubs, rushed towards them. Outnumbered and beset by guilt for their nefarious deeds, the 2 could only make a hasty retreat. Chapter 62, The Insect King After Days of Relentless Combat. Ergo's locust sweeping team, now numbering over 1,000, has enjoyed ample meals each day. Thus far, they have managed to eradicate the majority of the locust swarms plaguing Dacheng Township. However, several remaining swarms have coalesced into an enormous horde. Observing from a distance, Ergo noted that within this formidable mass, there were at least 100 mutated locusts, each measuring over 5 inches in length. These mutated locusts are no trifling adversary. They are swift and powerful, their serrated legs capable of slicing through flesh with ease. Ordinary individuals stand no chance against even a single mutated locust, facing near certain death. Given their current forces of 2 geese, merely 5 warriors, and over 1,000 common folk, engaging the swarm head-on would likely result in the loss of 500 to 600 lives. These refugees are like a scattered pack of sand. They might hold their ground in favorable conditions, but should a couple of hundred perish, the remainder would surely flee. At that point, even his few warriors could find themselves in dire peril. Thus, he has refrained from taking rash actions, granting everyone a day to recuperate and prepare for the inevitable conflict. Yet, with their current numbers exceeding 1,000, they possess scarcely 2 dough of grain per day. It is akin to 100 individuals sharing merely 2 or 3 pounds of grain. Previously, they had relied solely on locusts for sustenance, and now, the absence of combat spells inevitable hunger for all. After just a few days of ample meals, hunger has once again begun to gnaw at their bellies. As the saying goes, it is difficult to transition from extravagance to frugality, and everyone is engulfed in a palpable panic over starvation, despite a day with scant nourishment. Rather than succumbing to despondency, each person's eyes gleam with fervor and determination. Moreover, the locust flesh carries a slight toxicity. Consuming it in moderation poses no issue. Yet indulging excessively amplifies one's strength, rendering them irritable and belligerent. However, for these impoverished refugees, this minor toxicity is but a trifling ailment. With a fervent desire for battle, the next morning, Ergo instructed his companions to prepare all the locusts gathered in the preceding days, frying them to perfection, while 2 dough of grain were boiled into a thin porridge. After a hearty meal, each individual was tasked with carrying a large bundle of firewood as they set forth. In Ergo's hands, he held a tightly sealed wooden barrel, the contents of which remained a mystery to all. Captain Zhang. The swarm of locusts is just beyond that small hill, reported the constable, who was responsible for monitoring the locusts' movements, as he gestured toward a nearby knoll. Truth be told, even without his words, it was evident to all that the locusts were overwhelmingly numerous. The surrounding hills had been stripped bare, leaving not a single leaf intact. Above the hill, countless dark specks coalesced into a mass, resembling a dense cloud that ebbed and flowed, sending shivers down the spines of onlookers. Those refugees who had clamored the day before to exterminate the locusts now found themselves perspiring, their resolve diminished by half. In this moment, they could only be grateful to have aligned themselves with a capable leader. Captain Zhang had long devised a strategy. Ergo instructed someone to place the bundles of straw in a nearby open area and spread them on the ground. Over 1,000 bundles were laid out, covering just over 2 acres. Zhao Xiaocai, bring forth the fresh grass you have prepared, Ergo commanded. Zhao Xiaocai quickly arrived, accompanied by several refugees, carrying large bundles of green leaves. In the midst of a severe drought, sourcing these leaves had proven to be quite a challenge. The group piled the green leaves on the ground, and only then did Ergo unveil the mysterious wooden barrel he held. Curiosity piqued, everyone craned their necks to observe, only to find that the barrel contained nothing more than a bucket of clear water. Ergo poured the water over the green leaves, which had wilted under the relentless sun throughout the day. Upon absorbing the refreshing liquid, the leaves revived, radiating newfound vitality and a deeper green hue. He then instructed everyone to scatter the leaves atop the dry straw. Once everything was arranged, the group quietly retreated to the perimeter of the straw, patiently awaiting the arrival of the locusts. It wasn't long before some locusts discovered the green leaves, seemingly delighted by their taste, quickly multiplying in number. A dense cloud of locusts darkened the sky above the small hill, swarming towards the feast below. The piles of straw became enveloped in a thick layer of locusts, who began to jostle amongst themselves. Many of the refugees had already begun to retrieve their flint and fire starters, poised to ignite the straw. Captain, may we set the fire? Zhao Xiaocai gently inquired beside Ergo. Yes, Ergo nodded, ready to issue the command to ignite the flames. At that moment, dozens of 6-inch-long insects, rallying around a sizable grasshopper over a foot in length, captured attention. This grasshopper, resplendent in a jade-green hue, boasted a distended abdomen that was thicker than a clenched fist. As the formidable figure of the grasshopper emerged, the previously raucous swarm, engaged in seizing green leaves from the hay, fell eerily silent, each insect immobilized in place, daring not to stir. The giant grasshopper alighted upon the hay, voraciously devouring the verdant foliage, rendering the other grasshoppers too intimidated to partake in any feeding. Wait. Hold off on the fire. Ergo urgently halted Scholar Zhao, for he had just discerned a powerful aura emanating from the mighty insect king through his divination technique. This aura bore a resemblance to that of a human cultivator in the chi refining stage, yet it was far more savage and ferocious. Unsure if he could contend with the insect king, he realized that the members of the locust extermination team might struggle to escape unharmed. The strength of the swarm had surpassed his expectations by a considerable margin. The county had only provided him with 2 dough of mixed grains, and while he had sustenance for the moment, he was reluctant to risk his life over such a meager supply. However, his admonition came a moment too late. In the distance, a refugee had already hurled a lit torch toward the haystack. Once the first was thrown, the second and third quickly followed suit. These individuals were not a disciplined army, they were merely a congregation of refugees banding together for survival. In no time, this disorganized multitude of over 1,000 had disregarded his commands, igniting torches and launching them toward the swarm. With the situation having escalated to this point, Ergo had no choice but to muster the courage to lead the group into battle. Increase the flames. Hurry. Throw more torches. Ergo felt that the flames were rising too slowly. The fire had yet to fully ignite, yet the locusts had already begun to take flight. This was a rare opportunity, and he aimed to incinerate as many locusts as possible with this blaze. Immediately, he summoned his magical powers, and after a few moments, a fireball the size of an egg formed at his fingertips. This fiery orb emanated intense heat, and upon making contact with the pile of kindling, it ignited into a roaring inferno. At that very moment, 2 large white geese soared into the air, flapping their wings and driving the locust that had just escaped the fiery abyss back into it. Around them, individuals wielding bamboo sticks struck at the swarm, while the 2 geese patrolled the skies, ensuring that vast numbers of locusts fell into the flames. With a loud buzzing, a massive locust king, over a foot in length, burst forth from the flames, followed closely by more than 100 smaller locust kings, along with a swarm of insects that resembled a dark cloud. The two geese were at the forefront, but the sheer number of locusts was overwhelming. They were utterly outmatched. The mutated locusts collided with the geese, causing feathers and blood to rain down. If this continued, the geese would surely perish. Return. The geese received their command, retreating to Ergo's side, their bodies battered and bruised. Yet they still held their heads high, spreading their wings in defiance. The locust swarm, led by the king, surged out of the flames but did not disperse. Instead, they hovered in the sky like a tumultuous cloud. Nevertheless, the overall size of the swarm had diminished significantly, with nearly half having been consumed by the fire. The locusts appeared agitated, their wings rustling ominously, and suddenly, they dove towards the crowd below. A piercing wail erupted from the crowd as the serrated legs of the insect king effortlessly sliced through their skin. One by one, individuals collapsed to the ground, writhing in agony, and within mere moments, their breath ceased entirely. Everyone, gather around me. Any who dare flee shall face certain death. Earlier, in the chaos of igniting the flames, the group had dispersed too widely, leaving a few to confront the swarm without any means of defense. These refugees, initially seeking only to survive, were now faced with the specter of death, their fear compelling them to flee in all directions, rendering them deaf to commands. At this moment, the constable drew his dagger, positioning himself to block the path. The glint of his blade flashed dangerously, and several heads tumbled to the ground. Blood stained the mountain path. As the constable stood there with his bloodied weapon, resembling a manifestation of death itself, this spectacle further terrified the already shaken refugees, compelling them to obey and return to the side of Ergo. Once gathered together, the situation became more manageable. Two large geese soared low, attempting to scatter the swarm, while the others rallied, vigorously wielding bamboo branches. Ergo brandished his heavy sword, executing a series of tempestuous sword techniques. As he unleashed this flurry, it was like a violent storm. The shadows of his blade were so dense that not a drop of water could penetrate. Wherever the sword shadow fell, both ordinary locusts and the several-inch-long insect king were reduced to mere fragments. Just as Ergo was exerting all his strength, a sudden flash of green light appeared to his left, followed by an immense force crashing against his sword. The impact was so great that the 100-pound sword he wielded snapped in two. As the green shadow zipped past him, he realized it was none other than the over-foot-long insect king. Originally positioned to his left, Scholar Sun now lay prostrate on the ground, a gaping wound the size of a fist in his chest, blood oozing forth. The colossal locust king, having failed its initial strike, did not rush to attack again but instead hovered in the air, emitting a series of shrill chirps. The swarm of locusts seemed to be under its command, surging toward Ergo like an overwhelming tide. Even though he wielded the broken sword in his hand, creating an impenetrable barrier against wind and water, he found it increasingly difficult to withstand the onslaught. At that moment, the broken sword in Ergo's hand erupted with brilliance, a blade of light extending about a foot from its edge, shifting unpredictably. Suddenly, a beam of sword energy shot forth like lightning, aimed directly at the great locust, its speed surpassing that of the insect itself. The creature reacted swiftly, sidestepping just in time to evade a fatal blow, the sword energy slicing through its abdomen and causing green blood to spill forth. Infuriated by its injury, the locust king flapped its wings and lunged at Ergo. Unwavering, Ergo unleashed a flurry of strikes using the gale sword technique. His consciousness fully expanded to track the locust king's flight path. His inner energy allowed him to manifest only two beams of sword light. Having already expended one, he had but a single opportunity remaining. As the distance between them narrowed to 10 feet, the locust's speed appeared to decelerate within his perception, its trajectory crystal clear. Now was the moment. Ergo unleashed the second beam of sword light, piercing through the locust king's forehead with a swift whoosh. The creature's body split in two, green blood splattering the ground. With the demise of the largest locust, the swarm was thrown into disarray, fracturing into several groups, each scattering in different directions. Amidst the chaos, only a few locusts managed to escape the onslaught. Thus, the locust swarm in Daching Township has been entirely eradicated by him. Chapter 63. The elixir has been found. As the sun sets, the battlefield is strewn with the carcasses of locusts, a fierce battle having raged throughout the day. At this moment, the refugees are using brooms to gather the insect remains, among which are some notably larger mutated locusts that must be sorted out separately. Through the experiences of recent days, everyone is acutely aware of the immense value of the mutated locust corpses. Not only do they possess superior flavor, but they also enhance physical strength and vitality. The locust extermination team has collected over 100 of these mutated locusts in this endeavor. Following this battle, the locust plague in Daching Township has been completely vanquished. While they have reaped tremendous rewards, the extermination team has also suffered substantial losses, with over 100 lives claimed and more than 300 fleeing, leaving only around 700, all of whom bear wounds. Among his 3 martial scholars, one has perished, while the other 2 have sustained injuries of varying severity. Their bodies marred with numerous lacerations, flesh exposed. At this moment, Ergo holds the carcass of the great Locust King. 2 large geese, their heads leaning against him, gaze longingly at the Locust King's body, salivating. Yet, as geese, they possess their own pride and cannot stoop to fawning over Ergo or beg for scraps. Nor can they wag their tails like dogs. Thus, they can only watch with eager eyes. This Locust King measures over a foot in length. Its hind legs serrated and menacingly sharp, likely the very instrument that shattered his 100-pound sword. His sword, forged primarily from high-quality bronze, far surpasses the caliber of ordinary blades. Yet it was rendered useless by a single strike from the Locust King. The belly of the Locust King, now split open, reveals a treasure trove of golden eggs. Clearly delectable to behold, Ergo sensed a formidable energy emanating from within, likely transformed into the legendary Locust Demon. Do you wish to partake? In response to their master's inquiry, the 2 geese promptly raised their noble heads in affirmation. Perhaps I shall offer it to you in a few days. It is for your own good, Ergo declared as he collected the carcass of the locust. The 2 geese had accompanied him during this time, contributing significantly, and today's battle had left them battered, their plumage in disarray. While it was certainly no trouble to feed them, such a splendid delicacy warranted being stored in a gourd to enhance its quality before consumption. The geese, not comprehending their master's intent, proudly held their heads high and turned aside, conveying their indifference to the offering. Captain Zhang, we have gathered a total of 156 mutated locusts. How shall we divide them? Zhao Xiaocai inquired, gazing at the substantial pile of locust carcasses before Ergo. They had already discerned the exquisite flavor of these locusts, which not only tasted delightful, but also contained a unique energy that could bolster one's strength and amplify the true qi within, proving immensely beneficial for martial practitioners. Let us proceed as before. Divide the mutated locusts into 7 equal portions, 1 for each of us, with the remainder allocated to the locust extermination team as rations. Previously, after each battle, Ergo had divided the locusts into 7 shares, with 5 for his companions and 2 for the geese. The rationale behind the geese receiving 2 portions was met with no dissent, as everyone acknowledged that the geese contributed more than any other. Should we still include Sun Xiaocai in the distribution, given that he has perished? Certainly. The loss of any individual does not warrant the withholding of their share, Ergo naturally proclaimed. Having only known the toil of chopping wood and feeding pigs since childhood, he had never received instruction in the art of human interaction until he encountered Li Banxian. Upon entering the library of Zhengwu Hall, he felt as though he had discovered a new realm, absorbing knowledge from books that had previously remained untaught. During this time, he perused numerous military treatises, which emphasized that the essence of leading troops lay in the principles of reward and punishment. Those who rendered service, regardless of their humble status, deserved recognition. Conversely, even the most esteemed individuals must face consequences for their transgressions. Such practices were essential to maintaining authority and ensuring compliance. Lacking prior understanding and experience in commanding large forces, he diligently adhered to the teachings within the texts. After several days, he observed that the wisdom imparted by the books rang true, as no significant disturbances arose. Although Zhao Xiaocai, Qian Xiaocai, and the constable were eager for a portion of Sun Xiaocai's share, they found little to contest in Ergo's distribution. While this approach did not yield additional benefits, it ensured that they would not incur losses. That night, the Locust Extermination Team celebrated their achievements with a hearty feast. Following this skirmish, their mission to eradicate the locusts was deemed complete. The displaced villagers, having fought alongside Ergo for several days, transitioned from a state of hunger to one of satisfaction, having tasted the fruits of their labor. Anticipation grew among them to continue their efforts against the locusts. Ergo allocated provisions for the extermination team, instructing them to remain in Dacheng village while he and a few others returned to the county office to report. The path ahead would be determined by the county magistrate. On their way back, they traversed other villages and observed that the swarms of locusts remained abundant, showing no signs of suppression. The wandering villagers. After being dispatched back home by the soldiers, he ceased his endeavors in the fields. Farming had lost any semblance of meaning. The crops he had painstakingly nurtured at the beginning of the year had been entirely devoured by locusts. For sustenance, he resorted to foraging tree bark and roots, occasionally capturing a solitary locust, which allowed him to maintain a modest yet bearable existence. As he passed through a place known as Xinguang Township, he chanced upon a locust extermination squad engaged in a fierce battle. This scene was tumultuous. displaying an overwhelming advantage for the locusts. The swarms thrummed their wings, creating a cacophony, as the extermination team was forced to scatter in disarray, their cries of despair echoing in the air. A martial scholar, possessing notable prowess, executed agile movements with remarkable fluidity, deftly changing directions while fleeing. Yet, a relentless horde of locusts closely pursued him, their speed formidable. Help! The martial scholar, spotting Ergo and his companions, urgently called for assistance. Ergo recognized him as one of the more prominent figures from the county hall, particularly eloquent, which left a lasting impression. The two large geese, upon sighting the locust swarm, charged in without needing any command from Ergo, their wings flailing in the air as they swept down locusts like falling rain. These geese had been feasting on mutated locusts daily, their strength rapidly increasing, now far surpassing those remaining in the mountains. Before Ergo could intervene, the swarm pursuing the martial scholar had already been vanquished by the two geese, which then continued their assault on other locusts. The resilient scholar, having survived calamity, regained his senses only to discover that the swarm of locusts, which had earlier driven them to despair, had been vanquished by two geese. Following the conclusion of the battle, the geese picked up the mutated locusts from the ground with their beaks, yet they did not hastily consume their prize. Instead, they presented the locust before Ergo. Gratefully accepting the mutated locusts, Ergo then retrieved a dozen more from his bundle to share with the two geese. "Thank you," expressed the relieved scholar, still shaken, as he clasped his hands in gratitude towards Ergo. "May I inquire your esteemed name?" he asked, a tinge of regret surfacing as he reflected upon the numerous acquaintances he had made, lamenting that he had not met this one sooner. "My surname is Zhang," Ergo replied, "and these are scholars Zhao and Qian, whom I presume you are already acquainted with." The group engaged in a brief conversation, revealing that their locust hunting team in Xinguang Township had met with ill fortune. On the very first day, many of the recruited refugees had perished or fled, leaving only a handful behind. Despite ongoing recruitment efforts, casualties and desertions continued to plague them. Within a few days, they encountered an exceptionally large swarm of locusts, resulting in the loss of two scholars from their ranks. The frequent deaths within their locust hunting team had made it increasingly difficult to recruit new members, as the refugees were primarily concerned with mere survival, showing little inclination to risk their lives. Upon learning that Ergo and his companions had successfully completed their mission and were preparing to report back to the county office, the scholar could only express a mix of astonishment and envy, sighing at his own misfortune. Upon returning to the outskirts of the county town, Ergo was met with an even greater throng of refugees than before. Some hailed from Anchang County, while others had wandered in from distant lands, making it nearly impossible to stem the tide. The stall at the city gate that dispensed porridge has been dismantled, and a guard armed with a blade now stands at the entrance, prohibiting the destitute from entering the city. The four individuals made their way to the county office, where the county magistrate, upon learning that they had successfully eradicated the locusts in Daqing Township, expressed his astonishment and personally summoned them. "I dispatched a total of 20 locust extermination teams, yet only your unit has triumphed in vanquishing the locust swarm. You have performed admirably. I shall reward you handsomely, and hope you will continue your commendable efforts to achieve further merits, for I shall advocate for your accolades in the future." In high spirits, the magistrate bestowed upon Ergo 10 rejuvenating pills, while Zhao Xiaocai and the others each received 5. Furthermore, the rations allocated to their locust extermination team were increased from 2 do to 4 do daily. The magistrate then commanded them to depart from Daqing Township once more, assisting in the extermination of locusts in other towns. After exiting the county office, Ergo made his way to Sima Yi's Huachuntang. Today, the establishment appeared rather desolate, with Sima Yi seated behind the counter, his expression weary and haggard. Despite his youth, the strands of white hair upon his head had multiplied significantly. "Have you escaped as well?" Sima Yi expressed surprise upon seeing Ergo. "What do you mean by escaping?" "I have returned to report to the magistrate." This statement left Ergo perplexed, as it seemed nonsensical. "Report?" Sima Yi was equally confused. The two engaged in a comical exchange, taking quite some time to comprehend each other's intentions. Through Sima Yi, Ergo learned that several of the 20 locust extermination teams dispatched earlier had disbanded, and those that remained were struggling to persevere in their arduous efforts. Some chose to hide away and pass their days in idleness, too fearful to provoke the larger swarms of locusts. Among them were several well-off scholars who simply returned to the county town, abandoning their efforts. Thus, when Sima Yi saw Ergo return, he instinctively assumed he, too, had fled. Ergo recalled the circumstances of his final battle. Indeed, most of the troops could not withstand the onslaught. However, aside from his own unit, there were a few others that performed admirably, all of which were backed by prominent families from the county town. This included the team led by my cousin, Sima Hong, whose family provided unwavering support, offering personnel and provisions. With a focus on cultivating the next generation of their clan, Ergo then inquired about the situation in the county town. It turned out that after they had taken in a substantial number of refugees into the locust eradication team, the authorities had sent all the remaining refugees outside the city back to their places of origin. Yet, due to the team's lack of success in battle, many refugees returned shortly thereafter. In an attempt to compel these refugees to join the fight against the locusts, the county office even prohibited Simayi's rice porridge distribution stall. Desperate for sustenance, the refugees were naturally inclined to hunt down locusts. In the process, they also filled their own pockets, as the disaster relief provisions allocated by the court were embezzled by the influential families, who divided up a staggering 70 to 80% among themselves. Sima Yi's face flushed as he recounted this, for his own family had been complicit in such actions. Previously, he had pleaded with his uncle to secure some grain for the porridge, only to be subsequently prohibited by the county office. Presently, while the entire county town appeared to be devoid of food, many prominent families had hoarded reserves sufficient to last for several years. Everyone acted in perfect harmony, selling only a small quantity of grain each time, thus driving the prices to soaring heights to reap greater profits. Upon hearing this insider information, Ergo felt no surprise. The wealthy merchants of Sanchazi town had always engaged in such practices, and he had long since become accustomed to it. After bidding farewell to Sima, he made another visit to the black market. The antidote he had ordered had finally arrived. However, due to the drastic decline in the price of blood soul pills, the 5 pills he had originally prepared could no longer be exchanged for even a single antidote. He had to supplement an additional 100 taels to make up the difference in value to acquire the antidote. The antidote was a vibrant emerald green, resembling jade in its smooth, lustrous appearance. A whiff of its fragrance revealed a hint of herbal aroma, although he was unsure of its exact scent. The corpse poison within him had already been dispelled, rendering it temporarily unnecessary. Ideally, he would never need it again in his lifetime. He tucked the antidote into his bosom and glanced at the rows of medicine cabinets in Hongfu Hall. Were there any other elixirs available? Fortuitously, the proprietor smiled slightly, exuding pride as he replied, "Indeed, Hongfu Hall has acquired yet another elixir. You may have heard that recently, the government rewarded a particular medicine, but alas, it was misplaced by the county magistrate's concubine. The unfortunate soul who lost the elixir had no choice but to trade it with the county magistrate for 2 barren hills." As Ergo listened to the shopkeeper recount this familiar tale, he was tempted to disclose that the unfortunate soul was, in fact, himself. Could it be that this elixir had been found once more? Indeed, just a couple of days ago while sweeping, I found it at home. What a coincidence. Wouldn't you agree? He speaks of this tale with evident pride. Ergo, though simple-minded, is not foolish. He comprehends the underlying circumstances. What is the price of this precious elixir? If it is not exorbitant, he wishes to acquire it. Such a rare treasure undoubtedly attracts numerous eager eyes, and thus cannot be sold outright. In 5 days, it shall be auctioned at our Hongfu building, with the highest bidder claiming it. Should you have interest? You are welcome to participate in the bidding then. With a heavy heart, Ergo departed from Hongfu building, uncertain whether to feel elated or troubled. At last, he had a chance to reclaim his treasured elixir. To afford the bid in 5 days, he sold a sack of red dates in the black market for 600 taels of silver, 5 dough of cat-tooth rice masquerading as the coveted crescent rice for 5,000 taels, a batch of Peiyuan Guban pills for 1,000 taels, and some mutated locust corpses for 2,000 taels. Chapter 64. Spirit Beasts. After leaving the black market, Ergo did not return directly to Daking-Siang, but hastened back to Shiko Mountain overnight. Having been away for so long, he yearned for home. In comparison to the dire conditions he witnessed in the villages along his journey, Shishi village appeared relatively prosperous, with green crops still visible in many fields. The Ahu family had toiled for half a year, and their sesame and millet were thriving, now ready for harvest. The master has returned. The master is back. A group of children at the foot of Shiko Mountain joyfully rushed towards him upon seeing Ergo. These children remain oblivious to the societal hierarchies of wealth and status, and are largely unaware of the treachery that lurks within the hearts of men, their faces still aglow with radiant smiles. After being sold by their parents and their hearts, Ergo has become their true guardian, their sheltering sky. As Ergo gazes at the joyful group of children before him, a flicker of accomplishment rises within him. He retrieves a handful of red dates from his bundle and shares them with the child in front of him. "Thank you, master. Wow, the dates are so sweet." The children laugh and scamper away, while Chiyoyu approaches, bowing respectfully to Ergo. "Greetings, master. How has everything been during my absence?" There was a thief. At these words, Ergo's expression shifts, and he leaps into action, dashing towards the mountaintop. The honking of geese fills the air as a flock gathers around him, flapping their wings and stretching their necks to peck at his garments. Scanning the summit, Ergo finds everything in order, and he exhales in relief before soaring down the mountainside upon the back of a goose. Chiyoyu awaits him at the foot of the mountain. What exactly transpired? A few days prior, some children had discovered the lifeless bodies of mice and birds at the base of the back mountain, intending to cook them for a meal. Coincidentally, Huang Laokai had also witnessed this and sensed something amiss. The sequence of events unfolded as such. Huang Laokai detected an abnormality, leading the group to uncover scattered grains of rice and the remains of other poisoned creatures in the back mountain. Consequently, they increased the number of night watchmen, particularly around the rear mountain, where over 100 individuals were concealed. Alas, they ultimately failed to apprehend anyone. Well, you have done exceptionally well. In my absence, ensure that more personnel are assigned to stand guard during the night. Under no circumstances should anyone be allowed to ascend the mountain. The toxic rice and the corpses that have succumbed to poison must be incinerated to prevent them from being scavenged and consumed. Currently, several hundred individuals are stationed at the foot of the mountain, while the cliffs of Snake Mouth Mountain are remarkably smooth. At the summit, there are iron thorns and a flock of geese. With such formidable defenses in place, even the most skilled officials or magistrates would find it exceedingly difficult to breach the protections of Snake Mouth Mountain. After giving a few instructions, Ergo soared back to the summit. A small portion of the ginseng cultivated there had been devoured by the geese, but fortunately the loss was not substantial, as the geese were regularly provided with ample meat. The ground was thickly carpeted with the remains of locusts that had exceeded their consumption capacity. Ergo gathered these locust corpses, adding some that had been stored in gourds, and filled 2 large sacks. He entrusted these locusts to Chiyoyu as their provisions. Subsequently, he retrieved the broken sword and some newly acquired refined silver from the black market, tossing them to Huang Fuguei for repairs. Observing Huang Fuguei grimacing as he hoisted the severed sword, Ergo handed him a vial of restorative pills. Once he had arranged matters at home, he felt a sense of relief and set off towards Daqing Township with 2 geese. Zhao Shouzai and his companions had long awaited his arrival, and the previously remaining 600 villagers had not dispersed. In fact, their numbers had swelled to over 1,000. These were locals who, upon hearing of the available food, flocked to join the gathering. Ergo summoned the villagers together and reiterated the rules. All deserters would face execution. Observing the carefree demeanor of the refugees, it was evident that they had not taken his words to heart. During the last skirmish, had it not been for the constables blocking the path, severing several heads in the process, none of these individuals would have remained. They were utterly disorganized, a mere rabble. Captain Zhang, what are our next steps? Let us rest for a day, then we shall set forth towards Heishan town. Ergo had already devised a plan on the journey. He intended to sweep through the area towards Sanchotsi town. While he could not oversee other regions, he aimed to clear the vicinity around Sanchotsi town, which was in close proximity to his home, allowing him to respond swiftly in case of emergencies. By advancing from Heishan town, they could return to Sanchotsi town. Their contingent, comprising over 1,000 individuals, moved along the road in a scattered and lethargic manner, stretching for a mile or two without a clear view from the front to the rear. Some vanished midway, while others joined along the way. This left Ergo perplexed, uncertain of the precise number of his subordinates or their identities. Furthermore, as they passed through various villages, some seized the opportunity to loot, resulting in disputes over the stolen goods. In summary, chaos reigned, and discipline was non-existent. Fortunately, locusts lacked intelligence if they were to engage a more astute military force. Even 100 well-organized individuals could easily shatter their ranks with just a couple of ambushes. In recent days, Ergo had experimented with certain strategies from military texts and had begun to taste the fruits of his labor. In a few days, he would be heading to the county town's black market to partake in the auction of a certain elixir. Thus, he was not in a hurry to eradicate the locusts and decided to allocate 2 days to reorganize his team. He first categorized the personnel into 2 main groups. Group A, consisting of over 800 primary combatants, and Group B, comprising over 300 individuals, those frail, elderly, or seeking mere subsistence, including children aged 3 to 5 and the elderly in their 60s and 70s. The members of Group B lacked the strength to confront the locusts and were relegated to menial tasks such as gathering firewood and cooking. Subsequently, he structured both groups into smaller units, designating leaders for each segment: team leaders, squad leaders, and centurions. In total, there were 11 centurions who directly reported to Ergo, establishing a hierarchical command structure. This arrangement rendered the team more orderly and manageable. Any issues could simply be directed to these 11 individuals. He meticulously followed the methodologies outlined in military treatises, affirming the value of extensive reading, as these were the insights gleaned from the lifetimes of others. He resolved to peruse the collection of texts at Jingwu Hall in its entirety. Nevertheless, he found himself grappling with one particular military regulation, the contentious issue of whether soldiers could kill and plunder villagers. Many military texts failed to address this matter. While some suggested that allowing soldiers to pillage could serve as a reward, enhancing morale and replenishing supplies. He had also encountered instances in the history of the Great Zhou where, particularly before and after significant battles, commanders permitted their troops to raid for several days. Having consistently adhered to the teachings of military texts and having reaped their benefits, Ergo found himself deeply conflicted when confronted with this decision. At last, he gritted his teeth and resolved to cease his studies. A new regulation was instituted in the military code: no pillaging of villages, nor could one commit murder or arson. Violators would face execution. Ergo, having endured relentless humiliation and beatings since childhood, possessed a profound understanding of the anguish of being oppressed. Through diligent effort, he finally managed to escape much of the bullying, yet he harbored no desire to inflict such suffering upon others. He recalled his master's words, "Do not bestow upon others what you do not wish for yourself." Although he struggled to remember the precise phraseology of such scholarly sentiments, he grasped the essence of the message. He lacked the authority to intervene in the oppression of commoners by corrupt officials, but within his jurisdiction, he would not permit soldiers to exploit or terrorize civilians. Such a transgression would indeed contravene military principles, yet he was merely a farmer, not a grand general. Merely a day after the reorganization, there were several incidents of soldiers entering villages to rob money, grain, and even young maidens. These men, accustomed to a life of idleness, completely disregarded his edicts. Upon witnessing a few bound and helpless refugees, all of whom appeared as humble farmers, he recognized that their brutality mirrored that of the officials. Despite their tearful pleas for mercy, he ordered the constables to behead them in front of 1,000 onlookers. From that moment on, the refugees became submissive, acting with trepidation and adhering to the rules. In just 2 or 3 days, the demeanor of the troop transformed significantly. They grew more disciplined and orderly. It was no wonder that he had read in military texts that before a great battle, it was customary to execute a portion of the soldiers to instill fear and bolster morale. With the reorganization complete, he calculated that the Locust King's carcass, hidden within the gourd, was now ready to be retrieved to feed the geese. 2 geese, having caught the scent of the locust's lifeless body in their owner's hand, approached with an undeniable desire to feast. Yet, they were equally determined to preserve their dignity, refusing to resort to beggary. Standing resolutely beside the dog, one on the left and the other on the right, they elongated their necks and raised their proud heads. Their gaze, however, was fixated on the 2 remains of the Locust King, unwavering and unyielding. Alas, a feast! The 2 geese, having suffered from their lack of sophistication, misinterpreted their owner's smiling words as compliments. With an air of elegance, they stretched their necks and, one after the other, consumed the Locust King. Not long after swallowing the locust, an unexpected surge of energy coursed through their bodies, transforming into a wild frenzy as they clashed within. With a cacophony of honks, the geese ascended into the sky, flailing about as if possessed, shedding feathers with every erratic movement. After a considerable time, they gradually calmed and descended to the ground, collapsing into slumber. The dog, observing with keen perception, noted their weakened state, yet sensed a powerful new aura forming within them. This essence bore resemblance to that of the Locust King, albeit less frenzied. It recalled a passage from an ancient tome in the Jingwu Hall, stating that all beings under heaven could attain immortality through cultivation. Human practitioners are referred to as cultivators, while the cultivation of plants and animals is termed as demonization, with the essence within classified as demon energy. It appeared that these 2 geese, having devoured the Locust King, had successfully generated demon energy within themselves, akin to a human warrior advancing to the realm of chi practitioners. However, it is customary to label wild creatures as demon beasts, while those domesticated by humans are called spirit beasts. The 2 geese had just completed their advancement and, though somewhat frail, should recover after a few days of rest. A single great insect king is sufficient to elevate 2 formidable geese. In the future, it would be wise to acquire more corpses of these insect kings. After a day of rest, the 2 geese regained some strength. Ergo entrusted the captaincy to the constable temporarily, as he returned the geese to Shicombe Mountain for recuperation. He also took the reassembled broken sword before heading towards the county town. The elixir in the black market was set to be auctioned off this evening. He had long prepared his finances, determined to acquire it. Chapter 65, The Conflict of Good and Evil. Today, the black market was bustling with activity, likely due to the anticipation surrounding the elixir. At this moment, within a hall of the Hongfu building, over 20 individuals awaited the commencement of the auction. Ergo discreetly employed his chi observation technique and discerned that the attendees were all at the 6th level of chi training or below. The absence of particularly formidable experts alleviated his concerns. He speculated that perhaps, akin to the P1 Gubin pill, the efficacy of such elixirs diminishes after reaching a certain level of cultivation. Having practiced for several years, it was his first encounter with so many cultivators gathered in one place. It seemed that Anshan County was indeed a hidden bastion of talent. After a brief wait, the elderly shopkeeper of Hongfu Hall emerged with a cheerful demeanor. "Thank you all for your patience." The old shopkeeper appeared to revel in storytelling, recounting the origins of the elixir, which elicited laughter from the crowd. Only Ergo felt as though he had been dragged out once more to face ridicule. The county magistrate is benevolent and compassionate. The magistrate loves his people like children. As Ergo sat amidst the throng, he listened to the surrounding cultivators showering flattery, feeling that he had heard the same tiresome phrases repeated ad nauseum, devoid of any novelty. He was somewhat perplexed. Now that everyone wore masks, obscuring their identities, was it truly effective to flatter one another from afar? Was it merely a personal inclination? A discomfort in abstaining from such flattery? Humph, just a swarm of maggots. Suddenly, a chilling voice pierced through the harmonious atmosphere, sounding particularly jarring. The crowd turned towards the source of the voice, revealing a man adorned with a garish mask. "What are you staring at? I shall eventually sweep away all of you maggots." The man in the flamboyant mask appeared utterly unfazed by the attention, instead issuing a brazen threat. "Who dares to be so audacious?" inquired the proprietor of Hongfu Hall coldly. His cultivation was not weak. At just over 50 years of age, he had already attained the 5th level of qi training, making him a notable figure in the black market. It was well known that the benefactor behind Hongfu Hall was the county magistrate, and this individual had the audacity to slander him openly. "I do not change my name nor my lineage. I am King Fingzi of the Dao Xuanzhou. If you have the ability, come find me at the Dao Xuanzhou." It turned out that the man in the flower mask was a member of a heretical sect, explaining his boldness and challenging the authorities. After all, they were all engaged in illicit activities. With an abundance of lice, one need not fret, and with numerous debts, one feels no discomfort. "Ah, I see now. A valiant from Dao Xuanzhou." The proprietor of Hongfu Hall responded not with anger, but with a laugh, seemingly marking this grievance in his memory. "You are clearly not a practitioner of Dao Xuanzhou. Why attempt to frame them?" At that moment, a man donning a ghostly mask rose to admonish him. "How can you ascertain that I am not a practitioner of Dao Xuanzhou? Are you one yourself?" The man in the flower mask maintained his arrogant demeanor. The masked figure hesitated for a moment before slowly removing his mask, revealing a gaunt visage. "Indeed, I am the one you seek, King Fengzi of the Daoxian sect. I implore you all not to misunderstand my intentions. Although the Daoxian sect has fallen out of favor with the authorities, we merely wish to dedicate ourselves to the path of cultivation, harboring no rebellious thoughts." After speaking, King Fengzi donned his mask once more and exited the auction hall. He preferred to reveal his identity rather than accept the elixir, unwilling to be unjustly blamed. This ancient sect has persistently navigated the shadows to survive, and inciting the wrath of the authorities could easily lead to their annihilation. As King Fengzi departed, another man in a flower-patterned mask also withdrew from the auction venue. This brief interlude concluded, and the auction resumed. The proprietor of Hongfu Tower ceased his chatter and directly produced a jade box, unveiling it before the assembly. Inside lay a singular, pristine elixir, glistening with purity. Utilizing his spiritual perception, one could discern the rich essence contained within the pill. This was a first-grade Peiyuan pill. Our establishment does not accept common silver, but instead adopts the Peiyuan Gubin pills as the standard for bidding. Upon the successful auction, one may settle with Peiyuan Gubin pills or other equivalent spiritual items. The starting bid was set at 1,000 Peiyuan Gubin pills. I bid 2,000. I bid 2,500. I bid 2,800. The bidding surged to 2,800 Peiyuan Gubin pills almost immediately. However, Ergo recalled that Sima Yi had mentioned previously that a Peiyuan pill would typically cost at least 30,000 taels of silver. Converted to Peiyuan Gubin pills, it would require a minimum of 3,000 pills. 3,000 pills. Thus, Ergo boldly reported a straightforward price, hoping that others would refrain from inflating the cost excessively. 3,100 grains. 3,200. 3,300. Nonetheless, the practitioner's present continued to raise the bids. Ergo had long concluded that this was his own elixir, and he could only persist in increasing his offer. In the end, Ergo acquired the elixir, which rightfully belonged to him, for a price of 4,000 grains of Peiyuan Gubin pills. After calculations, he had disbursed 380 taels of refined silver. The attendees regarded Ergo with curious glances, bewildered by his origins and his audacity in producing such a sum of 380 taels of refined silver in one go. Following this, Hongfu Tower seized the opportunity to auction off several items pertinent to cultivators. Ergo again spent 200 taels of refined silver to purchase a piece of mysterious iron. This material could be utilized by cultivators to forge magical weapons and flying swords, and it was quite costly. However, only a small fragment was available, insufficient for the creation of a weapon. Ergo intended to incorporate this material into his heavy sword to enhance its durability. I shall now present the final item for auction, announced the proprietor of Hongfu Tower as he produced a large wooden box and opened its lid, revealing the corpse of a locust king. This was a locust king that had transformed into a locust demon, measuring over 1.5 feet in length, and it had cost several skilled fighters their lives to defeat it. The locust demon contained a rich reservoir of spiritual energy, which could be ingested to enhance cultivation or utilized in alchemy. Its formidable hind legs could also be fashioned into weapons. The proprietor of Hongfu Tower enumerated the various advantages of the locust demon, his words highly evocative and persuasive. In summary, the locust demon, from head to toe, including the waist within its belly, possesses immense value. Indeed, this single locust carcass has incited a frenzy among the crowd, with its price soaring to rival that of elixirs. Ultimately, Ergo spent 330 taels of refined silver to acquire this exceedingly rare locust king's body, intending to take it home to feed his geese. In this round of the auction, Ergo emerged as the greatest victor, having purchased the two most valuable items of the event. Simultaneously, he was also the biggest loser, for he had to expend an amount equivalent to tens of thousands of taels of silver to reclaim his own elixirs. After acquiring the elixirs, Ergo wasted no time and departed the county town alone. He first returned to Shiko Mountain, where the two recently advanced geese had made considerable recovery after their rest. However, during their advancement, they had lost many feathers, and they had yet to regrow them, leaving several patches bare. He fed them a few revitalizing pills and then set off to exterminate the locusts. On a desolate mountain beyond the county town, a figure clad in black swiftly employed the technique of wind manipulation to traverse the terrain. Upon reaching this deserted peak, he halted and scanned the surroundings, seemingly at a loss for a path forward. Suddenly, a surge of spiritual energy emanated from behind him, as a sharp sword silently lunged toward him. Fortunately, the black-clad individual possessed considerable combat experience. Without a glance back, he leaped forward to evade the surprise attack. He then retaliated with a strike of his own. Clang! At that moment, a figure materialized behind him. It was King Fengzi of the Daoshan sect, who had hastily departed the auction. What is your intention, fellow Taoist? Are you attempting to sow discord between my Daoshan sect and the government? The figure in the black robe chuckled. The Daoshan sect conceals itself too deeply. Had it not been for this, would you have revealed yourself so readily? Even if you are seeking assistance, there is no need to resort to such despicable tactics. King Fengzi was evidently displeased with the black-robed man's words. I genuinely have matters to discuss with you. The figure continued to explain. Not interested. King Fengzi turned to leave, but the black-robed man obstructed his path once more. Please, do not be in such a hurry to depart. I merely wish to request your assistance in forging an alchemical furnace. You possess alchemical furnaces, do you not? The numerous blood soul pills must surely have originated from your hands, correct? King Fengzi fixed his gaze upon the black-robed man and coldly replied, Our Daoshan sect, inheritors of the ancient righteous path, has always stood in opposition to your nefarious practices. We would never aid in the abominable act of refining pills using the lives of the living. After uttering these words, King Fengzi turned to leave once more. Yet the black-robed man again blocked his way. Why rush to leave? Everything can be a matter of trade. Conditions can be negotiated. Righteousness and evil cannot coexist. There is no room for negotiation on such heinous matters. King Fengzi's stance was resolute, sword at the ready. Should the black-robed man persist, a fierce confrontation would ensue. Daoshan's secret vault. Upon hearing this, the black-robed man ceased his obstruction, simply uttering those 4 words. King Fengzi's expression changed dramatically, and he turned to fixate on the black-robed man. Do you truly possess information regarding the Daoshan secret vault? I told you that any transaction can be negotiated. The black-robed man replied with a leisurely smile. Do you possess any information regarding the Daoshan secret repository? As King Fengzi uttered these words, a glint of malice flickered in his eyes. Why the urgency? I assure you, I possess nothing of the sort. Even if you were to take my life, you would glean no information. Since there is nothing to discuss, I shall take my leave. King Fengzi's demeanor reverted to normal, feeling he had been trifled with, and he let out a cold snort, preparing to turn away. While I may not have it, our leader certainly does. Surely, you do not believe that merely crafting a single alchemical furnace would grant you access to such vital information? The figure in the black robe continued, unhurriedly, as if he had grasped the essence of the Daoshan sect with utmost clarity. I am well aware that a mere alchemical furnace is but a trifling task. At this moment, Qing Fengzi's expression softened, and he acquiesced. What kind of alchemical furnace do you desire? I can deliver it within a month upon my return. Excellent. How forthright. The figure in black then articulated the specifications, size, and various conditions for the alchemical furnace he required. Qing Fengzi meticulously noted each detail, ready to forge it upon his return. Meanwhile, Ergo's troop had entered Black Mountain Town. After restructuring, the squadron was not only more manageable but also exhibited significantly enhanced combat capabilities. Their sweeping campaign had yielded countless locusts, with only 3 casualties. Besides the increased combat efficiency of the locust extermination team following their reorganization, the 2 large white geese had also ascended to spiritual beasts, greatly amplifying their prowess. Each day, Ergo extracted a substantial number of locusts infused with spiritual energy from his gourd to feed the 2 geese. After supplementing with ample spiritual energy, the great goose recovered swiftly, its strength and speed having at least doubled. Now, soaring through the skies with Ergo, it did so effortlessly. At the tips of the goose's wings, 2 newly sprouted, hard and sharp feathers emerged, as formidable as steel blades, capable of severing tree trunks as thick as a bowl. Frequently, with a sweep of its wings in midair, several inches long mutated locusts would be cleaved in 2. The 2 great geese had become the principal force in this locust extermination team, annihilating at least half of the locusts in every battle. Witnessing the enhanced prowess of the geese after their advancement, Ergo hurried back to Shiko Mountain overnight and shared the corpse of the locust king he had procured with the 2 geese. Indeed, he successfully facilitated the transformation of the 2 geese into spiritual beasts. With these 2 spiritual guardians safeguarding Shiko Mountain, he felt considerably more at ease. However, in the ensuing battles, they swept through 3 townships, yet failed to encounter another locust king. Perhaps such insect kings were scarce, and they had merely been fortunate to encounter 2 in succession. Lacking a locust king, their current combat strength was sufficient to manage ordinary swarms. Centering their operations around Shiko Mountain, they circled outward, achieving notable victories. Each day, the locusts they harvested not only sufficed for sustenance but also yielded a modest surplus. During this period, they came across other locust extermination teams, most of which were struggling immensely. Their harvests were insufficient for sustenance, and with inadequate provisions, they could not recruit additional manpower. A lack of personnel rendered them incapable of combating the locust swarms, and should any casualties occur among the hastily recruited villagers, panic would ensue, prompting a hasty retreat. Thus, those teams lacking strength would only grow weaker with time. However, amidst the tumultuous waves of time, certain exceptional individuals inevitably emerge. In addition to their formidable team, several other locust extermination squads have achieved remarkable victories. These squads hail from the Sima family, Ding village, and the trusted confidants of the county magistrate. The circumstances surrounding these locust eradication teams had previously been recounted by Sima. Perhaps the concerns of the wise share common threads, or perhaps they stem from a place of selfishness. The squad supported by Ding village has consistently focused its efforts solely in the vicinity of Ding village, while the Sima family's team primarily operates near their own domain. The most powerful and numerous of these squads belongs to the county magistrate, boasting a force of 2,000 to 3,000, tasked with safeguarding the broadest territory. Upon learning about the actions of the other teams, Ergo felt increasingly justified in his decision to remain active around Sanchatsi town. Given that the crops had already been devoured, the eradication of locusts seemed to hold little significance for the villagers. Now that he was closer to home, Ergo frequently rode his great white goose back to Shiko Mountain to water the crops and check on his family's affairs. At last, he found the time to take out the precious P1 pill and consume it. This pill, about the size of a fingertip, was pure white and glimmered like a pearl. He recalled that when he purchased it, there had been only one pattern etched upon its surface, after being stored in a gourd for a period. It now bore 2 patterns. Had it perhaps ascended from a first-tier to a second-tier quality? His understanding of pills was limited, leaving him to speculate that the enhancement of its spiritual essence was undoubtedly a positive development. After meditating and adjusting his breathing, he ingested the pill. It glided smoothly down his throat, continuously emanating its spiritual energy within his abdomen. Hastily channeling his energy for refinement, after a day and a night, Ergo gradually opened his eyes. At that moment, his cultivation had ascended to the 5th level of chi refining. Chapter 66, The White Crane Legacy. Following his advancement, Ergo meditated and practiced for another day. He sensed a tremendous surge in his power, as both of his dantians expanded further, and the true chi and consciousness within them surged significantly. His spiritual awareness now encompassed a radius of 3 zhang. Within this domain, any battle would be under his meticulous control. Under his keen observation, swiftly moving objects appeared to slow down, allowing him to discern their trajectories with ease. Drawing forth his great sword, he tested its edge. A beam of sword light shot forth from the tip, accurately gliding over the head of a large goose 2 zhang away, causing feathers to cascade down like snowflakes. Cackling in confusion, the goose was left with a bald head before it could comprehend the situation. Satisfied, Ergo sheathed his heavy sword. With his current level of true chi, he could effortlessly unleash 4 beams of sword light. Should he encounter the Grasshopper King again, he could strike from a distance of 2 or 3 zhang, ensuring a decisive blow. He also attempted to cast spells, finding that it was now considerably easier and swifter than before. He could conjure spells in mere moments. And with further practice, he believed he could achieve even greater speed. Indeed, the ability to cast spells was fundamentally rooted in one's cultivation level. With his present prowess, he could barely wield spells in combat, posing a certain threat to agile enemies who might attempt to flee. Nevertheless, in actual combat, utilizing sword light was likely the more suitable option. After the enhancement of his spiritual consciousness, Ergo immediately thought of the jade pendant left by his master. Previously, out of curiosity, he had glanced at it with his spiritual perception, which resulted in the depletion of his consciousness, leaving him vulnerable to being stripped of his clothing by passers-by and even ending up in a dire situation. The memories of that incident were far from pleasant. Today, atop the mountain, surrounded by a flock of geese acting as his guardians, he felt relatively safe and decided to give it another try. Once more, he delved into the gourd and located the jade pendant, probing into its depths. However, his spiritual awareness was once again uncontrollably drawn into the pendant. Just as his consciousness was on the verge of being completely exhausted, he finally beheld the ethereal figure of an old man with a white beard. This venerable figure was an elder of the Qingdan sect at the Golden Core stage, known as the White Crane True Man, who had dedicated his life to the art of alchemy. Now, with his sect annihilated by the Great Zhou dynasty and his own safety in jeopardy, he was reluctant to take his lifelong efforts to the grave, thus leaving behind this legacy of alchemical knowledge. From the words of the White Crane True Man, Ergo sensed a profound sadness. After a brief introduction, the old man's apparition began to impart the fundamentals of alchemy. The initial step in alchemical practice was to recognize various spiritual herbs. The figure of the White Crane True Man conjured illusions of different herbs, allowing Ergo to scrutinize every detail with clarity. Simultaneously, he explained each herb's growing environment, physical characteristics, medicinal properties, and compatibility with other herbs. Ergo listened intently, thoroughly absorbed by the experience. Since he began his cultivation journey, he had never received such hands-on instruction. Unfortunately, his spiritual consciousness was still insufficient. After the true man had elucidated dozens of herbs, his consciousness was depleted once more. His consciousness drained, he once again lay on the ground, his limbs devoid of strength, feeling as though his very essence had been extracted. In his mind, he still revisited the knowledge he had just acquired. Although his body felt feeble, an uncontainable excitement surged within him. Ha ha ha. I am about to become an alchemist, and not just any alchemist, but a wild one. Unbound by the constraints of the Great Zhou Court. The jade pendant contains the lifelong alchemical experiences of the celestial crane, now guiding him step by step. All he needed was to learn methodically and practice diligently, and one day, he would achieve the status of an alchemist. Yet, this was merely the beginning. Firstly, he needed sufficient mental acuity to absorb more knowledge. The only way to enhance this was through cultivation. Secondly, he required spiritual herbs, an alchemical furnace, and spiritual charcoal to generate flames. Unfortunately, he possessed none of these essentials, although he could cultivate century-old ginseng and huangjing. The oldest batch of ginseng in his possession was merely 40 years old, necessitating several more years of nurturing. As for the alchemical furnace, it was entirely under the control of the authorities, making it impossible for him to acquire one. In such a vast world, where could he possibly obtain an alchemical furnace? He could only inquire slowly. As for the spiritual charcoal that could provide flames, although he lacked it now, it was somewhat easier to find than the furnace. At this stage, he could only focus on mastering the foundational knowledge of alchemy before gradually searching for the furnace. After resting on the mountaintop for a day, his strength gradually returned. He first watered the fields and then descended the mountain to observe. Autumn and the others were still out hunting locusts for sustenance. The locusts in Sanchazi town have been nearly eradicated, yet those from other regions frequently migrate here to fill the void. Thus, there are daily bounties to be had. The locust extermination team is active in the surrounding towns. He has retained 2 large geese within their ranks, allowing him to remain relatively untroubled as long as they do not encounter the Locust King. There is little of great concern, as Ergo spends most of his time near Shiko Mountain, recently having acquired a substantial number of people. News of the provisions he offers has spread across several nearby towns. Many who struggle to make ends meet have traveled great distances to Shishi village, selling their children and wives to Ergo, with some even offering themselves. Given the minimal cost, Ergo welcomes all, amassing over 1,000 individuals, predominantly women and children. While the purchase was inexpensive, the challenge lies in procuring enough food, as they require a substantial daily intake. Fortunately, the current abundance of locusts provides sustenance, allowing them to endure for the time being. He can only hope for rain next year. With 2 barren mountains at his disposal, these 1,000 individuals could cultivate the land. In recent days, Ergo has taken the opportunity to melt a small amount of black iron into his heavy sword. After enhancement from his gourd, the quality of the black iron has improved, making it less prone to breakage. Ergo tested the sword and found it quite manageable. Boss, give this a try and see how it performs. Today, as Ergo descended the mountain, Huang Fugue approached him, cradling a bundle of knives. He wishes to craft some flying daggers to facilitate striking down from atop the geese. However, despite multiple attempts, Huang Fugue's results have been less than satisfactory. Today, the bundle of knives he crafted bore an exceedingly simple design, lacking even a handle. Its appearance resembled that of a large arrowhead. To his surprise, the tail end was fashioned to mimic an arrow, complete with 4 rudimentary fletchings. Ergo picked one up, weighing it in his hand. It was approximately 10 pounds. In comparison to the 150-pound sword he typically wielded, it was undeniably lighter. However, when raining down from the sky, its might would surely be formidable. This contraption might be more aptly termed a flying arrow. I shall give it a try, Ergo declared, summoning a large white goose before ascending into the heavens. Soaring to a height of several dozen yards, he looked down to see the objects below reduced to mere specks. He aimed the flying arrow at a sizable boulder and let it fly. Whoosh! Boom! A thunderous sound erupted as the boulder shattered into countless fragments. Upon descending, Ergo inspected the remnants of the obliterated stone. Its power was certainly on par with that of his hefty sword. As for the flying arrow, it had twisted and contorted upon impact. Excellent! Truly remarkable! Ergo exclaimed, handing a vial of foundational essence pills to Huang Fugue. Please forge more of these for me. The more, the better. Chapter 67. The Goose-Riding Warrior. Since Ergo's ascension and cultivation, he had spent the majority of his time atop Shiko Mountain, engaged in practice, farming, and tending to geese. With the assistance of 2 spirit beast-level geese in the locust extermination team, there was no need for Ergo to intervene, as they had already eradicated swarms in several nearby towns. Currently, they continued to sweep outward from the center of Sankaizi town, relentlessly combating the insect menace. On this particular day, Ergo found himself seated in a persimmon tree. The persimmons on the tree had ripened to perfection, with just a slight tear of the skin. The sweet, rich juice could flow into one's mouth. Sitting atop the tree, he selected the ripest ones, consuming a dozen or so, leaving his hands and mouth smeared with yellow, making it appear as though he had indulged in something far less appetizing. At that moment, a magnificent white goose soared from afar, landing directly beside him. This grand creature was assigned to the locust extermination team and typically did not return unless necessary. The goose approached, stretching its neck in a display of bravado, and from its beak, it ejected a bamboo tube. He wiped his hands on the pristine feathers of the goose, transferring the viscous persimmon juice onto its plumage. After cleansing his hands thoroughly, he accepted the bamboo tube and carefully extracted a slip of paper. To his astonishment, it revealed the presence of a 2-foot-long locust king. The handwriting suggested it was penned by an official. Among the swarms of locusts, few could ascend to the status of a demon king. He had previously slain one and purchased another at an auction. The remains of these 2 locust demons had given rise to 4 spirit beast-level geese. Yet he had never encountered one measuring 2 feet in length before. Since then, he had diligently searched for traces of this locust demon, but had found none. Without hesitation, he mounted the great white goose and departed from Snake Mouth Mountain, soon encountering the locust extermination team just outside a village. He cast a glance at the serene village, reassured that the team had not ventured into pillage. Captain Zhang, the locust swarm is currently 5 miles away and is moving in our direction. The officials, accompanied by him, ascended a small hill to survey the situation. Before them lay an exceptionally large swarm, surpassing any they had previously encountered. Wherever the swarm passes, even the trees are gnawed down and devoured. Inside, countless mutated locusts, each several inches long, number in the hundreds. They caught only a distant glimpse of the locust king, a creature measuring 2 feet in length, radiating a powerful aura that suggested formidable strength. Over time, the locust extermination team had amassed over 2,000 members. Yet, among them, there were merely 2 scholars and 1 constable, facing a high mortality rate against such mutated locusts. It was entirely possible that all 2,000 could perish here. As Ergo pondered on how to contend with this threat, the swarm took to the skies once more. This particular swarm had likely journeyed from a considerable distance, advancing towards their location. Reminded by the constable, Ergo realized that this swarm was likely targeting the medicinal herbs of Shiko Mountain. Rather than allowing his 2,000 subordinates to face certain death, he decided it would be wiser to deploy his flock of geese to confront them. You need not concern yourselves. Let the swarm continue its advance. I will devise a strategy to address it. Ergo instructed the extermination team to continue their efforts elsewhere, taking with him 2 large white geese and trailing behind the locust swarm. Each time the swarm took flight, it could only ascend for 100 or so yards before needing to pause for rest, then would take to the air again. The overall speed of the swarm was not particularly rapid. After following for a distance, Ergo confirmed that their trajectory was indeed towards Shiko Mountain. With that in mind, he mounted a large white goose and soared back to Shiko Mountain. He first fed each goose on the mountain a nourishing pill, then, riding a spirit beast goose, he led all the geese from the mountain to take flight out of Shiko Mountain. Such a magnificent spectacle left the villagers surrounding Shiko Mountain in awe. In their lifetimes, they had never witnessed someone lead such a large flock of geese soaring into the sky. Consequently, many years later, every household in the vicinity of Shishi village raised geese, which became a local delicacy. Many children in the village dreamed from a young age of one day riding their own grand goose into the heavens. Several miles outside Shishi village, atop a towering mountain, a fierce confrontation occurred with a swarm of locusts. Ergo, aware of his limitations, prudently dismounted from the back of his goose to avoid hindrance, taking a seat upon a large stone to observe the battle. For majestic spirit geese took the lead, effortlessly cleaving through the ranks of the insects. The sky was filled with the remnants of locusts raining down like a torrential downpour, while feathers, stained with blood, fluttered through the air. The mutated locusts within the swarm exhibited formidable strength, possessing remarkable speed and razor-sharp, serrated legs. A mere 10 or so locusts, measuring 6 to 7 inches, could besiege a single grand goose. Not long into the skirmish, one of the geese was gravely injured and plummeted from the sky. Farther afield, Ergo spotted a colossal insect king, over 2 feet long, issuing commands to the swarm with its incessant chirps. Ergo retrieved the injured goose and descended onto a large stone, wielding a long sword with ease. The locusts encroaching upon him were cleaved in twain, none daring to approach within 3 feet of him. A 7-inch-long mutated locust traced a swift arc through the air, hurtling towards Ergo like an arrow released from a bow. With a mere adjustment of the sword's angle, the locust king collided with the blade, its body splitting asunder. Ergo had already summoned his spiritual consciousness from the depths of his mind, enveloping an area of 2 yards around him. With his current cultivation, his divine awareness could envelop a radius of 3 to 4 zhang, though such exertion quickly led to fatigue, making it unsustainable for long. Once the locusts entered his field of perception, their flight patterns became distinctly visible, seemingly slowed in their movements. A mere flick of his sword would suffice to slay them. In that fleeting moment, 3 large geese plummeted from the sky, their necks gushing blood, a testament to the prowess of the great insect king, who, with explosive speed and razor-sharp hind legs, dispatched the geese with lethal precision. Ergo yearned to hunt the great insect king, yet the cunning creature kept its distance, never engaging in direct confrontation, seizing opportunities only to eliminate a lone goose. Alas, he could not fly. Just as this lamentation crossed his mind, he beckoned a nearby goose, mounting its back and soaring into the sky. To avoid alerting the insect king, Ergo circled in the air atop the goose, dispatching numerous inconsequential locusts, all the while drawing closer to the formidable locust. The distance between them dwindled from several zhang to merely 5, then 4. With only 3 zhang remaining, he believed he could unleash his sword chi with overwhelming certainty. However, at that moment, the locust seemed to sense the impending danger, flapping its wings and preparing to flee. In a moment of urgency, Ergo unleashed a wave of sword chi. But the great locust deftly evaded it with a slight lateral shift. Having startled the creature, the distance between them widened once more, quickly returning to 5 zhang. The great goose pursues, while the locust king flees. In terms of straight-line flight speed, the great goose possesses an advantage due to its larger size. However, in short-distance evasive maneuvers, the locust excels. Thus, both creatures exhibit their own strengths and weaknesses. The goose cannot catch up, while the locust cannot shake it off, resulting in a fluctuating distance between them. Eventually, the gap narrows once more to within 5 zhang. As the locust king prepares to sidestep, the goose must veer off to pursue, which will inevitably widen the distance again. Ergo, riding atop the goose, refrains from unleashing his sword aura amidst the chaos, for striking the locust could inadvertently harm other geese. He channels all his mental focus, yet still falls short by several feet, realizing that the distance will soon increase again. And wondering when he might get so close again, he promptly employs the wind control technique, leaping from the goose's back to chase after the locust king. Seizing this moment, The distance finally closes to 2 zhong and 5 qi, entering Ergo's range of perception. A brilliant sword aura bursts forth from the tip of his sword, and in an instant, the Locust King is cleaved in two. However, following the slaying of the Locust King in midair, Ergo's body begins to plummet rapidly. Should he fall from such a height, he would surely meet his demise. The fierce battle between the great white goose and the swarm of locusts has long attracted the attention of nearby villagers, including the brothers Zhang Yuliang. Oh! The two gazed skyward, awestruck by the dazzling sword aura that Ergo had unleashed to vanquish the Locust King. Such a sword aura would be insurmountable, even if they had 9 lives. While they are filled with shock and fear, their eyes are also brimming with hope. It would be best if one were to fall from the heavens and meet a tragic end. The two onlookers witnessed Ergo having vanquished the Locust King, plummeting through the air without a point of leverage. The wind control technique does not enable a chi-refining practitioner to soar. It necessitates a leap to briefly hover in the air. Below Ergo lay a chaotic expanse of jagged stones. Should he descend vertically, he would likely be reduced to a mere puddle of flesh. They eagerly anticipated the demise of Ergo, confident that they would claim Mount Shiko by nightfall. Yet, life seldom unfolds as one desires. Contrary to the Zhang brothers' expectations, Ergo let out a piercing cry as a white goose swooped down, deftly catching his falling form and ensuring a steady landing. The Zhang brothers sighed in disappointment, absent a fortuitous opportunity. It seemed improbable they would ever surpass Ergo in this lifetime. Following the Locust King's demise, the locust swarm disbanded in disarray as the great goose charged through, causing chaos and destruction, leaving many dead and others fleeing, thus ceasing to pose any threat. Ergo summoned Qiuyue to assist in the aftermath of the battle. In this confrontation, all 48 of his grand geese were deployed, 5 perished, while most others sustained injuries. Yet, they achieved the bounty of a 2-foot-long locust demon's carcass, alongside over 400 mutated locust remains. The bodies of ordinary locusts accumulated to a staggering weight of 5 to 6 stones. Ergo opted to retain the locust demon and the mutated locust remains, allowing Qiuyue to take the rest for provisions. Just as Ergo was engaged in his fierce battle against the locust horde, emissaries from the county office unexpectedly arrived, seeking his locust extermination team. Where's Zhang Ergo? Upon the arrival of the county envoy, a long face of displeasure greeted them, regarding the enthusiastic camaraderie exhibited by Scholar Zhao and his companions. It was met with a tepid response, revealing an expression that signified a desire to maintain distance. Captain Zhang had ventured off in pursuit of a large-scale insect swarm and had yet to return. It seemed to me that he had abandoned his post, a transgression that would surely warrant punishment from the county magistrate. The constables, however, displayed a keen sense of propriety by delivering several corpses of mutated insect kings, which elicited a modicum of favor from the county envoy. Concurrently, he dispatched someone to Snake Creek Village in search of Ergo, riding atop a large goose. Ergo swiftly arrived at the makeshift encampment. Scholar Zhang, you appear to be living in leisure. Yet are you aware that the entire Qizhou prefecture is ravaged by locust plagues, rampant banditry, and a populace in despair, with bones exposed in the fields? Yet your locust extermination team remains here, hesitating. In front of a gathering of over 1,000 subordinates, the envoy from the county office spoke with fervor, swiftly placing a heavy accusation upon Ergo. Scholar Zhang, are you aware of your crimes? The envoy stood with an air of arrogance. The members of the locust extermination team, being mere villagers, harbored a deep-seated fear of officials, and under such intimidation, they bowed their heads, anxious to avoid the wrath of the authorities. Yet, in their hearts, they felt aggrieved. They had tirelessly worked day and night to eradicate locust swarms from several nearby villages. After enduring numerous days of conflict, many bore injuries, and some had even lost loved ones. To their dismay, they now faced the threat of punishment from the county office. Ergo cast a glance with his divination technique. This scribe, merely a martial practitioner, dared to speak so boldly before him. Firstly, all the calamities suffered by Qizhou Prefecture are not the result of my humble status as a martial scholar. Furthermore, those who are not in positions of authority should refrain from meddling in affairs of state. Such significant matters are best left to the esteemed officials of the various jurisdictions, including governors and county magistrates. What right do I, a mere scholar of modest means, have to interject? Moreover, we toil day and night, enduring hardship and bloodshed, to eradicate the locust plague that threatens the 5 nearby towns. So how can we afford to hesitate? Fueled by a surge of indignation, Ergo finally retorted. His defiance was not only for himself but also for the 2,000 subordinates under his command. Perhaps this newfound confidence stemmed from his recent spiritual growth and extensive reading, which equipped him with the ability to argue with reason and evidence. Just a few years prior, encountering officials would have rendered him submissive, too intimidated to even breathe freely, let alone counter their claims. Do not think that your status as a scholar renders you invulnerable. The county envoy, accustomed to employing such tactics, initially sought to leverage the authority of the county office to intimidate and gain some advantage. However, he now found himself faced with an unyielding opponent. Left speechless by the retort, the envoy, incensed, trembled as he slammed a document onto the table. The county magistrate commands you to immediately lead the locust eradication team to assist in the western town. Ergo picked up the official document, confirming it bore the county seal in red ink. The western town lies on the outskirts of the county city, and he had heard from Sima that there was a vast expanse of fertile land there, cultivated with medicinal herbs such as ginseng. It appeared that the locusts had set their sights on that valuable crop. Having accepted the county's order, he had no choice but to lead his team towards the western town. Along the way, the envoy continually urged the team to hasten their pace. Yet they proceeded at a steady and unhurried rhythm. There is no alternative. To drive the cattle and horses, they must be fed a modicum of fodder. With over 2,000 individuals, their daily ration amounts to 4 dough of grains, but after being siphoned off by the officials, they can scarcely obtain 3 dough. This meager allocation translates to a paltry morsel of sustenance for each person, insufficient even to sustain their basic mobility. They are compelled to forage for locusts as a means of sustenance while they march. What could have been traversed in a single day was stretched to 2 days for this sizable throng. Moreover, an increasing number of displaced individuals have banded together as bandits, plundering villages and ambushing travelers, creating an environment rife with peril. Upon their arrival at West Town, they discovered the sky shrouded in a cloud formed by swarming locusts. Chapter 68. Alliance's West Town derives its name from its location west of the county seat. It is home to the largest spiritual vein in Anchang County, having cultivated a vast expanse of fertile land. This sacred field is typically under strict vigilance, with outsiders absolutely forbidden from approaching. As soon as Ergo entered West Town, he was assigned a defensive sector. Locust swarms, once airborne, cannot travel great distances without pausing to rest before taking flight again, thus presenting an opportunity for those on foot to intercept them along the way. The area they were tasked with defending, once a thriving agricultural field, had long been stripped bare by the locusts. Behind them lay a sacred field, where small trees, 2 to 3 feet in height, bore a sparse few elongated, pointed fruits. Remarkably, these were chili pepper trees. However, the peppers contained within were imbued with a rich spiritual essence, distinguishing them from ordinary chili peppers. They were none other than the illustrious Chaotian tribute peppers. Ergo recalled reading in a book that this was a specialty of Anchang County, from which 500 gene of tribute peppers were presented to the imperial court annually. It is said that the illustrious and wise Emperor Longxing, revered for his governance and martial prowess, enjoys a particular fondness for spicy peppers, finding joy in their heat. He is especially enamored with the renowned Chaotian Gong Jiao from Anchang County. This vegetable possesses a unique characteristic. The harsher the environment, the spicier and more exquisite the peppers become. Thus, the severe drought that has afflicted Anchang County in recent years has, paradoxically, been beneficial for these spirited plants. However, the pepper trees currently bear little fruit, as they have likely been hastily harvested. Surrounding the sacred fields, a temporary fishing net has been erected to deter locusts from invading and devouring the crops, while also preventing individuals like Ergo from pilfering the precious peppers. To be candid, upon first sight of the Chaotian Gong Jiao, Ergo harbored thoughts of stealthily uprooting a couple of pepper trees, yet the net thwarted his intentions, leaving him with no opportunity to act. He could only hope that the day would come when their ranks would falter, allowing locusts to breach the fields, providing him the chance to gallantly engage in battle alongside the insects, thereby seizing the moment for his own gain. Since taking charge, this region has been plagued by a considerable locust population, prompting all to immediately enter combat mode. After enduring a protracted struggle, their team has become quite adept at exterminating the pests. With 2 great white geese soaring above, no swarm can penetrate their defenses. Yet, with each successful skirmish, Ergo feels an increasing sense of anxiety. As a true farmer, the sight of the pepper trees ignites a desire within him to transplant a few to Snakemouth Mountain. Yet, he finds himself bereft of opportunity. Despite witnessing his comrades achieve one triumphant victory after another, he feels no joy in his heart. Particularly, the 2 geese, oblivious to the gravity of the situation, would stretch their necks and parade before him after each battle, boasting of their exploits and seeking the master's praise. Yet, he could not overtly allow the ranks to relax, a subtlety that the geese were utterly incapable of grasping. As for the potential failure of defense, leading to the locusts devouring some of the peppers, such matters pertained solely to the county magistrate. They were of no concern to Ergo. Standing at the periphery, He occasionally employed his divination skills to gaze towards the heart of the spiritual field, where the aura grew increasingly potent. He had heard from Simai that within the county magistrate's spiritual field, rare medicinal herbs were cultivated, albeit in exceedingly scarce quantities. Aside from the portion submitted to the higher authorities in the imperial court, outsiders had no hope of obtaining even a single strand of those herbs. Since the brigade had arrived at Qingxi town to exterminate the locusts, several days had elapsed. During this time, he observed that the teams initially dispatched to various locales for locust eradication had all been summoned back to Qingxi town, including the unit that had remained stationed at Dingjia village, as well as the one led by Zhang Yuliang. All had converged here, centered around the spiritual field. Over 20 locust eradication teams were allocated to various defensive positions. Frequently, the lines of defense would be breached by the locusts, causing the hastily recruited villagers to flee in panic as the pests surged into the spiritual field, tearing through fishing nets and devouring the crops within. Amidst all these teams, only Ergo's unit shone exceptionally bright. After several days of steadfast defense, they had not allowed the locust swarms to advance a single step and had even pushed outward by over 10 zhang. In comparison to the other teams, their achievements were notably remarkable. The reasons for their success were twofold: the modifications Ergo had implemented in advance and the stringent discipline that was rigorously enforced. In order to enforce military law, the constable led a formidable team of robust men each day, wielding their great blades, slaying any who dared to flee, leaving a trail of severed heads and rivers of blood in their wake. The villagers, cowed by this relentless terror, could only fight with their lives on the line. At least death would bring them reward, and if they survived, it would be as if they had snatched a second chance at life. After enduring a period of iron and blood, his men grew ever more valiant, undaunted by the specter of death. Moreover, the locusts collected after each battle were distributed fairly, with no decrements in the rewards due to merit. While the importance of military discipline was universally acknowledged, understanding it was one matter, and the ability to enforce it was quite another. Beyond this, the most striking aspect of his troop were the two great white geese, evolved to the status of spiritual beasts, possessing power equivalent to early-stage practitioners of qi cultivation. Among all the martial scholars on the battlefield, few could rival the prowess of these two geese. Most importantly, they were the only creatures capable of flight on their side of the battlefield. In other arenas, when the locust swarms took to the skies, the warriors could do little but watch helplessly from the ground, awaiting the insect's descent. However, under the watchful guardianship of these two geese, vast swathes of locusts were brought crashing down, preventing any swarm from soaring over their heads. Naturally, the presence of these remarkable geese drew many curious onlookers. The constable attributed their acquisition to his master, conveniently omitting the fact that Li Banshan had long since vanished. Over the years, whenever inexplicable phenomena arose, he deftly shifted the responsibility onto Li Banshan, secure in the knowledge that his master, with his vast powers, would not fear such trifling inconveniences upon his eventual return to Sancha town. On this day, the fierce battle had just concluded, and Ergo's team once again achieved a resounding victory. The members gathered to distribute the spoils of war. Among the harvested insect carcasses lay a plethora of mutated locusts, the majority of which had been swept down by the mighty wings of the great geese, subsequently dispatched by the fighters on the ground. Due to the intense daily combat and high casualty rates, Ergo had already allocated some of the mutated locusts to the ordinary villagers who had distinguished themselves in battle. These mutated locusts were rich in energy, greatly benefiting martial practitioners, while also enhancing the strength of ordinary individuals. An impressive haul indeed. Congratulations were in order. At that moment, Sima Hong approached Ergo to extend his congratulations. Given his connection to Sima, Ergo naturally treated Sima Hong with a sense of familiarity. Brother Sima, what brings you to my humble abode? Please, take a seat. We have just hunted some mutated locusts. Let us share a meal. That sounds delightful. I happen to have brought a jar of wine. Sima Hong did not hesitate, having already brought along a jar of wine. Before long, a heavily pregnant woman appeared, carrying a large basin of roasted mutated locusts. Sima Hong picked up a locust measuring over 5 inches, took a hearty bite, and savored it with great pleasure. I owe you my gratitude. It is only through your fortune that I can partake in such a lavish locust feast. The mutated locusts, infused with spiritual energy, were immensely beneficial for cultivators. However, these locusts soared swiftly through the skies, making them exceedingly difficult to hunt. Other teams managed to capture only a meager quantity, with each specimen being quite rare. It was thanks to the assistance of 2 large white geese soaring above that Ergo's team was able to hunt a significant number of mutated locusts, so that even the ordinary members of his team, upon achieving merits, could now be rewarded with 1 or 2 mutated locusts, causing envy among other teams. Many laborers desired to switch their allegiance to Ergo's side. However, Ergo refrained from extensive population expansion, only supplementing a few robust individuals. And after accounting for battle losses, he maintained a force of over 2,000. Brother Zhang, do have some. I am unaccustomed to drinking. I find the wine unpalatable. In the past, Ergo had partaken in wine with his master a couple of times and found the concoction utterly disagreeable, bitter, spicy, and choking, akin to self-inflicted torment. With the money spent on wine, he would rather purchase honey to mix with water, sweetening his palate, which was true indulgence. Haha, Brother Zhang. How old are you this year? I am 18. Ergo replied candidly, yet he could not pinpoint the exact day he turned 18. Since the passing of his parents, he had not celebrated a birthday and had lost track of the precise date. I tell you, a man must learn to drink. And he should indulge in the strongest liquor and seek the fairest women. Try this wine. It enters like a knife and ignites a fire within your belly. Without further ado, Sima Hong poured a large bowl of wine for Ergo. Persuaded by Sima Hong, Ergo lifted the bowl and downed a hefty mouthful. As the liquid entered his mouth, the sharpness overwhelmed him, causing his tongue to quiver. It coursed down his throat as if sliced by a blade. Cough, cough, cough. Ah, it's dreadful. He could not comprehend why such an unpleasant beverage held such widespread appeal. As Sima Hong observed Ergo, his face flushed and breathless from choking on wine, he couldn't help but chuckle heartily. Raising his wine bowl, he took a generous gulp and exhaled slowly, seemingly relishing the moment. You are still young. Once you mature a bit more, you will come to appreciate this exquisite flavor, he remarked. Brother Zhang, at 18. You are not so young anymore. Have you thought about marrying and starting a family? I have a cousin, just 16, remarkably beautiful. It became apparent that Sima Hong intended to act as a matchmaker for Ergo. After a few drinks, his eloquence flourished, extolling his cousin's virtues as unparalleled in the heavens and unmatched on earth. Ergo found himself quite enamored, his cheeks reddening for an extended period. Many young men in the village of a similar age had already taken wives and were enjoying the warmth of family life, a prospect that stirred excitement within him. Yet, he remained a solitary bachelor, having acquired numerous yellow flower maidens, yet never having even touched a woman's hand. However, the conditions proposed by Sima Hong were difficult for him to accept. The Sima family was one of the most esteemed clans in Anchang County, and unless there was a match of equal standing, Sima women never married outside their lineage. Instead, suitors were expected to join their family. Upon doing so, he would belong to the Sima clan, and any children born would bear the Sima surname. The advantages included protection from the Sima family, which could offer support both in official matters and in cultivation. Furthermore, the Sima clan possessed techniques for foundational cultivation beyond the qi refining stage, along with numerous legacies regarding alchemy, weapon forging, talisman crafting, and more. Aside from the allure of alchemy, Ergo found all these benefits quite enticing. He encountered numerous obstacles while attempting to engage with the authorities, but whenever Sima intervened, everyone within the bureaucratic halls greeted him with warm smiles, eager to showcase their most amiable sides. The various legacies pertaining to the cultivation of immortality were resources he deeply desired yet found unattainable. The Great Zhou dynasty maintained stringent control over the dissemination of immortal doctrines. Only through significant contributions to the court could one obtain such teachings through legitimate channels. In his heart, Ergo pondered repeatedly, ultimately declining Sima Hong's kind offer. He reminisced about the days spent living under the roof of his uncle's family, where he was but a guest. Under someone else's eaves, one must bow their head. Joining the Sima family would necessitate adhering to their whims and submitting to their commands. Having painstakingly extricated himself from one pit, he had managed to acquire a plot of land at Shikome Mountain and establish his own foothold. There was no need to leap into another pit for mere advantages. After Ergo's refusal, Sima Hong did not press the matter further. He enjoyed a few drinks and devoured a large bowl of mutated locusts before taking his leave. Strangely enough, no sooner had Sima Hong departed than the Ding siblings from Dingjia village arrived. Their intentions mirrored those of Sima Hong, as they sought to invite Ergo to join Dingjia village as a guest elder. Once again, Ergo declined. Subsequently, Captain Wang, representing the magistrate, also extended an invitation, which was similarly rebuffed by Ergo. Eventually, even the Daoshan sect sent a representative to discreetly engage him, attempting to entice him into their fold. But he refused them as well. It seemed that overnight, Ergo had become a highly sought-after figure, with every faction eager to win him over. Yet, he was disinclined to join any organization, preferring to avoid living under the influence of others and the constant obligation to serve their interests while enduring their scrutiny. Although these factions offered generous conditions, promising a myriad of benefits, the reality of joining them hinged entirely upon their whims, necessitating unwavering effort to prove oneself. Rather than endure such uncertainties, he would prefer to return to the tranquil hills of Chico, diligently tending to his fields. He had never aspired to grand achievements. Contentment lay in safeguarding his modest domain and cultivating his crops. Chapter 69. The fiery sea. The visits and attempts at persuasion from various powerful factions were merely trifles, overshadowed by the ongoing battle against the locusts. After he had consistently rebuffed their advances, no one sought him out again. However, in recent days, the tides of battle had subtly shifted. Ergo suddenly noticed that, over the past day or two, the locust swarms seemed to have gone mad, converging upon the very pepper fields he was defending. Meanwhile, other teams experienced calm, with scarcely a single locust daring to approach their positions. Were these locusts foolish, opting for the most arduous challenge instead of taking the easier paths? The locusts descended like a dark cloud, overwhelming in their numbers. They battled relentlessly for a day and night, with not a moment to spare. When hunger struck, team members would seize a few locust corpses, devouring them voraciously. The minute toxins within the locusts inadvertently invigorated the fighters, heightening their spirits and rendering them tireless. With a force of over 2,000, nearly a quarter had perished. The constables, accompanied by the enforcement team, fought fiercely to stem the tide of retreat, witnessing his comrades fall one after another. Ergo contemplated retreating from the battlefield multiple times, pondering the futility of the fight. After all, the spiritual fields belonged to the county magistrate. Whether the locusts consumed them was of little concern to these commoners. Every day at the yamen, they begrudgingly dispense only 4 dough of rice, often skimming off some, leaving us barely fed. Why should we toil for the officials? On several occasions, he intentionally allowed his subordinates to retreat. However, the magistrate had stationed a contingent outside to oversee the battle, watching with hawkish eyes. Their retreat resulted in a significant loss of lives. Lord, we have fought continuously for a day and a night. May we withdraw to regroup? Ergo could only muster the courage to beseech the magistrate. Withdraw? You have a precious expanse of spiritual herbs behind you. Can you bear the responsibility? The magistrate glared at Ergo, coldly inquiring. Anyone who shows cowardice in the face of battle shall be executed without mercy. Ergo longed to retort that all the spiritual fields and herbs belonged to the county lord. Why should he be held accountable? Yet, he dared not voice such thoughts. For the common man must not contend with the officials. The weight of authority crushes the lesser. Thus, he could only press on, continuing the fight against the locusts. The ground was thick with the bodies of the locusts, their carcasses crunching underfoot. Ergo and 2 large white geese fought valiantly, but human strength is finite, and ultimately, their defense crumbled. A dark swarm of locusts surged into the chilly fields, voraciously devouring everything in sight. The fishing nets laid out in defense were rendered useless, shredded in mere moments. Everyone, charge into the chilly fields and continue to exterminate the locusts, bellowed the magistrate from a distance, directing Ergo's team into the fray. Finally, the opportunity Ergo had awaited presented itself. He was the first to charge into the chilly fields. Amidst the chaos of battle, he seized the chance to stealthily pilfer 2 young chili plants, discreetly tucking them into his yellow gourd. At long last, the chili tree he had longed for had come into his possession. It was at this moment that he took a moment to survey the battlefield. His subordinates fell one after another, often collapsing to the ground only to be reduced to mere skeletons in mere moments. 2 large white geese lay amidst a chaotic scattering of feathers, their once pristine plumage now stained a deep crimson with blood. Yet, the swarm of locusts above remained dense and seemingly unyielding, with an ever-increasing tide. It appeared that all the locusts had been irresistibly drawn to this patch of chili plants. At that moment, he noticed dozens of mutated locusts clambering atop a white plant, fiercely competing to devour it. This was not the chili tree. He swiftly wielded his sword, dispatching several of the mutated locusts. However, the allure of the white plant seemed to exert an overwhelming pull, as the mutated locusts continued to surge forth, undeterred and relentless. Ergo stood guard before the white plant, his sword dancing in a flurry of light, annihilating everything that dared to approach him. Even the white plant was cleaved into countless fragments under his onslaught. He rolled on the ground, discreetly gathering the roots of the white plant into his embrace. After he severed the white sapling, the locusts resumed their assault on the fallen branches scattered about. Aside from this one white sapling, the chili field contained several others along with some scattered white branches. Without exception, every white tree was besieged by swarms of locusts, all vying to feast upon it. Among these locusts, he even spotted a locust king measuring over a foot in length. With a swift stroke of his sword, he dispatched it and collected the carcass. Inside his gourd, he had already amassed 2 locust king bodies, each capable of allowing 2 geese to evolve into spirit beasts. In due time, this would result in an increase of 4 spirit beast-level geese. By now, he could discern, even with his feet, that the locusts were likely drawn to this peculiar white tree. Furthermore, this tree had only recently been relocated to this spot within the last couple of days. At that moment, the sky was still filled with countless locusts descending upon the area. The members of the extermination team occasionally let out anguished cries. Swiftly reduced to mere skeletons, Ergo surveyed his surroundings and noticed several officials from the government burying some objects around the perimeter of the chili fields. A sense of foreboding crept into his heart, prompting him to summon 2 white geese to follow him as he cautiously approached the edge of the chili fields amidst the ongoing battle. Meanwhile, atop a tall building, the county magistrate and a few trusted aides were observing the conflict. "County Lord, should we initiate action now? The extermination team below is nearly depleted," one aide inquired. "Not yet. Let us wait a while longer," the county magistrate replied with a steady tone, exuding an air of unyielding resolve. "The great insect king has yet to arrive. Until the insect king is vanquished, our efforts would ultimately be in vain. We must send a few thousand more to the chili fields to temporarily hold off the swarm and prevent them from departing." "As you command." The aide retreated and soon witnessed a troop of soldiers driving a contingent of over 1,000 exterminators into the chili fields. In truth, the chili plants within had nearly been devoured by the locusts, rendering any protective measures futile. Many locusts, unable to find sustenance, had begun to take flight. Just then, the influx of over 1,000 exterminators into the chili fields provided the locusts with fresh nourishment, compelling them to remain and engage in battle with the extermination team. However, this 1,000-strong battalion was vastly inferior in combat prowess compared to Ergo's forces, and it did not endure for long before suffering heavy casualties. "County Magistrate, shall we wait any longer?" The magistrate stroked his beard leisurely and replied, "Let us wait a little longer." Consequently, the constables herded over 1,000 individuals into the chili fields. Among them were those who trembled in fear and hesitated to advance. The soldiers showed no mercy, dispatching one head with each strike. After several squads were sent in, a 2-foot-long insect king suddenly soared into the sky and descended into the chili fields. "County Magistrate, may we commence now?" "Very well, commence." The magistrate's tone grew resolute, and his words quickened. "Should we withdraw the locust extermination squad?" asked a trusted aide before departing. "Nonsense. If we withdraw them, won't the swarm flee as well? Great endeavors often require sacrifices. Relinquishing this small contingent to eradicate the vast horde of locusts is worth it." "As you command." The aide responded with urgency and hastily set off to execute the order. In the chili fields, Ergo, accompanied by 2 geese, had reached the battlefield's edge. He observed the constables from the county office burying what appeared to be vibrant red stones in the ground, their purpose unknown to him. Contemplating the matter, he resolved to seize an opportune moment to stealthily unearth a piece or 2 for examination. At this juncture, multiple groups surged into the chili fields, creating a cacophony of chaos where no one could attend to another. Seizing an opportunity, Ergo plunged his foot into the earth and unearthed a piece of red stone. He glanced around to ensure no one was watching and quietly stowed the red stone into his gourd. Then, as if nothing had happened, he resumed his battle against the locusts. Throughout the skirmish, he remained vigilant for the presence of the locust king. The carcass of a locust king could enable 2 large white geese to evolve into spiritual beasts, a prospect that greatly enticed Ergo. He had just slain a locust measuring a foot in length, yet the swarm had not dispersed. There must be a more formidable locust king commanding the horde. At that moment, indeed, a locust king descended from the sky. This one was slightly larger than the one he had slain in Shishi village, measuring over 2 feet long, and likely quite challenging to confront. Ergo refrained from rushing into the fray, instead approaching cautiously in search of a decisive opportunity. Perhaps due to the presence of so many powerful individuals, the Locust King had not focused its attention on Ergo. At last, he found himself merely 30 feet away from the Locust King. With his consciousness attuned, suddenly flames erupted around the chili fields. These flames soared into the air, coalescing into a vast expanse that enveloped the entire area. Instantly, everyone in the chili fields, along with the locusts, found themselves amidst a sea of fire. The air was filled with heart-wrenching wails. Sensing the impending danger, the Locust King attempted to take flight. However, as it ascended, a wall of fire forced it back down. The flames on the wall burned even hotter, singeing one of its wings upon the slightest approach. Panic ensued as everyone and every locust scrambled to escape. Ergo, having made all necessary preparations, embraced the principle of risking his life for wealth, and a dazzling light ignited upon his heavy sword. In a fleeting flash of brilliance, the Insect King was cleaved in 2. With a deft leap, he seized the remains of the Insect King and surveyed his surroundings in search of an escape route. The entire battlefield was shrouded in a sea of flames, with many engulfed in fire, wailing and thrashing about in desperation. The feathers of two great white geese were ignited, causing them to honk in frantic disarray. However, he soon discerned a small opening amidst the inferno, seemingly the very spot from which he had pilfered a redstone moments prior. Without hesitation, he summoned the two geese, producing a gourd to douse himself and the geese with water. He then led them towards the fiery breach. In this dire circumstance, with flames licking at their heels, the trio reached unprecedented speeds, emerging from the conflagration in mere moments. Exhausted, he collapsed onto the ground with the geese. The cries of others still trapped in the flames echoed around them, seeking a way out. This way, cough, cough, he attempted to shout, hoping to guide the others. Yet, despite his body being largely unscathed, a searing pain gripped his throat as if flames danced within, rendering him voiceless. Even after gulping down copious amounts of water, relief was only marginal. This way, cough, cough, he rasped, clutching his throat. His gaze drifting towards the pepper field, now a raging inferno where both people and locusts had been consumed. The over 2,000 comrades who had fought alongside him were now lost to the flames. Only a handful of injured individuals, along with the elderly, women, and children, managed to escape the calamity, now weeping inconsolably by the edge of the inferno. Among them were Zhao Xiaocai, Qian Xiaocai, and a constable, all skilled in martial arts. Yet none could elude the flames. Fortunately, by a stroke of luck, he had inadvertently seized a redstone, which created a small opening amid the fiery chaos, allowing for a narrow escape. Without that, they would have been ensnared within the blazing walls of fire, unable to break free. Besides him, over 20 others, guided by his calls, also fled through that gap. The magistrate stood silently with a group of individuals around the inferno, his expression cold and unyielding. This fire was surely the handiwork of their faction. It was only at this moment that Ergo grasped the gravity of the situation. Realizing why certain factions had attempted to court him in recent days, the officials had already determined the fate of his group, designating them as expendable pawns. Had he acquiesced to any of those factions' overtures, the lives of the 2,000 souls would have been spared, replaced instead by others to serve as cannon fodder. Reflecting on the past, Ergo recalled how the emissary from the Daoxian sect had once remarked that individuals like him, lacking influential backing, were deemed mere laborers and scapegoats in the eyes of the officials, regardless of whether they became scholars, geneshur, or held other titles. He resolved that once this turmoil subsided, he would return to Shikuchen to cultivate the land, even if he were to achieve the status of a scholar in the future. He had no desire to entangle himself in the affairs of these officials. As a humble farmer, he knew he could not contend with such individuals and preferred to toil in peace, nurturing the soil and honing his skills. At this moment, he began to comprehend Sima Yi, who possessed remarkable talent yet was disinclined to engage in martial pursuits or entangle himself in governmental affairs. Ergo sat on the ground, lost in thought, as the flames in the chilly field gradually subsided, leaving both the people and locust reduced to ashes. Suddenly, a thunderous sound reverberated, and the ground trembled slightly, causing a violent disturbance in the spiritual energy of the air. This is not good. The dignified magistrate, who had witnessed the death of thousands without flinching, now exhibited a drastic change in expression. Everyone, follow me. With a swift motion, the magistrate dashed towards the center of the spiritual field. The others, uncertain of the situation, hurried after him. After a while, Ergo lazily rose to his feet, trailing the crowd from a distance. He noticed that, despite employing the same wind manipulation technique, the magistrate's speed was several times faster than his own. The source of the thunderous noise was also a spiritual field, yet this particular field was imbued with the richest spiritual energy, surrounded by other fields that had remained untouched during the locust disaster. Upon arriving, Ergo witnessed the magistrate and the county lord joining forces against a birdman with wings sprouting from his back. This birdman stood merely 3 feet tall, his face lined with wrinkles, yet his large, round eyes were striking. The wings on his back exceeded 10 feet in length. Chapter 70. The Virtuous and Fierce Goose. When Ergo arrived, the birdman was engaged in a fierce battle, pitted against 2 opponents with neither side gaining the upper hand. The birdman soared through the air, each flap of his wings generating feather-like blades of wind that sliced toward his adversaries. Each gust of wind was swifter and more formidable than the sword energy of Ergo. He pondered in his heart that, given his current abilities, he would be unable to withstand even a single blade of wind. Above the heads of the county magistrate and the official, 2 flying swords danced gracefully in the air. These swords moved with the agility of fish in water, their luminous forms flickering unpredictably, leaving Ergo in a daze, filled with trepidation. This was indeed the magical flying sword described in the texts. If either of these swords were to strike at him, how could he possibly defend himself? With his present strength, it seemed insurmountable. Witnessing such overwhelming power, Ergo instinctively took a few steps back, his hand resting on the hilt of his sword. The flying swords summoned by the county magistrate and the official were entangled in a fierce clash with the birdman's wind blades, neither side gaining the upper hand. Ergo's gaze shifted downward, landing upon the spiritual field that the county magistrate was protecting. The field spanned roughly an acre, yet only a single plant. Its leaves resembling flames thrived there, emanating a rich aura of spiritual energy. Aside from this singular herb, the surrounding ground was barren. It was clear that the birdman had come specifically for this prized spiritual herb. Monsters of the myriad beasts kingdom, do you wish to provoke a war between our nations, which have maintained a peaceful coexistence? The county magistrate bellowed at the birdman in the sky. Chirp, chirp, chirp. I merely seek to harvest a single spiritual herb. Why must you be so petty? The birdman retorted. I firmly believe that the grandeur of the great Zhou dynasty would not resort to war over such a trivial matter. To his astonishment, Ergo realized that this birdman not only understood human speech, but could articulate it quite eloquently. Ergo concealed himself among the crowd, curiously observing the avian figure soaring in the sky. So this is what the denizens of the Wanyao kingdom resemble, strange and peculiar indeed. According to ancient texts, the inhabitants of Wanyao excel in commanding birds, beasts, insects, and ants. One wonders if the charred locusts, now reduced to ashes, were under the dominion of this enigmatic birdman. Monstrous creature, do you truly believe I cannot overcome you? Release your arrows. Everyone, unleash a barrage and bring him down. The unrestrained antics of the birdman had long since incited the ire of the county magistrate. What do you stand there for? Those without arrows. Hurl stones to strike him down. A reward of 10 Peiyuan Gubin pills for each successful hit. Indeed, as the saying goes, great rewards attract brave souls. Initially, the assembled crowd had been hesitant, yet upon hearing of the reward, their spirits ignited with fervor. Those wielding bows let loose arrows, while others resorted to throwing daggers and stones. However, the typically fearless Ergo found himself retreating a few steps this time. He picked up a stone and weakly tossed it, narrowly missing the head of the county clerk. Having narrowly escaped the inferno, he was still shaken and reluctant to take risks. Furthermore, with ginseng and wealth in his possession, he had no need for a mere 10 Peiyuan Gubin pills. As anticipated, the strength of the multitude proved formidable. Several arrows struck the birdman's wings, and various stones and daggers left superficial wounds upon him. Among the throng were a few formidable individuals who had already entered the chi refinement stage and could invoke spells. A handful conjured fireballs, wooden spikes, and water arrows, further complicating the situation. Surrounded by a multitude, the avian figure found himself at a disadvantage. Suddenly, he emitted a piercing shriek. With a swift spread of his wings, dozens of razor-like gusts shot forth. The crowd erupted in a cacophony of screams as one wind blade severed two individuals in front of Ergo in half, its momentum relentless as it continued towards him. In Ergo's mind, the trajectory of the wind blade was too swift to track. In a moment of desperation, he hefted his heavy sword and infused it with true energy to block the impending strike. With a thunderous crash, he was sent flying, the heavy sword clattering to the ground, narrowly managing to thwart the blow. Simultaneously, the county magistrate seized the opportunity, piercing the avian figure with his flying sword. The avian let out a wretched cry, retreating into the distance. Quickly, pursue, they urged, yet how could they, grounded as they were, ever hope to catch a creature that soared through the skies? Frustrated at the avian's escape, the county magistrate and the scribe cast malevolent glances at Ergo and the two geese behind him. Why did you not give chase? I was injured just now. And the feathers of the two geese were singed, rendering them unable to fly. Ergo hastily defended himself upon sensing their hostile gazes. Your negligence has allowed the fiend of the myriad beasts kingdom to escape, a crime most unforgivable. Seize him and throw him into the dungeon. Before Ergo could further plead his case, he found himself bound by two cultivators at the chi refinement stage. Thus, he became the principal culprit behind the escape of the monstrous beings from the kingdom of 10,000 demons. Ergo was imprisoned in the dungeon, and his two magnificent white geese had long been the object of many people's desires. Who wouldn't covet these ethereal beasts capable of flight? While chi practitioners could only employ the wind control technique, allowing for slightly swifter movement and higher jumps, true flight remained an impossibility. One must attain the foundation establishment stage to wield a sword in the skies. Yet, the arduous journey to reach this level was fraught with challenges. Consequently, the two flying white geese were promptly divided between the county magistrate and the chief clerk, each claiming one. Their simultaneous targeting of Ergo was undoubtedly influenced by their greed for these geese. The majestic geese were shackled with iron chains and confined within a specially crafted cage, under the watchful care of designated attendants. However, it soon became apparent that since their capture, the geese had resolutely refused to eat or drink. Whether offered tender grass, leafy vegetables, or rice, the proud creatures held their heads high, dismissing the offerings with disdain. How ludicrous it was for these mere feathered beasts to exhibit such arrogance. Perhaps a few days of hunger would humble them. Yet, after 2 days of fasting, they still refused to partake in any sustenance. Even the most enticing spiritual grains failed to entice them, as they remained aloof and indifferent. This left the two influential figures who governed the county in a state of perplexity. It was rumored that in Qingzhou City, there existed a specialized technique for subduing spirit beasts, compelling them to obey. The chief clerk, well-versed in matters of beast taming, realized that a journey to Qizhou would take at least 20 to 30 days, by which time the geese would surely perish from starvation. Moreover, such a level of magic requires significant merit or corresponding treasures to be acquired. The county magistrate shook his head. Harboring no hopes for the beast-taming spells of Qizhou Prefecture, I refuse to believe that I cannot subdue a stubborn creature, he declared, a fierce determination gleaming in his eyes. Just watch how I handle this beast. With that, he strode toward the iron cage, seized the iron chain, and forcibly dragged out a large goose. This goose, however, was quite obstinate. Even as its feet ground against the floor until raw, it refused to budge an inch forward with the magistrate. Honking defiantly, the goose raised its head and swung its wings at the magistrate. Yet, despite being a spiritual creature, its strength was akin to that of a novice in energy cultivation, rendering it no match for the magistrate. Its wings barely grazed him, and instead, it was met with the iron chain, which sent feathers flying in all directions. The magistrate, intent on employing a more forceful approach, swung the chain with vigor, delivering a series of strikes upon the goose. Despite the onslaught, the proud creature kept its head held high, refusing to yield. I shall not be defeated by you. After a relentless barrage, the magistrate bound the chain around the white goose's body, mounted its back, and gripped the chain firmly. Drawing a dagger, he plunged it sharply into the goose's flesh. Now take flight. In pain, the goose honked twice, making a few strides before soaring into the sky. The magistrate, perched upon the goose's back, reveled in his triumph, confident that no matter how fierce its spirit, it would ultimately submit to his ruthless methods. However, the great goose was not so easily subdued. It flitted about in the sky, performing a myriad of intricate maneuvers, attempting to dislodge the rider from its back. Dianshi clung tightly to the iron chain, his legs secured against the goose's body. Despite the creature's vigorous attempts to throw him off, he remained steadfast. After a futile struggle, the goose seemed to relent, spreading its wings wide and soaring into the heavens with Dianshi in tow. As the great bird ascended higher and higher, Dianshi found himself remarkably stable upon its back, even more so than upon a horse. The refreshing breeze enveloped him, causing his garments to flutter, while the objects below diminished in size. This was the exhilarating sensation of flying. Just then, the goose suddenly accelerated, hurtling towards the precipice of a mountain. You wretched beast! Stop this instant. Why won't you halt? Dianshi, who had barely begun to revel in the experience, was now drenched in sweat and panic. Gripping the iron chain with all his might, he tried to compel the goose to stop. Yet, suspended in midair, he found himself utterly powerless, helplessly watching as the cliff loomed ever closer. With a thunderous crash, both rider and goose collided with the cliffside. The impact shattered the goose's skull, resulting in its immediate demise. Fortunately, Dianshi's profound cultivation spared him from a direct collision with the cliff. His life was narrowly saved. However, he subsequently plummeted down the cliffside, fracturing several bones and sustaining internal injuries. He landed amidst the jagged stones below, his eyes rolling back, blood flowing from his orifices, and his limbs convulsing uncontrollably. Fortunately, the county magistrate witnessed the goose's fatal plunge and promptly dispatched a group of officers to retrieve the barely conscious Dianshi. Given the severity of his injuries, he was fortunate to escape with his life. Upon returning this time, it remains uncertain how long one must lie down before rising again. Yet a decline in strength is undoubtedly certain. The hope for establishing a foundation was already scant. Now, it appears even more elusive. The county magistrate gazed at the remaining large white goose in the iron cage, hesitating to ride it. Spiritual beasts possess a certain degree of intelligence. If one cannot truly tame them, who knows when they might retaliate? While the magistrate pondered how to deal with the goose, the county lieutenant, Sima, arrived at his doorstep. Lieutenant Sima, are you not leading troops to suppress the bandits? What has transpired? During this period, the magistrate and the clerk organized personnel to combat the locusts, while the lieutenant led the army to quell the bandits. He had received word through informal channels that the lieutenant's progress seemed unfavorable. It appears that when it comes time to report to higher authorities, the primary credit will rest upon his shoulders. Alas, the banditry is burgeoning. It seems there are ever more mountain bandits, with new ones emerging daily to wreak havoc. Sima sighed, lamenting the overwhelming number of bandits. Those troublesome villagers appear to be law-abiding citizens before one's eyes, yet in an instant, they transform into bandits. At times, he wishes he could eradicate every last one of them, leaving not a single soul behind. However, one must retain some individuals to cultivate the land and pay taxes. Thus he can only endure. What brings you here today? I have come to request a person from you. Who? The magistrate inquired with curiosity, wondering what individual warranted such a personal visit. Scholar Zhang. Upon hearing this, the magistrate momentarily paused, then swiftly grasped the reasoning, likely concerning the two flying spiritual beasts. Zhang Shotsai's negligence has resulted in a grave error, allowing the fiends of the 10,000 demons kingdom to escape, a transgression worthy of capital punishment. I am on the verge of reporting this to the magistrate, and by the end of the year, he may face execution. The county magistrate was initially troubled about how to deal with the large goose, but now that the county lieutenant has come to his door, he cannot simply relinquish it. As the saying goes, a prince is as guilty as a commoner. As guardians of our county, we must uphold the law and serve as paragons for the people. The county lieutenant spoke little, withdrawing a wooden box from his sleeve and placing it before the magistrate. Behold this century-old ginseng, can it atone for Zhang Shotsai's sins? Upon opening the box, the magistrate indeed found a 100-year-old ginseng inside. Given that Lieutenant Sima has personally intervened, I shall certainly grant you a favor. You may take both the man and the goose. Thank you. Lieutenant Sima expressed his gratitude and promptly exited. Outside the county office, Sima, he had been waiting eagerly and approached his uncle upon seeing him. Uncle, did you succeed? I risked my reputation and offered a century-old ginseng. He would be remiss to refuse. Sima's face lit up with joy. Thank you, uncle. Hold your thanks for now. Do not forget the promise you made to me. Sima Gang's demeanor turned serious. He had invested considerable effort for his nephew's sake. I shall certainly honor my promise to my uncle. Sima assured with a respectful bow. That is reassuring, but I must caution you. You traveled many miles at night for the sake of a friend. Yet remember that the heart of a person is a mystery. They may not necessarily regard you as a friend. Chapter 71. Yushan since Ergo's apprehension. The county office dispatched Captain Wang, accompanied by several constables, to Snake Mouth Mountain with the intent to raid Ergo's residence. Captain Wang, brimming with urgency, advanced towards the mountain. The prospect of raiding the abode of a chi refining practitioner held immense allure, particularly after the exquisite date tea he had sampled during his previous visit, rich in spiritual essence. He was eager to uncover whether there were remnants of such treasures still hidden within. However, upon their arrival at the foot of Snake Mouth Mountain, they were confronted by a throng of ragged villagers. You unruly peasants, clear the way, Captain Wang bellowed at the obstructive crowd. In the past, their mere presence would silence even the most boisterous of children, compelling everyone to cower in submission. To his astonishment, today, there were those who dared to impede their progress. Our master has decreed that no one is allowed to ascend the mountain. Autumn Moon, designated leader by Ergo, found herself compelled to step forward. Though her trembling legs betrayed her inner turmoil, quaking with anxiety and fear. Step aside. Captain Wang unsheathed his blade, intent on forcing his way through. Do you peasants have no regard for the law? Yet Autumn Moon and her companion stood resolutely in front of him, refusing to yield an inch. We are the people purchased by our master. As mere women, we may not grasp the intricacies of the law, but we are loyal to our master. Her words resonated through the crowd, eliciting murmurs of agreement. Indeed, we are loyal to our master, and we heed only his command. What law is there when we are on the brink of starvation? Where was the law then? It was the master who granted us a morsel to eat, a chance to survive. My life was given by the master. When these individuals were compelled to sell themselves at the market, they had already resigned themselves to the prospect of death or a fate worse than death. To their astonishment, after being purchased by the master, they found themselves spared from becoming mere flesh for others or being sold into brothels. In fact, their situation was somewhat better than being relegated to servitude in a wealthy household. For these individuals, Ergo represented the very sky above them. In the face of a furious crowd of thousands, the head constable Wang and his accompanying officers felt a twinge of fear. Yet, how could the typically overbearing officers yield to such unruly citizens? Constable Wang drew his sword and struck down Chiuyu, who fell to the ground. The anger of Ergo's followers, already boiling, was exacerbated by the sight of blood. Kill them, someone shouted, igniting a frenzy as the crowd began to assault the officers with their makeshift weapons. The throng was so vast that those at a distance resorted to hurling stones. Huang Fugue, wielding a fire poker, was determined to push his way forward to confront the officers. His father, Huang Laokai, could not restrain him. Son, you are not like them. Killing an officer is tantamount to rebellion, a crime that could doom our entire clan. Yet, Huang Fugue had suffered enough at the hands of the officers in prison. His legs were battered, and the seeds of hatred had long since taken root in his heart. In his fervor, he could not heed his father's warnings. Although Constable Wang possessed some skill, it was not significantly greater than that of an ordinary person. Against a 1,000-strong mob, even his prowess was inadequate. In his hand, the waist knife swiftly felled several unscrupulous individuals, yet unexpectedly, a firewood stick struck him from behind. Huang Fugui had heeded some of his father's counsel. Should the authorities investigate, it would spell doom for his entire family. Thus, he wielded a firewood stick, blending into the crowd, remaining inconspicuous, and stealthily delivering blows from behind. Having forged iron for years and fortified by several bottles of tonic, he possessed considerable strength. When he struck, the head constable, Wang, collapsed instantly. Ergo had been imprisoned in the dungeon for 3 days. The atmosphere within was dark and damp, permeated by a foul stench. The most nefarious aspect was that his cell stood only 4 feet high, forcing him to either crouch or lie down, as the walls were slanted, making it impossible to lean against them for support. During these 3 days, the jailer had provided neither sustenance nor water. Fortunately, Ergo had concealed a gourd on his person, and when no one was watching, he discreetly consumed some energy pills. A loud clang echoed as the door swung open. Crouched in the cell, Ergo beheld 2 pairs of feet entering. One belonged to the jailer, while the other was clad in soft-soled boots. Raising his gaze, he followed the legs upward to see a head crowned with grizzled hair. It was Sima. Upon observing the cramped confines of the cell, Sima turned, glaring furiously at the jailer. "Hurry and open the door. Do I need to ask you twice?" Sima's anger was palpable, prompting the jailer to hastily comply. The jailer, intimidated by Sima's fierce glare, trembled slightly as he fumbled with the keys. The cell door creaked open, and Ergo, crouching low, emerged, stretching his limbs in an effort to regain his comfort. He never anticipated that standing upright could feel so liberating. "Let us depart. The stench here is unbearable." The two of them exited the dungeon, with the sunlight outside proving somewhat blinding. It took Ergo a moment to shield his eyes and gradually acclimatize to the brightness. "I nearly met my demise this time. I am immensely grateful to you." "It was nothing, merely a trifling effort," Sima replied nonchalantly. "One of your 2 grand geese has perished, while the other remains temporarily confined in the courtyard of the Huichun Hall." Ergo felt a pang of sorrow for the lost goose, yet he had narrowly escaped death himself. It seemed that in the eyes of the county magistrate and the clerk, the 2 geese held greater value than Ergo, who was merely an auxiliary presence throughout the ordeal. In the courtyard of Huichun Hall, after enduring humiliation, the surviving goose approached its master, nuzzling against Ergo. It then strutted proudly, as if to proclaim its unwavering bravery. "I have requested my uncle to assign you to his command. You are now a sergeant in the county's military, albeit with no subordinates at present, merely an empty position. If you wish to join the military, you may accompany my uncle to combat bandits and earn your accolades. If you prefer to return home, that is also acceptable." Sima had orchestrated a path for Ergo after rescuing him from the dungeon. "As long as my uncle remains the constable of Anchang County, no one else can command you. Thank you." Ergo was at a loss as to how to repay Sima's life-saving kindness. "I intend to return home first." After bidding farewell to Sima, he made his way back to Shiko Mountain with the remaining goose. Ergo now finds himself disheartened, resolved to distance himself from the affairs of the authorities as much as possible. Lacking the benevolence of Sima and constrained by his own limited capabilities, he struggles to safeguard his own well-being, let alone assist the suffering populace. It is perhaps wiser to return to the humble task of tilling the land and cultivating his skills. Regardless of his discouragement, the pursuit of self-improvement remains imperative. Should he attain the strength of late-stage chi cultivation, he might have a chance to evade the county magistrate and his officials. The devastation wrought by locusts and marauding bandits has left him dismayed. Along his journey back, he scarcely encountered a single intact village. Within the borders of Anchang County, only Dingjia village appears to maintain a semblance of peace. It is no wonder that the tenants there wish to remain perpetually in service to the Ding family, eschewing any aspirations of land ownership. Likewise, Snake Creek village has seen its population dwindle, with many reportedly turning to banditry. Upon reaching the foothills of Shiko Mountain, he learned that his subordinates had displayed remarkable audacity, having violently assaulted the constables and subsequently imprisoned them. Among his men, over 20 were injured, and 2 had perished. Xiuyue bore a long gash across his chest and face, yet miraculously escaped death. A glance at the 5 constables revealed them still alive, albeit battered and bruised. Their condition rather pitiable. Ergo found himself troubled by the predicament. The officials were indeed challenging to handle. "Lord Zhang, allow me to speak a few words on their behalf to secure their release," he implored. Huang Laokai, fearful that Ergo's emotions might lead him astray, hastened to offer counsel. "The officials are not to be harmed. Should they accuse you of treason, it could result in the execution of your entire family. and the punishment could extend to 9 generations. After much contemplation, Ergo recognized that he had no choice but to proceed along this path. If the county officials continued to investigate this matter and label him as a rebel, he would have no choice but to lead a band of mountain bandits. After releasing Chief Wong, as he soared atop a goose to the mountain peak, he discovered that the flock was engaged in a fierce battle with something. Upon approaching for a closer look, he was so terrified that he staggered back several steps. How could this monstrous creature have been summoned here? At that moment, the one being besieged by the geese was none other than the birdman who had fled after being injured. It was precisely because the county magistrate and the clerk had used the excuse that Ergo did not pursue the birdman on a goose that they had incarcerated him. Fate truly has a way of intertwining enemies. This fellow, instead of fleeing elsewhere, had the audacity to come to his own territory, Snake Mouth Mountain. Judging by his appearance, he seemed to be gravely wounded, unable even to contend with the geese. Though this creature could fly and might evade other cultivators, he could not escape a flock of geese that shared the same ability. Step aside, let me take care of this. Ergo, brimming with pent-up frustration, bellowed as he squeezed into the fray, delivering kicks and blows to the birdman. Even you have your moments of downfall. Realizing he had perhaps chosen his words poorly, he reflected that as Ergo, he had little room to criticize. He continued to unleash a torrent of kicks upon the birdman, whose subordinates had perished, leaving him to suffer greatly, all of which was somehow linked to this very creature. The emotions he had bottled up for days were now unleashed upon the birdman. Stop. I yield. I confess. I shall tell all. Through his intermittent pleas for mercy, the birdman's voice could occasionally be heard. Yet, the cacophony of the geese drowned him out, and in his fury, Ergo remained oblivious. After a relentless beating, the avian creature found its wings broken and feathers scattered in disarray. The once slender figure of the birdman had been forcibly inflated, now bearing the marks of numerous fractures. Incapacitated and unable to rise from the ground. Please, no more. I will confess everything. The creature muttered to itself, revealing a wavering resolve. What is your name? Where do you hail from? I am Yushan, a male from the kingdom of 10,000 beasts, of the flying feather tribe, age 45. The birdman, Yushan, was evidently terrified. As soon as the inquiry was posed, he poured forth every detail from his memory, as if spilling beans from a bamboo tube. I also know of a sacred spring at the foot of the northern mountains in the kingdom of 10,000 beasts, which grants the ability to bear quadruplets. Stop. Let us end your confessions for today. For an entire afternoon, the Inquisitor had listened to a myriad of intimate tales from the kingdom of 10,000 beasts. He gleaned enough about Yushan's purpose for this visit. In summary, it appeared that a sinister cult from the Great Zhou dynasty had sent emissaries across vast distances to the kingdom of 10,000 beasts, revealing their internal weaknesses and the calamities that plagued them, presenting an opportune moment to launch an assault on Qizhou. To persuade the kingdom of 10,000 beasts to mobilize their forces, the cult promised to incite internal chaos and provide full cooperation. Yushan's quest to steal sacred herbs from the western town was spurred by the seduction of these cult members. Indeed, the most treacherous foes often lie within one's own household. At that moment, the Inquisitor brandished his large sword, causing Yushan to cower in fear. Do not kill me. I possess much more valuable information. I have a 200-year-old mother to care for, and I am still but a child. I am capable of work, and I can perform any task. Ergo picked up a heavy sword and gestured towards Yushan, then struck down with a single blow. With a sickening sound, one of Yushan's wings was severed at the root. Another swing of the sword followed, and the other wing was similarly cleaved. According to Yushan's own admission, the entirety of his family's abilities resided within their wings. Thus, for the time being, he chose to believe him, leaving him with the burden of labor upon the mountain after the loss of his wings. Having been deprived of flight, he would remain trapped under the watchful eyes of a flock of geese, unable to escape from the clutches of Snake Mouth Mountain. The mountain indeed required someone to toil, digging, loosening the soil, weeding, watering, harvesting, feeding the geese, grinding grain, sweeping, kindling fires, and washing clothes. Ergo gazed at Yushan's diminutive stature, uncertain whether he could manage such arduous labor. Go and push that stone mill. If you can move it, you may stay. Yushan, disregarding the blood oozing from his wounds, struggled to rise and approach the stone mill. He was shorter than the mill itself, and he had to rise on his toes to barely grasp the handle. Yushan understood this moment would determine his fate, enduring the pain coursing through him. He gritted his teeth and finally managed to push the millstone, which slowly began to turn. Very well, for now, your life is spared. Should you attempt to flee or work half-heartedly, you shall meet the same fate as this stone. Ergo declared, and with that, he swung his sword down, splitting a heavy stone in two. After threatening Yushan, he then walked over to collect the severed wings. Amidst the cluster of feathers at the base of the wings, one may discover a vibrant herb of fiery red hue. This is none other than the miraculous herb, known as fire spirit grass, which Yushan illicitly procured from the esteemed magistrate's spiritual field. In addition to the fire spirit grass, he also acquired a chili tree, a peculiar white sapling, and the remains of an insect king. The chili tree was promptly planted in a secluded corner and watered, ensuring its growth without issue. As for the white tree, Yushan described it as abundant in the realm of myriad demons, bearing fruit known as demon transformation fruit. This fruit possesses the ability to catalyze breakthroughs for demons, rendering it highly enticing for them, while seemingly offering little benefit to the human race. Ergo contemplated cultivating this peculiar specimen, yet he was wary of attracting demons. Even in the absence of demons, an incessant influx of locusts would be intolerable. After some deliberation, he procured a substantial ceramic jar, filled it with soil, and planted the demon transformation fruit tree within. With a mere thought, he stored it within his gourd, thus averting any potential demonic attention. Since fish can thrive within the confines of a gourd, it stands to reason that spiritual plants could also flourish therein. A trial would be prudent. Finally, he was left with the fire spirit grass that Yushan had pilfered. According to Yushan, this spiritual herb is one of the 5 elemental herbs: wood, fire, earth, metal, and water. Collecting all 5 of these spiritual herbs would allow for the concoction of a foundation establishment pill, which, when consumed, significantly enhances the success rate of foundation establishment by 20%. The fire spirit grass must be cultivated in an area rich in fire spirit energy, as its consumption of spiritual energy is substantial. In the finest spiritual field in the western part of the city, only 2 fire spirit grass plants can be nurtured, as they would absorb all the spiritual energy and nutrients from the surrounding soil, leaving it barren. It is said that no matter how fertile a spiritual field may be, the energy will be depleted after a single cycle of planting the 5 elemental herbs. After a century of desolation, one may resume the cultivation of other spiritual entities. In the entirety of Anchang County, only these 2 fire spirit grasses remained, and the county magistrate had hoped to exchange them for foundation-building pills in the county town. However, he never anticipated that one had been stolen by Yushan. In pursuit of nurturing this fire spirit grass, Ergo deliberately distanced himself from the medicinal fields, clearing a small plot of land to plant the grass, which he then watered. The fire spirit grass typically flourishes in areas rich in fire spirit energy, yet the Snake Mouth Mountain possessed none. Hence, he could only rely on the miraculous properties of the water from the yellow gourd. 3 days later, indeed, the fire spirit grass thrived under his care. Concurrently, a wave of death swept through the surrounding weeds and trees, impervious to the water from the gourd, which could not revive them. Chapter 72. The storm approaches on this occasion. Ergo acquired the remains of 3 locust demons, one measuring 1 foot in length and 2 others measuring 2 feet. When utilized separately, these could allow 6 large geese to evolve into spiritual beasts. However, during the distribution, he exhibited a bias to the goose that had shared life and death experiences with him, and even endured imprisonment together. He showed greater favoritism. He allotted the entire 2-foot-long insect king's corpse to this particular goose. After consuming the remains, the goose began to molt, and its size surged. 2 feathers, as resilient as steel, sprouted at the tips of its wings. The newly added feathers were even harder and sharper than before. Now, this goose was the largest and most powerful among the flock, having ascended to the status of their leader. After feeding this goose, the remaining 2 insect kings were divided into 4 portions, enabling 4 more geese to evolve into spiritual beasts. At present, he possesses a total of 42 grand geese, 7 of which have attained the status of spiritual beasts, their prowess comparable to that of chi refining practitioners. With such a multitude of geese, it would be imprudent to allow them to languish in idleness. Today, Ergo rides atop the Goose King, trailed by more than 20 majestic geese. As they gracefully descend from Shiko Mountain, Xiaoyu has long awaited their arrival, accompanied by hundreds of individuals armed with bamboo brooms and various implements. Though this spectacle has been witnessed on numerous occasions, the sight of Ergo leading a flock of geese never fails to leave one in awe. Previously, Xiaoyu sustained a severe injury from a strike by Captain Wang, rendering her bedridden for half a month. In a gesture of kindness, Ergo ventured into the county town to procure an array of healing remedies for the injured, expending more on these medicines than on the initial acquisition of the geese. The preparations are complete. Now, follow my lead. Let us embark. Ergo and his flock did not venture far, choosing instead to alight on a relatively flat, desolate hill. Upon arrival, Ergo retrieved a sizable earthen jar from his gourd, within which thrived a white, transformative fruit tree. This remarkable tree, housed within the gourd, continues to flourish as if it were outdoors. However, it necessitates daily watering to sustain its remarkable growth rate of tenfold, a rather cumbersome task. His purpose for visiting this barren hill today was to attract a swarm of locusts. With autumn imminent, the impending locust plague, no matter how rampant, will ultimately subside with the onset of cooler weather. Yet, with food supplies dwindling and a considerable number of dependents to sustain through the harsh winter ahead, it is imperative to amass a substantial stockpile of provisions. Ergo could only fix his gaze upon the locusts. He positioned the demon-transforming tree atop the mountain, and after about an hour, a modest swarm was lured by the demon fruit tree, presenting themselves willingly. Before his subordinates had the chance to act, the swarm was already eradicated by the large goose. Xiaoyu and the others merely needed to gather the locust strewn across the ground, effortlessly collecting several dough of grain. Soon after, an even larger swarm of locusts arrived uninvited. Thus, for over 2 months, Ergo, accompanied by the large goose, busily amassed more than 100 sure of locusts. Coupled with the grain previously stored, they should have enough provisions to last half a year. In addition, he had also slain 2 locust kings, all of which were generously shared with the large goose, which now boasted 11 spirit beast-level geese. As the weather turned colder, the locust plague that had ravaged several counties finally subsided. However, the situation did not improve. In fact, it worsened, as aside from a few wealthy landlords, most people were left with empty hands. One day, upon returning from outside, Huang Laokai sought him out. Huang Laokai carried a string of fatty pork, and upon seeing Ergo, he beamed and presented the meat to him. This demeanor reminded Ergo of the time he had first visited Huang Laokai's home to rent land, when he too had brought a string of rich meat as a gift. Zhang Laoi, I wish to request a favor. What is it? Ergo was willing to assist Huang Laokai in any way he could. It is this. The situation has become quite chaotic lately, and I wish to relocate my family to the foot of Shiko Mountain for a while. Rest assured, Master Zhang, once the drought has come to an end, I shall promptly return. Although old Huang has lost his fields, he has amassed wealth over the years, and thus some reserves remain in his household. Currently, the region is plagued by bandits and marauders, and it is conceivable that one day they may storm the village and plunder his home. After seizing his riches, they might resort to unspeakable acts, taking lives and setting fires. Here at Shiko Mountain, at least there is the scholar to provide some semblance of safety. There is no problem. You may relocate here. Without a hint of hesitation, Ergo acquiesced to such a modest request. The following day, old Huang erected a shelter at the foot of Shiko Mountain and moved his family there. Observing Huang's actions, Ahu followed suit and requested to move to the base of Shiko Mountain as well. Although his family lacked wealth, even the bamboo they harvested could yield a couple of taels of oil, and with some scraping of the earth, they could still manage to gather a modest amount of provisions. Moreover, this year he had reaped some millet and sesame. Ergo consented to this as well. Other tenants in the village, witnessing this trend, sought Ergo's approval to do the same. Consequently, more than 20 thatched houses sprang up at the foot of Shiko Mountain. As the chaos escalated, Ergo contemplated crafting some weapons for his subordinates' defense. A few days ago, he ventured to Sanchatsi town in hopes of procuring some iron ingots from the blacksmith shop, only to discover that it had long since closed, leaving the place bare and devoid of even a single piece of iron. Now, apart from the vagrants, very few ordinary folk remain. The old scholar who serves as the village head had left his door wide open, only to find his courtyard overrun and thoroughly ransacked by the refugees. The remaining affluent families in town have either relocated to the county to escape calamity or have met their demise. The desperate refugees, driven by hunger, have little regard for social status. They break through gates to seize money, grain, and women. These refugees, having developed an insatiable appetite for plunder, band together and transform into brigands, leaving a trail of murder and theft in their wake, wreaking havoc even greater than that caused by locusts. Presently, throughout Anshang County, such bands of marauders congregate, varying in size and strength. Among the more formidable leaders, there are even practitioners of the mystical arts. Surrounding Sankaizi town, 2 factions of bandits have emerged. One group, known as Chuang Patian, has amassed over 1,000 members, purportedly led by a cultivator. The other group remains shrouded in mystery, lacking a name and the identity of its leader, with each member donning a black cloth around their heads, thus earning the moniker Black Scarf Bandits. In such chaotic times, Ergo feels an acute sense of insecurity. He could retreat to the mountains, where he has provisions and is safe from harm. But the individuals he has purchased are primarily women and children, with the males numbering barely 100. However, he possesses over 100 young maidens and a similar number of wives. After the mountain bandits pillage money and grain, their appetites turn lecherous, making Snake Mouth Mountain a prime target in this era of turmoil. Ergo wishes to procure additional iron ingots for Wang Fuguwei to forge into weapons for self-defense. To his dismay, despite visiting several locations, he has only managed to acquire a little over 200 pounds of iron. Salt and iron have long been vital resources. And now, compounded by the chaos wrought by bandits and stringent government controls, iron has become increasingly scarce and difficult to obtain. Delivering these iron pieces to Huang Fuguwei would only yield a few small knives and a multitude of spears. But at least it ensured that most of the populace would be armed. All these weapons were distributed, and where they fell short, wooden sticks and bamboo poles sufficed. Ergo had previously acquired a substantial number of people, totaling over 1,000. Among them, approximately 500 to 600 individuals were over the age of 8. All considered capable of combat. Now, he equipped these 500 to 600 with weapons. Drawing from prior experiences in pest control, he reorganized these individuals in a military fashion. Among the males aged 14 and above, he managed to assemble a meager contingent of 100, each receiving iron spears, with some even armed with small knives. Forming the most elite 100-man squad, the married women and young maidens collectively formed 3 additional 100-man units. With only half of the members receiving iron weapons while the rest resorted to wooden sticks and bamboo poles. Though they were women, they hailed from impoverished backgrounds and were accustomed to laboring in the fields alongside men from a young age, their physical strength not significantly inferior to that of men. The remaining 100 or so individuals, a mix of both genders, consisted of those over 8 years old but not yet fully matured, thus wielding lighter bamboo poles as weapons. Each 100-man unit was assigned a captain and a sergeant for better management. Subsequently, Ergo instructed them in fundamental techniques such as thrusting, slashing, striking, and sweeping, ensuring they practiced diligently each day. In these tumultuous times, they trained with remarkable seriousness and perseverance. Chapter 73. The Invisibility Talisman on the official road north of Anchang County. An elderly man and a young boy rode slowly on their majestic steeds. Master, I perceive that the officials of the Great Zhou dynasty are utterly corrupt. The young man, with lips as red as coral and teeth as white as jade, bore a visage reminiscent of a precious gem, his mouth slightly upturned, exuding a hint of defiance. Yet, when conversing about these matters, his eyes brimmed with indignation, turning a fiery red. The court allocated 1 million measures of grain for disaster relief. Yet not a single grain found its way into the mouths of the suffering populace. It was all appropriated by them. Even if you indulge in meat, could you not spare a little broth? The elder, however, maintained a demeanor of calm, leisurely stroking his beard, as if such occurrences were no longer surprising. To my knowledge, the Qingzhou prefecture received merely 500,000 measures of grain. With a sigh, the elder refrained from elaborating further, aware that verbosity could lead to misfortune. The youth, unburdened by such reservations, continued to express his outrage. The Great Zhou dynasty has stood for over 10,000 years, its initial vigor long since faded. Now, all that matters to people is their own gain. If this continues, the Great Zhou will surely face its demise. Such words, however, should never be uttered lightly. The elder hastily intervened to prevent the youth from speaking further, lest they attract calamity. The emperors of our Great Zhou have always cherished their people as their own children, earning the reverence of all under heaven, particularly the current sovereign, wise, enlightened, accomplished in both civil and military affairs, virtuous in his governance, and blessed with longevity, the supreme and most venerable Emperor Longxing. Since his ascension, now spanning 128 years, he has favored the virtuous and distanced himself from the treacherous. Diligently striving for prosperity, the realm flourishes, and the future of the Great Zhou appears bright, destined to endure for millennia. As the elder spoke of the current emperor, his expression grew solemn and respectful, bowing towards the capital. The youth, while still unconvinced, chose to remain silent thereafter. The two individuals continued their silent journey atop their steeds. Suddenly, from the distant heavens, an overwhelming barrage of arrows descended, saturating the sky. Each arrow bore an immense power, rivaling the might of a foundational strike. The sheer volume of arrows unleashed upon them was akin to the simultaneous assault of hundreds, if not thousands, of foundational cultivators. Such trifling skills. Yet, the elder remained unperturbed. As steadfast as a mountain, his composure unshaken. With a mere flick of his hand, he conjured a basic spell, a golden barrier. This luminous shield enveloped both riders and their horses. Countless arrows, imbued with formidable energy, struck against the golden dome, producing a cacophony of thuds. In an instant, these arrows shattered into myriad fragments, transforming into pure spiritual energy that dissipated into the ether. Remarkably, even the steeds beneath them remained undisturbed by the grand spectacle. When one's power reaches a certain zenith, even the simplest of spells can yield terrifying might. Reveal yourself, you cowardly rodents. The elder bellowed, his voice resonating for miles. Yet, the surroundings remained eerily silent, devoid of any response. After a prolonged pause, another volley of arrows rained down, once again thwarted by the elder's golden barrier. However, this time, a grave expression etched itself upon his visage. In the distance, beams of golden light surged skyward, converging ominously. This is dire. It is the dragon-trapping formation. Before the array can fully manifest, I shall use all my strength to propel you to safety, the elder shouted, enveloping the young man in a surge of potent magic and hurling him toward the horizon. Master. The youth could only call out once before he transformed into a shooting star, soaring several dozen miles away. Upon landing, he glanced back just once before hastily choosing a direction and swiftly departing. On Snakemouth Mountain, the diminutive Yushan, barely 3 feet tall, exerted all his strength to pull a massive millstone, grinding various medicinal herbs into powder. Ergo was rather considerate towards him. Noticing Yushan's small stature made it challenging for him to reach the stone mill, he specially crafted a frame tailored to Yushan's size, allowing him to operate the millstone with greater ease. However, Yushan was not one to express gratitude, failing even to utter a simple thank you. Once Yushan ground the medicinal herbs into powder, he gathered the fine dust, mixed it with honey, and rolled it into small pills known as P1 Due to the high demand for these pills, Yushan had to prepare a batch every morning. Ergo squatted beside the drying area, inspecting the finished products and discarding those that did not meet the standards. Yushan, these few pills are not round enough, and some are of uneven size. Please roll them again. Understood, master. Yushan barely settled down before rising again to take the substandard pills into his hands. After re-rolling the Peiyuan Gubanwan, Yushan sought out Ergo's discarded clothes, washed them clean, and hung them out to dry. He then fed the geese and cooked rice. Ever since Yushan was reclaimed, Ergo found his daily tasks considerably lightened. It became evident that Yushan had not lied. Although his cultivation remained intact after the severing of his wings, all his supernatural abilities had vanished. Each day, I diligently assist Ergo with various tasks atop the mountain. Several times, under the cover of night, while Ergo slumbered, Yushan contemplated escape, only to be apprehended by the formidable goose, resulting in a harsh reprimand. Truly, it is a case of being blissfully unaware of one's fortune, residing in such a splendid locale yet lacking gratitude. One still harbors thoughts of fleeing. Fortunately, each beating instills a sense of compliance that lasts for quite some time. Previously, Yushan endured a sword strike from the county magistrate and suffered the breaking of several bones at Shiko Mountain, losing 2 wings in the process. After a period of indulgent recuperation, the injuries have finally begun to heal. Now, bereft of wings, Yushan possesses only a semblance of his former prowess. Apart from a slight increase in strength, he is unable to cast even the most rudimentary spells. To keep Yushan occupied and dissuade him from yearning for home, Ergo has taken the initiative to cultivate 5 acres of barren land on the mountain. 1 acre is dedicated to the cultivation of Chao Tian Gong peppers, 2 acres to the planting of Yiling rice, and the remaining 2 acres to ordinary rice. Although he has no particular fondness for peppers, they are a specialty of Anchang County and a prized delicacy favored by Emperor Longxing. They should fetch a good price and allow for the exchange of other spiritual items. As for the 2 acres of ordinary rice, they yield a harvest every 10 days, producing 8 to 9 stones of rice monthly, which is quite beneficial in this era of famine. The primary issue lies with Yushan's lack of diligence. Otherwise, he could cultivate even more rice. Currently, the total area dedicated to Yiling rice has reached 3 acres, harvested once annually. Recently, after a busy period spent combating locusts, he finally had the opportunity to savor the rice. To his delight, he discovered that after enhancement through the gourd, the taste of Yiling rice had improved significantly. With a substantial increase in its spiritual essence, one only needs to consume a liter of the crescent-shaped ling rice, enhanced by the gourd, each day. Its efficacy surpasses that of 10 pills of the Peiyuan Gubanwan. Cultivating 3 acres of ling rice yields approximately 12 stones of ling grains annually, and after husking, 1 stone of rice yields about 7 dough of rice. This expanse of land is entirely sufficient for personal consumption. Since he began to consume ling rice daily, his cultivation speed has accelerated severalfold. Consequently, the P1 Gubanwan has become somewhat redundant for him, providing minimal assistance. As Yushan found himself with idle time, he decided to procure some medicinal herbs, allowing Yushan to prepare the P1 Gubanwan. These could be used to nourish the geese, reward his subordinates, or sold for profit. Yushan, I shall step out for a moment. Keep an eye on the household, and do not entertain thoughts of escape. Duguzi instructed Yushan before mounting the great goose and soaring down Snakemouth Mountain. This goose, which had shared his imprisonment, was significantly larger than its counterparts, exuding a more potent aura. Its strength rivaled that of a mid-stage chi-refining human cultivator. As Duguzi descended the mountain, a village had already formed at its base. Excluding those who had temporarily relocated for refuge, the over 1,000 individuals he had purchased constituted the true inhabitants at the foot of Snake Mouth Mountain. According to the laws of the Great Zhou dynasty, they were all bought with money. Their very beings, including their bodies and wealth, belonged to Du Guzi. He was their master. However, Du Guzi never contemplated monopolizing these hundreds of young women, nor did he wish for them to address him as master. They all referred to him as the Eastern Householder. At this moment, Qiu Yue, grasping a long spear with both hands, was practicing the fundamental thrusting techniques. Upon spotting Ergo, she promptly retracted the spear, adjusted her tattered clothing, and approached him. "Master, I am unencumbered. Please continue your training," she said, observing her departing silhouette. One couldn't help but notice that the only garment she possessed, after enduring months of hardship, had become significantly more tattered. It was recalled that when Shuyue was acquired, she had once donned a cotton jacket, which she had since discarded. Among the 1,000 or so individuals brought back, most were clad in meager single-layer garments. Many children resembling Erguzi's previous state, wearing trousers that left them exposed. While the warmth of the current season was tolerable, the impending winter posed a grave threat, potentially leading to dire consequences. Erguzi glanced around before mounting his great goose and setting off towards the county town. With winter approaching and the potential for significant upheaval looming, he needed to stockpile essential supplies. Items such as salt, oil, cloth, iron, and medicinal herbs were paramount, particularly the auxiliary materials for the Puan Guban pills, which had become increasingly scarce due to drought conditions. Erguzi intended to first explore the black market in the county town, hoping to procure some food supplies. Armed with information from Samai, he was confident that the official granaries were plentiful, yet the local officials were hoarding the grains, controlling the supply stringently to maximize profit, dispensing only meager amounts to incite competition among the populace. As Erguzi rode upon the back of the goose, the landscape bore no traces of greenery. The once lush forests had been reduced to barren patches, devoid of any vegetation. Initially ravaged by locusts, the land had been stripped of all consumables. The destitute once again dug 3 feet into the earth, uprooting both tree roots and grass, consuming whatever they could find. On the mountains, apart from the soil, there was no sustenance to be found. Along the way, there stood a mountain renowned for its abundant guanine clay, which attracted numerous refugees seeking nourishment. A few naive souls, upon witnessing wild geese soaring through the sky, foolishly picked up stones to hurl at them. The geese soared to heights of 100 feet, far beyond the reach of their feeble throws. Upon entering the city, they headed directly to the Huachuntang. To their surprise, Sima Yi was not distributing porridge today, and the entrance was devoid of beggars, which struck Erguzi as peculiar. "Where have all the beggars gone?" he inquired. "Haha, it seems I shall have a rare day of ease," Sima Yi chuckled, appearing in good spirits. "Today is a fine day. I will take you along tonight to share a meal." Share a meal? Erguzi was somewhat perplexed, for Sima Yi was not one to lack for food. Even if the entire Anshan County were to starve, the Sima family would remain unaffected. Today is the county magistrate's birthday. A banquet is being held at the Hongyan Pavilion. You shall accompany me. Now, all the beggars and refugees in the city were gathered at the back door of the Hongyan Pavilion, awaiting the evening's leftovers from the feast. It was indeed the magistrate's birthday, and such an opportunity was not to be missed. They intended to eat their fill, hoping to recoup some losses. With daylight still remaining, Erguzi decided to make a trip to the black market. To his astonishment, the market was unusually bustling, with many more passers-by than usual. Upon inquiring, he discovered that the increase in activity was due to the magistrate's birthday. Many were seeking suitable gifts in the black market. If one were to present a gift, the favor of the county magistrate would surely yield countless benefits, the advantages of which require no elaboration. Naturally, Erguzi did not harbor such intentions of gift-giving. Instead, he first ventured to the grain store. In the grain store, one could still procure ordinary grain, albeit limited to 1 shur per person per visit. Priced at 50 taels of silver for a shur, this price was rather steep, and a single shur would offer him minimal assistance, being more of a luxury than a necessity. Nevertheless, since he was already there, he decided to purchase a shur, deeming it a worthy offering for Sima Yi's charity. After paying the silver, he received a receipt which he would take to the county office's granary to collect the grain. When one sought to conduct legitimate business at the county office, they would encounter numerous obstructions, yet armed with a receipt from the black market, one could effortlessly collect grain from the granary without hindrance, ensuring every grain was accounted for, no less. After exiting the grain store and not having wandered far, Erguzi noticed a throng ahead, piquing his curiosity as he pressed into the crowd. It turned out to be a stall selling 3 sheets of yellow talisman paper. Talisman paper, he recalled, was something previously observed in the hands of Taoist practitioners and cultists, yet this was his first encounter with it in the black market. What kind of talisman is this? Someone inquired with curiosity. These two are invisibility talismans, and this one is a breath-concealing talisman, the stall owner explained, gesturing towards the talisman papers. Generally, an invisibility talisman can obscure one's form. Those below the 4th level of Qi training, who have yet to develop their spiritual awareness, cannot perceive you. However, if you encounter a practitioner with spiritual awareness, they can easily detect your presence with a sweep of their awareness, necessitating the use of a breath-concealing talisman as well. Naturally, such extraordinary talismans were highly coveted. People yearned to have them for various mischiefs, whether it be stealing a chicken, sneaking a dog, eavesdropping, or even committing a murder, all of which would prove exceedingly useful. Upon hearing the introduction of these 3 talismans, the onlookers' minds brimmed with countless ingenious applications, eagerly yearning to experience their efficacy firsthand. How much for each? They inquired. No monetary exchange is required. Merely 1,000 P1 Gubin pills for 1 talisman, came the response. Initially, the crowd was captivated, but the vendor's steep price doused their enthusiasm like a cold shower. With 1,000 P1 Gubin pills, one could significantly enhance their own cultivation. How could they possibly allocate such resources here? A few attempted to negotiate, offering 30 or 50 pills, or even 100, but the vendor remained obstinate, refusing to budge even a single pill. Ultimately, many spectators were left to depart with resigned sighs. As most had retreated, Ergo stepped forward, fortuitously possessing a supply of pills from recent batches produced by Yushan. I shall purchase all 3, he declared.